Chapter 235. The power of divine characters. The force of flames illuminated the heavens and the earth, as the Black Panther continuously consumed energy, its body ablaze. At this moment, Li Hao was also engulfed in flames, resembling a fierce tiger roaring across the land, its roar echoing through the mountains. The tiger seemed poised to break free from its cage. Yet, should it truly escape, it would become a rootless wanderer, destined to dissipate within the vastness of the world. The bridge of his internal organs had fractured. The powers of wind and thunder, along with the essence of fire, were eroding his very core. It felt as though Li Hao was on the brink of being consumed by flames. At this juncture, the lock on his heart had opened a small aperture, releasing a torrent of fiery energy. His physical form, supporting the triadic powers, appeared to be slightly inadequate. It was not that Li Hao was incapable of shattering more of the supernal locks, but rather that he could not withstand it. His heart was ablaze. This was the peril of transcending the internal organs, the danger of entering the realm of divine powers, where various elemental energies clashed, potentially leading to the destruction of his core. Blood gushed from his mouth, and though pain flickered in his eyes, his expression remained remarkably composed. Blood coalesced in the air as he practiced the 5 animals breathing technique. Li Hao embraced the flow, channeling the fire energy within, inscribing characters with profound significance. His unique affinity for these characters stemmed from his emulation of the supreme techniques of the Star Town, as well as his deep concern for the current state of the world, an educational void and a cultural disjunction, where the importance of cultural inheritance was overlooked from the highest echelons to the common folk. There was an overwhelming focus on martial prowess and the extraordinary, neglecting the cultivation of the heart and mind. To read volumes and traverse vast distances, to cultivate an expansive heart. Yet today, whether martial artists or those with supernal abilities, few truly cultivate the mind. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient reading. Perhaps, when martial arts and supernal secrets become inscribed in characters, only then will everyone comprehend that without reading, neither the extraordinary nor martial arts can reach their zenith. The divine intent, blood essence, and the power of fire continuously surged into the characters being formed. Surrounding him, the Black Panther transformed into a golden hue, a manifestation of its awakened lineage, ravenously consuming the influx of energy, preventing Li Hao's energy from spilling forth, while also barring external forces from disrupting his cultivation. With the Panther's presence, many troubles were alleviated. A character gradually began to take shape. Li Hao observed in silence. It appeared not as the character for tiger, but had morphed into the character for fire. Gradually, the character emerged, a symbol of fire's power. Yet, it still seemed lackluster, as if it were devoid of life. At that moment, the fierce tiger roared, its body engulfed in flames, stepping forth from Li Hao's heart with a thunderous growl. The sound of its roar could no longer be suppressed. In this instant, the tiger's roar resonated with a resolute intent. The moment it stepped out of the heart, there would be no turning back. It would either merge into the character, becoming the essence of the written word, or it would vanish entirely, losing its formidable presence. This was also Li Hao's will. Success would be ideal. Failure would mean the complete dissolution of his internal might, the tiger's vigor rendered to nothingness. Li Hao closed his eyes. At this moment, he hesitated, wavering with trepidation, an all-too-human sentiment. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, now imbued with a newfound determination. Having come this far, why lament? I harbor a fierce tiger within, yet now it is confined within a cage. The power of the captive tiger is not what I seek. My heart yearns for more. Even if I retain the tiger, what difference does it make? Go forth. Li Hao spoke, unsure if he was addressing the fierce tiger or merely himself. Go forth. Even if it leads to the abyss, we shall descend together. The tiger did not look back. It took a step forward towards the suspended characters in the air. The characters trembled as if on the verge of shattering. Li Hao, too, remained silent. Within his heart, the shackles of an almost shattered heart unfurled, connecting him to the words. A torrent of fiery energy began to flow into the characters, substituting the superpower locks with text. By force, they merged. This action may have seemed like merely transforming the superpower locks into words, seemingly trivial. However, it intricately wove together his vital essence, spirit, and even his life, rendering the superpower within the locks a tangible part of his corporeal being. Moreover, once successful, he could wield it at will henceforth. The two could not be compared. Since ancient humanity had no superpower locks, only the gates of the triple burner, Li Hao mused that modern individuals might not necessarily require superpower locks. They merely needed a vessel to contain the overflowing energy, whether it be words or superpower locks. If they could fulfill such a role, it sufficed. In Tianqing City, countless individuals heard the roar of the tiger, their gazes drawn northward. Each formidable figure furrowed their brows. What scheme was Li Hao concocting now? Was he attempting to break into the third system? Someone muttered, followed by a scoff. It is quite possible. Previously, Li Hao had only breached the wind and thunder locks. He had yet to dismantle the locks of the viscera. Today, he might very well be breaking into the third system, as the tigers might seem poised to extinguish. Was Li Hao seeking to step into the realm of the third system and dominate the present age? In an instant, silhouettes appeared in the skies above the 9 offices. In the blink of an eye, they sped northward. Above the night watchers, a figure emerged, wielding a long spear, exuding an overwhelming aura. Hou Xiaoqing, expressionless and composed, addressed the gathered officials. I implore you all to return to the 9 offices. A chilling laugh erupted from the crowd. Hou Xiaoqing, do you believe that Li Hao can suppress the world by breaking into the third system? Hou Xiaoqing replied with serene composure. I do not hold such a belief. What of the third system? In this world, there are countless extraordinary individuals, not to mention the third system, even if one were to claim the fourth or fifth. Who dares assert they can dominate the realm? If that is the case, why venture north? Li Hao's initial foray into the divine powers, recklessly stepping into the third system, could lead to the fragmentation of his body and the incineration of his viscera, courting death. This was merely a suggestion. At that moment, from among the night watchers, Yao Si broke through the air, his expression grim. Must we engage in battle once more? To take pride in obstructing others' ascension is the true disgrace of the extraordinary realm. If you are dissatisfied, you too may break into the third system. Among the night watchers, Dao Jian ascended gracefully, not uttering a word, but smiling in acknowledgement to the powerful figures. Not far away, the chief of the inspection division arrived, slightly furrowing his brow. He spoke softly. Whether it is the third system or the second, it changes nothing. The chasm between realms of divine powers is vast. The second system is divine. The fifth is still divine. It is merely a step further within the realm of divine powers. It does not alter the essence. I urge you all to remain calm. The disparity between transformation and divine powers is significant. However, the difference between the third and second systems is not as pronounced. It is merely another step within the realm of divine powers, not a leap into another tier. A multitude of formidable individuals hovered in the air, enveloped in an unusual silence. Moments later, from the direction of the palace, a young man clad in a golden robe descended through the void, wearing a smile. Esteemed directors, what has piqued your interest in the lofty views today? It was the first prince. A few nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The newcomer was not the 9th prince, but indeed the first prince, nearing 50 years yet appearing remarkably youthful, his smile radiating warmth. Compared to the 9th prince, he exuded a maturity and grace befitting his stature. As he beamed at the assembly and gazed toward the north, the distant roar of a fierce tiger reverberated through the heavens, as if on the brink of despair, confronting death itself. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, swiftly yielding to tranquility as he resumed his smile. It seems that Marquis Tianqing is engaged in cultivation. During such times, it is most unwise to disturb him. Why not retreat to the Jilong Pavilion for tea and conversation? Today, I shall treat you all, and I hope you will honor me with your presence. Is Li Hao on the verge of transcending into the realm of the 3 systems? Indeed, it seemed imminent. Although one might consider it unexpected, it was not entirely surprising, as he had previously attained the status of a transcendent being, solidifying his realm. His ability to vanquish Hu Shao indicated that his physical prowess was formidable. Given this, breaking through into the 3 systems appeared almost inevitable. Furthermore, his 5 internal organs had yet to be unlocked. Noticing the crowd's hesitation, he added with a significant tone. With Marquis Tianqing having thoroughly severed the locks on his 5 organs, he has altogether relinquished the hope of reverting to a martial master. To disturb him at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Upon hearing this, some hearts stirred. Previously, Li Hao's confinement of his internal energies still held the possibility of a return to martial mastery. However, his current choice to break the locks signified that this reckless individual had entirely forsaken the path of a martial master in his pursuit of greater strength to dominate all realms. Was this a loss or a gain? In that instant, several strong figures found themselves at a loss to judge. Yet they understood that failing to intervene now might mean the irrevocable loss of the legendary sword master Li Hao. With a subtle shift in demeanor, someone chuckled. Let us acquiesce to the first prince's wishes and proceed to the Jiulong pavilion. Thus, the prospect of an impending battle was dispelled by the first prince's words. Very well. Let Li Hao advance. This promotion means he will no longer harbor hopes of becoming a martial master. While superhuman abilities are indeed remarkable, they ultimately possess their limitations. With the unlocking of his most critical energies, the momentum he once enjoyed will soon dissipate. The group, now animated in laughter and conversation, remained attentive to the commotion in the north, yet gradually settled into a state of calm. After all, it was merely a matter of the three systems. Moreover, success was not guaranteed. Even if he did succeed, what would it matter? Slowly, the assembly quieted, soaring toward the Jiulong pavilion. Ho Xiaoqing stood unusually serene, merely gazing toward the north, devoid of the despair and frustration of days past, yet tinged with a hint of regret. Ultimately, the path back was closed. Li Hao, have you determined your course ahead? While superhuman abilities are formidable at this stage, what lies beyond? After unlocking the 5 organ locks and then the cranial lock, where else can you break through? You have forsaken your most vital energies in favor of pursuing greater strength. Ho Xiaoqing closed his eyes, caught in a moment where he could not discern whether to feel joy or sorrow. The martial artist has reached a point that seems to be the limit. Thus, Li Hao finds himself at an impasse. He yearns for strength and wishes to instill fear across the realms, yet it appears that he has no choice at this moment. Ultimately, is it not due to our own weakness? If we could easily vanquish the pinnacle of divine abilities, why would we resort to such measures? Meanwhile, Yao Si wore a complex expression, casting a glance to the north before turning to observe Ho Xiaoqing. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Superpowers are commendable. The Sword of Tao is also a superpower. Ho Xiaoqing opened his eyes and regarded him with an unwavering calm, stating, there is no incorrect power, only a misguided heart. I am not disheartened by his choices. Rather, I find them to be unworthy. Unworthy? Is it truly worth it? What is the purpose? What does it matter to suppress the 9 divisions? What significance does it hold to subdue the royal family? He seeks only to avenge himself, to confront Ing Hongyue. Why must he offend so many formidable beings, compelling himself to step into divine abilities, continually straying from the path of martial arts? Is this his responsibility? At this moment, Ho Xiaoqing spoke coldly. I regret it. I regret bringing him into the Night Watchers, regret wishing for him to bear a responsibility. If the older generation could not achieve it, why should we burden the younger generation with it? The Silver Moon martial world is not devoid of capable individuals. Today, how many can break the superpower locks? Why are only Li Hao and a few others, like Hong Yitong, choosing to break free? He cast his gaze towards the distant figures of the 9 divisions powerhouses, suddenly letting out a chilling laugh. Dare to show your teeth again? Watch how many I shall fell today. Let them taste suffering. His voice carried loud enough to reach the front. Some turned back, and Ho Xiaoqing glared coldly. Try looking again. The utterance sent ripples of shock through the crowd. What did Ho Xiaoqing mean? At this moment, he seemed akin to a powder keg on the brink of explosion, his fiery energy faintly manifesting. He could no longer suppress the urge to break the superpower locks, yearning to slay a top-tier divine being. The expressions of several directors shifted slightly. Ho Xiaoqing exhibited signs of breaking the locks. Have these Silver Moon martial artists gone mad? Ho Xiaoqing closed his eyes, gripping his spear, motionless, standing resolutely in the void. At this moment, he reflected on countless thoughts, recalling years of tumultuous experiences and relentless endurance. Yet, in exchange, he received little respect and no peace. The Silver Moon people had remained silent for far too long. Now, the younger generation, represented by Li Hao, has ascended to superpowers, while he himself remains timid and hesitant. A multitude of thoughts assailed Ho Xiaoqing: politics, balance, and the constant subservience, which perhaps only yield results akin to that of the Plains King, slaughtered on the spot without even the chance of unsealing. Such is the fate of a top martial artist. Yao Si's expression shifted slightly at his side. In the distance, the 9 divisions powerhouses also trembled. Suddenly, the earlier arrogance dissipated. From the inspection department, the old director's voice reached the ears of the current director. Stay back. Ho Xiaoqing was once known as the sickbed ghost. It is not the illness that matters. but his ruthless nature like that of a specter. Today, with Li Hao breaking through the three systems of divine abilities, this individual may be unable to bear the strain. Be cautious of being mistakenly killed by him. The inspection department's director swiftly landed, realizing that Hou Xiaoqing appeared to be on the verge of madness. Once this individual shatters the superpower lock, he will instantaneously transform into a formidable paragon of supernatural prowess. Unparalleled in strength, at least a pinnacle of the second tier, if not the third. Should he truly lose control, even the fourth tier may be within reach. As for the endurance of his corporeal form, the specter of illness has lingered for many years, yet he remains alive. Who can guarantee his inability to withstand such power? In the distance, the formidable beings of the 9 offices were also stirred, their previous mirth evaporating into silence. Would they truly force this individual to become a superpower? Within the city, there remains a Li Hao, a diffuse sword, and a Yao Si. Should matters escalate to that extent, another bloody battle would ensue. The surroundings fell completely silent, laughter dissipating. Hou Xiaoqing observed them without uttering a word. In this moment, he was uncertain of his own thoughts. He merely recognized his murderous intent, yet hesitated, aware that such feelings did not align with the ideals of a martial artist. However, he bore responsibilities he could not abandon. Suppressing the fury within, Hou Xiaoqing regained his composure and ceased speaking. Nearby, Yao Si and Dao Jian exchanged glances, recognizing that Hou Xiaoqing was akin to a powder keg. Not to be provoked, they remained silent, descending to the ground. Today, the 9 offices were unlikely to instigate a bloody conflict. In the northern city, within the rear courtyard, torrents of searing flames blended with the written characters, and Li Hao appeared to be on the verge of succumbing to the heat. With his formidable internal organs, he now comprehended the immense corporeal strength required to breach the 7th superpower lock. He could barely endure, fortunate not to have recklessly broken the light and dark superpower locks. Otherwise, shattering the 8th lock might lead to his corporeal collapse. Of course, if the fountain of life were sufficiently abundant, perhaps it would pose no threat. But at that juncture, the consumption would be considerable. The character before him was rapidly taking shape. The fierce tiger gradually merged into it, imbued with a sense of anticipation. Not merely despair as others had envisioned. Awaiting rebirth. Awaiting resurrection through fire. Boom. At that moment, the characters trembled violently, seemingly unable to sustain themselves. Li Hao's expression shifted. Was he unable to stabilize them? What was lacking? What was amiss? Was he powerless to control the characters? At this moment, the superpower lock had only integrated halfway, and that alone proved unstable. Would complete integration not lead to utter fragmentation? The hope of the fierce tiger's momentum was severed. Li Hao fell into contemplation, and after a moment, exhaled. Perhaps he had not been ruthless enough, not integrated sufficiently. With a fierce shout, countless drops of blood surged forth, visibly thinning Li Hao's form as his vitality flowed in, his spirit merging within. Indeed, the character stabilized once more. It was because he had not sacrificed enough. The fountain of life shattered drop by drop, mending his internal organs, while the sword energy swiftly integrated into his body, supplying him with vitality and spirit. The 5 animals breathing technique continuously operated, enveloping the characters, striving to merge everything into unity. Within him, the attributes of wind and thunder erupted, bombarding Li Hao. In that moment, he felt as though the world itself had turned against him, the flames of power no longer concealed. The tempest of wind and thunder exploded. The Black Panther was unable to absorb any more energy, panting heavily and filled with despair. There was simply too much. At that moment, from all directions, a myriad of energies surged forth, as if an overwhelming tide sought to infiltrate Li Hao's words. The sky crackled with thunder. Boom. The hurricane roared. The fiery character before Li Hao seemed eager to battle the elements, to incinerate heaven and earth. With a slight tremor, a fierce tiger materialized, baring its fangs and claws, gazing skyward as if challenging the heavens themselves. Yet it remained unstable. Li Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. Why? Despite infusing it with abundant life force, it still lacked stability. He gazed at the flames, the thunder, and the storm that manifested in the sky. Was it a rebirth through fire? Or, as the legend spoke, a trial to transcend? A trial? Li Hao pondered. Was it truly necessary? He looked at the fiery character before him and suddenly spoke, born of 100 battles. Will you rise to shatter the energies that obstruct you? The flames surged upward. It was as if a fierce tiger's roar echoed through the air. In the next moment, a smile graced Li Hao's face. The words seemed to possess newfound spirit. Excellent. Then let us strike. With a low shout, the characters instantaneously broke through the void, vanishing from sight, followed by a resounding boom that reverberated across the heavens. A conflagration enveloped everything, and the tiger emerged, roaring as it devoured the energies rushing from all directions, consuming the flames and shattering the thunder as the tiger trampled the hurricane. At that moment, the entire Tianqing city was shrouded in a tempest of thunder and storm. Outside the courtyard, Hong Yitong gazed at the sky, murmuring, "What have you done? And what is that? The might of a tiger? It doesn't quite resemble it, yet it undeniably has the essence of a tiger." At this moment, he was perplexed. Had Li Hao transcended to become a superpower, or had he transformed once again into a martial artist? What was this tiger in the sky? Meanwhile, in the underground palace of Tianqing City, a swaying sapling suddenly extended upwards, and a faint spiritual wave reverberated. "Your Majesty, has there been any upheaval in the outside world?" Upheaval? Within the grand hall, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown gazed towards the north and nodded slightly. In the north, the Tianqing Marquis Li Hao was breaking through the third divine power. Flames scorched the sky, and wind and thunder converged. It seemed that too much energy was dissipating, overwhelming his physical form. Was that the case? A subtle spiritual wave attempted to spread, but it was instantly met with the sensation of the void tearing apart, consuming everything. The previously feeble spiritual force vanished entirely. In the next moment, another faint wave of spiritual energy emerged. It feels somewhat different, but alas, I cannot probe further. There is no way. Strictly speaking, it was simply too powerful. Any attempt to extend spiritual energy would result in the shattering of the void, devouring everything within it. This was a challenge many ancient powers faced. Otherwise, being so close, one could have explored further. For now, they could only silently perceive, sensing the differences without being able to witness the changes with their own eyes. Why did it resemble a thunder tribulation so closely? In this new era of martial arts, there were no thunder tribulations. In the latter stages of the new martial era, the sovereign of humanity unified the realm, contemplating that the martial practitioners, in their reckless consumption of energy and their insatiable devouring of the forces of heaven and earth, would inevitably bring about the world's destruction. Thus, he commissioned the forging of the divine emperor's statue and instituted the thunder tribulation to test the mortal realm. However, such a privilege was reserved for the most elite warriors, far beyond the reach of the present human race. The new martial era does not impose restrictions on the weak, yet it subjects the strong to greater trials, guarding against future powerhouses who might lack reverence and consume too much of the celestial energies, leading to the shattering of the world. Yet, even those at the pinnacle had never experienced such favoritism. A faint mental energy fluctuated, perhaps merely a misperception. Moreover, if it were indeed a thunder tribulation aimed at the powerful, the entirety of Starry Sky City would be obliterated in an instant, rather than merely causing localized disturbances. Perhaps it was merely a figment of one's imagination. Provide me with the details on this individual. Certainly. The Lord of Starry Sky responded readily, considering it a trivial matter. However, he had not anticipated that Li Hao's breakthrough in the three elemental powers would attract the attention of ancient strongmen. At that very moment, in Battle Heaven City, the ancient tortoise was absorbing the energies of heaven and earth when suddenly, the turtle tower trembled. The ancient tortoise gazed upwards, as if piercing through the barrier of realms, and caught a glimpse of the outside world, faintly sensing something. Guardianship? Nothing alarming. It merely seemed that the external realm had undergone some peculiar changes, which inexplicably felt connected to Battle Heaven City. The ancient tortoise was uncertain of the cause, but sensed a nascent intelligence emerging within the cosmos. Perhaps the second resurgence of superpowers was on the horizon, though it could not ascertain the truth. In the distance, the colossal General Huai shifted slightly, remaining silent, yet it too appeared to sense something, as if yearning to break free. Director Wang felt perplexed, having no perception of such phenomena. Had the Guardians misjudged? He could not comprehend. Battle Heaven City was isolated from the world, and he had yet to penetrate its depths. At this moment, several top-tier existences within ancient ruins seemed to sense something amiss. Regrettably, some were too far removed, while others, too close, could not investigate thoroughly, leaving them to silently speculate. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained oblivious to these occurrences. The fiery figure transformed into a ferocious tiger, roaring across the expanse, waging war amidst the wind and thunder, absorbing the power of flames, growing increasingly formidable, exuding an aura of slaughter as it rampaged unchecked throughout the realm. Yet, the energy converging from the outside world was also becoming increasingly potent. Ultimately, it coalesced into a triad of wind, thunder, and fire, striking down upon the fierce tiger. The world was turned upside down. A voice resonated. "Do you require assistance?" "No need," Li Hao replied, his complexion pale as he gazed skyward, resolute in his refusal. The fierce tiger was intent, and the script held significance. This script encapsulated the power of an entire superpower lock, infused with the might of the fierce tiger, representing countless elements, should it be shattered. Li Hao would undoubtedly suffer devastating repercussions. However, if it were to stabilize, it would become a formidable weapon. Boom. In the skies, the battle between the fierce tiger and the triadic thunder continued unabated. The script grew ever more resplendent. Sword intent coalesced as the fierce tiger struck with its claws, akin to a sharp blade piercing the heavens. All five forces were, in essence, sword intents. At this moment, the fiery sword of the tiger rippled through the void. Outside the chamber, a gathering of formidable individuals swiftly convened. Deputy Director Zhou furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky, yet unable to discern the full reality. At this moment, Li Hao had astonishingly encircled the area using shards of a mirrored surface. Amidst the hazy shadows, a majestic tiger stood proudly, surveying the heavens and the earth. Has he regained his status as a martial master? Deputy Director Zhou, perplexed, turned his gaze towards Hong Yitong. This is a manifestation of power. Hong Yitong, at a loss for words, looked back at him and after a pause remarked, "You ask me? How could I possibly know?" The interplay of energy and power had left him utterly bewildered. Who could fathom the true circumstances? What scheme was Li Hao orchestrating? What he did understand was the magnitude of the disturbance, and he had just realized that the energy emanating from the cosmos possessed a formidable offensive capability. A force unlike any other, strikingly potent. It seemed intent on annihilating that fierce tiger. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming inferno erupted, engulfing the heavens and the earth, even piercing through the barrier crafted from the mirrored shards. A wave of flames surged forth, and the Black Panther instantaneously transformed into gold, devouring the vast quantities of fire. Hong Yitong's expression shifted slightly as he waved his hand, unleashing a thunderous blast that consumed the flames. Yet, even a mere flicker of fire persisted, rapidly spreading and igniting upon contact with his hand. With a quick shake, the flames were extinguished, yet a burn mark remained on his arm, causing him to frown slightly. Perplexed by their intensity, this was not solely the result of the mysterious energy. It was a chaotic amalgamation of many forces. It was incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Zhou took a few steps back as the flames before him extinguished, only to seemingly resurrect, surging forth in a ferocious attack. Strange. He raised his hand, exerting a force that seemed to suppress the very fabric of existence, subduing the flames. With a hint of curiosity, he was about to investigate the nature of these flames when suddenly, they morphed into a fierce tiger, erupting explosively, leaving no trace behind. Deputy Director Zhou frowned. Hong Yitong also furrowed his brow, pondering the source of this power. Was it possible he had fused the mysterious energy within himself? The two were engaged in discussion outside, while Li Hao's tiger-like force, bolstered by his surging vitality, gradually intensified. Boom! With a claw strike, akin to drawing a sword, he rent the thunder. The fierce tiger swallowed the lightning, battling fiercely in all directions. Li Hao's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his gaze shone brighter, the text stabilizing. An ultra-energy lock was entirely consumed by this character. Simultaneously, his life force, vitality, and spirit were absorbed, as if he had melded entirely into this character. In the next moment, Li Hao closed his eyes, and in an instant, it felt as though he had become one with the fierce tiger. At that moment, he embodied the tiger itself, this character being the embodiment of his heart and essence. This was his true self. Li Hao perceived the surroundings, and the sword intent erupted suddenly, the sword of no life. The fierce tiger swiped its claws, mimicking Li Hao's swordplay. One strike unleashed. Boom! The thunder in the sky shattered, and all was rendered to nothingness. In that instant, Li Hao seemed to transform once more into a martial master. Though he still sensed a lingering inadequacy, However, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The tiger opened its mouth, and an abundance of fiery energy surged within him. The fiery energy from the outside world was instantaneously devoured by the fierce tiger, and likewise by Li Hao. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding energy dissipated entirely. Only a single character materialized, coalescing in an instant. A fierce tiger emerged above this character, transforming into a seal that penetrated the essence of the character itself. With a flicker of thought, Li Hao summoned the character back, allowing it to settle within his heart. At that moment, his heart was steady. Bereft of supernormal locks, devoid of force, there was nothing left. Only the solitary character, quietly suspended within his heart. Li Hao found himself in a daze. Could this be deemed a success? He remained uncertain. Yet, the character was profoundly tranquil, devoid of turmoil. Did this signify the awakening of the third divine ability, or not? Within his heart, a trace of vitality was born, gradually merging with the character. Having expended considerable energy, Li Hao's complexion remained pale, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He did not comprehend whether he could now be classified as a practitioner of the three divine abilities. Come forth. Boom. The skies erupted in flames, consuming the heavens and the earth. The character moved in accordance with his will, suppressing the void. A thunderous roar echoed, followed by a wail as flames erupted from the Black Panther. Li Hao was taken aback and hastily retracted the character. The character vanished. Meanwhile, the panther was charred black. Its cries relentless, until Li Hao infused it with a significant amount of sword energy, at which point the panther gazed at him with deep resentment. Li Hao felt awkward. I merely wanted to see if it would work, my apologies. In the next moment, however, he was filled with elation. It worked. Moreover, it functioned remarkably well. The emergence of the fire character manifested as a self-sufficient divine ability, exerting no pressure on his internal organs. What was happening? He had merely attempted to follow his intuition, applying the profound techniques of Star Suppression City, yet the results were astonishingly favorable. If this were the case, could he not further cultivate the other four organ divine abilities, incorporate the forces of wind and thunder, and grasp the essence of light and darkness, thus dominating the world? But suddenly, he felt disheartened. He had only comprehended the forces of the five elements. He had no understanding of the forces of wind and thunder, nor of light and darkness. If that were true, it would be challenging to coalesce various divine ability characters. However, the internal organs were indeed feasible. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with clarity. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. The power of this character felt innate, not foreign, easily manipulable, akin to his internal energy. Perhaps even more attuned to himself. Did this signify that he had successfully transformed the mysterious energy into his own? Fire. Flames manifested in his hand, with a casual strike. A resounding roar erupted, and the surroundings transformed into a sea of flames. This was far more potent than the unstable wind and thunder divine abilities. Regrettably, Li Hao sensed a pang in his heart. Not only had he expended a considerable amount of sword energy, but the fountain of life had also drained at least 20 drops, truly extravagant. Yet, in comparison to the stability of the fire character, it was of little consequence. As the fire character withdrew, Li Hao sensed a subtle shift within him. At this moment, he felt as if he remained unchanged. Possessing only the wind and thunder divine abilities, the fire divine ability seemed to have vanished entirely. Had he truly retracted his essence? This was remarkable. Li Hao's face suddenly broke into a smile, as if he had discerned the path that lay before him. Though he himself was uncertain whether he could truly be considered a martial artist, the essence of the sword once again surged within him. Could he, then, continue along the path he had previously traversed, deepening his understanding of momentum, merging it into divine powers, and subsequently transforming it into words, each character embodying a divine technique, each stroke a manifestation of force? Ultimately, would these characters converge into a singular entity? A cascade of thoughts flooded Li Hao's mind, and he felt an exhilarating clarity wash over him at that moment. It seemed his way was illuminated ahead. Chapter 236. Li Hao's naivety. As the divine technique of fire materialized, Li Hao appeared to glimpse the road ahead. His excitement was palpable. This was not merely a progression in strength, but rather a revelation through this experiment. As if he had begun to probe the contours of his future path and discern the direction in which to proceed. This journey seemed interminable, each character a force, each character a lineage, each character a divine technique. Thus, it felt as though he had an extensive journey ahead of him. The magnitude of the situation was overwhelming. Li Hao was eager to further explore the other 4 divine techniques. Once the fire character returned to its rightful place, everything became contained within him, and he no longer felt the overwhelming sensation he had previously experienced. Consequently, he could now refine the 4 character divine techniques separately. Perhaps they could not all be unleashed simultaneously. But this resolution alleviated a significant burden: momentum. If all 5 divine techniques could manifest, he could incorporate the superpower lock within them, ensuring that momentum would no longer be disrupted. He would not have to seal them like a martial artist nor worry about the risk of a superpower lock fracturing. As was the case with other divine capabilities, the elevation of strength was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he could enhance himself, integrating all the chaotic knowledge he had acquired into a cohesive whole, be it secret arts or breathing techniques. A tremor coursed through Li Hao's heart. If each character could embody a lineage of breathing techniques, could he then augment each character with a unique breathing method? His repertoire of secret arts was not extensive, yet it was diverse. The 5 animals breathing technique, the willow catkin sword, the shadowless sword, the 9 forging strength, along with numerous secret arts he had confiscated from the Plain King. Could these forces meld into characters, allowing the characters themselves to breathe? For instance, could the water momentum, based on the 9 forging strength, possess a sentience of its own? Previously, a transformation of breathing techniques was necessary. Could he now isolate each character and each method? Breathing techniques were a hallmark of this era. During the ancient martial period, there were no specifically matched breathing methods. Martial arts were universally applicable. Breathing techniques, however, imposed limitations. Yet, they could also yield unique effects, offering targeted advantages. Perhaps lacking the inclusivity of ancient martial arts, they nonetheless possessed distinctive qualities. However, the variety and complexity of breathing techniques were overwhelming. Even someone as formidable as Yuan Shua had only integrated the 5 animals breathing technique. But what if each character embodied a method, with each method enhancing a force? If momentum possesses sentience, and now resides solely within characters, could those characters breathe? In that moment, Li Hao experienced a flash of inspiration, as though he had shattered some shackles, awakening a sense of intelligence. The culmination of recent observations, studies, and experiences had erupted within him, a confluence of profound insights. The interplay between ancient and contemporary martial arts ignited a multitude of thoughts within him. The Fire Tiger's technique of breath control was swirling in Li Hao's mind, the characters once again materializing before him. He pondered the possibility of integrating the 5 animals breath technique, which was originally fragmented, with the standalone fire breath technique. Surely, the master possessed the knowledge. Yet, rather than imparting this wisdom, the master had directly taught him the 5 animals breath technique. In a flurry, he perused the mystical arts within his storage ring. The techniques of the Plains King Society were numerous, and he sought to discover if there existed a singular technique capable of harnessing the essence of fire. If such a technique were to exist, how might the fierce tiger breathe? Would it not mean that every character was engaged in self-cultivation? Li Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing. He hastily scoured through all the mystical arts in search of those that could potentially yield the fiery essence. After a brief contemplation, a frown crossed his brow as a thought dawned upon him. He promptly activated the Golden Armor communication system. Uncle Nanquan, what are you up to now? Has the 3rd series of divine abilities truly succeeded? If so, you may find it exceedingly difficult to breach the realm of martial masters. Li Hao, do not act recklessly. Nanquan seemed eager to communicate with Li Hao, but lacked the permission until Li Hao initiated contact, granting him the opportunity to express his thoughts fully. With a hint of regret and reproach, he continued, 2 series of divine abilities are already sufficient. Why pursue a 3rd? At this stage, none have taken such a path. Yet you insist on being a maverick. Uncle Nanquan, Li Hao interjected, I recall your secret technique, which seems rather formidable and ferocious, with a fiery intensity. What is its name? Nanquan, perplexed yet responsive, replied, it is called the Shattering Heaven Fist, a legacy from ancient martial arts, albeit modified through generations and now distinct from its original form. I have long desired to exchange it for the Bloody Lion King Fist from the War Heaven Army. It should aid me significantly. Uncle Nanquan, I shall devise a means to facilitate this exchange. Please share the Shattering Heaven Fist technique with me, including the breathing methods. If memory serves, Your fist technique is unparalleled and possesses a fierce explosiveness. Damn it, Nanquan cursed vehemently. In the Silver Moon martial arts world, seeking someone's secret technique is akin to murdering their parents, stealing their legacy, a vendetta that can never be reconciled. This brat Li Hao dares to request my secret technique. Preposterous. How could I ever pass down my secrets to you? Uncle Nanquan, I offer you 10 drops of the fountain of life. Li Hao, do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that my assistance now entitles you to my secrets. This is the core of my Nanquan-esque legacy. 20 drops, and no bargaining. If I recall correctly, the fire breath technique is not in short supply. I can seek others. Wait. Nanquan quickly replied, deal. 20 drops, not a single drop less. And I will send it to you immediately. Li Hao remained unmoved, knowing full well that Nanquan had little that was beyond negotiation. After all, it was merely a technique. The strength lay in the person, not the technique itself. Moments later, Nanquan transmitted a series of characters, including the breathing methods. Li Hao, remember your word. I have defied my ancestors by sharing the secret of the He family with you. You cannot come back to me later for more. Understood. Within the palace, Nanquan felt a surge of exhilaration. 20 drops. Recently, I have garnered quite a fortune. The last time, Li Hao generously bestowed several drops upon me, and this time, he has granted an additional 20 drops. As for the Southern Fist's secret techniques, what are they truly worth? In all honesty, his techniques are not particularly formidable. When compared to the 5 animal secret arts, they pale in significance. His strength lies primarily in his own formidable prowess. If Li Hao wishes to exchange, so be it. Amidst his excitement, Southern Fist is also somewhat perplexed. What could Li Hao desire his secret techniques for? To be candid, his 5 animal secret arts far surpass his own in potency and comprehensiveness, encompassing 5 distinct forms and achieving a remarkable fusion. Yuan Shua is nothing short of a celestial being. Why would one forego the cultivation of the 5 animal secret arts to pursue their own fist techniques? If it were other attributes, such as light, darkness, or life, it would be understandable for Li Hao to covet them, as the 5 animal secret arts do not incorporate these. However, what merit does the fire aspect hold on its own? Though confused, he chooses not to dwell on it. After all, he has profited. Could it be that Li Hao's fire-based divine abilities have manifested uncontrollably, prompting him to seek assistance from secret techniques? After contemplating this for a while, he decides to set it aside. Meanwhile, Li Hao has also acquired the breathing technique of the earth-shattering fist. As for whether the insights gained from the earth-shattering fist pertain to the fire aspect, it suffices that the general direction aligns. The essence of the force often arises spontaneously. For instance, Lu Long's father comprehended the fire aspect, while Lu Long himself embodies the water aspect. Such uniqueness. In a flash, a fierce tiger emerges in the text. Li Hao swiftly engages the still unfamiliar breathing technique of the earth-shattering fist, his spiritual intent pulsating, projecting the fierce tiger, which seems to crawl through the void as if in learning. In reality, the tiger is a manifestation of Li Hao's own spirit. In an instant, it appears that the tiger begins to operate secret techniques. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of flames is unleashed. The next moment, the tiger seems to clench its fist, striking forth with a fiery punch. Li Hao's countenance shifts. It truly works. At that moment, he is genuinely shaken. Could it be that his speculations and thoughts are indeed realizable? The sensation of every word manifesting as a separate entity is simply astonishing. Li Hao is astounded. Could force be wielded in such a manner? His sudden inspiration has been validated as feasible. If the water aspect can be transformed into the character for water, could he simultaneously operate the 9 tempering breath technique? If each character embodies a separate entity, an independent martial artist, could the overarching sword intent unify them to unleash even greater power? It is crucial to note that prior to this, it was impossible to operate more than one breathing technique at a time. The 5 aspects, each independently utilizing their respective breathing techniques. Can the overarching sword intent also operate the 5 animal breathing technique? If I myself were to wield the 5 animal breathing technique while controlling the sword intent, would that not imply I could execute the effects of 6 breathing techniques in a single strike? Li Hao's gaze sparkles with fervor. Is it possible? Perhaps it is. He yearns to experiment, but at this moment, the commotion has drawn considerable attention. Having just manifested the fire aspect, revealing additional forces could certainly incite caution in others, as they might believe he has shattered multiple supernormal seals. The commotion was far greater than he had anticipated. Initially, he had merely wished to cultivate in silence. The Black Panther, which could devour everything, now appeared insufficiently powerful, merely a wretched creature unable to conceal the tumult he had unleashed. Useless Black Panther, he thought. He needed to find a secluded spot to continue his experiments, to transcribe all 4 of my other superpower locks into words. Even if I cannot unleash their full potential, my weakness lies solely in my physical form. Once I strengthen my internal organs, I will be able to wield the 7 divine arts. A surge of excitement coursed through Li Hao. At that moment, unless a formidable figure from ancient civilizations emerged, who could possibly rival me? Even the radiant Hongwa, could he truly best me? This thought ignited a restlessness within him. He was eager to act rather than merely contemplate. Although the current situation seemed somewhat unstable, what did it matter? No one would perish. How much worse could it get? Superpowers were often recklessly developed. Yet those who wielded them had not perished en masse. Where could he go to mask such a significant disturbance? Wartian City seemed an excellent choice, albeit too distant. Nearby, the noise might be too great to conceal. Everyone would surely recognize it as Li Hao unlocking superpower locks, and the more he activated, the more others would worry. The 4 seas, however, offered a quieter alternative, Li Hao mused, particularly as the aquatic forces might yield better results upon entering the ocean. He felt an impatient eagerness, once again delving into the study of the fire character. At this moment, it was as if a fierce tiger was inhaling and exhaling. A surge of power beginning to circulate within his heart, hinting at the emergence of internal energy. The characters seemed to be breathing. The dual attributes of wind and thunder within him had ceased their tumult. Yet Li Hao realized he could not delineate the characters for these 2 forces in the short term, as he had yet to grasp their essence. Uncle Hong, I must venture out for a while, but I shall return swiftly. Li Hao communicated telepathically. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly. Going out? Where could you possibly be heading at this time? Moreover, have you completed your 3 divine arts? To be honest, he found himself somewhat perplexed. However, given Li Hao's insistence, he felt there was little else to say. Be cautious. Everyone is watching you. Just recently, Ho Xiaoqing made a show of force, and even Juicy dares not recklessly investigate you. If you leave, ensure you return promptly. Understood. Li Hao swiftly quelled the flames, suppressing the wind and thunder. The golden armor materialized, and mirror fragments enveloped him, all energy coalescing. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao vanished from his original location. In the starry sea, Li Hao did not linger but instead plunged into the ocean, swiftly making his way towards the depths, aiming to enter the domain of the 4 seas. The starry sea may not be vast, yet it stretched endlessly, connecting the east and west, leading directly to the East Sea and West Sea. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao headed east, towards the East Sea. There, he had already vanquished the bearded pirate, and the presence of strong adversaries was scarce. In contrast, the West Sea might attract the attention of the Western nobles. Currently, the Su family dared not roam freely, avoiding any probing into the East Sea. Li Hao sped through the ocean, swiftly heading toward the East Sea. He could not ascertain how long it took. But by the time he crossed into the East Sea's territory, night had fallen. Li Hao continued his journey towards the heart of the East Sea, intent on completing the intricate design of water. He believed it to be feasible, especially before the life spring was fully depleted. He expected no significant issues to arise. Concurrently, in Tianqing City, tranquility had once again settled in. The commotion from the North City had dissipated, and Li Hao remained unaware of whether the development of the 3rd divine ability had been completed. Within the confines of the Jiulong Pavilion, several directors sat in a private room, exchanging silent toasts, as the senior directors were notably absent, leaving only the current heads. The director of the Department of Criminal Law sipped his drink, his gaze sharp and piercing. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Are we truly going to allow him to progress unchecked? If he steps into the realm of the 3rd divine ability today, how far are the 4th and 5th? Must we nurture a potential threat? The others remained silent. What then? Should we engage in a relentless battle with Li Hao? He is not merely an individual. He has the Silver Moon martial artists, as well as powerful figures like Ho Xiaoqing and Hong Yitong by his side. Furthermore, the royal family has been merely observing from the sidelines. If it comes down to a fierce confrontation, who will benefit in the end? Although some divine abilities had perished, none had sustained serious injuries, except for the Department of Criminal Law, which had truly suffered. With Hu Zhao's demise, The director of the Department of Criminal Law was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. The director of the Department of Internal Affairs, somewhat portly with small eyes, gently reassured. Old Hu, temper your eagerness. What advantage do we gain from a bloody conflict with Li Hao? Let us bide our time. Once the second resurgence begins, the resources we control will yield tremendous benefits. At that point, what will Li Hao have to counter with? The director of the Department of Criminal Law retorted coldly. Do not forget, he is also backed by Zhantian City. I am aware, nodded the director of the Department of Internal Affairs. But when that moment arrives, will Zhantian City truly have the opportunity to resurge and emerge? From all directions, how many will flock to the Silver Moon? When the time comes, the first to be extinguished will be the Silver Moon. Not just us, but the royal family, the three major organizations, the various divine mountains, and those who have long remained hidden. The ancient civilization has perished. The former new martial corps has become a thorn in the side of all-powerful factions. A source of strength for us. The underlying message was clear. Li Hao must not be provoked, at least not at this moment. Beside them, the director of the Department of Exam and Assessment quietly interjected, our immediate priority is not this, but rather to strengthen ourselves. We have hesitated for too long, held back by fear. Now, we can no longer afford to linger. Surely, you all feel the mounting pressure. Spare no expense. Do not hesitate to expend the divine energy stones and acquire more life springs to fortify our internal organs. The 5 animals breathing technique, which Yuan Shua is reluctant to disseminate, should be pursued. Previously, they had refrained from extensive exchanges, primarily out of concern, fear that the monstrous plants would grow too powerful and proliferate uncontrollably, ultimately leading to their own subjugation by these very plants. While Li Hao was audacious and had forged connections with Zhantian City, the younger tree felt trepidation. For the 9 departments, acquiring excessive life springs also implied awakening even more monstrous plants, presenting both risks and opportunities. However, with Li Hao having already progressed to the 3rd divine ability, they could not simply watch idly. The group exchanged glances, some hesitation palpable among them. If the demonic plants were to awaken in excessive numbers, they would refrain from emerging at this current stage. The director of the Examination Bureau spoke solemnly. We must not allow ourselves to be paralyzed by fear. Otherwise, we may meet our demise not only at the hands of the demonic flora, but also by the hands of Li Hao. Furthermore, the royal family has grown rather reckless. It is likely they have provided ample divine energy stones to the demonic plants. If they are so unrestrained, what should we still be cautious about? In light of this, let us all proceed similarly. The director of the Internal Affairs Bureau whispered, let us no longer hide things from one another. To speak frankly, what rates have the demonic plants offered your families? The royal family claims a price of 100,000 for a drop from their cultivated specimen. Yet they have at least offered 50,000 to you. It is evident that those who have ascended to one of the 9 bureaus possess their own independent relics. And assuredly, they harbor demonic plants, whether it be one or many, remains unknown. The group fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. What prices? At times, such information is not easily divulged. It is considered confidential. On the royal side, selling at 100,000 per drop, they would hardly purchase it, knowing the price is exorbitant. However, for those who lack connections to the demonic plants, such a purchase remains worthwhile. After a prolonged silence, someone softly remarked, it should be somewhat similar. I am offering 60,000 per drop, perhaps slightly higher than the royal family, wouldn't you agree? The others chuckled softly, generally estimating the price to be around 50,000. To stabilize the 3rd-tier divine powers, one must solidify the internal organs and physical form. Without approximately 100 drops, it would be challenging to stabilize around 5 million divine energy stones in exchange for the solidity of the 3-tier divine powers. Do you consider this a fair trade? This is not a trivial sum. Rather, it is an astronomically large figure. As for whether it is worthwhile, that ultimately depends on the individual. To stabilize 2 tiers of divine power, roughly fewer than 50 drops would suffice, while stabilizing 3 tiers requires even greater consumption. 5 million divine energy stones is no small amount for any party involved. The group exchanged glances, remaining silent. As for what actions they would take upon returning, it remains uncertain. It is highly probable they would opt to proceed in this manner. Someone quietly suggested, the demonic plants condense the fountain of life, and it shouldn't cost this much. I suspect these demonic plants have exaggerated their claims by at least fivefold. Perhaps only 10,000 could procure a drop. Everyone fell silent. What options do we have? The fountain of life resides within their bellies. If you do not offer it, they will not exchange it. What can you do? They have hoarded far too much, restoring themselves, all in preparation for their emergence. The more they recover today, after the second supernormal awakening, once the space stabilizes, they may emerge, and we might end up working for them for free. We must impose some limitations. However, no one broached the topic, each lost in their thoughts. By the way, do you believe Li Hao stabilizes his three-tier divine powers through the fountain of life or relies on the Li family's divine sword? Regardless of the source, he must have expended all his previous spoils, yet I wonder if he obtained them in the Battle Heaven City. As far as I know, the demonic plants in Battle Heaven City are extraordinarily powerful and reportedly difficult to awaken. What means did Li Hao employ to revive these demonic plants? This remains a perplexity for them all. What method indeed? Could it possibly be another type of demon plant? Given Li Hao's youth and his limited experience with ruins, where could he possibly find another demon plant? The more they pondered, the more their heads throbbed. At this moment, they could only watch as Li Hao grew stronger. But then again, they reasoned that he must have exhausted his previous gains. Just then, someone spoke softly. The demon plant or ancient demon released by the Ministry of Finance cannot emerge from the ruins. However, the ruins conceal the secrets of heaven, and the space is stable. If Li Hao has truly consumed all his resources, he might contemplate entering the ruins to search for treasures. Outside, it would be difficult to slay him. But what do you think would happen once he enters? Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback, rendered silent. After a moment, someone quietly inquired, will he actually go? This military science university is not particularly perilous, and there aren't many treasures. Would he recklessly venture into exploration? But what if there are treasures? As a Silver Moon martial artist, he possesses but a scant amount of divine energy stones. Silver Moon only has one vast mine, which was completely depleted during its first revival when major ruins siphoned its resources. Presently, throughout the entire Tianqing dynasty, only the central region boasts a colossal mine. If the treasures were plentiful, would the Silver Moon martial artist dare to take the risk? It could indeed be worth a try. The group ceased their discussion, each lost in contemplation. Naturally, if one were to undertake this alone, the cost would be exorbitant. However, if they were to collaborate, capturing Li Hao within the ruins would be the ideal outcome. Even if that proved impossible, depleting a demon plant would still be advantageous. A powerful demon plant, at a cost, might even be willing to sever its essence or, perhaps, even its avatar. Ideally, they would retain Li Hao, but if not, his counterattack against the demon plant would be even more intriguing. After delivering this thought, the director of the Ministry of Justice departed, leaving the others in silence, sipping their tea and deep in thought. At that moment, Li Hao was oblivious to anyone's schemes. He was solely focused on inscribing the second character of divine power. Within his kidneys, a tempest raged, as a super energy chain fractured. The East Sea roared tumultuously, reverberating with thunderous sounds, triggering a tsunami that forced nearby pirate ships to retreat. Recently, the East Sea had seen numerous colossal waves. Yuan Shua had severed the East Sea Bridge, and the repercussions lingered even now, with great waves rising, yet no one paid them any heed. Gather. Vital energy surged forth, divine intent erupted, and gradually, a cluster of characters took shape. Li Hao felt as though his life force was being drained, rendering him momentarily unable to persist. The fountain of life shattered continuously, merging into his internal organs. Drops of essence instantaneously nourished his flesh and organs. Sword energy also surged into his body, aiding in the repair of his form. Yet as another super energy chain fractured, the burden on his body increased. Li Hao sensed with growing clarity that his divine intent was waning. If this continued, he might still be able to sever other super energy chains and refine the characters, but afterward, controlling them would likely become a challenge. The second character was nearly his limit. Moving forward, both his physical form and divine intent must strengthen, as well as his vital energy, to ensure he could shatter additional chains. Boom! The heavens unleashed a tempest once more, with storms rising and thunder crackling, even flames erupting, as if an underwater volcano had erupted. At this moment, deep beneath the sea, in various clandestine locations, a tremor is felt, even extending to other oceans. In the North Sea, a formidable creature stirs, opening its eyes with a hint of confusion. The last appearance of the primal force had prompted its awakening, an anomaly that suggested recklessness and a disregard for peril. Yet, this time, it seems as though the very fabric of the universe has shifted. What event has transpired? In the East Sea, several secretive sites also quiver slightly. Even a withered beast, on the brink of demise, manages to open its eyes and gaze upon the outside world. Is the second revival imminent? On the 7 divine mountains, atop Tianpeng Mountain, a colossal celestial bird awakens, and in the next instant, vanishes into a hidden realm, where countless bones lie scattered. From afar, a gigantic avian creature, resembling a mere skeleton, emits faint psychic waves. Is the second revival about to commence? I sense the fluctuations of the cosmos stabilizing. To the esteemed one, there are no signs of a second revival yet. Perhaps the resurgence will originate from the ancient town of Tianqing, where the shattered Tianqing mine holds the key to revival. Currently, the royal family and the 9 offices control the Tianqing mine, which likely suppresses the arrival of the second revival, do you not think? The skeletal bird ceased its psychic emanations. Yet why do the heavens and earth exhibit such subtle changes? Seeing this, the master of Tianpeng Mountain spoke again. Esteemed one, it appears that the world has already witnessed the emergence of practitioners wielding 3 types of divine powers, and soon, 4 or even 5 may arise. Do you feel your strength is insufficient? Indeed, the celestial bird responded with a pulse of psychic energy. All factions are rapidly growing stronger. It is said that there are also developments at Fenghuang Mountain. Perhaps the Phoenix Sovereign is beginning to awaken. The skeleton remained silent for a moment. I am not a demonic plant. Naturally, the strengthening of the demon race does not solely rely on the fountain of life. Our vitality is robust, and the key to our formidable physicality lies in the potency of our bloodlines. If you were to provide me with 10 million divine energy stones, I would grant you a drop of my essence blood. The celestial bird's wings stirred, caught in contemplation. Ancient demon blood. It was indeed a coveted prize. However, the price set by this esteemed one was exorbitant. 10 million divine energy stones, a demand that eclipsed even that of the demon plants. While the fountain of life offers limited enhancement to the demon race, the power of essence blood, stemming from a shared bloodline, could yield significant benefits. After a brief silence, the Tianpeng spoke. Esteemed one, that is far too much. I fear I would struggle to gather such wealth. The weaker my strength, the less competitive I become, making it increasingly challenging to obtain more divine energy stones or the fountain of life. Our interests are intertwined. If I do not grow stronger, how can I procure greater benefits for you? The celestial bird felt discontent towards this being, who might be its own ancestor, for such greed is ill-fated. Cooperation is meant to be mutually beneficial. If you do not provide me with sufficient advantages, how can I help you attain more? The skeletal figure seemed to be in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, it conveyed its thoughts. I am not miserly, unlike the demonic plants. I have sustained severe injuries and require significantly more energy for revival. You are aware that demonic plants possess enduring lifespans, while our kind falls short in comparison. If you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, should you manage to procure 100 drops of the fountain of life, I shall offer you a drop of my essence in return. The mighty celestial bird, the Tianpeng, slightly unfurled its wings. 100 drops of the fountain of life are currently available solely from the royal family, costing an exorbitant 10 million divine energy stones. However, the royal family seeks profit, and should one discover a demonic plant to collaborate with, perhaps the cost could be diminished. In such a case, it would indeed be beneficial. It appears that the revival of demonic beasts is undeniably more arduous than that of demonic plants. Otherwise, this entity would not have suggested exchanging for the fountain of life prior to seeking my essence. Having the requirement may suffice. I strive to be magnanimous. The second stage of super revival, with stable spatial conditions, could potentially allow those demonic plants to awaken prematurely and regain their strength, thus providing a significant advantage to my lineage of demonic beasts. This is a concern of mine. The skeletal figure responded, No. When the moment of revival arrives, demonic plants will indeed face greater challenges. Their transformation is more arduous, and their mobility is limited. Even if they can move, they lack the nimbleness of demonic beasts. They may emerge more potent, yet demonic beasts have historically maintained a superior position over demonic plants, so there is no need for alarm. The Tianpeng felt somewhat reassured. If that were the case, it would be feasible to procure a batch of the Fountain of Life. However, the royal family's exorbitant pricing of 100,000 per drop renders direct exchange for essence a more prudent choice. Where might one find a demonic plant for collaboration? Are there any recently opened ruins that might harbor such beings? Perhaps the Martial Science University in Tianqing City? That is merely a secondary ruin. Is it likely to contain demonic plants? After some reflection, it concluded that this was the only potential option. As for the War Sky City, it has remained perpetually perilous. Would you dare venture there? To do so would be tantamount to courting death. The Silver Moon Land is certainly not a benevolent place. Boom. The sky erupted. A character, like a wave, swept across the heavens and earth, obliterating everything in its path. In the next moment, the character descended, shimmering with brilliance, and instantaneously merged into Li Hao's body, settling within his kidneys, linking the water character to the 5 internal organs. Thus, Li Hao completed the intricate sketching and refinement of the second character. At this moment, however, Li Hao felt a certain pressure, not from the two characters themselves, but from an imbalance among his internal organs. Let us pause for the third, fourth, and fifth characters for now. I must first strengthen my internal organs and physique. Gazing at the two characters within him, Li Hao allowed a smile to grace his face. If I unleash my full strength now, could I potentially subdue those of the divine realm? Would it be a simple task? I am uncertain. I have yet to attempt it. That should suffice for now. The next phase requires patience. I shall gradually fortify my internal organs and enhance my physical vitality. The water character began to circulate, and the 9 forgings breathing technique was incorporated into his practice. At this moment, the water energy started to nourish his kidneys, while the fire energy invigorated his heart. Li Hao believed that the 2 successful attempts had proven one vital point. This path is indeed viable, albeit with considerable consumption. The refinement of 2 inscriptions has proven to be an arduous endeavor, consuming nearly 200,000 divine energy stones, leaving a mere million in reserve. Additionally, the life spring has drained close to 40 drops, and having committed to bestow 20 drops upon Nan Quan, Li Hao finds himself with only around 400 drops remaining. This depletion has occurred solely through his efforts. Should word reach others, such as Lao Hong, and they follow suit, the expenditure would be exorbitant. Li Hao scratched his head, aware that Hong Yitong has also transformed into a superpower. Previously, he had advanced his own abilities. It would be remiss to neglect others' needs. Yet indulging in such generosity would entail a significant financial outlay. Why is it that the stronger one becomes, the more acutely one feels impoverished? In the realm of Zhantian City, General Huai's desire for revival entails costs calculable in billions. Li Hao once perceived himself as exceedingly affluent. Yet now it appears that his wealth is not as substantial as he believed. Regarding the royal family of the 9 departments, one cannot be certain of the abundance of divine energy stones. If they are scarce, where might one procure such a quantity? He is aware of a grand mine in Tianqing City. With a fleeting thought, Li Hao swiftly submerged into the water. This time, clad in the water character divine script, he felt as though he pierced through the ocean, moving at an unimaginable speed, swifter than many aquatic beasts. He was filled with exhilaration. This water-based divine ability, when unleashed, proved to be incredibly potent, especially the art of water evasion, which is indeed formidable. He darted through the water like an arrow, even faster than before. The following day, before dawn, Li Hao returned to Tianqing City. Upon appearing before Hong Yitong and the deputy director Zhou, both were somewhat perplexed. Had the 3 systems of divine abilities failed? There was no trace of fire energy emanating from Li Hao. How could that be? The wind and thunder energies were distinctly palpable. Yet what had become of the fire element? The previously unleashed fire energy had been undeniably powerful. How could it have faltered? Hong Yitong furrowed his brow. Had the fire-based superpower lock truly been severed, or had it been mended by your sword energy? It was known that Li Hao could repair it, provided it had not completely shattered. Did he find it unsatisfactory and made repairs again? Li Hao beamed with delight. Guess. I'll wager your ancestors. Hong Yitong silently cursed, while Director Zhou observed for a moment, unable to discern anything, his confusion deepening. Had it genuinely been restored? Was yesterday merely a playful jest? He found himself both amused and exasperated. Were you simply bored? Yesterday, Ho Xiaoqing was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Yet you chose to engage in such antics, playing with your own abilities while simultaneously resenting the surplus of sword energy. opting to expend it for amusement and to instill fear in the 9 departments? How idle can one be? Li Hao, bursting with excitement, realized that neither had detected the truth, indicating that the powers of water and fire were indeed thoroughly concealed, which was exhilarating. Clearly, outsiders could only perceive his possession of wind and thunder divine powers. He remained the same dual system adept from the previous day. Perhaps I should venture out for a stroll, allowing the 9 departments to take notice? He mused, displaying a hint of a smile, contemplating a visit to the night patrol and a chat with Yao Si. The convergence of the elemental powers of water and fire, combined with the forces of wind and thunder, left Li Hao in a state of uncertainty regarding his true strength. He sensed that he had become significantly more formidable than before, yet the simultaneous eruption of 4 elemental energies could potentially overwhelm him. Regardless, this remained his trump card. There was no need to rely on others' strengths. With the assistance of his tree doppelganger, Li Hao contemplated the possibility of eliminating Ing Hongyue. It was imperative to eliminate a few foes to maintain his advantage, otherwise it would be a loss. With a smile, Li Hao resolved to check on the night watchers to ease Minister Ho's concerns. After speaking, he turned and departed. Behind him, Hong Yitong glanced at Director Zhou and, after a long moment, inquired, "Do you think he would engage in futile endeavors, merely playing with himself?" "How would I know?" replied Zhou. However, it was evident that Li Hao had not manifested any additional powers. Otherwise, the overflow of 3 elemental energies would manifest differently, unless he had perfectly contained the fire element. But how could that be possible? At that moment, Li Hao strode confidently towards Juicy Street, unrestrained and without concealing his aura, even retracting his golden armor. Upon entering Juicy Street, he attracted the attention of observers who were left utterly bewildered. It wasn't long before word spread. The Juicy experts erupted in outrage. Just yesterday, fearing Li Hao's ascent to the 3rd tier, they had collectively agreed to expend significant resources to obtain the Fountain of Life to elevate themselves into the 3rd tier. Now, in the blink of an eye, Li Hao remained in the 2nd tier. Were they being mocked? Had he deliberately squandered their resources? After all, millions of divine energy stones represented a staggering amount for them. Now that Li Hao had not advanced while they had, did that mean they would pursue him post-ascension? What utter nonsense! The various experts seethed in silent fury, questioning Li Hao's motives. At the Night Watcher headquarters, Yao Si quickly received the news, chuckling in disbelief, eventually exclaiming, "Is he so idle that he seeks to stir up trouble in Tianqing City? The Juicy have truly expended great resources to ascend to the 3rd tier. Is he not simply inviting discomfort upon himself? Such a character exists?" He shook his head in exasperation. While the Juicy may have invested heavily, some have genuinely progressed. What is his aim? Perhaps if they waited a while, they could naturally ascend or do so at a lesser cost. In their impatience, they would undoubtedly pay a higher price. Yet Li Hao has gained nothing. Beside him, Xiao Yi asserted confidently, Governor Li must have concealed his true strength. Yao Si nearly rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? Are any of us not significantly stronger than you? Can't we discern between the 2nd and 3rd tiers? Besides, Li Hao's deliberate lack of concealment seems almost boastful, as if he is proclaiming to everyone, "I've played you all." How utterly childish. In that moment, Yao Si shook his head, recognizing that this young man was still too naive, too inexperienced. It was only a matter of time before he brought ruin upon himself. Chapter 237, Persuasion Through Reason and Strength, Subscription and Monthly Vote Requested. Li Hao's arrival at the Night Watcher headquarters stirred ripples of intrigue. At the entrance, the Night Watchman, upon seeing Li Hao, immediately stood in respectful silence and called out loudly, "Greetings, Governor." Several guards straightened their backs. Inside the gate, the wandering Night Watchman also retreated to the sides of the path. As Li Hao stepped forward, the chorus of "Greetings, Governor," erupted once more. Li Hao nodded slightly, choosing not to respond, but he noted that the Night Watchman seemed to possess a newfound spirit. Unlike his first visit when no one paid him any heed and his identity went unverified. Although this time there was no formal verification, at least they recognized him. The cheers echoed in succession, creating an atmosphere akin to a leader's inspection as the entire courtyard stirred with excitement at Li Hao's arrival. In the wake of Huang Long's demise and the deaths of several deputy ministers, the leadership of the Night Watchman had dwindled to a mere few, including Yao Si, Ho Xiaoqing, Li Hao, and a few less active deputy ministers. Among the 5 governors, Ho Xiaoqing was largely overlooked, and aside from Li Hao, Only the southern governor remained alive. In the rear courtyard, Dao Jian was engaged in casual conversation with a few others, sharing insights on their cultivation experiences. Suddenly, he glanced into the distance, prompting the others to do the same. With wide eyes, one of them exclaimed, "Did you see that? How impressive! Now that's truly imposing." The moment Li Hao entered, one could sense his arrival without a word, for within the entire night watchman hierarchy, regardless of their sentiments, they had to fear him. Huang Long had been arrogant, but now his bones could be ground to dust. Dao Jian chuckled and rose. The wide-eyed observer, filled with excitement, asked, "Are you going to confront him?" Dao Jian laughed lightly. "Why would I? I merely wish to take a look. I have never encountered him before. And since he is here, I must seize the opportunity to witness him." The three companions, brimming with enthusiasm, followed suit. Eager to see how Dao Jian would interact with such an esteemed figure. Would he be met with indifference, disdain, or something else entirely? Although Dao Jian was not a transcendent being, he was nonetheless a top-tier existence in the midst of transformation, still quite young. Rumor had it that the Divine Master rankings might soon be re-evaluated, and Dao Jian could potentially secure a spot among the top 3. Of course, that rogue might claim the first position, having stepped into transcendence and slain multiple transcendent beings, achieving a formidable record. As Li Hao continued his walk, he merely nodded without engaging in conversation. When he approached the base of Ho Xiaoqing's building, he spotted a familiar face. The man's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly forced a smile. "Governor." Li Hao glanced at him and smiled back. "Hu Qingfeng?" Yes, it's me. Hu Qingfeng." No longer the arrogant figure he once was at Silver Moon, wore a broad grin. "What brings Governor Li to our headquarters today? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Despite being from Shuguang and having advanced to the mid-level, he had become increasingly shameless. "I thought you perished alongside Huang Long." "Not at all." Hu Qingfeng grinned. "I owe my survival to Minister Ho's support and to your magnanimity, Governor Li, for not holding my past actions against me. Huang Long met his fate deservedly. How could I have rebelled alongside him?" Such words made Li Hao chuckle. A thick-skinned individual was indeed different. The duplicitous character had portrayed himself as a champion of righteousness. Nevertheless, Li Hao found no inclination to dwell on the matter. He had no conflict with Hu Qingfeng. This fellow, though initially arrogant, never dared to provoke him directly. Instead, he harbored intentions to eliminate Ho Xiaoqing, yet the latter remained indifferent, and naturally, Li Hao would not interfere. He preferred to remain silent and walked away. Observing this, Hu Qingfeng hastily followed. "My lord, I have matters to report." "Speak," he urged. "Though Huang Long is deceased, his remnants have yet to be entirely eradicated. Both locally and at headquarters, there are still his men. I have been shadowing Huang Long to gather evidence of his misdeeds. He, along with some subordinates, even engaged in the trafficking of superpowers, truly inhumane. I possess evidence." Hu Qingfeng declared with a righteous expression. "Now, with Huang Long as the instigator having been brought to justice, we cannot merely punish the principal offender while neglecting his followers. Across the central region, many are colluding with him." He continued, "Currently, Supervisor Ho oversees the critical affairs of Tianqing, and with Yao just returning to duty. His understanding of this matter is limited, compounded by the fact that some remain loyal to Yao. Thus, it is difficult for him to act decisively. Only you, Governor Li, can undertake this task. The central region comprises 22 provinces, with thousands of cities, and 22 provincial ministers overseeing the night patrol, alongside countless city ministers. I believe certain individuals within the Wu army are entirely capable, as well as some from the demon hunters, once we eliminate Huang Long's remnants. Numerous positions will undoubtedly become available." Li Hao halted and regarded him with some surprise. "Hu Qingfeng, what are you aiming for?" Hu Qingfeng immediately straightened. "I dare not presume. I merely believe that you must eradicate evil entirely, leaving no room for retaliation. Are you concerned for your own safety?" Li Hao probed. Hu Qingfeng forced a smile, acknowledging that part of his concern stemmed from being Huang Long's confidant. Should he fail to eliminate those loyal to Huang Long, he would surely face retribution. Noticing Li Hao's apparent indifference, he pressed on. "Furthermore, you may be unaware that Huang Long had backing. He was not supported by the 9 divisions. Had it been the 9 divisions, he would have ascended to power long ago. In truth, Huang Long is of royal lineage." Li Hao paused, turning to him with intrigue. Hu Qingfeng's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Indeed, Huang Long is of royal descent. Many are aware of this. Thus, when Huang Long instigated chaos, It was essentially the royal family's directive. Moreover, during these past years, Huanglong has led the night patrol to sow discord, tarnishing their reputation, making it appear as though the 9 divisions and the night patrol were the sources of turmoil. This too aligns with the royal family's intentions. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. He is of royal blood? Truly? Hu Qingfeng quickly affirmed, I would not deceive you, my lord. I possess some influence. Huanglong once placed considerable trust in me, and I even acted as his emissary to the royal family. Li Hao contemplated this revelation, initially surprised, then accepting. The royal family was not composed of virtuous individuals. When the governor of the northern provinces was assassinated, Li Hao had believed it was the work of Ho Xiaoqing and his associates, but later learned that it was, in fact, the plain king himself who had executed the deed. The motive was straightforward. Amidst chaos, the royal family could re-emerge. The 9 divisions had, in truth, borne some blame. Now, with Huanglong at the helm of the night patrol, the same pattern emerged. Chaos reigned, and the populace suffered. Huanglong had ostensibly accomplished something significant, which explained the current turmoil, while the 9 divisions remained passive, perhaps complicit in the royal family's agenda. Let chaos reign. As Huanglong takes action, the night watchers bear the brunt of the blame. The key lies in suppressing Yao Si. Beyond that, the affairs of the 9 divisions and the imperial family are inconsequential. The chaos that ensues will undoubtedly be attributed to the night watchers. But what of the Dao Jian? A stir of thought coursed through Li Hao's mind. These individuals serve as the catalyst for the turmoil. Their act of killing Yen Luo's grandson ignited the conflict between the night watchers and the opposing faction. Previously, he had perceived the night watchers of the central region as quite formidable. Yet, upon arrival, he realized the reality was far from his expectations. The 3 major organizations had scarcely lost a few members, while countless civilians suffered demise, a clear indication that this was not merely an assault on the 3 organizations, but rather an assault on the very backbone of peace, aimed at engendering a state of anarchy. Was the murder of Yen Luo's grandson by Dao Jian part of a larger scheme? Furthermore, it was once claimed that the Tiandao ruler possessed the ability to measure innate talents, enabling ordinary individuals to instantaneously discern their attributes. Such a mechanism would vastly simplify the path for ordinary folk to become superpowered, immensely benefiting the propagation of extraordinary abilities. Yet now, it is said that the Tiandao ruler remains exclusively in Dao Jian's possession and has not truly been disseminated. What then is the utility of this Tiandao ruler? If it only begets calamity for the night watchers and the civilians of the central region? Hu Qingfeng, while silent, had not fully grasped that Huanglong was affiliated with the imperial family. Li Hao had mistakenly assumed this individual to be a mere pawn of the 9 divisions, tasked with suppressing Yao Si. In retrospect, he realized he had underestimated the situation, primarily due to Huanglong's swift demise, which he had not scrutinized closely. As he walked, Li Hao inquired, are the individuals from Dao Jian also part of the royal lineage? Hu Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. He hesitated, glancing at Li Hao before awkwardly admitting, I truly do not know. He wanted to assert his suspicions, but lacked proof. Speaking recklessly could provoke Li Hao, a man known for his ruthlessness. Hu Qingfeng recalled the incident in Silver Moon where 2 of his subordinates fell victim to Li Hao's cunning traps, a clear indication that Li Hao was no benevolent figure. At that time, Li Hao had just entered the Grand City from Silver City, yet he had the audacity to ensnare the unsuspecting. Thus, Hu Qingfeng refrained from making any unfounded assertions. Li Hao turned to him, do you not know? I truly do not. Hu Qingfeng responded cautiously. My subordinates lack evidence, but it is true that the individuals from Dao Jian are somewhat unruly, dismissive of the night watcher's regulations. Li Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, several figures approached, and Li Hao cast a glance their way, nodding slightly without uttering a word, heading directly towards the office building of Ho Xiaoqing. In the distance, the big-eyed one transmitted, did you see that? So arrogant. Let us confront Dao Jian. Dao Jian, however, paid no heed, merely observing Li Hao with a furrowed brow, before transmitting, he is formidable. We are well aware. The big-eyed one fell silent. Dao Jian glanced back at the big-eyed one, frowning slightly before deliberating and eventually stating, do not provoke him. One can discern his temperament and know that his strikes are merciless and ruthless by nature. Li Hao disregarded him, though not entirely, as he offered a slight nod. Regardless, his arrogance was palpable, deeply rooted within him, as he seemed to regard them with disdain. While Li Hao did not take it too personally, He could certainly sense the contempt directed towards them. Provoking him was not akin to stirring a benevolent elder. This individual was far younger and would show no mercy. The big-eyed one felt a tinge of disappointment, expressing, "I never intended to provoke him, yet his arrogance is overwhelming. Throughout my experiences, I have yet to encounter someone as audacious as him. We have met numerous prominent figures, even princes of royal blood, yet none have displayed such brashness." It was merely a sense of loss. In their circles, they were often hailed as prodigious talents. However, in the presence of Li Hao, he might acknowledge them when in good spirits, yet disregard them entirely when displeased, or worse, dismiss them outright. Who could withstand such treatment? Moreover, they had aided him in previous skirmishes, yet he maintained that same indifferent demeanor, which only heightened the big-eyed one's frustration. "We are assisting you." Naturally, Li Hao held a different perspective. Among the four, he felt a modicum of appreciation for the gunmen, while the others were rendered invisible in his eyes. When the group had acted previously, he noted that the gun wielder had been the first to charge forth, while the other two hesitated, leading Li Hao to perceive their actions as mere self-preservation, especially since Hou Xiaoqing and his companions were already making their presence felt, with Yao Si joining the fray. Behind them, Hu Qingfeng, like a shadow, cautiously glanced back and whispered, "My lord, these individuals have consistently shown defiance towards you." "Silence," came the curt reply. "Yes." Hu Qingfeng dared not elaborate further, though internally he pondered the thoughts of his superior. However, he was well aware of the limits of his discourse. Li Hao paid little heed to his musings, and as he approached the staircase, he impatiently instructed, "Very well. Attend to your duties, though I know not what they entail. Find out some information for me." "Understood, my lord." Hu Qingfeng responded eagerly. "Compile a list of the aristocrats who previously escaped and ascertain their current whereabouts, but do so discreetly. We must not alert others." "Yes." Hu Qingfeng was elated. This task bore significant importance. His continued proximity to Li Hao was driven by a desire to align himself with him. In contrast, Hou Xiaoqing's dealings were overly clear-cut, which made him seem less approachable. It was a matter of equivalency. One performs a task, the other offers a reward. Neglect the task, and one is ignored. While such clarity was advantageous, it felt distant to Hu Qingfeng. It was disheartening. Li Hao, on the other hand, might embody a different essence, as their styles diverged. Ultimately, both were allies, and Hu Qingfeng believed that transitioning from Hou Xiaoqing's side to Li Hao's would not evoke any ire from the former. Indeed, it was a favorable shift. Upon reaching the upper floor, Li Hao knocked and entered. Hou Xiaoqing greeted him with a faint smile, saying, "I apologize for not having the opportunity to welcome the governor. It was remiss of me." Li Hao responded with a grin, "Your words, Minister Hou, suggest you are deliberately downplaying my status. In the Tianqing governor's office, you are the principal figure, while I am merely the deputy. Surely, you jest." Hou Xiaoqing regarded him with a knowing gaze, to which Li Hao added, "Minister Hou, you wouldn't be perturbed by the fact that everyone addresses me as governor, would you?" Hou Xiaoqing merely smiled in silence. Beside them, the steward remained silent, pulling out a chair for Li Hao, gesturing for him to take a seat. Hou Xiaoqing glanced at the steward, pondering whether Yu's faculties had recently diminished. Could he not see that I was engaged in a contest of wills with Li Hao? What does it mean to bring him a chair? The steward, however, had given it little thought, simply considering that it was inappropriate for Li Hao to stand while they were seated. Li Hao, unceremoniously, took a seat and said with a smile, "Director Hou, I have matters to discuss." Of course, one does not enter the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. Why the sharpness in his tone? "I have not provoked you. Are you still troubled over the governor's affairs? It seems your perspective has narrowed lately, which is surprising, as I once thought you quite magnanimous." Clearing his throat, Li Hao declared, "There are two matters. First, I intend to incorporate the Wu Wei army." Hou Xiaoqing replied nonchalantly, "As you wish, provided they are willing." "Good, that's settled," Li Hao said, relieved. "Second, Director Hou, I need you to step aside as governor of the Tianqing prefecture. I wish to establish the governor's office on Juicy Street, with myself as the governor." "Good heavens. Just a moment ago, you claimed I was the primary. And now you wish for me to abdicate? You jest." At this, the steward could no longer contain his amusement, suppressing a chuckle. Hou Xiaoqing, feeling vexed, retorted, "Li Hao, is this how you conduct your affairs?" Li Hao replied with a grin, "We are all friends here. Let us speak candidly. After all, it is merely a position of governor. If that doesn't suffice, I can exchange it for the deputy director of the inspection office. How dare you? Do you presume the inspection office belongs to you? Have you consulted with them? Indeed, Li Hao held the position of deputy director of the inspection office, while Hou Xiaoqing was merely the deputy minister of the night watch, thus ranking lower. The governor's position was even inferior. To demand a governor's title in exchange for a deputy director's position was quite presumptuous. This left Hou Xiaoqing feeling quite frustrated. He shot a glance at Li Hao, saying, "As long as Minister Yao agrees, it is settled. Go seek out Yao Si." Turning back to Li Hao, he inquired, "Did you not break through the 3 series of divine abilities yesterday?" Li Hao chuckled. "Not exactly broken, yet somehow it counts as broken." Such words could provoke a fight. Hou Xiaoqing regarded him in silence, his expression unreadable. The steward Yu interjected, "So, did you break through or not?" "It is difficult to say," Li Hao replied, his demeanor cheerful. Yu's expression darkened. Li Hao laughed heartily. "You will find out in due time. There is no need to rush. I only came to discuss these 2 matters with Director Hou. By the way, have the superpower locks reached saturation?" "Yes." Returning the favor in kind. Li Hao laughed. "What insights has Director Hou gained regarding the various forces?" "The essence of power lies not in quantity, but in clarity amidst complexity." "Understood. There is but one, the intent of the spear." The intent of the rending spear, which Li Hao had previously experienced, was indeed formidable, though it seemed to linger, as if it could tear apart the heavens. Yet that may not reflect Hou Xiaoqing's peak state. Was there truly only one force? If that is the case, then perhaps it would suffice to distill the words into a single essence, thereby encapsulating all the supernormal seals within. This approach, as the teacher suggested, is indeed feasible. There are methods for both abundance and scarcity. However, at that time, it may not necessarily align with one's own path, where every word is imbued with divine purpose. Nevertheless, this may not be a negative outcome. Ultimately, one might find it necessary to amalgamate all writings into a singular entity, as all paths inevitably converge into one. Otherwise, Li Hao believed that if power were to remain scattered rather than coalesce, it would not bode well. Of course, these are merely reflections for the present, rather premature indeed. As for Hou Xiaoqing and the others, Li Hao had no intention of having them transform into supernormals and tread the same path as himself. He was still uncertain about his own journey and would not dare to lead others, save for Hong Yitong, who had already ventured into the realm of supernormalcy. The rest still followed their own martial arts, not yet at the stage of unsealing. "I shall take my leave," Li Hao declared, departing with the swiftness of the wind. Hou Xiaoqing hesitated, wanting to speak, but faltering. Damn it! Just as he contemplated voicing his thoughts, Li Hao suddenly turned to Steward Yu. "Steward Yu, your supernormal seals have not yet reached saturation, have they?" "You may come when I strengthen the martial guard," Steward Yu replied. "Oh," he nodded, glancing at Hou Xiaoqing, who wore an expression of exasperation. After a while, he finally said, "Go? Why not? There are benefits to be gained," Steward Yu smiled, looking at Hou Xiaoqing with a demeanor that suggested he would only go if prompted, which eased Hou Xiaoqing somewhat. Meanwhile, Li Hao had long departed. Childish, Hou Xiaoqing thought. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Li Hao found it amusing that the once stalwart martial artist of Silver Moon had developed a penchant for flirtation in his old age. What had he been doing in his youth? Hou Xiaoqing, though slightly younger, must be nearing 50. Regrettably, it seemed that the younger generation lacked any renowned female martial artists. Li Hao pondered this, questioning why one must seek a female martial artist. Would not a female supernormal suffice? Truly perplexing. He mused that he was still in need of a secretary. However, he was reminded of the bright sword, who seemed to be searching for him everywhere. With him constantly on the move, she could hardly locate him, which was rather alarming. While others had charming young secretaries, his might very well be a matronly figure with a mustache. The thought alone was disheartening. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's sweet smile, Li Hao felt increasingly vexed. Yao Si had managed to stir up a trend, and at his age, had even found a secretary in her 20s. "Governor, after breaking through the triple system divine abilities yesterday, are you still holding up?" Xiao Yi seemed to be probing for information. Li Hao, feeling slightly wary, responded nonchalantly, "I'm fine. The 4 systems pose no issue." "I knew it." Xiao Yi beamed, delighted that Governor Li was indeed extraordinary, capable of handling 4 systems without difficulty. The minister was mistaken. Inside, Yao Si held a large tea container, silent but with a cold smile on his face. "My secretary appears somewhat naive, and Li Hao too seemed a bit foolish. likely believing that Xiao Yi was gathering intelligence, whereas she was simply an admirer. Haha. Women, haha. Young men, haha. The smiles vanished the moment Li Hao stepped through the door. Xiao Yi warmly rushed to prepare tea, quietly inquiring, "Governor, what type of tea would you like?" "Anything will do." Xiao Yi understood and hurriedly retrieved a jar of tea from the lowest shelf. Yao Si inhaled sharply. This secretary was truly troublesome. For that tea was a cherished collection of mine, something I seldom indulge in myself. Upon seeing Xiao Yi scatter it generously, he found it hard to contain himself and cleared his throat. "Xiao Yi, you may step out for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Governor Li." "Oh, all right." Xiao Yi dared not linger, casting a glance at the unbrewed tea leaves, and swiftly exited, feeling a tinge of regret that Governor Li had yet to savor the tea I prepared. Once Xiao Yi departed, Yao Si lifted his large tea jar, reminiscent of a rural elder, taking a hearty sip, smacking his lips, and continued drinking, adopting a posture as if listening to Li Hao's words. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to persuade through reason. "Yao, I am immensely grateful for your previous assistance. It reassures me that you have not forgotten your original intentions and have returned to your true self. I am determined to unify the forces of the people, to consolidate those with aspirations, and to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the 9 divisions and the imperial family. Their ambition to extinguish the wisdom of the people in their pursuit of becoming kings is utterly intolerable." Li Hao gestured emphatically, gritting his teeth. "Thus, even if I know the odds are against me, I shall stand resolute, demonstrating to them that such endeavors are futile." With a splash, he spat out some tea leaves, and upon noticing Li Hao's gaze, Yao Si nodded, signaling him to continue. "I pondered this matter. Whoever leads shall bear the brunt of misfortune. Otherwise, Yao would be the optimal choice. If not, I shall lead the Imperial Guard and the Demon Hunters to join the Night Watchmen, raising the banner for Yao. My sole objective is to topple the 9 divisions, dismantle the Imperial family, eliminate the 3 major organizations, overthrow feudal traditions, and restore order." Spit. Yao Si spat out another mouthful of tea leaves, while Li Hao's eyes blazed with fervor. "I am here to reason with you, urging you, dear sir. Please do not underestimate my resolve or the might of my iron fist." Seeing the fire in his eyes, Yao Si chuckled, revealing his large yellowed teeth. "Well spoken. Yet I must ask, what qualifications or resources do you possess to make such claims? To follow you is akin to courting death?" He sneered. "Do not flatter me excessively, nor inflate your own invincibility. Li Hao, you are formidable, especially with your dual abilities now well established. However, you must realize that the 9 divisions and the imperial family are steeped in deep-rooted power. Even if they do not enter the triad this time, you may not be able to contend with them. And let us not even discuss who stands behind them. What leverage do you hold to propose their overthrow? Would following you into certain death be a wise choice? If you perish, it is of little consequence to you. But what about dragging the Night Watchman into the mire?" He regarded Li Hao coolly. "Perhaps, as you say, I, Yao Si, am indeed fearful of death. Yet I at least understand one thing. If I do not involve the Night Watchman, it is merely my solitary endeavor. And at least the 9 divisions still need operatives and will not pursue total annihilation. What will you do when you, Li Hao, turn your back and flee to Silver Moon? What will become of them?" Yao Si scrutinized him. "Do not elevate your aspirations to lofty heights, portraying yourself as a sage. You are not, nor am I. However, I shall not drag others down with me. How many have you entangled in your journey thus far?" Without further ado, Hong Yitong's transformation from a top-tier martial artist to a superhuman poses a nightmare for martial artists. Li Hao scoffed. Is entering the realm of superhumans truly a nightmare? It seems the Yao department has quite the fragile capacity. Such martial artists are better left aside. Yao Si chuckled. "What an audacious claim. Do you truly believe that having slain Hu Shao makes you superior to me? Your victory over him was due to unforeseen circumstances, along with my entanglement with him. Surely, you do not think you could effortlessly annihilate Hu Shao?" Li Hao regarded him, contemplating before responding. "So, the reasons for the Yao department's persistent refusal are threefold. First, my perceived weakness. Second, the belief that I cannot contend with the 9 departments and the royal family. And third, the assumption that my potential has been exhausted since I entered the realm of superhumans." Yao Si remained silent. These factors influenced his decision. He could not allow the Night Watchers to follow Li Hao into the abyss. Li Hao would undoubtedly face defeat. It was not a matter of impulse or concern over Li Hao's aspirations for power. Those were trivial. The crux of the matter was that Li Hao could not inspire hope within others. In the absence of hope, only despair remains. He bore the responsibility for the Night Watchers. The blind admiration from Xiao Yi and his companions for Li Hao was utterly unacceptable. It would inevitably lead to catastrophe, not only for themselves, but also for Hou Xiaoqing and others, who were not overly concerned, understanding that Li Hao's actions were tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, Yin neither encouraged nor opposed him, merely allowing events to unfold naturally. Li Hao smiled, fully aware of this reality. He had come prepared. Moreover, Yin had previously expressed skepticism regarding his abilities, as evidenced by Deputy Director Zhou's earlier remarks. Yao Department, if I were to defeat you, would it signify anything? Yao Si laughed. And what if you were to conquer me? Do you believe there are no others stronger than I? I am well aware of my own prowess. If I do not unseal my abilities, I may only be slightly inferior to an unstable superhuman. Should I partially unseal, I could rival a stable superhuman. With further unsealing, even top-tier dual-system superhumans may not be my match. If I were to break the superhuman lock, I would not fear a triple system. But what then? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Since the second revival, do you know what sort of individuals have emerged? Indeed, Li Hao replied calmly. Tearing through the void and traversing vast distances is the pinnacle. Even should there be stronger beings beyond the peak, what of it? And what of it? Yao Si laughed. Since you are so aware, is your confidence rooted in the city of war? Li Hao, do you truly believe that the city of war can support you? It struggles to maintain its own existence. No, I have never contemplated relying on others. From the very beginning until now, I have depended solely on myself, with the exception of my master once. Since then, I have focused on self-rescue, self-preservation, and self-improvement. He turned to Yao Si. Even last time, had you all not come, I would not have feared. The 9 departments. Despite their strength, what of it? On that day, I erupted with power and could have slain Hu Xiao, had there been no others present. I would have escaped after the kill, returning to become a shadowy assassin. Ultimately, who fears whom remains uncertain. Li Hao gazed at Yao Si. The assistance you provided merely offered me the opportunity for a direct confrontation. It does not imply that in your absence, I would be left at the mercy of others. Yao Si's cold gaze remained fixed on him. So, was our intervention a mistake? Not at all. Li Hao gazed at him, asserting that the blood of the Yao faction had yet to grow cold. Your actions, he declared, are not for me, Li Hao, but for the realm. Ridiculous. Yao Si scoffed, his eyes narrowing with displeasure. Leave. He was no longer inclined to converse with Li Hao, who had grown overly arrogant. Today, Li Hao was unappealing to him. So brazen. After his previous victory, Li Hao had become somewhat conceited, forgetting that their last encounter was not a complete triumph. Had it not been for the royal family's constraints, many lives would have been lost in their last confrontation. Li Hao regarded him. I am aware of what lies in the heart of the Yao faction. You deem me, Li Hao, arrogant and ignorant. As long as you know. Yao Si furrowed his brow. A young man can possess confidence, yet he must not be hubristic. With the breadth of your experience, do you dare to be so presumptuous? The realm I have witnessed should surpass that of the Yao faction. Yao Si, somewhat incensed, set down the teapot and fixed his gaze upon Li Hao, his expression icy. Li Hao's demeanor was unsettling to him. Li Hao remained exceptionally calm. I have witnessed my ancestors shatter the heavens with a single sword. I have seen the king of men slay the celestial emperor. I have observed the emperor's desire to wage war against the heavens. I have encountered countless formidable beings. The sights I have beheld surpass those of the Yao faction, both in quantity and quality. I have witnessed the annihilation of the starry sky, the fragmentation of the universe, and the overwhelming strength of many. The king of men, with a thirst for blood, would eradicate all who refuse submission, including the Yao faction. Do you not think the world I have seen is vast? Yao Si's expression shifted as he regarded Li Hao. After a prolonged silence, he intoned slowly. I did not expect this, yet since you have seen so much, why do you remain so arrogant? Li Hao, what are you contemplating? I ponder that all matters have a beginning, and no one wishes to take the lead. Thus, I shall step forth. If you, Yao Si, hesitate, then I shall rise. What is there to prevent me? Yao Si replied coldly. Do you believe that your vast knowledge allows you to disregard danger, threats, and all else? No. My knowledge is extensive, and my strength formidable. In today's world, aside from those who remain hidden, who can rival me, Li Hao? Arrogance. Yao Si was incensed. Do you comprehend the true strength of the director of the administrative department? Do you know the might of the celestial Star King? Are you aware of the true power of the Red Moon? You know nothing at all, yet you dare claim invincibility? In this world, who dares to proclaim themselves invincible? Not even the Red Moon dares. You, Li Hao, must be intoxicated to assert such audacity. Li Hao chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a mirror materialized, enveloping the surroundings and instantly ensnaring his opponent. Yao Si was taken aback but remained motionless, coldly observing Li Hao. What do you intend? Do you think to force me to concede through sheer force? You overestimate yourself. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what constitutes a true top-tier martial artist. Even at the risk of breaking the superpower lock, since the minister refuses to yield, Li Hao shall persuade through strength. Nothing is more convincing than martial prowess. You martial artists continually underestimate the heroes of the world. Li Hao sneered. In the next moment, to Yao Si's astonishment, his left hand summoned the winds and thunder, while his right hand conjured the divine symbols of water and fire. The four elemental powers fused instantaneously. The intent of the sword emerged, the sword of non-existence. With a single stroke, he unleashed the energy of the four elements. Boom. Yao Si, in shock, thrust his fist forward. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, and with a deafening thud, Yao Si was propelled backward, a mouthful of blood gushing forth. In the next moment, he touched his throat, where a crimson gash had opened, blood flowing relentlessly. Elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder erupted within him, his internal organs suffering a devastating blow in an instant. Gushing blood escaped his lips as he gazed at Li Hao, witnessing the shattered remnants of the room's walls, fragments of mirrors that could withstand the transformation of dawn. Trembling violently, he paid it no heed. He was solely mesmerized by Li Hao. After a long pause, blood continued to spill forth as he struggled to utter. The four elemental powers. Why did I sense no fluctuations of water or fire? He coughed again, blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs spilling forth. Li Hao casually unleashed some sword energy, flowing into Yao Si's body. Why must there be fluctuations? Li Hao questioned. You can still wield sword intent. Yao Si looked at him, still somewhat deranged. Why? Li Hao smiled. Mystical energy can arise from the superpower lock, which itself is a source of strength. I wield my own power to manifest sword intent. Why should there be any objection? Who says superpowers must be weak? Who claims that superpower is an external force? Who says I, Li Hao, cannot incorporate superpower into my being and utilize it? New martial arts can pave new paths. Why should I, Li Hao, not advance further? Yao Si fell silent, laboriously rising, coughing a few times as he regarded Li Hao. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He had not fully unsealed his powers, yet he possessed the strength of divine abilities, almost falling victim to Li Hao's sword. Had Li Hao not shown restraint, he would have met his end. He recognized that even if he completely unsealed his powers or severed the superpower lock, he might still be no match for Li Hao. The power of the four elemental abilities. He let out a bitter laugh. Li Hao stated, in today's world, who could rival him? He claimed that many, even those who have unsealed their powers, could suppress Li Hao. Yet, Li Hao had delivered a staggering blow. Martial prowess is not the sole measure of strength. What astonished him more was that Li Hao had embarked on an extraordinary path. He had integrated superpower into his being. Perhaps he was the only one capable of achieving this in the world today. He could scarcely believe it. Did your teacher guide you in this? No. My teacher is unaware. However, he provided me with numerous ideas, as did the City of War and many others. I simply followed my own thoughts and made some attempts, which have proven to be quite successful. Li Hao looked at him. Yao Si, have I become obsolete? I have been practicing martial arts for merely 3 years. To truly claim the title of martial master, it's only been 4 months. Do I truly deserve to stand alongside figures like Yinghongyue? Yao Si remained silent. Is there? Of course there is. Without uttering a word, the mere act of integrating superpower into his being, without any fluctuations, left him utterly astounded. What an extraordinary individual. An invincible genius. Without the old masters to contend with, how many in this world could rival the four elemental powers? The official from the administrative division? Or the one from the military law division? Perhaps the Star King? Or Yinghongyue? Regardless, today's Li Hao, though not claiming to be invincible, had few equals in the present world. He had every right to be audacious. Those who possess strength and talent should not be deemed arrogant, but rather confident. Yao Si took a deep breath and after a long pause, slowly articulated, "Are you the only one capable of this? Or can this path be traversed by others? It should be possible for all, yet having just glimpsed the road ahead, I would advise against hastily following trends. I am uncertain of the future myself, and can only take it one step at a time. Nevertheless, I have at least taken that first step. Indeed, you have ventured forth." Yao Si revealed a hint of bitterness. As a top-tier martial artist, he had seen far too much and endured considerable setbacks. Pure martial prowess was insufficient to earn his complete respect. However, what of Li Hao, who was charting a new path? Could this truly be considered a new path? He was unsure. Only a road that all could traverse could be deemed a true path. Otherwise, it remained merely an exception. In that moment, his heart was tumultuous. Li Hao spoke again. "Yao Bu, as long as one dares, one will achieve. I aspire to lead the Night Watchers, and I seek your support." Yao Si fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "You promise me that you will not lead everyone to their demise without absolute certainty? I cannot agree to that. Absolute certainty is a myth. Everything hinges on effort and struggle, increasing the chances of success, rather than plotting from the outset. Thinking of absolute certainty is merely wishful thinking." Yao Si was momentarily taken aback. Li Hao replied firmly, "Yao Bu, do not utter these impractical words. Besides, everyone knows that following me, Li Hao, entails great danger. I will not force anyone. It must be voluntary. To fight for oneself, for all, for future generations, for family, for loved ones, for friends. Surely it is not merely for my sake? If that were the case, then the Night Watchers would be nothing remarkable. Or do you believe the title of Tianqing Wang is of great worth? In my eyes, it holds no value. However, should there be no one capable of taking on the role, I, Li Hao, would gladly step forward. Who else but me? Who else but me?" Yao Si was slightly shaken. Such audacity. Yet in that moment, his thoughts shifted entirely. After a brief silence, he asked slowly, "What do you wish me to do?" "The Night Watchers are to join the Tianqing de Fu," Li Hao declared solemnly. "I intend to establish another division. There will be no special name. It shall simply be Tianqing de Fu, serving as the practical 10th division. You, Yao Bu, will remain the head of the Night Watchers, but the roles will shift. With the Night Watchers becoming a subordinate entity of the Tianqing de Fu, Yao Si was filled with an immense bitterness. He gazed at Li Hao and suddenly asked, "Are you not afraid of me leaking this information?" "Not at all," Li Hao responded with pride. "The Li Hao you see today, will he not be the same tomorrow? The Li Hao from a few days ago, is he the same as the one today? How does the Li Hao from 4 months ago compare to the Li Hao now? There will always be those who view me through an old lens. By the time they truly see me, they will have perished. Are these my targets? No, I intend to sweep away all who defy me. Ancient demonic plants, ancient beasts, even ancient powerhouses. Some tell me that the remaining strong ones are either deserters or have missions. If they remember their original intentions, they would not oppose me, Li Hao. Those who do will be tossed into the refuse heap." He looked up at the sky. Contemporary individuals are not necessarily inferior to the ancient ones, if they could achieve. So can we. What hope can we place in the revival of ancient civilizations? What can it bring? Why not aspire to transcend? Even if the path is fraught with challenges? Why do the 9 departments and the royal family cling to the ways of the ancients, striving to become a ruler devoid of substance? Yao Si remained silent for a while, then exhaled deeply. "My heart is vast, my ambitions lofty, yet there is no but." Li Hao shook his head. "The moment you utter words like but, however, or possibly, you reveal your hesitation. A martial artist should not waver. A martial artist cultivates the heart. Where the heart leads, the path follows." Yao Si, feeling increasingly bitter, realized he had been schooled by this young man once more. "I am a top-tier martial artist." He sighed heavily, nodding. "All right, I can agree to negotiate with the inspection department. If we cannot reach an agreement, I shall not concern myself. If the inspection department dares to provoke me, I will eliminate them, thereby instilling fear in the 9 departments." At that moment, Yao Si fell silent, forcing a bitter smile. "Grant me a bit more sword energy. My internal injuries have yet to heal, and your strikes were rather severe. If reasoning fails, then let strength prevail. It is better to show courtesy before resorting to force than to engage in empty rhetoric." Li Hao released some sword energy and dispensed a few drops of the fountain of life. Yao Si accepted it all without hesitation. At this moment, he found himself devoid of words. After years of dormancy, Being repeatedly challenged by a youthful adversary left him speechless. He knew that further words would only invite more defeat. Chapter 238. Turmoil. Yao Si chose to yield. There was no alternative. Li Hao was simply too formidable. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in the fact that when Li Hao struck him down with a single sword, his previously tranquil heart began to stir. There were indeed those stronger than him, and quite a number at that. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. Yet, he had never submitted to them. For sometimes it is not mere strength that compels submission. Rather, it is the realization that what Li Hao desires aligns with his own aspirations. In this moment, Yao Si found himself deep in contemplation, pondering many things. Li Hao had forged a path unlike any other. He had harmonized the four elemental powers, particularly the fusion of water and fire, which was astonishingly unique as he had completely contained it, harnessing the supernatural for his own purposes. The external forces of thunder and lightning coexisted harmoniously with the internal energies of water and fire, creating a distinctly different scenario within Li Hao. The martial artist's sword intent remained at his disposal. Was this a fusion of martial prowess and supernatural ability? It was almost unbelievable. Was it truly that simple? A dilemma that had perplexed everyone for 20 years, and Li Hao resolved it within mere months of engaging with martial arts? Yao Si remained bewildered. Of course, Li Hao had been exposed to an array of extraordinary experiences. The unparalleled techniques of Jinxing City had provided him with immense inspiration. Not to mention that the most gifted individual of the current age, Yuan Shuo, was his mentor, imparting wisdom freely. The knowledge Li Hao had encountered was beyond the reach of many throughout their lifetimes. His perspective was vast. Yet, at times, one must also consider courage and opportunity. Not everyone dares to pursue such endeavors or attempts the unconventional. Both the new generation of martial artists and those with supernatural abilities sorely lack this kind of audacity. And those who possess it are but a minority. As Yao Si absorbed the sword energy and healed his wounds, he began to grasp the sensation and suddenly remarked, "Your supernatural ability seems to encompass more than just the attack of mysterious energy. It also carries something else." Li Hao nodded. Indeed, the forces of momentum, divine intent, and vital energy have seamlessly fused together, enhanced by the infusion of life force, resulting in what can be described as a complete amalgamation of power. However, does this impose a significant burden on your body? Yao Si inquired once more. Li Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. As long as I refrain from utilizing it, the burden is minimal. The energy can be nearly entirely contained within. Yet, if I do choose to employ it, at present it represents a limit akin to that of a martial artist's seal, though I can activate it at will. This means that even now, with my 7 divine powers, I can endure it, but I can only unleash up to 4 divine powers at most. Exceeding this threshold is not impossible, provided one is unafraid of death, as the physical form can withstand such formidable explosive force. Yao Si furrowed his brow slightly. Does this not render it akin to a martial artist's seal? Li Hao chuckled. It is, of course, entirely different. The disparity is vast. The power of a martial artist's seal can only be unbound by shattering the supernormal lock. Once broken, it leads to a momentary loss of control, accepting an influx of external energy. However, my divine powers remain unequivocally mine, always have been, even when dormant. This implies, first, that the power is entirely under my control. Second, I can wield it freely and with discretion, whereas a martial artist's shattering of the supernormal lock is a passive and uncontrollable act. Third, my explosive force, save for the moment of release, is gentle and even nourishing, as opposed to the destructive impact of a martial artist's unsealing. Fourth, my upper limit is significantly higher. While a martial artist's unsealing is confined to the saturated supernormal lock, my divine powers are restricted only by the number of supernormal locks I can uncover. Yao Si seemed to contemplate this notion. In this regard, it is indeed remarkable. He refrained from further questioning the key issue. Why did Li Hao's thunder and lightning attributes not manifest as such power? Was it a matter of existence, or something else? What about the supernormal locks in the limbs? The limb supernormal locks could be categorized as a form of attribute-less energy, which, at present, appears to be in a disordered state within Li Hao. The powers of water and fire seem to have merged with momentum. Is this related to momentum? Yao Si quickly discerned some aspects, speculating broadly, and recalling Li Hao's 5 forces, while they, as martial artists, generally possessed only one force. Whether Li Hao's path is universally applicable remains uncertain. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was already quite satisfied. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Unseal it. This mirror shard belongs to the Duke of Dinggua's estate. Yao Si nodded slightly. I am aware, but this mirror should be a complete surface. I believe I have encountered similar fragments before, likely in the Imperial Palace, and the 9 ministries probably possess some as well. Not only that, but the 3 major organizations and even some factions within the 7 divine mountains likely have them too. Li Hao was taken aback. So the Imperial Palace has them. As he had speculated, does everyone possess these? Is this object so ubiquitous? This mirror must be a top-tier divine artifact that was later shattered, resulting in widespread collection. He continued, please lift the seal, otherwise, over time, it may attract unwanted attention. Li Hao smiled and released the mirror's seal. In truth, Yao Si's strength could have easily destroyed it. This contraption can withstand the brilliance of dawn, yet it cannot resist the might of supernatural realms. Li Hao, intrigued, inquired. Minister Yao, how many super energy locks have you saturated? Yao Si chuckled. To put it succinctly, once you saturate 9 locks, you can contend with the supernatural. Upon saturating 10, you surpass the average second-tier supernatural, approximating the prowess of Hu Shao. With 11 locks, you reach my level. 11? Li Hao raised an eyebrow. So, under normal circumstances, you possess the strength to battle third-tier supernatural beings? Not quite. Hu Shao is not truly at the pinnacle of the second tier. In a standard state, I would be among the elite within that tier. 11 super energy locks saturated. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Limbs and vital organs are fundamental. Does this imply that Minister Yao has also saturated other 2 super energy locks? And what of Ho Xiaoqing? The last time he effortlessly vanquished 2 supernatural experts. It stands to reason he possesses at least 10 locks. And Hong Yitong likely has a similar capability. Of course, at the outset, he may have only had 9 or 10, but after the completion of the vital cycle, his strength may have increased. In terms of inherent power, he may not necessarily match Yao Si or Ho Xiaoqing. Li Hao swiftly assessed. Thus, the disparity among top martial artists is indeed considerable. Yao Si boasts 11 locks, while others like Nan Quan had only saturated 5 previously, and now should be between 7 to 8. Li Hao contemplated further, realizing that upon saturation, one generally attains the strength of dawn. The initial increase in limbs is minimal, but once the 5th super energy lock is saturated, one can unleash their full combat potential, potentially contending with peak transformations. However, in a standard state, one can only rival dawn. Only with 9 locks can one challenge the supernatural. Yet, as one progresses, the challenge intensifies, for the super energy locks one can discover are limited. As they conversed, Xiao Yi entered the room, seemingly anxious. Upon seeing them seated, she exhaled in relief, albeit somewhat awkwardly. I apologize for my earlier intrusion, Minister. Please, continue. She had perceived an eerie silence and presumed something was amiss, only to find the door unyielding. However, she did notice that the minister's desk had shattered. Had there been a conflict? Strange, she had heard no sounds. Naturally, she refrained from probing further and quickly closed the door. Yao Si smiled, observing Li Hao's vigilance. He remarked, do not be alarmed. It's merely admiration. Your slaying of those nobles garnered considerable attention and admiration. Li Hao paused, taken aback by the notion of admiration. After a moment, he chuckled. That does seem quite pleasant. No wonder he had felt Xiao Ye's enthusiasm was excessive, even questioning whether she might be a spy. Yao Si's words brought clarity, leading him to laugh heartily. Yao Si, uninterested in elaborating, glanced at Li Hao and pondered for a moment before asking, are you truly intent on establishing the 10th department? Do you think I jest? It is not merely a whim. Perhaps it is time to prepare more thoroughly. He turned to Li Hao and remarked, at present, even if you possess the prowess of the force systems, opening the 10th Bureau might not go unchecked by the royal family. The head of the Administrative Bureau may very well take action. Alongside the head of the Military Law Bureau, they are both formidable forces, potentially wielding powers of the 3rd or even 4th systems. Among the 9 bureaus, there are truly only 3 top-tier experts. Those from the Administrative Bureau, the Military Law Bureau, and the Inspection Bureau. The remaining 6 are somewhat inferior. Thus, from the very beginning, it has been a contest among these 3 bureaus. He continued, the 4th might well be the old director of the Financial Bureau. That old fellow is quite powerful, though he is more astute and merchant-like due to his mastery over wealth. He has dwelled in Starry Sky City for many years, even having dealings with those directors in earlier times, which affords him a relative understanding of them. The old director of the Administrative Bureau is formidable, and his son is no less so. After all, children raised by powerful fathers tend to be equally strong. Li Hao fell into contemplation, realizing he had yet to engage with the Administrative Bureau. That must be established. At worst, we shall have a contest. Seeing his determination, Yao Si refrained from further persuasion, merely advising, "You must remain cautious of them. As for me, even if I were to be unsealed now, I could only contend with a few directors from other bureaus. And do be wary of the three major organizations. They might stir up trouble." He paused before adding, "Furthermore, concerning the city of superpowers, after the incident with that woman, one must be wary of potential retaliation from them." Li Hao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is the significance of the city of superpowers?" "I have heard that the 9 bureaus, the royal family, and the 3 major organizations all have forces stationed there. The city of superpowers, located centrally, once boasted over 1 million superpowers at its peak. How could the 9 bureaus allow such a formidable force to exist in the center?" His curiosity regarding the city of superpowers was piqued. Initially, he believed it to be established by the 9 bureaus, but after a brief inquiry, he felt otherwise. The fact that they could bestow names upon those in the realm of divine abilities was indeed impressive, indicating they were unafraid of the 9 bureaus' discontent. Yao Si, who had some understanding, pondered before responding, "The city of superpowers is rather complex. It began with minor skirmishes, but as powerful individuals settled there, it gradually expanded. Initially, the founders were not significant. The key lies in the subsequent influx of people that transformed the city's status and dynamics." He regarded Li Hao and, after a moment's deliberation, inquired, "Are you familiar with the ancient aristocratic families?" Li Hao was taken aback, recalling something. The Great Serpent had claimed to be a descendant of the ancient aristocratic lineage, which indeed held true. The Li family must be counted among them. However, after hearing Yao Si's words, Li Hao seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. "Are you suggesting that?" "Exactly," Yao Si affirmed. "Much like the 8 great families of Silver City, which initially lacked prominence. It was only after uncovering certain artifacts from ancient texts that their existence became known. These ancient aristocratic families may have descended from long-lost civilizations or might be the result of discoveries made centuries or even millennia ago, where individuals unearthed relics and practiced ancient martial arts, passing down their legacies through generations. The city of superpowers was primarily established by them. Subsequently, the 9 sects and the royal family also settled there, contributing their strength to its development. The 3 major organizations and the 7 divine mountains sent representatives, which gradually led to its expansion. Strictly speaking, Silver Moon is somewhat akin to this." He glanced at Li Hao and remarked that some martial artists from Silver Moon can indeed be categorized in a similar vein, as their skills have been passed down through generations. However, the martial artists of Silver Moon are notoriously combative. Even with such families, they have been eradicated within a few years. He found it both amusing and lamentable. Silver Moon possesses the foundational elements of an ancient clan. Yet due to the fierce nature of its martial artists, each new generation rises by stepping over the corpses of their predecessors. What family can endure such relentless strife? In truth, Silver Moon genuinely holds the potential for the survival and development of an ancient family, yet it lacks that very essence. Is it not peculiar? Yet, those acquainted with Silver Moon deem it entirely normal. The people of Silver Moon are excessively combative. Yuan Shua is merely one representative, generation after generation. The people of Silver Moon have exhibited this trait. From weakness to strength, from ancient times to the present, they have been embroiled in conflict. They sweep across the world, only to return to Silver Moon and continue their internal strife, relentlessly pursuing the title of the world's strongest. In such a scenario, how can Silver Moon possibly give rise to a powerful family? It is unfeasible for every generation to be formidable. Should a generation falter, challengers will inevitably emerge, unless one relocates, making resistance utterly impossible. Take the Lu family, where Lu Long resides. In former years, they too were a family of martial arts. Yet his father succumbed to constant challenges, ultimately suffering from health issues and passing away. The 9 refinements technique has indeed been passed down through many generations. Yet it has come to Lu Long's generation, where they find themselves hiding in Silver City, unable to act. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Do not laugh. Yao Si, too, was at a loss for words. The decline of your 8 great families is not without reason. From the records we have gathered, tracing back 5 generations, your 8 great families once had martial artists among them. Most likely, they have been defeated in battle, leading to the decline of the 8 great families. Li Hao was taken aback. Yao Si managed a wry smile. Do not doubt it. This is the truth. The decline of the 8 great families is closely tied to the martial atmosphere of Silver Moon's martial world. Otherwise, do you truly believe the 8 great families have fallen to such a state? However, there is one aspect of Silver Moon's martial world that is commendable. They do not eradicate their rivals entirely, whether it be mercy or rules. Once a family's martial artist falls in battle, it is customary not to completely annihilate the adversary. Otherwise, the existence of the 8 great families would be in question. Li Hao felt a sense of relief, realizing the truth. The 8 great families once boasted formidable warriors, but over the years, as generation after generation of martial artists from Silver Moon challenged them, their longevity became untenable, resulting in their eventual decline. At this moment, Li Hao found himself at a loss for how to evaluate the martial world of Silver Moon. Perhaps this is the true essence of the martial world. Hence, the ancient families in the City of Superpowers are merely martial artist families that inherit ancient martial arts? Quite so. Yao Si nodded, explaining that in the subsequent rise of superhuman capabilities, many of these ancient families possessed numerous members and martial artists. Consequently, they swiftly secured a prominent position as martial artists ascended to superhuman status. However, these ancient clans had their limitations, being confined to their family members, resulting in a significantly smaller number of individuals, albeit a greater concentration of strength. As superhumans grew powerful, a decision was made by the superhuman elite to establish a city for their kind, inviting many members of ancient families to collaboratively create a superhuman city, aiming to carve out a place within the Celestial Star Dynasty. Ah, I see. With this revelation, Li Hao comprehended the situation entirely. So, the Tianyan cultivator we previously eliminated was a member of one of those families? I'm not entirely certain, Yao Si chuckled. I haven't been involved in affairs for 5 years and am not well acquainted with the current state of the superhuman city. The appearances of their strong individuals have been infrequent, so whether they are indeed family elites remains unclear to me. Perhaps they are merely those nurtured over the years, which is inconsequential. Li Hao nodded, noting that today Yao Si appeared more willing to share information than before, when he would likely have disregarded Li Hao entirely. Understood. Li Hao refrained from further comment. Observing his demeanor, Yao Si inquired, so, when do you plan to establish your office? After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, soon. But I wish to take certain actions beforehand. On the day of the office's inauguration, there may be disruptions, so I intend to gather some intelligence first. What are your plans? I shall spread the word of my upcoming office, while Minister Yao also announces it. The Night Watchers will join in, and we will delay the inauguration date for now. He chuckled, adding, whether it be the 9 divisions or the 3 major organizations, they might all conspire against me. By the way, hasn't the finance division recently opened a secondary relic? These individuals likely believe that attempting to assassinate me from the outside carries too many uncertainties. They might be tempted to lure me inside and eliminate me instead. There is a possibility of that, Li Hao mused, stroking his chin. I rather wish to seize this opportunity to eliminate some of their ranks. While my strength remains concealed, I can deal with a faction within the relic. Currently, before the 9 divisions could entice him, he sought to lure them into a trap instead. Yao Si's expression shifted slightly. The relic is rather precarious. It could easily incite significant trouble, especially since the 9 divisions have collaborations with certain ancient demons. I am aware. Li Hao smiled. However, it is not yet the time for revival. Even if there is collaboration, at most they might employ some primal energy to manifest avatars, potentially achieving powers of the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tier, correct? That is indeed a possibility. Li Hao chuckled, sensing a ripple of spiritual intent. Elder Tree, if we are within the relic, can your half-formed avatar contend with some of the ancient demon avatars? They may have attained powers of the 4th or even 5th tier. Within the storage ring, the Elder Tree responded with surprise, relaying a mental message, whether it be 4th or 5th tier, if they have not reached a transformative stage. They fall within what you refer to as the realm of divine abilities. In the era of ancient martial arts, this would be considered just below the pinnacle. I possess half of my primal essence, which makes me slightly weaker than a typical pinnacle being, yet stronger than those below that level. Li Hao came to an understanding. In that case, what do I have to fear? As for whether those ancient demons will sever a substantial amount of primal essence, I deem the probability to be quite low. The likelihood is indeed minimal. These monstrous plants are all in a period of recovery. Unlike the small trees that bet everything on a single chance, they are not entirely reliant on Li Hao's new tender monstrosities. Perhaps, he might indeed reap some benefits while simultaneously resolving a few adversaries. Naturally, he harbored a notion that, should he attract too much attention from the outside, entering the ruins might allow him to consolidate the third and fourth divine inscriptions. Within the confines of the ruins, the small trees could unleash their strength without reservation, whereas in the external world, they were perilously vulnerable. After pondering for a while, Li Hao spoke. Thus, we shall join forces and disseminate the news that 10 days hence, the Night Watch will join the Tianqing Governor's office, and on that day, the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy will also commence, granting the 9 divisions some time to prepare for their assault against me. Yao Si felt a headache coming on. This fellow truly exhibited audacity. He believed that maintaining a lower profile would be more prudent. Was it not better to join quietly without the need for formal acknowledgement? However, Li Hao felt that a name without a rightful claim was meaningless. He was not striving for dominance merely for the sake of it. Rather, he wished for more people to be aware of his resistance against the injustices perpetrated by the 9 divisions and the royal family amidst this chaos. His perspective diverged from that of Yao Si, who thought it wise to remain discreet and accumulate resources gradually. Yet, this did not align with Li Hao's intentions. Taking a deep breath, Yao Si finally spoke. Do as you wish. But I must clarify one point in advance. If anyone is unwilling to join the Tianqing Governor's office, they must be allowed to depart. Of course, Li Hao replied with a grin. Yet I must also make it clear that while they may leave, should they cause any disturbances, they will face dire consequences. Furthermore, for those with prior transgressions, I will investigate and hold them accountable rather than overlook their past misdeeds. You are truly merciless. Yao Si conceded with a nod. With that, the two reached a consensus. Yao Si added, should the 9 divisions indeed attempt to lure you into the ruins to eliminate you, do you require my presence? Unnecessary. Li Hao shook his head. Minister Yao, you need only oversee matters in the external realm. Besides, the 9 divisions may not even pursue such a tactic. It is merely my speculation. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed the 9 divisions' plan, as they too were grappling with how to entice Li Hao into the ruins and devise a method to eliminate him. What treasures might serve as bait to draw Li Hao in? If Li Hao were aware, he would likely be inclined to suggest that they abandon their schemes and engage directly. At this moment, neither party understood the other's intentions. When shall we publicly announce this matter? Shortly, Li Hao responded with calm assurance. First, we shall establish a predetermined fact and promote it widely. The sole duty of the Tianqing Governor's office is to eradicate all disobedient and lawless extraordinary beings. All extraordinary beings fall under the jurisdiction of the Tianqing Governor's office, including the 9 divisions and the royal family. Let the world witness whether I, Li Hao, possess the courage to act. He chuckled, casting a glance at Yao Si. Once this initiative is set in motion, Minister Yao will likely be branded as a madman by many. Join me in this madness. Yao Si, at a loss for words, recognized the absurdity. Indeed, any rational person would deem it insanity. But who could blame him for enduring a beating from this rascal? He shared no further words, contemplating before nodding in agreement. As various parties continued to privately criticize Li Hao as a deceiver and a charlatan, and as the residents of Tianqing City had just learned of Li Hao's arrival at Juicy Street, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the surroundings. It was the voice of Yao Si, immense and commanding. I am Yao Si, the Minister of the Night Patrol. The Night Patrol was established to eradicate the chaos of the extraordinary realm. As I grow older and find myself lacking in strength, coupled with the likes of Huang Long vying for power and causing turmoil, the Night Patrol has become incapable of restoring order. I feel deeply unsettled by this, and in light of it, I announce that today, Li Hao, the governor of Tianqing, is willing to undertake the grave responsibility of cleansing the extraordinary chaos. With this in mind, in 10 days, the Tianqing governor's office will officially open. I, Yao Si, am willing to lead the Night Patrol to join the Tianqing governor's office and serve Governor Li with all my might. Together, we shall assist the Tianqing governor's office in fulfilling the unaccomplished aspirations of the Night Patrol. In 10 days, I will assume the position of Deputy Governor of the Tianqing Governor's Office, continuing to lead the night patrol, and I shall contribute my final efforts for the peace of the realm. The moment these words were spoken, they sent shockwaves throughout Tianqing City. In Hou Xiaoqing's office, a sharp crack echoed as he crushed his cup. A look of disbelief and shock etched across his face. How is this possible? Yao Si was a formidable figure, notoriously difficult to sway. He was a top martial artist with his own convictions, determination, and plans. Hou Xiaoqing had thought that even if they did not come to blows, Li Hao would find it nearly impossible to convince him. Yet at that moment, Hou Xiaoqing was genuinely astonished, rising abruptly and murmuring, "Has Yao Si been drinking too much?" Yu, the chief steward, was equally astonished, yet quickly remarked, perhaps he was persuaded by Li Hao. After all, Li Hao is acting for the greater good. It cannot be so simple, Hou Xiaoqing retorted. A powerhouse like Yao Si would not easily submit or bow to Li Hao simply for the sake of righteousness. Hou Xiaoqing was baffled. What had transpired? At the inspection department, the moment Yao Si spoke, the chief of inspection appeared in the hall. Upon hearing the final statement, he slammed his palm down, shattering the table. His expression soured. Despite having previously supported Li Hao, the Night Patrol was a subordinate organization of the inspection department and a vital representation of it. Yet Yao Si and Li Hao had made their decision without consulting the inspection department at all. The establishment of the Tianqing Governor's Office and the Night Patrol's direct affiliation under Yao Si's leadership implied a significant elevation of the Tianqing Governor's Office to a status akin to that of the inspection department. There were no warnings, no prior notifications to Juicy, not even a word from the inspection department. Grinding his teeth, he growled, "This is outrageous. Absolutely excessive. Even if you intend to proceed, you ought to have given notice beforehand, rather than announcing it publicly without any forewarning. Is this an attempt to create a fait accompli?" At the headquarters of the inspection department, silence fell instantaneously. Moments later, formidable figures rushed toward the hall. An incident had occurred. This was far more severe than Li Hao's previous acts of violence. The sole official superpower institution of the dynasty has chosen to sever ties with the inspection department and the 9 departments, aligning itself instead with the Celestial Star Governor's Office, an entity opposed to the 9 departments. Within the imperial palace, astonishment ripples through the air. Some cannot fathom this development. Yao Si has capitulated? How can this be? Investigate. We must uncover the reasons behind Yao Si's abrupt decision. Just moments ago, Li Hao had engaged him in discussions. How could such a drastic change occur? Indeed, swift action is taken to ascertain the truth, not only within the palace, but at this very moment, nobles and commoners alike across the land are engulfed in shock. At this juncture, Li Hao's voice resonates far and wide. The Celestial Star Governor's Office shall officially commence operations in 10 days, with the Night Watchman joining its ranks. It is an honor for Li Hao to collaborate with Minister Yao in this grand endeavor to safeguard the dynasty and protect our homeland. Furthermore, the Celestial Star Governor's Office is set to establish the Celestial Star Martial Arts Academy, exclusively for ordinary individuals, with an initial enrollment of 3,000 students. Led by the esteemed Hall Master of the Earth, Shattering Sword Flood, Li Hao extends invitations to formidable warriors, including Silver Moon Martial Masters, to join the Academy as instructors, assembling a martial force to quell unrest across the realm. From this day forth, all superhumans in the central region, alongside Celestial Star City, shall fall under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Star Governor's Office. Those who incite chaos or violate the law shall be met with unyielding justice. Fellow compatriots, let us strive together. The proclamation reverberates, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. That youthful voice leaves all in a state of astonishment. Is this a declaration of war? Or merely an audacious grab for power? They do not know, yet they can sense the surging energy, a collective astonishment enveloping the multitude. Is the Celestial Star Governor's Office truly prepared to engage in battle against the royal family of the 9 departments and the 3 great organizations? In this moment, within Celestial Star City, messages transmitted via communication jades swiftly disseminate. Major powers are thrown into turmoil. In the central region, a grand and magnificent city, countless superhumans converge. Suddenly, a thunderous shock erupts, causing some to gasp in disbelief. The next moment, they incredulously exclaim, "The Celestial Star Governor's Office is to be established by the Demon Sword from Celestial Star City." Yet, few are concerned, as if this was not already anticipated. However, the next moment, The crowd is once again shaken. Minister Yao Si of the Night Watchman leads his forces to join the Celestial Star Governor's office, and Li Hao declares that from this day forward, all superhumans in the central region shall be governed by the Celestial Star Governor's office, with severe consequences for lawbreakers. In an instant, the entire city erupts in fervor. Some scoff, questioning whom they are attempting to intimidate. Others tremble in fear, pondering whether they will be affected. After all, this is a city of superhumans, teeming with power, and it does not fall under his control. They suggest dealing with the three major organizations first. Perhaps it would be prudent to remain discreet. For Li Hao has previously slain many formidable beings, including the esteemed director Hu Xiao of the 9 departments. In that moment, the city is ablaze with excitement. Here lies the very heart of superhuman activity, with countless powers converging from all directions. Yet, in this instant, Li Hao, an unfamiliar force, emerges as the focal point of the entire city, with all eyes drawn to him. Regardless of whether Li Hao's intentions are genuine, his words have been spoken, and the ensuing turmoil is inevitable. On this day, the news swiftly spreads far and wide. Silver Moon, White Moon City. Director Zhao was previously aware of Li Hao's intentions. Yet at this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. So swift? He was acquainted with Yao Si. It was utterly unexpected for the old man to choose to join so promptly. Was it the influence of old Zhou? Yet, old Zhou had not communicated anything, nor had he responded to any messages, which was quite unusual. At the headquarters of the Red Moon, Ying Hongyue furrowed her brow slightly, and after a long pause, spoke in a low voice. How could this be? Yao Si is not the type to relinquish power easily. How could he act in such a manner? She was well aware of the kind of person Li Hao was. If Li Hao had declared something, it would not merely be a fleeting whim or an empty slogan. Perhaps he truly intended to eradicate the chaos of the extraordinary and establish order in the central region. Did Li Hao not comprehend the challenges and dangers that lay ahead? He was fully aware. Yet, he chose to proceed regardless. At this moment, Ying Hongyue also frowned, genuinely perplexed. Was Li Hao being overly reckless? Or did he possess some form of assurance that prompted such a decision? What assurance could he possibly have? She quickly ordered the consolidation of all extraordinary forces under the banner of Red Moon, advocating for a defensive stance and caution against hasty actions. Her voice carried a mixture of confusion and gravity. Ever since Li Hao had emerged from Silver Moon, the situation had spiraled out of control. The changes had come too rapidly this time. On this day, tremors resonated from all directions. Some dismissed the situation with disdain, believing Li Hao to be merely dreaming, foolishly hoping to eradicate the chaos of the extraordinary. Did he possess the strength to impose order upon the extraordinary? Among the three major organizations, the 7 divine mountains, the city of superpowers, and the 9 courts, which one was easily provoked? Did this fellow, emboldened by having slain some transcendent beings previously, now consider himself invincible? Did he truly fear no consequences? With the establishment of a new office just 10 days away, did he genuinely believe he could succeed? Meanwhile, the martial artists of Silver Moon, accustomed to the tumult of the world, were suddenly overwhelmed. Should they venture to the Star City once more? It felt as though the rhythm of war was once again upon them. In Linjiang, within a grand courtyard, the Thunderbolt leg was amusing a child. Yet his expression was one of incredulity. What audacity! This generation's martial arts champion is utterly insane. The last confrontation was merely an exercise in endurance for me. Just a few days later, and here we are again? I cannot withstand this. Compared to Yuan Shuo, this fellow was a paragon of benevolence. Yuan Shuo engaged in friendly sparring, unlike Li Hao, who seemed intent on igniting a full-scale conflict at any moment. Is father going to fight again? A curious little girl inquired. Thunderbolt leg felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Fight, not on your life. This time, I dare not show up. I fear you may end up as an unwanted child. It is far too perilous. Had Li Hao truly lost his senses? Would the martial artists of Silver Moon continue to indulge in his madness? Everyone had witnessed the disparity in strength during the last battle. Perhaps they were formidable enough to handle a transformation, but against transcendent beings, they were undeniably outmatched. Thunderbolt leg hesitated, remaining silent. In that moment, he was not alone. The Dominator Blade, the Northern Fist, and even the Heavenly Sword all shared similar doubts. Li Hao, what exactly do you intend to achieve? At this rate, we may find ourselves perishing because of you. At the Heavenly Sword Manor, the tension was palpable. Dozens of martial masters gathered in one place. And someone spoke loudly. Master of the manor, we can no longer venture to Tianqing City. If we confront the demon's sword this time, the major forces will undoubtedly have complete confidence, but we may never return. The demon's sword is too insane. He is always so self-righteous. The crowd erupted in anger, denouncing the idea of sending the Silver Moon martial artists to their doom. Time and again, battles raged on, from the east to the central regions. The heavenly sword intervened several times, but during the last encounter, it was already feeling overwhelmed. Should it continue to bear the consequences of Li Hao's recklessness? The heavenly sword remained silent. No one knew what it was contemplating. All that was clear was that on this day, the heavenly sword seemed to be deep in thought. In the imperial palace, Nen Quan sat in a daze, suddenly feeling a chill run through him. Li Hao, you are truly a madman. Can we not have a moment's respite? Can we not switch places? In that moment, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Tianqing City. Li Hao had completely lost his sanity. Hong Yitong, will you not intervene? How amusing. Hong Yitong chuckled, glancing at Director Zhou nearby. Is it thrilling? Director Zhou remained silent, but thought it was quite fascinating. He anticipated things would escalate so quickly. What had transpired with Li Hao yesterday? How could Yao Si be so easily subdued? This was unexpected unless something extraordinary had occurred within Li Hao. It was indeed thrilling. With 10 days set, was there not a fear of prolonged dreams? Or was this a deliberate ploy by Li Hao? Countless thoughts swirled in Director Zhou's mind. He exhaled. Perhaps this was the very purpose of his departure from Silver Moon. Chapter 239, An Understanding, Subscription and Monthly Votes Requested. When heaven intends to destroy a person, it first drives them mad. This saying seemed particularly fitting for Li Hao at this moment. As Yao Si fueled the flames and led the night watchers to join, everyone realized that he had completely lost his mind. Even if he possessed 3 or 4 types of divine powers, it would be of no avail. Consequently, even the previously opportunistic inspection department might choose to turn against him. At best, they would remain neutral, but at worst, they could be the first to turn hostile. On this day, the Martial Guard Army began to take action, launching a citywide search. At the entrance of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lu Long led his team and proclaimed loudly, "The Tianqing governor's office is about to open. In accordance with the governor's orders, we must capture the fugitive Mu Xiaorong." Although Mu Xiaorong's crimes were not severe, having previously escaped the Night Watcher's custody, surrendering her now could lead to leniency. Once the governor's office was established, all fugitives would be treated as traitors, and there would be no mercy. At the entrance of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a group of formidable figures emerged. Some wore expressions of indifference, while others appeared grim. "Are you seeking death?" Lu Long responded fearlessly. "The ones courting death are you. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs dares to obstruct our investigation, all will be charged with complicity. The governor has decreed that if Mu Xiaorong cannot be apprehended, your ministry will be eradicated." Preposterous. Someone shouted in anger. "Have you lost your mind? The 9 departments have yet to seek out Li Hao, and already Li Hao's men are at our doorstep." In an instant, outside the door, hundreds of Martial Guard soldiers erupted with vigor, their black armor glistening, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Lu Long maintained a calm demeanor, addressing the individual before him. "Do you represent the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the royal family? Mu Xiaorong is not deserving of death. Allowing her to surrender could still offer her a chance. The dean of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy has arrived. Yet the Ministry of Internal Affairs believes that the Tianqing governor's office cannot overpower them today." Amidst the rising tensions, a figure emerges from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is none other than Mu Xiaorong. At this moment, she appears somewhat haggard as she gazes at the others. Letting out a sigh, "I will accompany you only because of Commander Li's actions." This heavy sigh signals her utter despair. Should she refuse to comply today, the Ministry of Internal Affairs may clash with Li Hao at once. Yao Si, Li Hao, Hong Yitong, Ho Xiaoqing, and the Bright Sword are all nearby, with countless eyes covertly observing the unfolding scene. The Tianqing governor's office has yet to officially establish itself, and capturing her is evidently a prelude to its inauguration. At this juncture, the 9 ministries have yet to reach a resolution. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, while representing the royal family, possesses its own independence. The royal family remains silent, perhaps intending to use the ministry to instigate a conflict between the 9 ministries and Li Hao. However, Mu Xiaorong understands that the ministry may indeed be unable to contend with the Tianqing governor's office. Thus, she has chosen to step forward. In the background, A corpulent man stands in silence, observing from a distance. His daughter has once more been apprehended. Li Hao intends to set an example by making an example of her. Meanwhile, the royal family does not intervene, nor does the 9 ministries, since the Ministry of Internal Affairs represents the royal family, yet is also one of the 9 ministries, creating a convoluted relationship. Seize her, Lu Long commands, and in an instant, the Imperial Guard springs into action, shackles swiftly binding Mu Xiaorong. This action incites a wave of unrest. Within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the stout director clenches his fists, rendered speechless. His daughter is being captured before his very eyes. And now she is shackled. Previously, Mu Xiaorong's departure was also a decision made by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, as tensions escalated. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would ultimately tolerate Li Hao establishing his foothold in Tianqing City? Those who fled have faced bounties, while those who remained unscathed continue to be unaffected. He had believed this matter was behind them, that Li Hao would not pursue it further, nor would he escalate the situation. Reality has proven him wrong. Father, a young man beside him grits his teeth. These are Mu Xiaorong's brothers. She is the youngest and most cherished daughter of the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yet now, before her father, she is being apprehended. Let us fight back. Some declare, their teeth clenched. The director remains silent, withholding his voice. Perhaps this is precisely what others wish to witness, even what Li Hao desires to see. He faintly senses a surge of formidable energy swirling around. What exactly does Li Hao intend to do? Must he compel us into a scenario of mutual destruction? He remains resolute in his silence. The royal family, too, may be biding its time, anticipating his defiance, hoping to instigate a conflict between the 9 ministries and Li Hao today. However, having devoted many years to serving the royal family, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, as their representative, is increasingly behaving in a clandestine manner. This is not a favorable sign. At this moment, the Tianqing royal family should stand forth. Whether to support Li Hao or the 9 ministries, such indecision is unacceptable. Watching the fierce battle between the 9 offices and Li Hao is indeed an intriguing spectacle. However, one must not forget that the Internal Affairs Office serves as your facade, the sole bastion still aligned with the royal family's interests among the 9 offices. My daughter has been taken. Will you not intervene? The portly director remains silent, merely observing without uttering a word. Capture her. Her transgression is hardly grave. She merely fled previously. Can Li Hao truly condemn her to death? Is he not the one who prides himself on justice? Does he not proclaim stringent law enforcement? Thus, regarding his daughter, she should face no more than detention. Let those who wish to witness a farce, those who await their moment to shine, continue to watch. You are nurturing a tiger that will eventually turn on you, so nurture it well. Take her away. Outside, Lu Long waited for some time, but no outcome materialized. With a command, the crowd hastily dispersed, taking Mu Xiaorong with them, vanishing without a trace. The onlookers surrounding them were left in astonishment. The Internal Affairs Office did not intervene. At this moment, figures from all corners, whether night patrols or the Imperial Guard, began to mobilize. Nobles were once again apprehended. In front of a royal residence, the Duke of Dingshan, clad in imperial robes, bore a stern expression. His palace was currently thronged with many individuals. Hu Qingfeng, visibly intimidated, ultimately summoned the fortitude to shout, "Duke of Dingshan, will you shield those within your palace? He is merely the son of a steward. Do you intend to defy the law?" The Duke remained silent. He wished to refuse, as it would be an affront to his dignity, yet he had received prior messages from the royal family urging his cooperation. He wanted to exclaim, "This is madness. What remains of the royal authority if we continue down this path?" However, it seemed that the figure within the palace desired to witness such a scenario. He cast a glance toward the palace, sighing softly, "What are you truly contemplating, my elder brother?" With the death of the Duke of Pingyuan, the Internal Affairs Office remained indifferent, and now, the gates of the palace were besieged. Li Hao was not only diminishing the prestige of the 9 offices, but also undermining the royal family's standing. Must chaos reign across the realm for satisfaction? He harbored hopes that it would not culminate in such a disaster. The dynasty they fought so hard to establish was their legacy. Yet his elder brother appeared to yearn for a complete upheaval, to start anew, aspiring even to be the founder of a new dynasty. Otherwise, how could one explain all of this? His elder brother was not merely eroding the 9 offices, but also diminishing certain powers within the royal family. Those who aspired to restore its former glory for he possibly wished to initiate a total reset. Such ambition is indeed formidable, whether it be mockery or disappointment. He self-deprecatingly smiled, glancing at the anxious steward beside him. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Take the person away, my lord." The loyal steward's face turned pale with shock, despair creeping into his features. The Duke gazed at him for a long while before communicating telepathically the royal family's decree. The steward's complexion turned ashen. Had he been forsaken? Indeed, the Duke of Pingyuan had perished without a second thought. After a brief moment, a young man was brought forth, casting a glance at his father, his head bowed, teeth clenched, remaining silent. Living under the protection of others is fraught with such complexities. During his escape, it was the palace that facilitated his flight. He neither wished to flee nor dared to do so. Yet the palace assured him, "It is nothing to worry about." Li Hao dared to offend the royal family? Yet now, before the prince, he found himself captured. Who could utter a word of protest? Silently following the night watchman, shackled, the young man cast a final glance at his aged father, offering a bitter smile. This departure would likely be his last, for he was acutely aware of his guilt. Unlike others, Li Hao would not show him mercy. Could he resolve matters with Li Hao in 10 days? Must he endure yet another period of waiting? Time and again, they had assured him there was no cause for alarm. Yet the previous count of 300 heads still dangled ominously in the northern city. He smiled grimly, choosing silence. Deep down, he longed to shout, to tell Li Hao that within this imperial city, how many nobles could truly claim innocence? Yet, fear held him captive. Even knowing his impending doom, he could not summon the courage to voice that thought. "Li Hao," he mused, "how ruthless you are. Even in death, it seems you shall not be forgotten. Indeed, it is you who lends a semblance of intrigue to this vast Tianqing city." In that moment, from all directions, multitudes of martial guards and night watchmen mobilized. Nobles were once again apprehended, traversing streets and alleys, causing a stir far and wide. The Tianqing governor's office had yet to officially open. Previously, many had presumed the matter concluded, yet it was apparent that it was not. On the long street, whispers circulated. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, the royal palace, the noble houses, the individuals who had escaped last time were once again in custody. Would they face execution this time? Uncertain. Yet this fellow is truly formidable. Just a few days have passed since the last massacre, and it appears he is serious about continuing this endeavor. Would there be another outbreak of war? Unclear. The crowd murmured, some hopeful yet predominantly anxious. Was this truly the right course? They secretly wished for Li Hao to proceed with caution. Indeed, even if they felt a tinge of disappointment over the escape of some, it was undeniable that many nobles had perished in the previous upheaval. Recently, the nobility had adopted a more subdued demeanor, sensing a shift and believing it to be sufficient. Yes, they were easily satisfied. Thus, they thought as long as Li Hao remained, there would be a deterrent, which they found somewhat reassuring. However, Li Hao had returned with renewed vigor. He felt that his previous attempt had not achieved success, and this time, he was determined to solidify his position and fulfill the objectives left unfinished before. Have you heard of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy? Indeed. Should we send our children there? Isn't that perilously dangerous? The crowd murmured, pondering the idea of training at the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. It seemed terrifying. Should Li Hao perish, retribution would surely follow. The people remained apprehensive. Yes, apprehensive. Even with their excitement, they lacked the courage to act. Yet, at that moment, some dared to take a stand. In a grand courtyard, someone shouted, "I will enroll at the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy." What nonsense! Are you seeking death? Do not let the current flamboyance of the Tianqing governor's office deceive you. Let me tell you, those great nobles have stood resilient for 200 years. Do you think the Tianqing governor's office can suppress them? If you dare to go, I shall break your legs. Father, if I do not take this chance, will I not live my life just like you? As a small merchant, one offers tributes here and there, kneeling and bowing to everyone throughout the year. You wretched child, all this I do is for you. At least now we have food and clothing. Yet this is not what I desire. I yearn to hold my head high with dignity, even in death. I wish to die with some semblance of honor. Can dignity be eaten? Your departure is inconsequential. If the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy falls, our family may perish as well. The youth fell silent. Were it only him, he would certainly stand firm. However, his father's words rang true. If Li Hao were truly eradicated, what would become of the family? At this moment, such hesitation was palpable throughout the city. Yet Li Hao remained indifferent to these concerns. patiently waiting in the northern city courtyard. Deputy Director Zhou regarded him for a long while before asking, "What outcome do you desire?" Li Hao replied with a smile, "I wish for them to kill me." Director Zhou nodded, understanding the underlying sentiment. It was as though he wished for everyone to take action against him, compelling them to do so. Otherwise, why would he behave in such a manner? Li Hao continued with a smile, "Last time they waited until the final day. If I remain inactive this time, they may prolong their actions until then. There is no need for that. Passively waiting is not my approach." Of course, the 9 sects were also wary of their inability to eliminate him, considering he possessed the wind-chasing boots. The entities within the ruins could not emerge. So how could they proceed with killing him? The ruins. The only way to eliminate Li Hao with minimal cost was to lure him into the ruins. After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only feasible plan, and fortuitously, another ruin was about to be opened. He worried for the 9 sects. How could they tempt him inside? How could he lower his guard? He had already devised the route for them. However, he found the process somewhat vexing. How could the 9 sects subtly entice him into their trap? Meanwhile, Hong Yitong, sipping tea and blowing away the froth, remarked, "I merely wanted you to gain some experience. Not to go mad. Are you truly unafraid of death?" Li Hao chuckled. "How could that be? Am I not aware?" Hong Yitong sighed. "I am tempted to flee under the cover of night. Why on earth did you bring my daughter along? She has become a burden. My heart feels heavy with worry." With a deep sigh, he expressed his helplessness. "Little Li, I only intended for you to emulate the ancients, not to surpass them at this moment. The ancient kings had their strengths, backed by protection. But you? At this stage, who is guarding you? Who can shield you? No one can." Li Hao responded with a smile, "There is no rush. The 9 sects will not act against me immediately. Their thoughts remain unchanged. At this stage, they do not even wish to confront me overtly, tacitly allowing my audacity and madness. They have likely devised their plan to eliminate me already. And you?" Hong Yitong looked at him. "Are you prepared?" "Of course." "Very well." Hong Yitong ceased his inquiries. Li Hao then stated, "In the coming days, I will continue my seclusion. I must devote myself to enhancing everyone's strength, including the martial guard and demon hunters. I shall elevate them with utmost clarity and righteousness." Is it truly effective? In reality, it may not yield significant results. In the eyes of others, even if you elevate a multitude of individuals to surpass the 100 mark, what significance does it hold? Do not speak of merely exceeding 100. Even if one were to contend with 1,000, what then? The crux lies in possessing supreme combat prowess. They are eager for Li Hao to expend considerable resources in elevating these weaker individuals. Consequently, both Li Hao himself and the formidable warriors would find their resources significantly diminished. Given the limitations of resources, can Li Hao conjure them from thin air? Hong Yitong furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to voice his concerns. In truth, this is not a favorable situation. At this juncture, the major factions are primarily focused on strengthening their elites, while Li Hao opts to bolster the weaker ones, taking a path contrary to theirs. Only he understands the rationale behind his decisions. What of those captured individuals? First, they must be scrutinized. If they pose no issues, then we shall proceed accordingly. If they do, then they shall meet their end on the day of their trial. This declaration was met with a heavy silence. How audacious indeed. Li Hao remarked, "Grant them 10 days. At least 5 of those shall be for preparation. This time, I hope for an increased turnout, ideally gathering the formidable warriors from the 3 major organizations." Director Zhou remained silent. It was evident that Li Hao was aiming for a grand catch. However, the source of his confidence was uncertain. Simultaneously, at the inspection bureau, the chief inspector ventured into the courtyard, observing his father engrossed in reading. His tone bore an unusual quality. He is compelling everyone to pursue his demise. What could possibly be his foundation? Even if he has the backing of Battlehaven City, it cannot intervene at this moment. Or perhaps he believes that with the wind-chasing boots, he has nothing to fear? Does he think that we cannot impede him? The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I, too, am perplexed. He brought along someone surnamed Zhou, and I assumed he would take a gradual approach. Yet, the outcome was beyond my expectations, leaving me bewildered. Indeed, the situation was confounding. The chief inspector continued, "Is it possible that he believes he can transcend the 3 systems? Or even the 4, rendering himself invincible? It is a feasible notion. Based on Li Hao's recent actions, such a possibility exists. Although his breakthrough in the 3 systems seemed unsuccessful yesterday, he emerged unscathed. Hence, The elder fell into contemplation once more, stating, his failure to break through yesterday may not have been a failure at all, but rather a deliberate healing. He must be capable of surpassing the three systems. Perhaps he perceives that when he eliminated Old Hu, he only utilized the power of two systems. If he were to achieve a breakthrough in the three systems, who could rival him? His reasoning was not flawed. Yet, Du Hong Yitong and Yao Si share the same sentiments? The chief inspector remained troubled. Yao Si should be acutely aware that the strength of the 9 offices extends beyond this. If it were merely Li Hao's belief, that would be one thing. But does Yao Si also partake in this madness? The elder fell into silence. This occurrence was indeed unexpected. Had Li Hao refrained from capturing individuals and instead discreetly assimilated the night watchman, then whatever actions he undertook would have been overlooked, as if they had not been witnessed, granting him the liberty to act with arrogance. Yet, it was evidently not the case. Li Hao's ostentatious display seemed to proclaim to the world that he feared not their attempts to slay him. He possessed confidence. He held trump cards. Indeed, he was on the brink of declaring that his trump card was etched upon his very visage. Would they dare to challenge him? The more he projected this audacity, the greater the intrigue it invoked. The chief of the inspection department suddenly remarked, could it be a deliberate ruse? Employing such a forceful stance to convey to everyone that he possesses a trump card, warning them not to provoke him? On the contrary, he is deeply concerned about the 9 departments plotting against him. This is indeed a possibility. The elder nodded slightly, but remained uncertain. He turned to his son, who was also gazing at him, and lamented, don't look at me. At present, that fellow from the criminal law department keeps summoning me for discussions. He inquires whether the 9 departments can still unite. If not, the inspection department will be sidelined, and I am in a dilemma. The last time he acted alongside his father, he decisively eliminated a formidable being with celestial powers. Previously, it seemed he was aligned with Li Hao. Yet, he pondered, if Li Hao were still under the auspices of the inspection department, it would not be a loss. Who could have anticipated that he would seek independence so swiftly? The implication is all too clear. Not only does he desire autonomy, but he also aims to dominate them. Old man, how should I choose? If I remain indifferent this time, adopting a stance of neutrality will only lead to my own peril. You speak of seeking refuge at the last moment. But who truly represents that refuge this time? The elder contemplated for a moment and slowly responded. Are they adequately prepared? If Li Hao possesses triadic celestial abilities and wields the wind-chasing boots, without the intervention of the quadratic powers, he cannot be stopped. If he were to unleash his quadratic abilities with effort, only the highest-tier celestial powers could hope to defeat him. The chief of the inspection department raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that, without the highest-tier quintatic powers intervening, you do not hold much faith? Indeed. The elder nodded. Unless such formidable beings intervene, ending Li Hao's existence will not be so simple. Continuously fueling Li Hao's strength will only result in greater losses. If everyone hasn't lost their senses, this time, without the quintatic powers intervening, they should refrain from getting involved. He continued, moreover, even if the quintatic powers do intervene, caution must be exercised to prevent him from escaping. In my view, unless we can lure Li Hao into the ruins. The ruins? This is a shared sentiment. Otherwise, there could be unforeseen developments, with someone coming to his aid. Additionally, there is the concern that Li Hao might evade capture. The wind-chasing boots are not a mere illusion. Unless Li Hao were foolish enough to enter the ruins, that would be a different story. But would Li Hao truly enter? The questions we can conceive, can he not? It is absurd. Even if Li Hao were oblivious, the strong beings around him would surely dissuade him. Just then, the chief of the inspection department's communication jade trembled slightly. He took it out and glanced at it, his expression shifting. He looked at his father, who inquired, speak. What has happened? The chief of the inspection department took a deep breath. They are referring to the mine. What do you mean? The elder queried, puzzled. The chief of the inspection department inhaled deeply. Someone has artificially created a mine within a secondary ruin, a colossal mine. The reserves are astonishing. Li Hao, being backed by Zhantian City, must be aware that the powerful beings there seek revival, and they cannot do so without an immense supply of energy. Ordinary amounts simply will not suffice. It must be substantial. After a moment of silence, the elder asked, what are they planning to do? The 9 departments will each contribute 5 million, alongside the other 3 major organizations, Fuda Mountain, Haoyan Mountain, and the Super Energy City. All must contribute significantly. They aim to gather a total of 100 million. Nearly 20 major forces are required to amass 100 million celestial energy stones. 100 million, this figure, as a formidable figure among the 9 divisions, holds profound significance. It signifies that once acquired, Li Hao may have the hope of resurrecting the tree of the Battle Heaven City, provided that the individual in question still lives. Should they be deceased, Li Hao may not find it necessary. If they remain alive, he will undoubtedly require it. Only such a colossal sum could compel Li Hao to take risks. For if he succeeds, he would possess the greatest backing, true revival of a top-tier demon plant. Insanity. The old man furrowed his brows. If Li Hao were to seize it and revive the demon plant of Battle Heaven City, do they comprehend the consequences of a second resurrection? The chief of the inspection division exhaled. They understand, hence they will not allow Li Hao to succeed. The cost is too minimal. It cannot entice Li Hao into this perilous endeavor. It is only through such substantial stakes that Li Hao may be driven to gamble recklessly. Unafraid of death, for he knows the significance of these 100 million divine energy stones. Even aware of potential traps, he would still dare to take the risk. The nature of Li Hao's character has gradually become evident to the others. The old man continued. How can we instill belief in him? We must initiate a demonstration. Whether through him or individuals he knows, witnessing it firsthand would naturally foster belief. Yet, the old man still deemed it excessively perilous. Firstly, it may not even draw out Li Hao. Secondly, should Li Hao truly seize it and return to Silver Moon, successfully reviving that formidable demon plant, the second resurrection would introduce an unparalleled adversary, who would take action. Various demon plants. The old man's expression shifted slightly. As the chief of the inspection division regarded him, we are currently under surveillance. They are wary of us. The administrative division has also issued a warning. Either we remain silent and wait, or refrain from meddling, or we act together. The choice lies with you and me. 100 million is indeed a significant wager. The old man scoffed. With such a grand venture, are they not concerned about stumbling? Of course, for a single entity. It is not excessively burdensome. 5 million is merely the resource required for elevating a secondary level to a tertiary level. Is it worthwhile to collaborate and expend such a hefty price to eliminate Li Hao? Absolutely. If Li Hao remains alive, he poses a considerable challenge to them. Yet, this also unmistakably signals to Li Hao that danger lurks here, perilous indeed. A colossal mine has emerged within the secondary ruins. Do you believe it? Especially at this critical juncture. If Li Hao truly enters, it signifies his confidence. It is indeed a vexing choice. The divine energy stones can be offered. After a moment of contemplation, the old man spoke. If we do not contribute, we shall encounter trouble. If neither the people nor the funds emerge, we will force others to confront us. While the funds may be provided, the people need not necessarily be. He frowned slightly. It is too risky. Seeking stability is paramount. However, the chief of the inspection division appeared somewhat troubled. Regardless of who prevails, it may pose complications for us. I understand. The old man nodded. Yet, complications are preferable to death. If it proves unfeasible, let us enhance the situation. Whoever wins, we shall bow our heads. Nonetheless, the chief of the inspection division looked at his father, somewhat perplexed. My inspection division is not weak. Why must we resort to such measures? Persisting in hiding will only divert them from their original path. Because neither of us is suited to be the dominant power. The elder spoke softly. If you had achieved even a modicum of success, I would not find myself in this predicament. But look at you. How have you fared over the years? The night watchmen have remained tethered to the inspection bureau. What is your relationship with Yao Si? If you are incapable, what can I do? You always believe it is my failure to assist you. Yet it is your lack of demonstrated qualities that concerns me. I fear that should I pass, the Qin family would crumble under your stewardship. The thought of contending for supremacy was once entertained. If the second generation were competent, they would not stand idly by, merely seeking stability. Yet his son, while maintaining the status quo, lacks the ambition to expand. On one hand, he possesses a compassionate heart. On the other, he is indecisive, unable to commit to either side, failing to satisfy anyone. If that is the case, then one might as well resign to inaction. The chief of the inspection bureau, somewhat vexed, retorted, I believe my leadership of the inspection bureau for 30 years has been more effective than your efforts. The elder scoffed, and yet, the result is that the night watchmen have distanced themselves. Each time a challenge arises, you do not seek a solution but merely await outcomes before making decisions. During the battle in the east, You insisted on waiting for a conclusion before passing judgment. A slow step leads to a slow journey. Whether you support the Sioux family or the Silver Moon, your ambiguity begs the question of why I should act. I am merely following your lead. If you cannot make decisive choices in critical moments, then let it be. Do not aspire for great wealth. At the very least, if you fall, do so completely. And you shall not perish truly. As he spoke, the elder appeared weary, waving his hand dismissively. Let it be as such. Invest resources, yet spare personnel. As for Li Hao, if he truly can emerge victorious and steps forth, you should promptly align the Inspection Bureau with his Tianqing governorate. Join immediately. In doing so, even if he harbors discontent, he shall not retaliate against you. If he cannot attain supremacy, then seek prosperity. The chief of the Inspection Bureau fell silent, aware that his father believed he could not uphold the family legacy. Yet he gazed at his father. I may falter, yet now the extraordinary is rising. Longevity is no longer a mere jest. And what of you? You possess greater strength and insight than I. Have you not considered this yourself? The elder chuckled softly. I possess self-awareness. In academic pursuits, I cannot rival that individual from the Administrative Bureau. In martial prowess, I am no match for the Military Law Bureau. In ruthlessness, I cannot compare to Ing Hongyue, and in strategy, I am outclassed by the Silver Moon and others of my generation. There are those who surpass me. I am not exceptional, nor is the second generation distinguished enough to vie for supremacy. The chief of the Inspection Bureau furrowed his brow. Are you truly this lacking in confidence? It is not a matter of confidence, the elder replied with a smile, but rather an understanding of the immense difficulties that lie ahead. I fear the challenges. Had I not, I would have ventured forth personally many years ago. Initially, I hoped that you would show some promise. I would have sacrificed my own dignity to secure you an opportunity, but you are unable to rise. What am I to do? He continued. Among the 9 second-generation directors, aside from those in the administrative and military law bureaus, the rest are incapable of being uplifted. Each generation seems to be inferior to the last, and the subsequent generation is even worse. What do you expect me to do? The chief of the Inspection Bureau remained silent, feeling a mix of shame and indignation. Am I truly so incapable? Is it truly this dire? He believed he had performed admirably. Over the years, the inspection department had developed reasonably well. As for Yao Si, who was impervious to flattery or intimidation, what could he do? Yet, the thought that Yao Si had actually submitted to Li Hao left him somewhat disheartened. At his advanced age, he found himself the subject of ridicule, utterly ineffectual. What if Li Hao were to meet his demise? In that case, he would simply continue to muddle through. The choice lay between the military law department and the administrative department. The old man remarked coolly, "Do not entertain thoughts of aligning with the imperial family. It is unfeasible. The ambitions of that royal figure are considerable. He is not content with merely restoring the Zhou dynasty, but seeks to dismantle and reconstruct everything according to his design, which poses significant risks." With that, he expressed his impatience. Let it be as it is. The rest is for you to decide. What else is there for me to decide? The head of the inspection department muttered a curse under his breath and turned to leave. He stepped out of the back courtyard and glanced at the government office ahead. At this moment, it was in disarray, with Li Hao's name repeatedly surfacing, clearly indicating that the inspection department was in a state of panic. The Chen family could provide no sense of security or stability. Neither could he. Why was this the case? The inspection department had overseen the realm for 80 years, and the Chen family had not committed any significant errors, having navigated through with steadiness. Was stability itself a flaw? At this moment, various organizations, including Divine Mountain and the City of Superpowers, received intelligence. Ing Hongyue regarded the individuals before her and spoke slowly. The 9 departments are taking a risk. If they succeed, all is well. However, if they fail and Li Hao manages to seize these divine energy stones, the troubles with the awakened demonic flora in the War God City will be only the beginning. Of course, if they truly succeeded, the troubles would not matter, as it would signify Li Hao's powers exceeding all expectations. The 9 departments had not overlooked this possibility. What would they do if Li Hao turned the tables? Beside her, Chen Yue spoke solemnly. Will the leader intervene personally? Me? Ing Hongyue closed her eyes, and after a moment, sighed. To go after Li Hao would only complicate matters. Should I fail, he would acquire the power of the 8 veins, thereby fulfilling his ambitions. The 7 veins have yet to be fully integrated. What a pity. Qingyue continued. Does the leader believe Li Hao can prevail? Or do you think he will not enter? It's hard to say. Hangyue smiled faintly. It is challenging to gauge his intentions. Since Li Hao emerged from Silver Moon, he has leaped through the Dragon Gate, soaring high and free, making it increasingly difficult to fathom his thoughts. If the 9 departments fail, chaos will truly reign across the land. Our troubles will have arrived in full force. Yue clenched her teeth, then let the Elder Council and the Ancient Divine Guard mobilize completely. Every faction knows the threat posed by Li Hao, and they will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts. We shall also bring several origin talismans and energy explosives, preparing ourselves for the worst, even carrying ample city-destroying bombs. At whatever cost, can Li Hao still escape unscathed? Hangyue remained silent. Who could say? Time and again, Li Hao had narrowly escaped death, yet he grew increasingly formidable. Shouldn't the 8 great families be extinguished? Since Li Hao's appearance, her previously smooth sailing had been thoroughly disrupted. Was it due to Li Hao's restraint? Perhaps it was time to devise a new strategy. It could not continue in this manner. Chapter 240, Collective Seclusion. Li Hao paid no heed to the external circumstances. He simply awaited patiently. The following day, Li Hao summoned everyone to gather at the northern city courtyard. Over 50 members of the demon hunting squad, nearly 1,000 from the martial guard, and more than 1,000 from the Silver Moon army assembled, totaling just over 2,000. The vast majority were martial artists, with only a handful possessing supernatural abilities. Ho Xiaoqing was also present, accompanied by several of the esteemed managers. At that moment, Director Zhou, Hong Yitong, and the Bright Sword were all in attendance. Shortly thereafter, even Yao Si descended from his vehicle and stepped into the courtyard. The assembly of over 2,000 individuals was a sight to behold, all clad in black armor and displaying a certain tension. These individuals ranged in strength from those at the spirit-nurturing stage to the 3rd sun, with the weakest being merely at the 10th cutting realm, a trifling presence in Tianqing City. Despite their numbers, they could hardly stir any significant waves. Yet, just yesterday, it was they who had apprehended several prominent figures, though this was merely a calculated maneuver rather than a testament to their true power, which even the 9 offices might fear. Li Hao remained silent, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After a brief interval, Yang Shan and his wife arrived. Approaching Li Hao to exchange a few hushed words, Li Hao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, Nan Quan, donned in bronze armor, materialized with an air of gravity. He surveyed the courtyard filled with people, inhaling sharply. Was Li Hao planning something grand? Yet, he felt compelled to express that such extravagance was indeed inappropriate. Resources, after all, should not be squandered so recklessly. To be candid, the strategy of utilizing sheer numbers to confront the strong was becoming increasingly ineffective. It might suffice against some 3rd suns, but against a radiant light, it would prove exceedingly challenging. When facing a practitioner of the divine ability realm, a single strike could decimate hundreds in the blink of an eye. The critical issue was that the resources consumed by 2,000 individuals would likely far exceed those required for just one of such caliber. Li Hao's intentions seemed perplexing. The advancement of martial artists beyond the 100-breaking stage was notoriously arduous. Even upon crossing into the realm of supernatural abilities and becoming a radiant light, the resource expenditure was immense, and not all would necessarily achieve such a transformation. It was not just Li Hao who found this perplexing. Very few present could comprehend the rationale. Wealth was not meant to be squandered in such a manner. Was the ascension to supernatural status truly so straightforward? Yet, how often did one witness families burning through riches for the sake of a large military force? With such resources, wouldn't it be far more prudent to cultivate 1 or 2 practitioners of the divine ability realm rather than waste it on countless martial artists? In the eyes of many, even the emergence of a single radiant light would be deemed more advantageous than 1,000 lesser martial artists. Thus, Li Hao's choices were met with widespread misunderstanding. As for Li Hao himself, he remained unfazed. In his estimation, the more formidable an individual, the less they required such assistance. Conversely, it was the weaker among them who, at this juncture, needed it most. Furthermore, once the demon hunting army was fully established, whether they evolved into supernatural beings or remained martial artists, Li Hao envisioned them as the next cohort poised to transition into practitioners of the divine text. Of course, this required momentum. Hence, the lack of such momentum raised questions about their potential for transformation, a matter Li Hao had yet to fully grasp. Regardless, he believed these individuals would prove invaluable in the future. And who could say that a multitude of ants could not bring down an elephant? Indeed, they could. If it were otherwise, would the ancients have idled away their time nurturing so many armies? The million battle army, having expended countless resources, is it merely for amusement? With such resources, one could cultivate a few powerful individuals. Why then, the need for vast legions? On the contrary, as the number of warriors increases, their collective vitality intertwines, unleashing a strength beyond imagination. Unless one stands at the pinnacle of existence, those who underestimate the power of numbers may find themselves overwhelmed. In this new era, to deem armies useless is the perspective of the narrow-minded. The age has just begun, and extraordinary abilities are awakening. Do they believe themselves to be ancient monarchs, thinking that a multitude is of no consequence? The resources spent to nurture a single transcendent being could instead cultivate 2,000 warriors, even if none rise to prominence. The emergence of just one is a gain. Ultimately, 2,000 martial artists, each surpassing the 100 mark, may indeed prove no less formidable than a solitary transcendent being. And they possess greater malleability. Should fortune favor us, a few may emerge as transcendent figures. Only through selecting from a vast pool can we hope to elevate the strongest among us. Talent is indeed a product of accumulation. Reflecting on these thoughts, Li Hao remained silent, observing the crowd below, filled with anticipation and trepidation. He understood their anxiety, their belief that resources were being squandered. His voice, calm yet resonant, reached the hearts of all present. My master once said, a single individual may be strong, akin to a solitary sage. A multitude, however, embodies the martial world. And when all are strong, it signifies the evolution of life. This era is marked by inequity and chaos. The powerful remain potent, while the weak remain weak. This is not erroneous. However, when the leap in existence becomes too great, the strong may take their superiority for granted. Sooner or later, these mighty individuals will drift away from their era, like unanchored reeds, gradually losing their direction and path. When no one follows, and no one can be pursued, they walk alone in darkness. Even with eternal life, what does it matter? Perhaps we are not yet at that juncture, but if this trajectory continues, such a scene will inevitably unfold. The disparities in realms will widen, and the pioneers will gradually become lost, with no one pursuing them, no one keeping pace. And they will succumb to the darkness. The audience listened in silence, as Li Hao spoke from the heart, merging his own thoughts with wisdom gleaned from texts. From this day forward, there shall be no distinction between the martial guard, Silver Moon Army, or Demon Hunting Corps. You shall henceforth be known as the Demon Hunting Army. Li Hao proclaimed, an army must possess faith. It must harbor conviction. Without faith, without belief, without a goal, such an army is but a mechanical puppet. You may find yourselves bewildered, confused by this era, perplexed by this world. From this day forth, may you no longer dwell in confusion. Why strengthen oneself? Not for the sake of transcendence, but to enhance one's own life, to uplift one's loved ones, to beautify one's homeland, and to enrich one's world. You may feel that this belief is imposed upon you, rather than arising from within. Yet I assure you, in the moment you have yet to discover your life's purpose, this shall be your faith. Whether you believe it or not, once you join the demon hunting army, remember this truth. It has been said that to safeguard justice and hunt demons in its name is a noble pursuit. Initially, I found this notion to be a mere jest, a form of self-deception. Yet today, I perceive it differently. In this era, there must indeed be individuals who uphold the spirit of justice, adhering to the soldier's creed. Is this laughable? Li Hao proclaimed loudly. Is it laughable? Perhaps you see me, Li Hao, merely as a vagabond of the martial world. And even I am uncertain of what justice truly means. Yet, I can tell you this. I am indeed unaware of its full essence. But I do know that one must possess a conscience. Any act of injustice, illegality, or inequity must be addressed. Those who kill for pleasure or plunder lives and wealth must face the law. Those who disregard life and trample upon it deserve death. This, my friends, embodies the justice I hold dear. Perhaps it is not your conception of justice, but now it is also yours. Everyone listened in silence. Whether they could accept Li Hao's philosophy or were indifferent mattered little to him. The moment one enters the demon hunting army, these principles become the beliefs they must embrace. What is an army? To me, it is not merely a machine of war. It is to align with the will of the people, to shine light in darkness, to bring hope, and to stand firm in times of peril. That is what it means to be a soldier. I have never been part of this era's military. I do not know what you have learned or the ideologies that have been instilled in you. I speak from my heart. For I have witnessed legions that stood guard over ancient cities, even after thousands of years, remaining steadfast in their duty to protect the wealth of the people, ever loyal, never forgetting their roots. Yes, the War Heaven Army, and today, the armor you wear is theirs. I hope you do not tarnish their military spirit. At this moment, silence and solemnity enveloped the crowd. The War Heaven Army. When you don this armor, you take on a great responsibility. This time, I shall expend considerable resources to elevate your ranks and strengthen you. These resources are hard-won. As you don the armor, absorb the energy and reap the benefits. Remember this. Who has bestowed these upon you? Is it I? No. It is this era that grants you these gifts. I hope you rise to the occasion. Protect your domain and become true soldiers. Li Hao gazed upon them, speaking for a while before exclaiming, "For the sake of justice, hunt demons. Hunt demons." His voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Over 2,000 voices rose in unison, releasing all their pent-up emotions. Justice? Perhaps. They might. Like Li Hao on his first encounter, find it laughable. In this age, who speaks of justice? Yet hunting demons may represent a singular conviction. For justice, all else is demonic. Some became fervent. The veteran members of the hunting team shouted even louder, for in their hearts, hunting demons was simple. Anyone who opposed Li Hao was deemed a demon. The demon sword Li Hao, they believed, was merely feared by demons. He should be known as the divine sword Li Hao. Those others were the true demons. Hunt demons. The call echoed, a roar resounding far and wide. The demon hunting army made its official debut. In the next moment, a luminous shield appeared, fragments of a mirror enveloping the surroundings. And those who had been probing the area found themselves cut off from information. Moments later, a powerful figure approached, slightly furrowing their brow. The demon hunting army? Li Hao gathered over 2,000 martial artists to form a so-called demon hunter army, aiming to hunt down the true demons. Yet, who truly embodies the essence of a demon? With such a multitude of the weak, whom do you intend to pursue? Such idleness. With these resources and this time, you should contemplate how to elevate yourself rather than squander these assets on forcibly uplifting those devoid of talent. Within the shimmering barrier, nearly 1,000,000 divine energy stones materialized, shattering in an instant, releasing an overwhelming surge of mysterious energy that swiftly transformed into sword energy. Countless elements of the 5 phases, along with light and dark energies, emerged, instantly transforming this place into a sacred ground for cultivation. Drops of the fountain of life appeared before the crowd, and in the next moment, they shattered into misty rain, showering down upon everyone. The members of the Southern Fist observed with a sense of trepidation. What a grand display! Truly a magnificent spectacle. Investing over 1,000,000 divine energy stones into 2,000 ordinary individuals, while also employing sword energy and utilizing dozens of drops from the fountain of life. What could this be but madness? Li Hao's voice remained calm. In the external world, a single drop of the fountain of life is valued at 100,000 divine energy stones. I hope you remember this. It is not about the resources you have expended, but rather that every cent you spend today will be repaid in the future. Only through giving can you truly receive. This is merely an advance on your debt, so there is no need for gratitude. What you must do now is to repay this debt in the coming time, not to me, but to the justice that resides within your hearts. Silence enveloped the gathering as an abundance of energy surged forth, enveloping the soldiers in sword and life energies. In that moment, each warrior experienced rapid enhancement, particularly the members of the Silver Moon Army, who ascended with fervor. They had been feeble, and this was akin to a miraculous elixir for them. Meanwhile, some late-stage martial artists, having surpassed the 100 mark, also absorbed the enhancements, though their progress remained limited. Further advancement would be challenging unless they comprehended the essence of their powers. Li Hao, however, paid them no heed, as he had no intention of permitting them to enter the realm of superpowers at this stage. He had yet to acquire suitable battle armor for the superpowered. Transitioning now would render the war sky armor ineffective. Among the crowd, the stronger individuals also settled into meditative positions, beginning their absorption. The Black Panther attempted to absorb energy as well, only to be kicked aside by Li Hao. You have had enough. The Black Panther had indeed consumed a considerable amount. With its incessant indulgence and lack of contribution, if it were to absorb now, it would likely consume a third of the energy present. Li Hao disregarded the others, turning his gaze toward Hong Yitong. Upon noticing Li Hao's look, Hong Yitong felt a stir of intention and followed him to the rear. In the backyard, tranquility reigned, undisturbed by any interruptions. Hong Yitong looked at Li Hao, who returned the gaze. Master Hong, how many superpower locks did you break that day? 6. Hong Yitong replied with a smile. You broke 6 as well. You are dual attribute of wind and thunder, while I am dual attribute of thunder and fire. This indicated that Hong Yitong had indeed severed one of the 5 vital superpower locks. Li Hao nodded. The dual attributes of thunder and fire signified that Hong Yitong had broken the lock associated with his spine, suggesting that he had long since saturated that aspect, resulting in formidable bones. Thus, Master Hong, were only 10 super energy locks saturated before? Just 10? Hong Yitong chuckled. Is that weak? In truth, there were initially only 9. Among the 5 organs, 1 remained unsaturated. It was only during the last encounter in Dongbin province, upon completing the cycle of the 5 organs, that the final lock was saturated. With 10 super energy locks fully engaged, his battle prowess was indeed formidable. 9 locks could rival divine powers, and 10 locks were even more potent than the average divine power, solidifying his divine level. However, during that previous occasion, merely stabilizing the divine power proved insufficient. Hence, he opted to shatter 6 super energy locks, and combined with his already formidable strength, he was able to slay the king of the plains with a single strike. Is the Purple Mansion's bloodline not saturated? Not quite. Hong Yitong was indifferent. I do not prioritize a robust bloodline. Li Hao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, Master Hong, the day before yesterday, I completed the release of the water and fire divine powers, which you witnessed. Hong Yitong raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded, acknowledging the sight of the fire divine power. Yet, it vanished in the end. Moreover, that flame possessed a peculiar nature. Li Hao did not elaborate further. In the next moment, 2 divine power characters materialized, causing a flicker in Hong Yitong's gaze. The supreme technique of Jinqing City? Something akin to it. In an instant, a character representing fire surged toward him and detonated explosively. With a thunderous roar, Hong Yitong was momentarily shaken, as the lightning erupted yet was quickly suppressed. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Hong Yitong's eyes as Li Hao retracted the characters. After a brief silence, Hong Yitong took a deep breath. I understand why Yao Si chose to agree. He comprehended. Li Hao observed him. It is difficult to speak for others at present. But as for Master Hong, since you have chosen to advance in super energy, despite our differences, you have also conveyed to me that the dynamics of the world stem from the heart's intent. Although not a master of the 5 forces, it matters not. A single sword is sufficient. He turned to Hong Yitong and inquired, would you be willing to attempt this? Merging super energy locks, transforming the divine power into a unique character. I genuinely wish to see if a character of divine power can be fused. Hong Yitong chuckled. Am I to be your guinea pig? You have such intentions. Li Hao laughed as well. I wonder, with the sword's intent as the core, if it is possible to merge the divine into one. Perhaps this is the fusion of the divine I seek. The teacher's concept of merging the divine ultimately strives for unity of intent. If that is the case, integrating divine power characters should not be any different from merging the divine into one. Seeking out Hong Yitong indeed carries the intention of experimentation, for he possesses but a single intent. Should this intent successfully merge with the character and incorporate various divine powers, then Li Hao's concern about a lack of intent would be rendered moot. Yet, Hong Yitong laughed. You still do not grasp what I indicated about intent arising from the heart. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Hong Yitong chuckled lightly. Who said the sword's intent is singular? If I declare the sword's intent to be fire, then it is fire. If I declare it to be earth, it is earth. Enough. You still have not clarified these simple discussions. Let us see how to proceed. If it works later, I shall show you. Li Hao felt a twinge of surprise in his heart and nodded, promptly recounting all that he had previously accomplished. Hong Yitong murmured, I see now. It is fundamentally the same ideology, the ancient martial arts 3 apertures and the primordial pathway, akin to today's super abilities, force, and the present divine script. He pondered for a moment. Historical texts of ancient martial arts record that ultimately, the primordial pathway was abandoned in favor of perfecting one's own world. In essence, all things ultimately converge into unity, which is the path of completion. The methods may differ, yet he sensed that the eventual outcome remains unchanged. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, all paths ultimately converge. Whether it be super abilities or martial masters, everything transforms into one's own utility. This is the unity of myriad paths. Hong Yitong experienced an epiphany. In the next instant, his vital energy surged, blood coursing through him, transforming into a vital essence that instantaneously melded, releasing a surge of sword intent as the elements of thunder manifested within him. After a moment of contemplation, a character slowly emerged. Sword. Li Hao, unfazed, observed as the earth-covering sword condensed into a script, which was quite normal, but the next moment, his heart stirred as the character for sword suddenly transformed into a thunderous script, reverberating loudly. The thunder attribute within Hong Yitong instantly merged. Li Hao was somewhat taken aback. Sword thunder. Hong Yitong said nothing, silently channeling energy to continue shaping the character, while Li Hao swiftly retrieved droplets of the fountain of life, shattering them into life energy. Hong Yitong remained focused, continuing to invoke the script and absorb energy. However, this time, there was no thunderous baptism. He paid no mind to this, continuing his refinement. After a while, a character representing sword intent flickered in the air like vibrant lightning. Hong Yitong exhaled, appearing slightly fatigued, and softly remarked, "The thunder attribute has already integrated." Then, suddenly smiling, he said, "Li Hao, let me show you what true momentum born from the heart looks like." In an instant, the sword character that had just appeared as a thunderous form suddenly transformed into a blaze of fire. Li Hao was startled. Hong Yitong spoke softly. "I already told you upon my first entry into the Battle Heaven City, momentum has no inherent attribute. The so-called attributes are merely figments of our imagination. If I envision it as fire, then it is fire. You are still too inexperienced." As he finished speaking, the power of fire within him swiftly integrated into the sword character, and thunder erupted forth, followed by a thunderous explosion. The sword character began to change color. Your master's 5 animals breathing technique, when fused with 5 types of momentum, becomes ever more potent. In truth, it merely reflects a singular momentum understood 5 times. Thus, your master is a genius, while we ordinary folk must rely on a singular momentum to grow stronger. However, that does not imply that a single momentum is limited to one attribute. Li Hao, the reason you cannot integrate the wind and thunder attributes is merely because your preconceived notions are too numerous. Of course, our paths diverge, our thoughts differ. At this moment, Li Hao was quite astonished. During his first visit to Battle Heaven City, Hong Yitong had indeed guided him, elucidating that momentum knows no attributes and relies solely on one's imagination, a lesson he had long remembered. Yet, the ability to freely transform, how could that be possible? He gazed at Hong Yitong in a daze, realizing that this concept, which had allowed him to perceive various types of momentum as different attributes, did not imply that once solidified, they could not continue to transform. The earth-covering sword, after all, was famed for its connection to the terrain. Yet at this moment, what does this signify? Do not dwell on it. It is futile. You have already established your own inherent thoughts and concepts, so proceed according to your own understanding. There is no necessity to emulate me, and it may not even prove beneficial. My singular approach, indeed, lacks the strength of multiple converging forces. This is a reality, merely adorned with some embellishments. According to your master, this is merely fanciful and impractical." He chuckled softly. Yuan Shua's words were not entirely incorrect. Hong Yitong's force is indeed versatile and captivating, yet in essence, a single force remains a single force. Yuan Shua has comprehended it 5 times, layered it 5 times. The two are inherently distinct. The same can be said for Li Hao. However, from Li Hao's perspective, this is extraordinarily impressive. One force transforming into myriad forms. Does this not imply that a single word can encompass all? Would this not mean that Hong Yitong faces no constraints and can merge at will? He gaped in disbelief. This hardly seems fair. My wind and thunder attributes are yet to be fully refined, and I am still pondering how to comprehend the force of wind and thunder. While he can merge everything with a mere word, what then remains for me to pursue? Do not misconstrue my actions. I am merely taking shortcuts, and ultimately, I should not surpass you. Hong Yitong seemed to sense something, chuckling to offer some reassurance. Yet Li Hao appeared somewhat lost in thought. This is fundamentally different from others. A singular, pure force diverges from your approach and lacks universality. Others surely cannot transform at will as you do, can they? Hong Yitong continued to immerse himself in the fire attribute, seemingly unfazed, and replied nonchalantly, "Why must one be concerned with attributes when it comes to a singular force? What? An attribute-less force can encompass everything." Hong Yitong elucidated, "It merely poses a slightly greater challenge. For instance, do you not possess a unique sword force? Consider this singular sword force as a repository for all. Everything that cannot yet be distinctly merged into a textual divine ability can be cast into this amalgamation. In this manner, it may not be pure, yet it will not be inferior to any typical divine ability or supernatural power that is sufficient. Li Hao, you must understand that not everyone needs to be extraordinary. Only a small fraction of individuals are truly exceptional. That is what defines a genius, what distinguishes the extraordinary. The rest of us, the majority, are perfectly adequate." He sensed that Li Hao's understanding had deviated. Li Hao believed that everyone ought to be a genius and follow this path. But who decreed that only geniuses can cultivate? Hong Yitong wished to express that he, too, was not an ordinary person, he was a genius. Yet in Li Hao's eyes, Hong Yitong's ability to change while others could not rendered it non-universal. Nonsense. I am a genius. What of it if I possess some uniqueness? Hong Yitong silently rebuked. My ability to adapt is a testament to my genius. Yet Li Hao insists that if others cannot do the same, they are rendered incapable of cultivation. So, are you the only genius in the world? At this juncture, who has not proven themselves a genius? Can you truly expect everyone to follow suit? Li Hao, somewhat distracted, then asked, what if there is no force? How can one achieve textual stability without the risk of disintegration? Without a force, the words would indeed disintegrate, lacking the necessary spirit. For instance, some supreme beings lack the concept of potential. However, Hong Yitong smiled, stating, if one does not comprehend potential, then one must utilize formidable mental strength to solidify it. But what if one lacks such mental prowess? Hong Yitong felt a weariness wash over him. Then one simply hasn't reached this stage yet. Why the haste? Do you expect the extraordinary to ascend to this level during the era of radiance and the three suns in a single leap? The path ahead is already laid out. Yet the challenges of the latter stages have stymied many. To forge a new path does not imply discarding all that has been established. Everyone should ideally progress smoothly to the transformative phase. That is what warrants the pursuit of this path. He turned to Li Hao. What exactly are you contemplating? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. There exists a path for martial masters leading up to the fusion of spirit. Currently, there are avenues to explore until that stage. After reaching the fusion of spirit, should one be troubled? The extraordinary follows suit. At this stage, only certain issues with divine abilities have arisen. Yet there are no concerns as one approaches the transformative phase. Why must we discard these elements? He sensed that Li Hao's thoughts were misaligned. Li Hao furrowed his brow. But even so, the issue of fragile organs remains unresolved. My intention is to incorporate all extraordinary abilities into divine texts from the outset, fortifying them to circumvent the organ issue. Initially, the organs were not weak. Hong Yitong rolled his eyes dramatically. Did you feel your organs were fragile when you battled Qian? Did Su Guang perceive his organs as weak? Indeed. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. After a while, he added, that is true. But when one reaches our level, transitions require the fountain of life to stabilize the organs. Does it not pose a problem? External forces are still necessary. Although the resources consumed are less than those required for direct enhancement of the organs, Li Hao felt as if something vital was still missing. This time, Hong Yitong nodded thoughtfully. Li Hao had indeed touched upon the crux of the matter. After contemplating, he spoke, you have articulated a key point. Upon your suggestion, I have conceived an idea. Your divine script can reflect the self, correct? Yes. Then why not attempt to create a character that can enhance the physical organs directly from the early stages of weakness? Li Hao chuckled. How could that be possible? Why is it impossible? Hong Yitong responded earnestly. The paths are myriad, and there is not just one way. If you seek to perfect this system, it undoubtedly requires immense effort and sacrifice. You are still unfamiliar with the human body and have not yet attained omniscience in martial arts. Since you have discovered that extraordinary locks can be absorbed and fused, reflecting back upon oneself, do you not ponder if there exists a lock or some other element that can enhance the entire physique rather than just isolated parts? Li Hao's heart stirred. Given the existence of various elemental paths, could there not be a path for the physical body? Hong Yitong smiled. Of course, this is merely a thought of mine. I am currently only attempting to follow your guidance, but I lack the capability to unearth it. However, now that you have taken this step, you should explore and discover. In the end, there may indeed exist such a character that can fortify the entire physique, thus perfecting the weaknesses of your system. Li Hao felt a surge of emotion. Could such a path truly exist? The physical body, an entity unto itself, seamlessly integrates into this textual system. From this moment forth, one need only cultivate within a singular framework, rendering all other considerations superfluous. Observing Li Hao lost in contemplation, Hong Yitong refrained from speaking, instead promptly solidifying his fire attribute. After some experimentation, he could not help but reflect on the simplicity of it all. It is not particularly difficult, yet without the courage to attempt and unveil it, one might never tread this path in a lifetime. Li Hao, this spirited youth, dares to dream and act. At this juncture, Li Hao found himself in a state of reverie. The five elements possess their own pathways, as do wind and thunder, light and darkness. The physical body and the five organs are intrinsically linked to these forces. Yet, can there exist a distinct pathway solely for the physical body? Strengthening the body alone while all else remains as divine abilities, cultivating the inner self while honing external powers, achieving mastery of both realms. Lost in thought, Li Hao felt a flicker of inspiration mingled with confusion. However, he did absorb some of Hong Yitong's insights. Perhaps the wind and thunder attributes could be amalgamated into a grand synthesis, incorporated into the sword's essence. This approach would enable the sword's might to embody a singular character, encompassing all the latent supernormal energies yet to manifest, which could later be meticulously sorted, distinguished, and ultimately fused. As he pondered this, a thunderous roar jolted him back to reality. He stared vacantly at Hong Yitong, who had just shattered the lock on his spleen, unleashing a surge of earth energy. Seizing the moment, he turned to the Black Panther, exclaiming, "Devour the excess earth energy. I shall attempt to merge the three divine abilities into one." The Black Panther, unfazed, promptly opened its mouth and consumed the dissipating energy. In the next instant, it opened wide and drew in the remaining power that had yet to escape from Hong Yitong, forcibly absorbing it. Hong Yitong's expression darkened. Li Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. "Panther, I merely asked you to absorb the excess energy, not to devour Hong Yitong himself. The energy hasn't even escaped yet, and you are already forcefully absorbing it. How is that appropriate?" The Black Panther looked at Li Hao with innocent eyes, as if to say, "I am merely following the instruction given. It wasn't he intentional. When he mentioned the dissipated energy, I assumed it included what was still within him." Hong Yitong was left speechless, unwilling to elaborate further. This time, the rupture was decisive, and his sword character transformed into a hue of earthy yellow, flowing with an unusual ease. Known for his prowess in the earth sword essence, this transformation seemed to effortlessly suppress the tumultuous energies of thunder and fire within. Li Hao watched with envy. Is this truly possible? The concept of a singular character as a divine ability appeared deceptively simple. If only he could also change colors at will, like Hong Yitong. It would be so delightful. Hong Yitong, noticing the envy and jealousy in Li Hao's eyes, felt a twinge of annoyance. "Stop gazing. Your eventual fusion will undoubtedly surpass mine. The effort you invest determines your harvest. I may have taken a shortcut. I wish to take one as well." Li Hao retorted, incredulous. Seeing his determination, Hong Yitong sighed. "Let me put it this way. If you wish to follow my path, first dismantle your five energies and concentrate solely on the sword essence. Perhaps then you could achieve a singular essence that manifests into myriad forms." Instantly, Li Hao dismissed the notion. "That will not do." Hong Yitong ceased to speak, observing, "You see, you are reluctant to engage, yet still wish to take shortcuts. How can that be permissible? Are you attempting to fuse the three systems of divine powers? Can your physical form withstand it? With my 10 super energy locks saturated, I can undoubtedly manage. Do you believe my physique is significantly weaker than yours? You can endure 4 divine powers. I can bear 3 without much trouble. If my purple mansion super energy locks reach saturation, I should be able to accommodate 4 or even 5 divine powers." At this stage, the most formidable martial artist has reportedly saturated 11 super energy locks. Yet the one at the head remains untested. As far as Li Hao is aware, only Yao Si has achieved this. Regarding Ho Xiaoqing and others, Li Hao is uncertain. Perhaps they have not reached 11 locks, or perhaps they have, but without their disclosure, he finds it challenging to ascertain. According to Hong Yitong, he can continue to endure. Li Hao refrained from further comments and shattered additional life springs, allowing energy to surge into Hong Yitang's body. The fusion of the three systems of divine powers demands greater resources, and Hong Yitang's consumption is considerable, seemingly even more than Li Hao's. Those adept in divine powers, transitioning from 2 systems to 3, might require around 100 drops of life springs. Hong Yitang requires somewhat less, yet Li Hao is continuously shattering life springs, quickly amassing around 20 drops. Even so, this may not suffice. Moments later, Hong Yitang's aura diminished entirely, while the brilliance of the sword character intensified. Li Hao also shattered a substantial 30 drops of life springs. Coupled with previous expenditures, Hong Yitang had consumed nearly 50 drops to consolidate this 3-system sword text. That is no trivial amount. He had also shattered some outside earlier. Presently, Li Hao examined his storage ring and noted that only around 300 drops of life springs remained. Indeed, a significant consumption. Of course, considering that 1 drop costs 10,000 divine energy stones, the expenditure is not excessively burdensome. Hong Yitang said nothing and swallowed the text whole. In the next moment, his vitality and spirit rejuvenated somewhat, though his aura became increasingly restrained. However, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do not say that a text enhancing the physical form cannot be produced. It is indeed quite taxing on one's essence and spirit, not to mention the vitality absorbed. Without sufficient life springs to replenish, one may very well age prematurely." After speaking, his gaze flickered slightly, adding, "Nonetheless, this text, when absorbed into the body, does possess some nourishing effects. I must concede, Li Hao, you are quite innovative." Li Hao flashed a grin and replied, "Even more ingenious is the divine power text, which can operate breathing techniques, allowing the text to function autonomously." Hong Yitang was taken aback. This was something Li Hao had not mentioned before. He swiftly attempted it. In the next moment, he was astounded. "You rascal, you truly have conceived something remarkable. I hadn't realized this. It's akin to dual cultivation. The divine power text can cultivate independently, which would significantly accelerate training and save a tremendous amount of time." Li Hao grinned again, saying, "Your method of transforming one character into myriad words is commendable, but upon reflection, my approach of one character corresponding to one breathing technique equates to an individual's cultivation. When I genuinely condense countless characters, it is as if numerous individuals are training simultaneously. No matter how you transform, you seem only capable of practicing one breathing technique, equivalent to 2 individuals training. I find my situation rather advantageous." Hong Yitang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, this was a considerable advantage. "Are you not planning to inform your master?" "I shall discuss it during our next meeting, primarily because my master is not yet prepared, including Minister Yao and the others. In fact, Minister Yao has noticed my transformation but has refrained from breaking the superpower locks, indicating his hesitations and concerns. Given this, it cannot be forced, and I am uncertain how far I can progress." After contemplating, he frowned and remarked, "How powerful can one become after integrating all superpower locks into the human body? At that point, the distinctions of 3, 4, or 5 systems will cease to exist. What lies ahead?" Hong Yitang nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of this thought. "Thus, one must start from the essence of the text. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Let us focus on the present, for the future remains uncertain." Li Hao also nodded in agreement, affirming that there is still ample time. After a moment of reflection, Hong Yitang stated, "The fusion of the 3 systems may not guarantee safety. In the past 2 days, I have attempted to saturate the 11th superpower lock. If successful, I shall endeavor to integrate the 4th type of supernatural ability. Yes, I too will attempt to merge the sword intent with the wind and thunder supernatural abilities." Li Hao nodded, suggesting that the 4 systems might offer a greater assurance. If one seeks more security, then the 5 or 6 systems would provide even greater safety. On that day, Director Wang mentioned that the pinnacle might be achieved by breaking through 7, 8, or 9 superpower locks. It is worth a try. Though it may lead to a direct explosion, let us proceed step by step. The 3 systems merely break through 7 superpower locks, which may differ from what Director Wang described. Surely, his reference excludes the limbs? If that is the case, then the pinnacle is indeed formidable, implying that only by breaking through all 11 superpower locks of the strongest martial artist thus far can one barely reach this standard. Who can accomplish such a feat? At this moment, Li Hao and Hong Yitong were both immersed in their training. Meanwhile, the outside world was ominously quiet, as if a storm were brewing. The 9 divisions remained utterly still. In this moment, they were deep in thought and strategizing, also pondering whether the Silver Moon martial artists would accompany Li Hao in his reckless endeavors yet again. Once was not enough. Twice. Thrice. Were those Silver Moon martial artists truly unafraid of death? The vast Tianqing city had fallen into a profound silence. Nobles and extraordinary beings alike had astonishingly adopted a low profile, no longer flaunting their powers in arrogance. Fearful of being swiftly captured and decapitated by the utterly deranged Li Hao. Chapter 241. Simple and brutal as time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 3 days, Li Hao finally lifted the mirror barrier. Outside, various powerful individuals either concealed themselves or openly scrutinized the situation. They dared not investigate those formidable beings. Yet the thousands of soldiers, even clad in armor, were merely weak martial artists, making it exceedingly difficult to remain unnoticed. Their unstable vitality and feeble strength held little secrecy against the strong. What a grand undertaking! Someone whispered, truly a remarkable feat. More than 2,000 individuals had nearly all crossed the threshold of 100 levels. The soldiers of the Silver Moon Army, previously mere ordinary people, consumed little individually. But the toll on thousands became substantial. On the side of Wu Weijun, there were previously almost exclusively martial artists at the peak of the 100, with few at the Douqian level. However, this time, some of the previously perfected martial artists at the 100 mark have now absorbed a significant amount of energy and the essence of life, resulting in an unexpected increase in Douqian practitioners, likely numbering around 50 or 60. Li Hao's demon hunting team has also seen several Douqian martial artists emerge. When combined, the 3 factions are nearing 100 Douqian martial artists. For the superpowers, cultivating nearly 100 practitioners at the Sanyang level, despite the considerable cost, is not particularly daunting. However, for martial artists, surpassing the 100 mark to enter Douqian represents a fundamentally different concept. Furthermore, a new figure has emerged in the realm of Su Guang, Hao Lianquan, who is recognized by some. Additionally, a new transformation has occurred with Qin Lian, who, while not widely known, has previously made her mark as a dark-type superpower. Her husband, Yang Shan, is still in the transformation phase. These 2 transformations are neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak. Moreover, several Sanyang superpowers have emerged, such as Hu Hao and Yun Yao, who have all crossed into the Sanyang level, while Wang Ming has entered the later stages of Sanyang. Nonetheless, the attention of the crowd remains focused on the Douqian martial artists. The collective advancement of thousands is indeed a remarkable feat, and such significant progress is rare. In the current landscape of superpowers, one must either enhance their own abilities or rely on fortuitous opportunities. Even if one aligns with a powerful faction, they are unlikely to receive strength enhancements without cause, regardless of the resources available. Soon, the attention of the crowd shifted to others, including Yao Si and Hou Xiaoqing, who were inscrutable. Even amidst the crowd, there were practitioners with the Tianyin ability, yet they found themselves overwhelmed by a blinding aura, with some suddenly spitting blood, an indication of backlash from the Tianyin practitioners. In the courtyard, Hou Xiaoqing glanced outside. Those observing him seemed to have their spirits torn asunder, with more individuals spitting blood and hastily fleeing. His power is formidable. The strength of Hou Xiaoqing remains elusive, as evidenced by his effortless defeat of formidable opponents. To what extent has he cultivated his abilities? In the Julong Pavilion, on the 9th floor, a formidable figure appeared to be observing something, with an image of the courtyard suspended before him. After some time, he coldly remarked, Hou Xiaoqing's strength is at least between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. This individual is quite powerful. Nearby, some nodded in agreement while others remained silent. He turned to a portly man beside him. Mohai, is Lu Yinqing still playing dead? Lu Yinqing of the finance department has not shown himself since his initial setback, as if he had vanished entirely. The vast finance department continues to collect national taxes, yet all other matters are neglected, seemingly indifferent to Li Hao's machinations. Mohai, the head of the internal affairs department, remained silent, sipping tea. When Hu Mingfa, the head of the criminal law department, inquired, he slowly replied, I have no information, I am uncertain. Is Qin Yao not coming? Hu Mingfa's gaze grew increasingly stern. How long was he going to hide? Qin Yao, that individual from the inspection division. Upon hearing this, Muhai slowly replied. He claims he is willing to finance it. But his mystical powers are unstable. The relics under the jurisdiction of the Inspection Division require an immense amount of energy to awaken that particular demon plant, which cannot provide him with sufficient life springs. His abilities remain somewhat precarious. Nonsense. Hu Mingfa scoffed coldly. It was merely an excuse. If others were unstable, that could be understood. However, those among them possessed abundant resources. It was not only possible to secure the second tier of mystical power, but also to swiftly ascend to the third or even fourth tier, provided one was willing to pay the price. Naturally, such costs were burdensome. Even if the 9 divisions were wealthier than nations, they could not realistically concentrate all resources on a single individual. If they did so, offering no benefits to others who would be inclined to serve them. A singular division would no longer represent the authority of the 9 divisions. All formidable individuals entering the tier of mystical powers required life springs for stabilization. There were not enough life springs available to fulfill such demand. At this stage, life springs were essential for all mystical powers. This, in turn, indicated that the advancement within the realm of mystical powers was, in fact, under the control of demon plants, which was highly disadvantageous for the superpowered. Those with discernment recognized the existing issues, yet the crowd was too preoccupied to dwell on them. Hu Mingfa bellowed a few times, quickly regaining his composure. So, it seems neither the Inspection Division nor the Finance Division is willing to participate this time. Around him, some sipped tea, others drank wine, yet few spoke. Whether one participated or not was of little consequence. The relationship remained largely unchanged. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke up. That is not crucial, nor is it significant. What truly matters now is whether Li Hao is willing to come aboard. That is the crux of the matter. The speaker chuckled lightly. If Li Hao is unwilling to join us, attempting to eliminate him from the outside at this stage would require an extraordinary commitment, perhaps even crossing into the 5th tier of mystical powers. Who can be certain of preventing his escape? His defenses are formidable, with the likes of Yao Si, Ho Xiaoqing, and Hong Yitong at his side. Directly assassinating him would be exceedingly difficult. Although he had created a situation resembling a massive energy mine, his resource consumption had been substantial, possibly even depleting his reserves. It was rumored that he had even utilized life springs to enhance those martial artists. Truth be told, the emergence of such a colossal mine was rather abnormal, bordering on a blatant scheme. I could invest 100 million energy stones. Would you, Li Hao, be willing to take a gamble? Those with keen insight could discern the underlying issues. Hu Mingfa frowned slightly. He has always been audacious. Initially, he dared to pursue the wind boots, even venturing into the Su family's domain. Although at that time he was merely at the level of the rising light, while the Su family already had a mystical power. Yet, he still went there, gambling on the outcome. If that is the case, why would he not be willing if the price were sufficiently steep? That is different. The speaker pondered for a moment before suddenly laughing. In reality, the difficulty is not negligible. After all, you mentioned only energy stones. What if a weapon from the 8 great families were to reappear? Would that not entice him? As these words were spoken, several individuals turned to regard him. Currently, 3 weapons from the 8 great families had surfaced, all in the possession of Li Hao and his associates. The wind boots, the starry sky sword, and the stone knife. Meanwhile, the Wang family's Xiangui seal remained in the city of war. In the outside world, there exist at most 4 divine weapons. The few individuals regarded him, for they had no divine weapons from the 8 great families. The intelligence regarding the 8 great families was first known to the Red Moon. Could it be that the Red Moon was willing to offer one as bait? The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Do not look at me. Although the Red Moon has not mentioned it, I do not believe he is indifferent to the idea of eliminating Li Hao. As Li Hao continues to grow, he poses the greatest threat to him. Would he refuse to sacrifice a divine weapon to lure Li Hao into a trap? The others furrowed their brows slightly. It was difficult to ascertain the intentions of the Red Moon. 3 days had already passed, and if they could not draw out Li Hao, would they truly have to wait for 7 days until Li Hao once again tramples the authority of the 9 divisions? Is there truly no hope of forcibly eliminating Li Hao? Someone inquired once more. Forcibly eliminating him? Perhaps if all the families revealed their hidden cards. Even without relying on the demon plants, there might still be a chance to kill him. But at what cost? How many lives would be lost in the process? Was this price one that everyone was willing to pay? Upon hearing this, silence fell over the group. Venturing into the ruins, the demon plants would act without significant danger. However, killing Li Hao on the ground would require genuine confrontation. Would the head of the administrative division be willing to take action? It was not merely a matter of willingness. They must restrain the royal family. Otherwise, they would be inviting calamity. Li Hao was the wolf, and the royal family was the tiger. Once they acted, it would unleash the ferocious tiger. The group engaged in further discussions. After a while, from the judicial division, Hu Mingfa stated, "I have negotiated with the demon plants. They are willing to cooperate, but with conditions. The divine energy stones brought in this time must be left for them." The others had already prepared for this. Otherwise, there would have been no need to gather such a considerable number of divine energy stones. The demon plants would clearly also require a price to act. The cost was the divine energy stones that served as bait this time. Over 100 million. How greedy. Someone sneered. These demon plants would swallow every divine energy stone collected by the 9 divisions if they had their way. If not for the need to have the 9 divisions continue collecting, they would likely not even be willing to part with a drop of the fountain of life. They wanted the horse to run, but how could they do so without offering some sweet incentive? After much discussion, Hu Mingfa finally spoke. Currently, Li Hao is an extraordinary cultivator, and his ability to conceal his aura is not as strong as before. Furthermore, Hong Yitong has summoned everyone in hopes of retrieving the fragments of the heaven-observing realm, to integrate them and reflect the void to ascertain Li Hao's true strength. Just in case, the mirror fragments. Upon hearing this, the others pondered for a moment and did not refuse the idea. This is feasible. However, if the mirror is shattered, it may be impossible to unify it again, right? Temporarily unifying it should still be possible. Very well. The group reached a decision. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although it seemed Li Hao's 3 systems of divine abilities had failed in cultivation, no one could be certain whether he was using his powerful concealing abilities to mask his own aura. Moreover, it was highly likely that Li Hao possessed mirror fragments. No? He certainly did. During his previous cultivation in the north, concealing his presence in all directions was precisely the function of the mirror fragments, was it not? In the North City, 2,000 soldiers began their training, practicing the 10 rings mountain ceiling technique. As Li Hao and his companions returned to the hall, laughter and chatter filled the air. Time was still somewhat on their side, yet the hours remaining for the 9 divisions were limited. Li Hao sighed contemplatively. Hong Yitong cast a sidelong glance at him, questioning his audacity in light of the 4 elemental powers he wielded. Be cautious. Overconfidence may lead to your downfall, he advised, choosing brevity in his words. Are you genuinely intent on establishing the Celestial Star Martial Arts Academy? Absolutely, Li Hao affirmed with a nod. Those who dare to come at this juncture are either desperate, audacious, or harboring deep-seated enmities with the 9 divisions. Why not seize the opportunity? He continued, this academy, while labeled as such, transcends mere martial training. It's a facade. Martial arts cannot be mastered in a day or 2. I hope that you, as my esteemed uncle, can cultivate a specific cadre of talent according to your vision. Hong Yitong frowned slightly. I am aware of your intentions, yet I lack instructors in this regard. While there are numerous individuals capable of teaching martial arts, finding qualified personnel for other subjects poses a significant challenge. I understand, Li Hao nodded. That is why I am arranging for individuals to locate the former students and teachers of the Celestial Star Ancient Academy, including those from the 9 Dragons Pavilion who have been reluctant to send their people. Today, I shall demand their presence. The royal family cannot afford to ignore me at this moment. They are counting on me to confront the 9 divisions. The royal family, it seemed, was hesitating, likely awaiting the final outcome. But for Li Hao, who would grant them the luxury of time? Hong Yitong nodded slightly. Li Hao then turned to Director Zhou. How are your arrangements progressing? The last time we spoke, I invested a substantial cost of 200 drops of the life spring. What have you accomplished in the meantime? Director Zhou, meeting his gaze, smiled faintly. As long as you prevail in this battle, the rewards will undoubtedly be considerable. If you venture into the ruins, I will journey eastward. Rest assured, all matters on that front can be resolved, provided you emerge victorious. If you lose, then there is nothing more to discuss. Victory will allow you to dominate all quarters. Li Hao nodded in agreement, appreciating the plan. However, Yao Si furrowed his brow. What does this mean? If Li Hao goes to the ruins, you will not accompany him? Director Zhou chuckled. What need is there for so many to go? Yao Si regarded him with skepticism. Was he truly so confident? While Li Hao's mastery of the four elemental powers was formidable, to claim invincibility, especially within the ruins, was a stretch. The 9 divisions would certainly not underestimate him. The danger remained substantial. Was this man truly at ease, or did he simply not care? As they conversed, Li Hao's gaze shifted, and he produced a shard of mirrored crystal, which trembled slightly in his hand. Li Hao frowned, pondering the situation. Meanwhile, Yao Xi's expression changed, prompting him to send a warning. Be cautious. The 9 divisions may have activated other shards to probe your location. Li Hao knitted his brow in response. After a moment's thought, he unleashed the elemental energies of wind and thunder, enveloping his body, while Hong Yitong similarly radiated his divine energy. Hong Yitong communicated telepathically. Can this shard freely probe individuals? Li Hao shook his head. I am uncertain. My own ability allows for limited range. Is it possible for the 9 divisions to probe from such a distance away in North City? He was filled with doubt. Yao Xi elucidated that perhaps the 9 divisions had unified the fragments of this mirror. It was said that upon its discovery, numerous shards were present, and at that time, many regarded them merely as ordinary divine weapon fragments. Thus they became scattered. It was only after the resurgence of superpowers that the mystery within was unveiled. As the conversation unfolded, Li Hao began to sense an uncomfortable sensation of being scrutinized, causing him to furrow his brow. It indeed felt akin to the sensation of being observed through a mirror, an experience that was quite disconcerting. Clearly, the 9 divisions were probing him. With an audacious intent of "I shall investigate you. What can you do about it?" Li Hao remained silent, his brow furrowed. Casting his gaze towards the east, he noted that the 9 divisions were cautious. Even after revealing 2 forms of divine abilities, they still sought to investigate him. A sense of unease crept over him. Could his divine script be discovered? He was uncertain. Although his own mirror shard was ineffective, the opposing party's ability to probe from such a distance raised questions. Either the other fragments had merged remarkably, or their shard was of unimaginable scale. Li Hao was unsure if they could uncover the essence of his water and fire divine script within. Contemplating this, he concealed the 2 divine scripts within his internal organs. As for the annihilation character formed by the condensation of sword intent, he also shrouded it. This entity was a veritable medley, utilized by Li Hao to gather various divine abilities that could not be fused, serving a limited purpose, merely effective in preventing conflicts among the divine abilities. Within the 9 Dragons Pavilion, several powerful individuals returned, each holding a fragment. The shards resonated with one another, swiftly forming a colossal screen within the hall, revealing Li Hao and his companions. Points of light flickered upon each of them. Li Hao exhibited glimmers of both wind and thunder, while Hong Yitong radiated waves of lightning and fire energy. However, Yao Xi could discern little, only faintly perceiving several superpower locks. The exact number remaining elusive, a challenge often faced by martial masters in their investigations. Yet this was sufficient. Being martial masters, their strength, albeit formidable, still had limitations at this stage. Turning their attention to Hou Xiaocheng, they noted that he and Yao Xi were comparable. Ultimately, they glanced at the light sword, who also exhibited only vague manifestations of superpower locks. Hu Mingfa frowned, remarking that the troubles faced by martial masters were indeed tied to the mirror's shattering. Otherwise, a complete reflection would have been possible, allowing even martial masters to be thoroughly investigated. The group remained silent. A breakage was a breakage, and currently, the fragments were likely not even whole. What use was there in discussing it? Mu Hai cast a glance at Director Zhou, slightly furrowing his brow. This fellow is also a martial master? Having remained low-key for decades alongside the Zhao clan in Silver Moon, I had presumed he had ascended to superpower status and crossed into the realm of divine abilities. I never anticipated he was still a martial master. The others too turned their gaze towards Director Zhou, who, albeit fleetingly, manifested some superpower locks that quickly dissipated. This indeed reflected the essence of a martial master. As for the extent of his strength, it was difficult to gauge, but he was at least a martial master who had begun to saturate his superpower locks. Otherwise, a weaker martial master could be directly reflected, incapable of concealing themselves. Thankfully, Hu Mingfa let out a sigh of relief. Both Li Hao and Hong Yitong remained dual-system practitioners. Remarkably, Li Hao had not severed his connection with other superpower locks. Even if he were to temporarily break through, entering the 3rd system would be an achievement. Yet to aspire for the 4th system and endure the instantaneous eruption of dual-system energy was beyond his capacity. This outcome, however, was not unexpected. Thus, it was prudent to disseminate information and reach out to Ing Hongyue, initially using the divine energy stone as bait. If that proved ineffective, a divine weapon could be offered as a lure, prominently placed within the relic, ensuring that it would be noticed and sensed. In the Beijing courtyard, Li Hao's expression was far from pleasant. The sensation of being seen through was disconcerting. He gazed toward the central area, his brow furrowing. Noticing his distress, Yao Si offered reassurance. The 9 divisions will not continuously unify the fragments. They understand that if these fragments were to unite, many would no longer possess their secrets. Therefore, the fragments remain disparate, a tacit agreement among everyone. Unless we face a common enemy again, they will not be revealed. Otherwise, probing into each other's affairs would obliterate all secrecy. Is this the legendary fragments of the sky-observing mirror? Li Hao recalled hearing from Little Tree about the most renowned mirror fragments from ancient civilization, presumably this sky-observing mirror, which was said to have been shattered in the past. The ancient text spoke of it in an enigmatic manner, suggesting that the sky-observing mirror had the ability to see all things in heaven and earth. Yet the fragments before them lacked such power. Li Hao chose to remain silent. After a while, Nan Quan entered. We just received news from the royal family. The relic provided by the financial department will officially open tomorrow. They invited me to explore together. He turned to Li Hao, explaining. The relic operates as follows. Once the number of entrants exceeds 100, it will automatically close, and only after 5 days can it reopen. However, if fewer than 100 people enter, they can come and go freely. Li Hao was taken aback. There are such rules? Indeed. Nan Quan nodded. Many relics have such stipulations, particularly at the Martial Science University, which functions as a closed institution. Once inside, one must wait 5 days before it can be reopened for exploration. So it can accommodate 100 people? It is not merely about accommodating 100. Rather, if the number of entrants exceeds 100, the relic will close. Nan Quan clarified. In essence, it means that whether 1,000 or even 10,000 people enter, it makes no difference, but surpassing 100 will trigger the closure, making it impossible to open under normal circumstances. Li Hao's brow slightly furrowed. A closed relic was indeed the most troublesome kind, sealing for 5 days. In 5 days, anything could transpire. He spoke solemnly. When you say closed, does that mean one cannot exit, only enter? For instance, if the number exceeds 100, can people still enter but not exit? Nan Quan nodded. Correct, entry is permitted. Thus, it is not entirely closed but rather semi-closed. However, during this process, no one can exit. He continued. The initial number of explorers will undoubtedly be fewer than 100, allowing the relic to remain open. However, if you choose to enter, it may swiftly exceed 100. As soon as Li Hao steps inside, the ruins will instantly transform into an inescapable enclosure. Inviting Nan Quan to investigate is undoubtedly a fitting choice. Nan Quan gazes at him and inquires, what led you to this decision? If it is indeed a gamble worth taking, I shall venture in. They must have placed some enticing treasures to lure you. Perhaps I might seize a bargain. After all, how else could they entice Li Hao? Li Hao observes him, aware that Nan Quan is a speculator. However, he slowly replies, once you enter, your chances of exiting are not guaranteed. Of course, prior to my own entry, you might have an opportunity to retreat. Furrowing his brow, Nan Quan asks, are you certain about entering? Not entirely. I wish to see what treasures they can present that might captivate my interest, compelling me to disregard the dangers, even knowing it is a trap. Since GOC dares to do this, they must believe I will inevitably be tempted. Li Hao chuckles. In that case, I too wish to satisfy my curiosity. Shall I agree then? Nan Quan regards him with a hint of gravity, saying, furthermore, do not place your hopes on the bloodlines of the 8 families. Their influence is limited to Silver Moon and may bear no significance here. I understand. All right. Nan Quan refrains from further comment. Li Hao is eager to see what treasures GOC has to offer. This is an expedition both parties are acutely aware of. They are not seeking relics from the Martial Science University, but rather examining what GOC can provide. It is somewhat absurd, yet this reality unfolds nonetheless. Once Nan Quan departs, Yao Si exhales, I shall accompany you. Resolute, Li Hao is already committed to this perilous journey. It is best to proceed together. Li Hao shakes his head. We need individuals outside as well. If everyone ventures in and our stronghold is compromised, what then? The Night Watch is still an immensely formidable force. If Yao Si leaves, that would be unwise. We shall wait and see. Li Hao smiles. The extent of their offerings will reflect their determination to eliminate me and the price they are willing to pay. I eagerly anticipate what treasures Jiu-Si will unveil that will ignite my impatience. The group falls silent, uncertain whether this moment heralds fortune or misfortune. The following day, Nanquan enters. This marks the 4th day since Li Hao spoke, with 6 days remaining until the establishment of the Star Governor's mansion. Should Li Hao choose to enter, he has but 1 day to deliberate. Otherwise, even if the enclosure is lifted, it would require 5 days. He lacks the time to participate in the inauguration of the Star Governor's mansion. In the western suburbs of Star City, within a low mountain, Nanquan finds himself among 70 to 80 others, individuals from Jiu-Si, the royal family, and several enigmatic figures. The number is kept below 100. Nanquan remains silent, contemplative. Ahead of them, a tunnel has been excavated. At its terminus stands a portal resembling an energy shield. Beside Nanquan, a royal descendant whispers, "Master He." This ruin is known as the Yuanping Martial Science University. It is not particularly large, merely a small martial academy. Previous explorations revealed few treasures, yet it remains remarkably intact, with its structures well preserved. The Military Science University, in its heyday, was perhaps not regarded as a prestigious institution, merely a mid-tier establishment. Nanquan nodded slightly. The young man then whispered, "The 9th Prince suggested that, Master, he simply take a look inside. Some matters are best left untouched. Afterward, we shall assess whether Master He wishes to remain based on his inclination." Understood. Nanquan refrained from saying much more, and, as the ruins were activated by a stone-like object, he stepped forward without hesitation. There was little danger. This site posed no significant threats. Previously, Xu Guang had led an exploration with a remarkably low attrition rate, and while there were no menacing flora within, some guardians did remain. However, these were merely puppets, not the remains of formidable soldiers like the War Heaven Army. To a being as powerful as Nanquan, they represented no peril whatsoever. As he crossed the threshold of the ruins, a grand archway loomed before him, impressively wide, perhaps 100 meters across. Indeed, many ancient structures were built to convey magnificence. And while this was not of paramount importance, the Military Science University was scarcely mentioned in ancient texts, evidently a dilapidated institution. Discovering the magic capital Military Science University or the Kyoto Military Science University would be far more astonishing. Gazing toward the university's entrance, Nanquan noticed several doll-like buildings, causing him to chuckle at how they resembled an elementary school, seemingly designed to entertain children. It was no wonder the Ministry of Finance deemed it expendable. The grand entrance was open, and he strode in, followed closely by others, all casting their gazes toward Nanquan as if he were the leader. Aware of their intentions, Nanquan remained silent and continued onward. The school was diminutive. Indeed, Nanquan had explored several military science universities, and this might be the smallest he had encountered. The vast entrance seeming at odds with its size. The entire campus was visible at a glance, comprising only 4 modest buildings: a teaching hall, a training facility, a dormitory, and an administrative building. The total area scarcely exceeded 100 acres. Was this truly a military science university? Nanquan scoffed inwardly, deeming it more akin to a military science primary school. However, in the distance, he sensed a surge of divine energy. Hesitating momentarily, he hastened toward it, crossing several small structures. At that moment, his eyes were met with a dazzling sight. His mouth agape, he stood momentarily stunned. Turning back to the others, he finally spoke. "Is there still a need for exploration? We might as well declare the discovery of an energy mine." The intentions of these individuals were glaringly obvious. Perhaps due to the university's diminutive size, a small lake lay behind, into which they had carelessly deposited countless divine energy stones. At this moment, even Nanquan was momentarily bewildered. With a cold smirk, he attempted to advance for a closer look, but found his path obstructed by 2 formidable figures who merely observed him in silence. Nanquan's gaze hardened. "I must ascertain the authenticity of this discovery." No words were exchanged. Yet the 2 formidable figures contemplated for a moment before parting to clear the path. Nanquan stepped forward to pick up a shard, examining it closely and inhaling sharply. It was genuine. The mound of divine energy stones before him was staggering. How many were there? The pile seemed endless. In such a diminutive relic, How could they have excavated so many divine energy stones? The 9 courts had almost directly conveyed to Nanquan the unspoken question. Could he summon Li Hao? How many were there? Nanquan swallowed hard. Beside him, a voice remarked coolly, beyond your imagination, 100 million. Nanquan's heart surged with shock. He turned to the speaker, incredulous. You truly fear no consequences. The man remained unfazed, replying, this message is for Commander Li. If you lack the courage, then do not come. Nanquan's expression shifted. Madness had overtaken them all. The 9 courts had unearthed a staggering 100 million divine energy stones merely to entice Li Hao into this location. This martial science university was scarcely more than a kindergarten, albeit an exaggerated comparison, yet it certainly did not meet the standards of a martial science university. Aside from these divine energy stones, there was nothing of value to explore. It was rumored that some puppets resided within, but no treasures had been discovered previously. He had no inclination to investigate further, his mind consumed by the thought of 100 million divine energy stones. Brother He, won't you send a message? Someone inquired. Smiling enigmatically, is Brother He planning to hoard this energy giant mine all to himself? Nanquan regarded him, and the man chuckled softly. Fear not. As long as Commander Li arrives promptly, Brother He can keep watch at the entrance. Those within cannot escape. Nothing will leave this place. He Young scoffed disdainfully. You've truly reached new heights of absurdity. You lot should be wary. There may be nothing left of your remains. With that, He Young grabbed a handful of divine energy stones and stuffed them into his pockets before striding away, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed. No one dared to stop him. As he only took a few, he was shameless at times. He Young said little else, swiftly exiting the school grounds. Moments later, he stepped out of the light circle and into the outside world, quickly sending a message to Li Hao, then remained on site, waiting. Only Li Hao knew whether he would come or not. Chapter 242, Level 2 Relic, Subscription and Monthly Tickets Requested, 100 million. In Beicheng, Li Hao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Goodness, they are truly willing to spend 100 million divine energy stones, despite the multitude of powers involved. Each would still require hundreds of thousands to millions. How could one afford such extravagance? Of course, these factions had been established for decades, excavating relics long before the rise of superpowers, yet large mines were scarce. 100 million, even when calculated for military use, would amount to 10 million stones. However, if based on what Hong Yitong had once collected, 3 stones could equate to 10,000, yielding merely 30,000 of such magnitude. Yet, in this era of energy depletion, where could one find such abundance? Li Hao's expression shifted. Nanquan had made it clear. The stones lay piled without elaborate arrangements. The implication unmistakable. The treasures were here, daring Li Hao to enter and claim them. And he would. Li Hao turned to the group, his voice steady. Uncle Hong, you will accompany me inside. Ho Xiaoqing furrowed his brow. Is it just the two of you? Are you seeking death, or merely courting it? He rose to his feet, speaking with an air of indifference. This time, I shall join as well. I wish to witness the foundational talismans, the powers of the 4 and even 5 elements, and the manifestations of demonic flora. Yao Si opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Li Hao insisted that he stay behind, overseeing the nocturnal guardians, for indeed, a formidable presence was needed at the top. Guangming Jian stood up. Count me in. A faint smile graced the usually stoic face of Steward Yu. Then I shall accompany you as well. You are all too weak. Upon uttering these words, Steward Yu's expression shifted slightly, and Guangming Jian frowned ever so slightly. Ho Xiaoqing remained unmoved as a mountain. It was not directed at me, but rather at them. Minister Ho should also remain, he remarked, gazing silently at him, devoid of any emotional hue. The implication was clear. Was I also included in the assessment of weakness? He merely fixed his gaze upon Li Hao, his countenance serene. Was I once considered a weakling? Just days ago, I had vanquished several formidable practitioners. Did you witness that? In my lifetime, who would dare label me as weak? Even when the king of the plains was alive, he would not have dared such insolence. When the crimson moon descended upon the silver moon, they did not dare underestimate me in the slightest. Yet here I am, disregarded by a mere fledgling. This is an affront. His gaze shifted, contemplating Li Hao for a moment, then glanced at Hong Yitong. Was he the one behind this? 1 billion divine energy stones is no trifling sum. At this moment, Director Zhou spoke slowly. It seems the 9 departments have resolved to act decisively. If you, Li Hao, can survive this ordeal, You shall truly establish your footing in the world. From then on, no one will dare provoke you until the second resurrection. Should we emerge victorious this time, the 9 departments will have to retract their heads and lick their wounds in silence. Indeed, Li Hao replied with a smile. I aim to accomplish my goals in a single sweep. Otherwise, why be so ostentatious? This time, success will shatter their bones. And the old geezers of the 9 departments will have no choice but to retreat. I am eager to see whether they will allow the old-timers to emerge this time. That may not be the case, Director Zhou chuckled. These individuals will not rashly enter. They still have the royal family to suppress. There should be a formidable force confined by them, possibly the Heavenly Star King. Otherwise, there would be no need for such measures. The Heavenly Star King, having once battled the 9 departments and ultimately failed, granted them the opportunity to rise. However, decades ago, several senior directors swiftly retreated into the shadows. Likely in response to that counterattack, Li Hao was already accustomed to such matters. Was it strange for these individuals to be alive? Not in the slightest. At that moment, he grew curious about how many elder martial artists still lived in the Silver Moon. It was impossible for none to remain. Both the 9 departments and the royal family had individuals over 100 years old still thriving, while the Silver Moon was combative. It appeared that the oldest martial artists currently were the likes of Yuan Shuo, a venerable practitioner at the age of 70. Had all others perished? Of course. He refrained from inquiring further. He cast a glance at Ho Xiaoqing and remarked, Minister Ho, it may not be prudent for you to enter. Once a multitude of formidable individuals appears, both Master Hong and I have already breached the superpower lock. Ho Xiaoqing merely regarded him with a frosty expression, remaining silent. Are you underestimating me? Li Hao chuckled. Very well, let it be counted as Minister Ho's presence. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, exuding an air of arrogance, his towering physique obscuring the sunlight. At that moment, Tianjian appeared clad in a long robe, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. With a massive sword slung across his back, he emanated an ethereal aura. Casting a fleeting glance at Li Hao, he simply stated, Let us depart. There were no further words, no inquiries, just that singular command, as if he had already pierced through all facades and discerned the essence of the matter. He had come solely for the purpose of slaughter. Li Hao regarded Tianjian, having met him thrice before. The first encounter was at the East Sea, where a single sword strike repelled the old duke. The second was at the Tianxing Sea, where he dispatched a formidable practitioner with a single blow. Despite being besieged by the 3 elders of the Red Moon, showcasing his unparalleled prowess, today, he had returned once more. Without any superfluous dialogue, he simply stated, Let us depart. Li Hao couldn't help but smile. Tianjian, the formidable force that reigns supreme in the central region, has graced us with his presence again. Are you not coming along, Tianjian? He inquired. Tianjian looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Within the relics, there remains much to be fought for. Outside, it may seem less perilous, yet it is, in truth, far more treacherous. Should one's power be excessive, it might provoke a joint assault from the royal family and the old guards of the 9 divisions, presenting a greater risk. However, the outside world is unaware of the depths of our strength, which might indeed provide an opportunity for a decisive strike. He spoke sparingly, yet his words struck at the core of the issue. Outwardly, it appeared safer than within, yet the reality could be quite the opposite. A single misstep could summon powerful adversaries, just as before. Conversely, while the inner realm might pose significant challenges, annihilating the foes within would leave the outside world oblivious, making it exceedingly rare for a second adversary to emerge. Then let it be counted as one for Tianjian. Li Hao smiled. He no longer elaborated. It shall be just the 4 of us. Light Sword attempted to interject, but Li Hao interrupted. It will be just us. Senior Light Sword and Chief Steward, you shall remain behind. I will ensure that Senior Nan Quan also stays, allowing you to coordinate with the demon hunting army from outside to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Together with Minister Yao and Director Zhou, that should suffice. With that, he produced a vial containing 100 drops of the Fountain of Life. If there is a need for unsealing, use this first. I fear I will not return for 5 days. He then retrieved another vial, handing it to Director Zhou. This also contains 100 drops of the Fountain of Life. Should the time come, if Yang Shan and Qin Lian are willing to risk their lives to assist in their ascension to divine powers, it will be enough to stabilize their levels. 200 drops. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This man was truly extravagant. Director Zhou was equally taken aback. Casting a glance at Li Hao, how many spirit stones did you exchange for a single drop of the fountain of life? You have given me 200 drops. And now another 200. Recently, with your cultivation, you must have spent at least 100 drops on the demon hunting army. Am I correct? In total, that amounts to 500 drops. Just how affluent are you? Li Hao truly intended to convey that there is hardly anything left. Indeed, this time, the quantity has dwindled significantly, with only a little over 100 drops remaining. The supply is nearly exhausted, despite appearances, with several individuals entering this time. He refrains from speaking, as does Hong Yitong, lest they leave some for Minister Ho and Tianjin. If they fail to acquire this billion divine energy stones, it would constitute a tremendous loss. It is worth noting that my life springs can be sold for 100,000 per drop, although it is unlikely that anyone would purchase them, yet at 40 or 50,000. There would certainly be buyers. The notion of bathing in the life springs will have to wait for some time. At this moment, the bright sword furrowed her brow slightly. And Manager Yu exhibited some discontent. What do they find us lacking? Particularly Bright Sword, a top-tier martial artist, who, under Li Hao's guidance, has absorbed a considerable amount of energy, especially from the dark system. Now, she has saturated 8 of the 9 conventional meridians, leaving just the final conventional 9-lock meridian to be fully filled, which is imminent. With such strength, even unsealed, although she may struggle against divine powers, the disparity is no longer vast. Once unsealed, she will undoubtedly attain divine combat capabilities. Do they truly look down upon divine powers? After a moment of internal lamentation, she chose to remain silent. Li Hao then turned to the other 3, smilingly proclaiming, "Let us embark on our journey." With that, the 4 of them vanished in an instant, like a whirlwind. Behind them, a large dog, silent as ever, also disappeared instantaneously. The Black Panther, now increasingly languid, nonetheless displayed remarkable audacity during such moments, following along regardless of the peril. It is precisely in such instances that it invariably benefits. Since their exit from Battle Heaven City, the Black Panther has never missed a single occasion of Li Hao's training, yet its strength seems perpetually stagnant, as if it had remained unchanged since the very moment it left Battle Heaven City. The quartet and their canine companion materialized in an instant at the western outskirts. Amidst a low hill, there were others present, including Nan Quan, who upon seeing Li Hao and his companions, felt a jolt of astonishment. Truly formidable. The critical question was, had only they arrived? At this moment, several individuals sensed a suffocating aura enveloping the area, the essence of shattered mirror fragments. Someone is observing this place. In the royal palace, King Tianqing reclined in his chair, a scene materializing before him depicting the western outskirts. He glanced at it and chuckled. Tianjin, the earth-subverting sword, the demon sword, and the sickbed ghost. Are these the 4? He hadn't anticipated that Li Hao would not bring along Yao Si and the others. Is it confidence? Or does he believe that their presence would be futile? Below, several princes and princesses were gathered, including the 7th princess of the 9 Dragons Pavilion, who was observing intently. After a moment, she spoke softly. "Father, will the old director from the 9 offices be dispatched this time?" "He will, though not in great numbers. Perhaps only 1 or 2, possibly just 1, to oversee matters," replied the youthful King Tianqing with a light laugh. "However, it is unlikely that those from the military law office and the administrative office will participate, as they do not depart easily. Should we intervene?" After pondering for a while, King Tianqing smiled. "There is no need to send any formidable warriors inside to avoid being besieged. Let the Black Armor Army send a few individuals merely to observe and document. If they can emerge, that would be ideal. If not, it matters not." The others nodded slightly in agreement. The Celestial King, with a light chuckle, remarked, "Continue observing. Let us see who shall arrive after they enter. This time, it is likely that more than just the 9 divisions will make an appearance." The assembly fell silent, their gazes fixated. Within the scene, Li Hao, with effortless grace, laughed heartily and addressed, "Master Nan Quan, do not linger here. Proceed to Tianqing City and assist the Demon Hunter Army in their defense until my triumphant return." Below, Nan Quan raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, "Are you certain?" "Indeed." After a moment's contemplation, Nan Quan smiled, nodded, and vanished into the void. Within the grand hall, someone turned to the 9th prince and remarked coolly, "Little 9th, Nan Quan is an ungrateful wolf, no matter how many benefits he receives from the royal family. He shall never acknowledge them as his masters. This ungrateful wolf had been aiding Li Hao of late, much to the discontent of those within the palace. Nanquan had certainly reaped significant rewards from the royal family, and even the 9th prince had brought him along to the relics, a domain exclusive to the royal lineage. Amidst the crowd, the 9th prince, ever courteous, bowed slightly at the words. "Third brother speaks the truth, yet master, he has taught me martial arts from a young age. And as a former Silver Moon martial artist, he cannot be deemed ungrateful to the royal family, especially since he has not harmed any of its members. Yet he has not contributed any value to the royal family." The response came. "Enough." The celestial king interjected. "Let us not dwell on such meaningless debates. You siblings must unite. The world is in turmoil, and whether the dynasty of Tianqing shall continue under the Jiang name remains uncertain." Silence enveloped the hall as they turned their attention back to the screen. There, as Nanquan departed, Li Hao and his companions descended gracefully, swiftly making their way towards the luminous portal at the end of the tunnel. In an instant, the 4 individuals and 1 dog vanished without a trace. Just then, outside, dozens rushed in. In the blink of an eye, the portal exhibited some alterations, resembling a black hole, permitting entry but barring exit. At that moment, a figure appeared. Someone let out a cold snort, gazing skyward as if observing something. The celestial king paid it no mind, retaining the shards of energy that enveloped him, awaiting the arrival of those who had come before, yet they had not entered. After a while, silhouettes began to converge from all directions. Some donned masks, others cloaked in dark robes, and some appeared hazy. Even beasts of the supernatural variety breached the void. Within the hall, the princes and princesses collectively inhaled sharply. The heads of the examination, punishment, and ritual departments revealed themselves, each showcasing their true forms. To their surprise, however, the head of the internal affairs department was absent, as was the head of the finance department. Naturally, representatives from all 9 divisions attended, except for the inspection division. Each varied in strength, yet the weakest possessed transformative power, their expressions grave as if still awaiting something. Suddenly, a prince in the hall inhaled sharply. "Is that the master of the floating pagoda?" At that moment, a figure emerged, radiating golden light, obscuring its true visage. However, the crowd quickly discerned that this might be the master of Futu Mountain, who had previously been compelled to become a superpower. With such a top-tier martial artist ascending to the status of a superpower and being the lord of a mountain, it was highly likely that he possessed formidable powers across 3 realms. A top-tier powerhouse had emerged from the 7 sacred mountains. The swift presence that arrived with the wind seemed to be the master of Tianpeng Mountain. The master of Tianpeng Mountain had also arrived. Moreover, that individual belonged to the superpower city. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in unison, 1 woman and 2 men, all revealing their true appearances, looking remarkably youthful. The 12 ancient families of Superpower City had sent forth 3 formidable beings, indicating that the previous incident where Li Hao had slain one of their own had indeed incited their wrath. Had the 3 major organizations sent their representatives? King Qingguang. Suddenly, someone intoned sharply, and in the image, an entity resembling a deity or demon descended from the void, his expression cold and authoritative, gazing into the sky with a tone of indifference. "Haven't you seen?" The 10 halls of Yama, King Qingguang, was second only to Yama himself, with rumors suggesting that his combat prowess might even surpass that of Yama. It was unexpected that such a formidable figure had come this time. Numerous princes were equally astounded by this magnificent assembly. Yet, everyone was still waiting. Waiting for whom? For Hong Yue and the people from Feitian? Just as they pondered this, several figures appeared once more, and this time the strong individuals did not conceal their true forms. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in surprise. How could it be her? The newcomer was enchanting, yet the crowd recognized her as one of Hong Yue's concubines, Cheng Yue, the Black Widow. Her strength merely reached the peak of Shuguang, transitioning to metamorphosis. What purpose did her presence serve? It seemed utterly futile, akin to courting death. However, soon after, the king of Tianqing suddenly spoke. Hong Yue is indeed intriguing. Has the emperor truly underestimated her by sending only Cheng Yue? No. The king of Tianqing glanced at the image of the Black Widow, slightly raising his brow. This time, Hong Yue is genuinely taking it seriously. The crowd was perplexed. Yet, the king of Tianqing chose not to elaborate further, shaking his head. In fact, the one who is truly dismissive is Feitian. True to its reputation as an assassin organization, they offered minimal benefits and were unwilling to exert themselves too much. Only the Deputy Lord, Jwek, who barely reached the realm of divine powers, has come to merely join the fray. He shook his head, noting that among the three major organizations, Fatehian was the most pragmatic. This time, they had sent only a Deputy Lord. It seemed that Jiangxian was not particularly invested, merely dispatching someone perhaps hoping for some gain, ready to withdraw if no benefits were forthcoming. At this moment, despite the arrival of formidable beings from the three major organizations, the crowd still remained unmoved. In reality, there were already numerous strong individuals present. 3 department heads had come personally, alongside King Qin Guang, the master of Futa Mountain and the master of Tianpeng Mountain. Such power was undeniably formidable, yet they seemed to feel it was insufficient. Suddenly, the king of Tianqing straightened his posture. In the void, a figure descended gracefully. The king of Tianqing's eyes flickered. Some of the princes failed to recognize him, while others suddenly changed color. Was he the one presiding over this gathering? The 7th princess, noticing that the 9th prince seemed unfamiliar with the individual, discreetly conveyed, "Young 9th, this is the esteemed director of the Commerce Department, who has remained largely in the shadows in recent years. He did not participate in the prior conflict." The 9th prince immediately grasped the significance of this revelation. The director of the Commerce Department. No wonder he appeared unfamiliar. All commerce in the realm falls under its jurisdiction. It is said that prior to the establishment of the 9 departments, this director was a renowned merchant of great repute. Comparatively, the 4 Cs group under the Finance Department pales in significance. Currently, the Commerce Department wields control over half of the world's major financial conglomerates. Essentials such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation are nearly monopolized, including the vehicles we drive and the homes we inhabit, all dominated by the Commerce Department, far wealthier than the 4 Cs group, yet less conspicuous, drawing less ire than the latter. Does the Commerce Department harbor such animosity towards Li Hao? No. It is merely that others may be reluctant to take action. The finance and inspection departments remain indifferent, while the administrative and military law departments serve as our primary constraints. The heads of the departments of merit assessment, ceremonial affairs, and criminal law are present, yet the situation concerning the internal affairs department remains unclear. As the venerable director of the Commerce Department arrived, the Tianqing king began to ponder deeply, and after a moment, he spoke. "I am surprised to see Qian Wanhao here. I expected it would be that old ghost from the finance department making an appearance." The Liu family from the finance department had recently become as elusive as phantoms, and their absence at this juncture was perplexing. As for the internal affairs department, the Tianqing king was aware of the situation. The rotund Mu Hai, enraged by the capture of his daughter, felt neglected by both the 9 departments and the royal family, harboring resentment and hoping for a significant downfall of the 9 departments. Everyone should have arrived. Upon uttering these words, the Tianqing king abruptly stood, his gaze turning steely. An oppressive aura instantly filled the space. At that moment, the other princes and princesses were momentarily taken aback, directing their attention towards an individual now appearing on the screen. They were not alone. The assembled company also appeared astonished. In the western outskirts, a figure descended from the sky, his expression impassive, donned in a yellow robe and crowned. He acknowledged Qian Wanhao of the Commerce Department with a slight nod. "Director Qian, I trust you do not mind my presence?" The somewhat portly director regarded him with mild surprise. "Prince Dingshan, is that you?" The royal family had lost one of the princes, leaving only 8 remaining. Now, Prince Dingshan had made his entrance. He possessed a dignified demeanor, solemnly stating, "Hong Yitong has slain my royal brother. I have come to observe." Among the current 9 princes, only I and the Pingyuan prince share the same mother. The others, I suspect, are disinclined to show themselves. The assembly was taken aback, yet remained silent. The royal family's current generation consists of the brothers of the Tianqing king, all sons of the previous Tianqing king. While the previous generation of old princes had all passed away, their fates shrouded in mystery. The former Tianqing king had divided his domain among his 9 sons, with only the Pingyuan prince, and this one being born of the same consort. The current royal generation is indeed brimming with talent. The current Star King is a figure of great ambition and capability. The 9 kings are all top-tier warriors. In the past, they led the Black Armored Army into numerous battles. The Plain King established the Celestial Star Martial Guard, and the present Dingshan king has also commanded troops across various fronts in earlier years. Qian Wanhao smiled and remarked that with Dingshan Wang's arrival, nearly all the key figures were present. Alongside him were the 4 newly appointed and veteran directors, 2 mountain masters, 1 prince, and formidable individuals from the 3 major organizations, as well as 3 practitioners from Superpower City, not to mention several other divisions contributing their own strong talents. The sheer number of practitioners now exceeds the total from the last gathering. However, the essence of their power lies not solely in their numbers, but also in the fact that their entry has brought along some demon plant avatars. With such a force at hand, exterminating Li Hao and his 3 companions would pose little difficulty. Qian Wanhao cast a glance at Dingshan Wang and Cheng Yu. Notably, despite many believing that Ing Hongyue was not giving due attention, Qian Wanhao observed her with increased interest and nodded slightly, feeling somewhat astonished. It appeared that Ing Hongyue was indeed investing significantly this time. It seemed she was becoming rather impatient. Since we are all here, let us proceed. He chuckled as he looked at the swirling vortex before them. We must avoid the demon's sword from getting overly excited upon seeing so many celestial stones, as it might dive in and become hard to locate. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and in the next moment, a group of over 30 people entered the vortex together. The western outskirts fell silent. Soon after, numerous strong figures appeared, yet they did not enter. They merely waited outside. If they successfully killed Li Hao, it would not take long. However, regardless of the outcome, they would require 5 days to emerge. During this time, they had to remain cautious of the royal family. Though one prince had ventured forth, it was uncertain what the Star King's intentions were. Within the royal palace, the Star King remained silent. Someone muttered a curse. Dingshan Wang is truly lacking in decorum. The royal family had explicitly stated they would not participate, yet Dingshan Wang had gone, clearly disregarding the Star King's authority. The Star King merely cast a quiet glance at the speaker, causing the prince to tremble with fear. After a prolonged moment, the Star King slowly replied, "It matters not. It is only natural for him to be perplexed by the fall of his brother, the Plain King. However, for the royal family to rise again, sacrifices are unavoidable. He will come to understand this in due time." The Star King preferred not to dwell on the subject and casually shifted the conversation, stating, "Prepare yourselves. If Li Hao does not emerge in 5 days, the 9 divisions will surely act against Yao Si and the others. Let us see if Silver Moon will send anyone this time. Regardless of the outcome, it would be advantageous for him. A dog-eat-dog scenario, where all perish, would be most desirable." At this moment, the 7th princess spoke up. "Father, Li Hao has taken some individuals from the Ancient Institute away from the 9-Dragon Pavilion. If Li Hao does not return, let us secretly eliminate them. Do not leave them for the 9 divisions." She said no more and turned to depart. There was no need to linger on what was now unseen. As the crowd witnessed her departure, they gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, the Star King entered the rear garden, where a small tree extended its branches, its spirit subtly fluctuating. "Have they all entered?" Indeed, the Star King nodded slightly. "This time, I wonder how many demon plants have been mobilized." The little tree appeared to be smiling. "Li Hao, should you dare to act, there must be a foundation for your audacity. Regardless, let us observe for now." After a brief pause, it continued. "This martial science university may not be as simple as it seems. I hope no unforeseen circumstances arise." "Not simple?" The Star King furrowed his brow slightly. "It is merely a minuscule martial science university, hardly significant, and the Ministry of Finance has not reaped any benefits from it. It is known as Yuanping Martial Science University. Is it not?" "Indeed," the little tree replied. "I am not entirely certain about the establishment of this university, for it did not possess many distinctive attributes. However, during its inception, the commander of the Star Army did pay a visit to extend his congratulations. Typically, for such a small-scale institution, the presence of a superior officer would suffice as a courtesy, let alone that of a legion commander." It continued, "Moreover, if my memory serves me right, on that day, even the formidable figures from the 8 major cities may have attended to offer their congratulations. Across the Silver Moon territory, numerous martial science universities exist. And even on Silver Moon Island, there are several esteemed branches. Yet, the most renowned on Star Island remains the Star Martial Science University, while the others are merely minor establishments. On the day of its founding, representatives from the 8 major cities were present, but they were all mere weaklings." With a slight sway, the little tree remarked, "You are aware that Star Island was merely a mining site back in those days. The entirety of the Silver Moon territory was but one of the human domains, not the whole. Some matters remain unclear to me. Perhaps the other party hails from the main world? The Star King frowned slightly. You have mentioned the main world several times. What do you truly mean? Is it not the case that the entire dynasty and the realms of the 4 seas and 8 desolations comprise the ancient civilizations? The little tree seemed to smile, perhaps in mockery or nostalgia. You must understand, this is merely the Silver Moon territory. The Star King furrowed his brow once more. You still do not comprehend. Here, among the 8 great families, the once mighty Li family is but one of the imperial families. The so-called Battle Heaven City is merely a branch of the imperial family. In ancient times, the King of Ancients was unparalleled in strength, followed by countless powerful beings. After unifying the world, he fell into silence for a millennium, only to emerge once more to conquer even deeper territories. At this point, it seemed as though the conversation had touched upon a taboo, and he refrained from elaborating further, merely cautioning, "You must realize that everything is merely the beginning. Only by opening the Star Gate can one truly witness the grandeur of ancient civilizations." The 8 great families guard the Star Gate. Your mention of the Red Moon involves gathering the bloodlines of the 8 families, which likely serves this very purpose. The Star King remained silent for a long while, before suddenly murmuring, "I shall sweep across the 4 corners and restore the glory of ancient civilizations." The little tree remained silent, yet internally it harbored a sense of derision. The glory of ancient civilizations? You shall never fathom the true magnificence of ancient civilizations at their zenith. In the Silver Moon territory, millions of troops existed, with commanders in their prime numbering no less than 1,000. What an era of splendor that was. And now, to expect you to restore the glory of ancient civilizations? A farce. It chose not to elaborate further. As a guardian spirit of the royal family, having drawn upon the royal energy stones over the years, it had absorbed more vitality than other spirits, allowing it to barely transcend the ruins and extend its consciousness to this point. It cared not for others, only harboring a slight curiosity about Yuanping Martial Science University. In my memory, this university possesses an air of mystery. Rarely does a student emerge, and even when they do, they seldom remain on the Silver Moon land. This modest martial science university, it is said, never boasts more than 1,000 students at its zenith. Are there secrets concealed within? She pondered, yet ceased her communication with the celestial Star King, swiftly consolidating her mental energy to return to the relic. Below, within a grand hall, a captivating rose unfurled its petals. In the center of the hall sat an elderly man, clad in a yellow robe. At this moment, he appeared to be bound by 9 chains, utterly immobile. As the mental energy, transformed into a small tree, returned, the elder opened his eyes. Can it be broken? Not for now. Those 2 have not departed. The elder frowned, falling silent once more, closing his eyes again. Meanwhile, within the relic, Li Hao stepped inside. Casting a glance at this diminutive martial science university, somewhat surprised, the southern fist said it was small, but I did not expect it to be this tiny. Just a few solitary buildings stood amidst a seemingly constructed courtyard. The sky loomed darkly overhead. At the entrance, several puppet sculptures stood sentinel, giving Li Hao a sense of anything but majesty or terror, reminiscent of a kindergarten. At that moment, there were others inside, yet they remained hidden, not revealing themselves. Li Hao paid them no mind and proceeded inward. He then heard the voice of the small tree, its mental energy beginning to spread forth. Tinged with a hint of fear, "Li Hao, it is unwise to linger here." Li Hao's heart stirred. "Why? This place harbors great terror." The small tree quivered slightly. "I have sensed a dreadful presence. This area may not be devoid of guardians. Exercise caution and avoid disturbing any flora or fauna here. With your sword's sovereign bloodline, you may be able to protect yourself, but refraining from touching anything might prove prudent." Li Hao's heart trembled. Great terror? This seemingly insignificant martial science university was deemed a place of great dread by the small tree. It was noteworthy that the small tree, when venturing to the battle city, had not exhibited such fear. Could this truly be the martial science university? The small tree cautiously probed its surroundings. Trembling as it spoke, "I cannot discern the source of danger. My father may have had experiences related to this, for I feel a lingering dread from the depths of my memory. Be wary. This imminent peril may not stem from the external world." Li Hao instantly grew serious. This was a supreme magical plant, yet it harbored such fear. The small tree's father was a guardian magical plant of the imperial palace, having encountered illustrious figures. Li Hao surveyed the campus once more. It remained tranquil and serene, with 4 small buildings standing. Upon closer inspection, the arrangement of the buildings resembled 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Without uttering a word, he swiftly advanced, sending a message to the others. Be cautious. Do not disturb anything here, for it may invite great trouble. The relic provided by the finance department may not be a place of good fortune. The group accompanying Tianjin felt a slight chill, wordlessly following Li Hao as they hastened further within. Simultaneously, in the finance department, Lu Yunqing reclined in her chair, gazing toward the western outskirts. As her father's voice echoed in her ears, has a powerful being perished at that relic? Why did her father say such a thing? I recall the last time you went with Lu Yang. He is yet to emerge. Is it possible that he has perished? The old director fell silent, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, Indeed, I suspected as much. It appears you remain unwilling to accept it. Let us treat this matter as though it were unknown. It is merely a secondary relic. As for Lu Yang's whereabouts, all those in the know have been silenced. Lu Yunqing said nothing, yet a faint smile graced his lips. Li Hao, the 9 divisions, and the royal family, these 3 formidable organizations. Previously, the Sihai group was annihilated, with Li Hao deemed the architect of their downfall. However, those individuals were hardly virtuous. May they all meet a foul end this time. The secondary relic? Judging by its scale, it seems a wretched place, yet in due time, you shall comprehend its true terror. He rose, chuckling softly, casting a glance towards the inspection division, then towards the military justice and administrative divisions, expressing a tinge of regret that none of these 3 sent their strongest, particularly the inspection division. It was indeed a pity. Chapter 243, The Unbelievable Yuanping Wuka University. Li Hao stepped inside, taking extreme care. The ignorant are fearless, while the more one knows, the more one learns to fear. Such is human nature. Previously, Li Hao believed that ancient civilizations had long since vanished. What was there to fear? However, as the monstrous flora persisted and the director's words regarding the apex tearing through space and traversing miles reached his ears, he realized how insignificant he was in relation to the ancient civilization. He was merely a minor figure, possessing strength equivalent to that of a Silver Brigade leader. In the era of ancient civilization, he would have been fit to manage merely 1,000 souls. Of course, Li Hao would not belittle himself. He was merely commencing his journey and felt no rush, yet he understood the necessity of reverence. Caution was essential when it came to the ancient civilization. Swiftly, he navigated through 4 office buildings. Soon, he found himself moving toward the rear garden, or perhaps the playground. This area was now filled with divine energy stones. At this moment, no one was inclined to disturb the stones, nor was there a need to. The victors would claim everything, and those who triumphed would ensure that these stones did not sprout legs and escape. Should one lose, even if one managed to take them, the corpses would belong to others. Before him lay a dense array of divine energy stones, exuding a rich energy. Li Hao's heart surged with astonishment. So many. Meanwhile, the small tree seemed to sense this as well, quivering slightly, its mental waves resonating. So many. It longed to emerge. Yet, at this moment, it hesitated. As a younger generation entity within the monstrous flora lineage, it was inherently weak, although it had sacrificed a significant portion of its essence. A feat most monstrous plants would not dare to attempt. The aura of this place instilled a sense of dread within it. As a few deliberated whether to take the stones now, a surge of powerful presences emerged from behind. The formidable beings from the outside world had arrived. Those who had previously hidden scattered about now rushed out to quickly converge with the powerful souls at the school gate. At this moment, subtle waves of mental energy began to emanate. Xuanmu, are you still alive? Giant Sequoia, you survived. How could I perish? In that instant, these monstrous plants, who seldom encountered one another, began to resonate with shared consciousness. They do not dwell within a relic. On Star Island, there are numerous remnants. Many of these have existed on Star Island before and are familiar with one another. At this moment, after countless years of separation, these mystical plants, though not their true forms and having retained little of their primordial power, still harbor a sense of nostalgia. The era of the new marshal has faded. Who could have anticipated that a force as formidable as the new marshal could vanish? Who would have thought that even the ancient kings, who traversed the realms and swept across the cosmos, would ultimately disappear. It is unfathomable. There is even a sensation akin to the collapse of faith as the silver moon lands were completely sealed, leaving behind those who perished and those who scattered, helplessly witnessing the silver moon enter the age of decline. These mystical plants have endured unimaginable blows. The new marshal is no more. On this land, the 8 great guardian families have also vanished, and the countless armies that once dominated the world have dissipated. Numerous top-tier powerhouses have vanished as well. Until today, the new martial has transformed into ancient martial arts, much like the bygone era of the Celestial Emperor. The ancient martial arts spoken of by the ancient kings have now become history, with the formidable beings who once created the world having also passed into time. Now, history is repeating itself. The new martial has indeed perished. These mystical plants are filled with profound sentiments, yet they find themselves growing more estranged from one another. In the era of the new martial, they were of one faction, but with the demise of the new martial, they are no longer united. They have remained dormant for countless years, and now everything is changed. Time, indeed, is the greatest adversary. Enough of these past matters. They are bygone. This time, their target is the heir of the sword sovereign. Upon utterance of this declaration, the mystical plants fell silent. The heir of the sword sovereign. In former times, who would have dared to act against them? Yet, with the passage of time and the demise of the new martial, do they still harbor fear? The heir of the sword sovereign has been passed down through countless generations, and many of them have fallen. The sword sovereign has yet to return. Initially, there might have been trepidation, but now, fear has long since vanished. I can sense the essence of energy stones. My friends, do not compete with me this time. Once I restore my strength and the external space stabilizes, I shall assist you all in regaining your powers. Remember, our true enemies are not each other, but those entities in the central region. Their center is not here, but in Silver Moon. That is the true heart of the entire Silver Moon territory. These mystical plants have all felt the rich energy power, and suddenly one of them transmitted a wave of thought. Is there something amiss in this place? As this was spoken, the primordial avatars of the other mystical plants expressed confusion and quickly investigated the surroundings. They did not sense any significant issue. Some mystical plants voiced their puzzlement. Have we not heard of this place before? It seems that once, a powerful being had arrived on Star Island and established the round flat Martial Science University, but there was little interaction with the island's inhabitants and guards. However, that was then. Do not forget how many years have passed since. They are all relics of the past. Who still knows who? This place harbors no living mystical plants, no beastly creatures, and the human race has long since perished. Even if some formations or remnants remain, what is there to fear? Furthermore, they are merely primordial avatars. They will not truly perish. At this very moment, there is a spiritual fluctuation emanating from the demon plants. The energy stone, I can forego. What I desire is the sword of the Sword Master's heir. Your appetite is rather insatiable. Aren't you afraid of choking on it? The sword of inheritance may not necessarily be the Sword Master's personal weapon. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps it is merely a replica. If it were truly the Sword Master's sword, do you believe that this person could wield it? Not just him. Even we would struggle to effortlessly use the Sword Master's blade, wouldn't we? It's hard to say. The Sword Master is known for frequently changing his weapons. Perhaps this is one he has used, one he deemed unworthy. Regardless, it is certainly not an ordinary item. Everyone knows the Sword Master's prowess. Tales abound of a single strike that resulted in the enemy's demise, shattering the sword in the process. This has happened before. This sword might have belonged to the Sword Master, or it may be a mere imitation. Nevertheless, the 8 prominent families surely covet it. To them, these families represent an invincible force. In this moment, the demon plants communicate covertly, their mental energies intertwining. Other powerful beings sense this, but remain silent. Qian Wanhao gazes inward, faintly catching sight of Li Hao and the others, and transmits a warning. Be cautious. Although we have a significant advantage, we must remain wary of their counterattack. If Li Hao dares to enter, he certainly has some backing. With that, he produces a shard of mirror-like substance and swiftly casts it out, surrounding the group with a protective barrier. In the next moment, the director of the Department of Rights and the director of the Department of Punishments simultaneously release their own shards, creating 4 barriers that rise around them. One barrier had previously withstood a transformative attack at the Duke of Dingwa's estate. Now there are 4. Even if divine powers seek to break through, a price must be paid, especially considering the many formidable individuals present. This precaution is wise. The elderly director of the Commerce Department remains vigilant. In the following instant, he transmits another message. When we encounter them, refrain from any exchanges. All source symbols, divine symbols, and super energy explosives should be unleashed immediately. Our first goal is to eliminate one or two of them. There is no need for dialogue with Li Hao and his companions. The singular objective is their annihilation. Should any of them survive, the three major organizations will deal with Hong Yitong, while the leaders of Futu Mountain and Tianpeng Mountain will confront Ho Xiaoqing. The king of Dingshan and other departments will collaborate with the Super Energy City to confront Tianjin, Black Panther, leaving Li Hao to be dealt with by our four departments. Everyone agrees with this strategy. This time, Li Hao and his companions may prove to be the most formidable. The others seem less threatening. Those who dare to enter are certainly not weaklings. Aside from one individual from the inspection department. Even the finance department has sent a deputy director, primarily to witness the demise of Li Hao and his group. Do not scatter, be cautious of ambushes, and do not provide them with any opportunities. Despite the overwhelming confidence, the old director continues to emphasize the need for vigilance, reminding everyone not to falter at a critical moment. Ahead, Tianjin furrows his brow, a weighty expression crossing his face as he observes the gathering of individuals. His voice lowers. There are at least 3 or 4 wielding divine powers among them. Qian Wanhao might even possess 4 types of divine abilities. And this does not account for the unseen demon plants. At this moment, Tianjin cast a glance at Li Hao, feeling a slight headache. He had been somewhat careless before arriving. This fellow Li Hao seemed utterly unprepared. I had assumed you had laid a trap with a multitude of individuals in the ruins. It appears that was not the case at all. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained silent, his eyes resembling blazing torches as he gazed into the distance. Within his sight, the world spun. At that moment, even through the fragments surrounding him, he discerned something, a series of dazzling orbs of light. Although the primordial power had yet to unveil much, he suddenly focused on a few of the light clusters. The first was Qian Wanhao. He cast a sweeping glance, seemingly able to see through the other, the brilliance radiating like a scorching sun. Li Hao murmured, "Impressive. This individual is a master of the 4 elements, metal, wood, water, and earth. He certainly wasn't this formidable before. It's highly probable he has recently expended tremendous resources to elevate his strength. Among these, water and earth appear somewhat unstable, likely indicating he was previously only a secondary element user, but has recently ascended to a 4th tier at great cost. These individuals, if their internal organs are stable, can continuously enhance their abilities. Yet the life essence required is undoubtedly substantial. I wonder how many resources these gullible fools have been swindled out of by the demonic flora." In the next instant, he shifted his gaze to the master of Floating Pagoda Mountain, his eyes flickering. A 3-element adept, proficient in metal, earth, and fire. Then he observed the master of Tianpeng Mountain, that colossal bird, casting a glance at the Black Panther. "It seems significantly stronger than you." The Black Panther, indifferent, merely stared at the great bird. A glance at the surroundings revealed an assembly of powerful beings. As he surveyed them, he suddenly paused, turning back to regard Chengyu. Previously, he had overlooked her due to her perceived weakness. Yet now he frowned slightly. Chengyu was not particularly strong, but from the light cluster. It appeared she had recently advanced in her abilities, though she still bore a sense of instability. However, there was an aura about her that was somewhat blinding. What is this? In an instant, Li Hao felt a sense of threat. It is noteworthy that even when observing Qian Wanhao, he felt no sense of danger, indicating that this 4th-tier adept was not his match. Is this the handiwork of Ing Hongyue? A sense of vigilance blossomed within Li Hao. Such a significant endeavor. He glanced at Hong Yitong, who remained composed, currently studying the opposing side as if recognizing someone. Li Hao followed his gaze and discovered he was looking at individuals from Superpower City. Although Li Hao did not recognize them, it seemed Tianjin was somewhat familiar with their demeanor. Presently, Hong Yitong expressed his confusion, glancing at Tianjin and transmitting, "Are these individuals from the direction of Superpower City? Indeed. Do you not find them somewhat familiar?" Tianjin responded, puzzled. "Familiar?" He scrutinized them for a moment, finding no sense of familiarity, but upon sensing further, he suddenly looked at Hong Yitong, surprised by his keen perceptive abilities, and transmitted, "There's a hint of familiarity. Could they be from that group that appeared in Silver Moon martial arts back in the day? Are they affiliated?" Precisely. Li Hao inquired with intrigue. Who are they? You would not recognize them even if I told you, Tianjin replied. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled, transmitting. It is merely some gossip, nothing of great significance. Years ago, a group of foreign martial artists appeared in the Silver Moon martial world, claiming to be from ancient martial families. They sought to reclaim certain secret techniques of the Silver Moon martial world, alleging that many of their lineage had been killed or severely injured. This is an event from many years past. Oh, Li Hao replied, losing interest. I see. I thought there was something more intriguing. However, Ho Xiaoqing continued, back then, one of the famed Silver Moon Three Spears, the Silver Spear, who was actually Lu Long's father, met his demise at their hands. The nine tempering technique of the Silver Spear was one of the secret arts they aimed to reclaim. Ultimately, the Silver Spear faced 7 challenges in a single day, utilizing the 9 tempering technique each time, which led to his injuries and eventual death. Nevertheless, their encounters were legitimate sparrings, albeit with a hint of wheel-fighting suspicion. The Silver Spear chose to engage, and after his victory, there were no complaints. I must add that the Silver Spear's death had some relation to these individuals. However, it did not breach any rules, thus the Silver Moon martial world did not pursue any grievances against them, as long as it adhered to the established norms. Li Hao raised his eyebrows. Then this current assault against us does not conform to the rules. I shall take it upon myself to eliminate a few of them. Ho Xiaoqing laughed softly, truly audacious. Yes, excessively so. Even now, Li Hao remains this bold. To be frank, I find it perplexing where he derives such confidence. Li Hao surveyed his surroundings, distancing himself slightly from the structures. He retreated a little further into the open space, wary of causing any damage or inviting significant trouble. Let us not wait for them. When they arrive, Minister Ho should unleash the shattering divine spear to breach their defenses. Senior Tianjin can deliver a powerful strike to suppress the group assault. Uncle Hong, shall we each select an opponent? Who do you choose? Hong Yitong chuckled, transmitting. If it were up to me, I would select the Mountain King. The Mountain King seems to have transformed into a divine being, boasting at least a tri-system level of power, which I am somewhat adept at countering. The Mountain King was likely a martial artist as well, now transformed into a divine being, clearly disregarding all caution. As for the Lord of the Pagoda, I did not select him. His offensive capability is average, but his defense is formidable. Li Hao scanned his surroundings and remarked, then I will choose the fellow from the Department of Justice. He harbors significant animosity towards me. I shall ensure his swift departure. It is vital that I guarantee his demise. Otherwise, the first strike may not be as impressive. The two of them, akin to dividing mere pennies, elicited a frown from Ho Xiaoqing. What is with these two? Such arrogance. The individual from the Department of Justice, Hu Mingfa, had also attained a tri-system level of divine power. The Mountain King, too, was at the same level. Frankly, without unsealing his own powers, Ho Xiaoqing felt that he would likely be at a disadvantage against them. These two were conspiring, each selecting one to eliminate. Li Hao's audacity was one thing, but even the earth-overturning sword had become equally brash. Tianjin glanced at the two without speaking. Since Li Hao had proposed the plan, they would follow his lead. Should any issues arise, none would be able to escape. Meanwhile, Qian Wanhao and the others remained vigilant, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Across from him, Li Hao and his companions did not flinch nor retreat. Instead, they stood their ground, seemingly prepared for a direct confrontation. This only heightened his vigilance. With age, the once indomitable courage of youth had waned. At this moment, he found himself significantly more cautious. A reminder to remain vigilant was issued, and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. Were these individuals truly out of their minds? As both parties drew nearer, the distance shrank from 500 meters to 400 meters. At such proximity, for the powerful, it was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, Qian Wanhao and his group were moving increasingly slowly. The Tianpeng King of the demon race exhibited signs of impatience. Its presence here was not solely aimed at eliminating Li Hao. Rather, it sought vital resources. Having had little prior interaction with demon plants, this visit was also an opportunity to forge an agreement with either a demon plant or a company. However, the human faction's hesitance was beginning to wear on its nerves. With such overwhelming strength on its side, was such caution truly necessary? Qian Wanhao seemed to grow more timid with age. Director Qian, the Tianpeng King proclaimed, "My physical prowess is unmatched. If you harbor any concerns about unforeseen events, Allow me to engage first. You may then join me in confronting the mere Li Hao. Even if he has transcended into the realm of triadic divine abilities, I shall be able to subdue him. Qian Wanhao was taken aback. Are you truly so fearless against the demon race? Do you not fear his potential tactics? Yet, such a fortuitous opportunity was rare. He contemplated launching a source talisman at them, hoping for the best outcome, having someone distract them. Now, with a formidable demon willing to take action, what reason did he have to refuse? Very well, I shall rely on the Tianpeng King. Should we succeed, all factions will offer the life springs at a reduced price to you. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the eyes of the Tianpeng King. Did it truly underestimate the situation? Not at all. However, it was confident that its defenses would not be easily breached. As a swift avian creature, it was unlikely to fall into peril. This was precisely the kind of assurance Qian Wanhao sought. In the next instant, it vanished from the defensive perimeter with astonishing speed, disappearing almost as quickly as one could blink, despite its massive size. At that moment, it seemed invisible to all. It was too swift. Li Hao, poised to strike, felt a momentary pause. Damn, a fool has emerged from the opposite side. This has disrupted my plans. Indeed, as his mentor had stated, in confrontations among the powerful, plans were futile, adaptability was key, for no scheme could match the speed of change. What had been meticulously calculated was suddenly thrown into disarray. With gritted teeth, Li Hao seethed with irritation. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as the Tianpeng King, currently traversing the void, seemed to be ensnared by some unseen force. Its incredible speed brought its claws perilously close to Li Hao. At that moment, Li Hao was filled with indignation. Were the demons all this foolish? A sword materialized before him, and in an instant, 3 divine runes hovered in an unexpected manner. Qian Wanhao, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. The ultimate skill of Jinxing City? This is formidable, yet relatively speaking, it may not hold significant weight against a true powerhouse. The times have changed. Without life. In that instant, several divine runes vanished, merging into the sword. Li Hao unleashed a strike. Silently, on the blade, the elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder erupted instantaneously, unleashing a formidable force that detonated with unparalleled ferocity. The sword moved with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, the King of the Sky Peng sensed not a significant surge of energy, but rather an overwhelming threat of death, causing his expression to shift dramatically as a skeletal figure materialized before him. Indeed, it was a bone, the skeletal remains of an ancient demon lord, remarkably resilient, and one of the reasons behind its daunting presence. This relic boasted an extraordinary defensive capability and was retrieved with alarming speed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Li Hao vanished from sight. A tremendous sense of peril loomed above him. With a resounding clang, the Sky Peng bellowed, emitting a metallic roar. And in that fleeting moment when the surrounding powerful beings were still in disbelief, Li Hao, like a phantom, darted past, driving his sword through the colossal golden cranium. In an instant, Li Hao disappeared, only to re-emerge, his blade raised against the throng before him. Kill! He roared fiercely. Behind him, Hong Yitong and his companions also appeared in a flash, springing into action. As for the King of the Sky Peng, his gaze dimmed, and with a thunderous crash, his enormous form plummeted to the ground, where a massive hound gaped and swallowed the fallen monarch whole. For the adversary had met his end. The Black Panther, contemplating the confrontation among demons, was oblivious to the fact that this great bird possessed a flawed intellect. It was the first to flee, only to be pierced through the skull by Li Hao's sword. Despite its formidable strength, a lack of intelligence proved futile. The King of the Sky Peng was indeed powerful, wielding 3 elemental powers and fortified by the formidable physique of the demon race, coupled with the ancient demon's bones as a shield, rendering it nearly invincible. Few in the contemporary world could vanquish it. However, this did not include Li Hao, who wielded the stellar sword. The fusion of 4 elemental powers rendered him vastly superior, and had he chosen to cleave the ancient demon's bones forcefully, they would have shattered. The Black Panther transformed into a magnificent golden hound, devouring the King of the Sky Peng, and without a moment's hesitation, it retreated, voraciously consuming the surrounding divine energy stones that surged toward its belly like a torrent. Such treasures needed to be secured. Failure to do so could invite unforeseen consequences, and an instinctive awareness urged the Black Panther to remove the divine energy stones from the site. sensing an ominous force that seemed to absorb their power. Naturally, the sheer abundance of divine energy stones prevented others from sensing any disturbance, but the Black Panther was acutely attuned to these energies. It sensed that if left behind, something terrifying might awaken in this place. Thus, in that moment, the Black Panther refrained from engaging in further combat. It was capable enough, but with others present. It prioritized the retrieval of the divine energy stones, hastily gathering as many as possible, knowing that time was of the essence. On the opposite side, Qian Wanhao and his companions witnessed a mere flicker. The king of the sky Peng vanished, followed by Li Hao drawing his sword, only to disappear himself, leaving the once mighty ruler of one of the 7 sacred mountains utterly obliterated. Qian Wanhao, a seasoned veteran, instantly turned pale, unleashing a furious shout, "Run!" In an instant, those with quick reflexes hurled forth various mystical talismans, primal sigils, and even a plethora of supercharged explosives. In the blink of an eye, at least 20 to 30 formidable forces erupted. Yet, Li Hao vanished in an instant, transforming into a bolt of lightning. On his blade, the elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder flowed in harmonious succession. With a single stroke, a thunderous roar resounded as he cleaved through the defense barrier formed by 4 shattered fragments. Just as Qian Wanhao and the others were rendered speechless by the spectacle, a figure materialized before them, not Li Hao, but Hong Yitong. With a cataclysmic force, a sword character manifested, radiating the hues of thunder, fire, earth, and gold. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to turn upside down, leaving the onlookers unsteady on their feet, while Hong Yitong pierced through with a single stroke, vanishing from sight. Among the crowd, King Dingshan stared blankly at the gaping wound in his chest before looking up at the earth-shattering sword, just like his royal brother. On that fateful day, Hong Yitong had similarly slain the formidable King Pingyuan, piercing through his chest and ending the reign of a once mighty ruler. And today, history repeated itself. Qian Wanhao had insisted that gathering together was safer, a sentiment he wholeheartedly endorsed. Even though he was not at the forefront, as the earth-shattering sword was unleashed, he found himself inexplicably thrust to the forefront, almost as if he were inviting his own demise. In that moment, great power remained untapped, yet he was impaled through the vitals by an opponent's blade. King Dingshan stared ahead, his gaze dimming gradually. So this was the sensation his brother felt before his demise? Perhaps I truly should not have come. At this moment, Qian Wanhao could scarcely believe his eyes. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a torrent of divine powers, creating a deafening explosion, and summoned forth a weapon resembling a gold coin to block Li Hao's celestial blade. With a resounding crash, Qian Wanhao staggered back a step, and Li Hao too retreated slightly. Behind them, a cacophony erupted, with explosive sounds ringing incessantly. Ho Xiaoqing and Tiandao Jian shouted fiercely, unleashing their explosive might and charging forth. However, as they emerged, they beheld Li Hao driving back Qian Wanhao, while the earth-shattering sword claimed the life of King Dingshan. Both were momentarily stunned. What had just transpired? 2 supreme beings, King Tianpeng and King Dingshan, had been slain so effortlessly? Before they could regain their composure, Qian Wanhao bellowed, summoned the demonic flora for aid. In an instant, he cast forth a storage ring, which shattered instantly. Not only he, but many others also cast their storage rings at that moment. It had all happened so swiftly. They had been taken aback. In the blink of an eye, 2 paramount figures had perished. One by one, the storage rings erupted. At that moment, a wave of spiritual energy swept across the heavens and earth, revealing ethereal forms in an instant. A rose, a grand willow tree, a sunflower, a thorny vine, and a tree resembling a coconut palm materialized. In an instant, 5 enchanted plants emerged. Transparent roots swiftly anchored themselves to the earth, as if wielding divine powers, or perhaps merely drawing energy from all directions. The 5 demonic plants did not rush to act. Instead, they resonated mentally, expressing that since they were all present, it would be pleasant to share a moment together without pretense. Why cling to such a trivial amount of primal power? Laughter echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a redwood materialized, followed by another tree of elusive origin. A total of 7 formidable demonic plants emerged, representing the remaining 7 departments, excluding the inspection and finance departments. Even though the internal affairs department was absent, they still managed to bring forth a manifestation of the demonic plant. The presence of these 7 terrifying entities instantly intensified the atmosphere, surpassing even that of the recently manifested Tianpeng King, and soon outstripping the formidable Qian Wanhao of the 4 systems. Qian Wanhao let out a sigh of relief. These 7 demonic plants had truly invested heavily to eliminate Li Hao. Each manifestation was merely a fraction of their essence. Yet every single one possessed the power of at least 5 systems. In this era, any one of them was an invincible entity, and now there were 7. Previously, he had thought it excessive to mobilize such resources, but at this moment, he felt fortunate for having overestimated Li Hao. Everyone had committed to this endeavor, or else they might have faced dire consequences. The sheer terror of it all, Li Hao and Hong Yitong had both ascended to the level of 4 systems. And what was more astonishing was their ability to wield the might of martial artists. Truly unbelievable. Amidst the crowd, Hu Mingfa from the Department of Justice bellowed with fury. Li Hao, do you think this is the outside world? You've hidden yourself well, but so what? For systems, no one anticipated this. Everyone thought you might become a 3 systems powerhouse, yet you surpass even those expectations. This progress is simply shocking. The expressions of the accompanying strongmen shifted dramatically, and the Lord of the Pagoda Mountain wore a grave countenance. His purpose for attending was vengeance, yet he realized that the 9 departments had prepared extensively. Otherwise, they would indeed face disaster. Such immense power had been wielded by Li Hao and his companions, resulting in the demise of 2 of their own. Unfathomably terrifying. Li Hao and Hong Yitong quickly retreated. In the air, 7 demonic plants loomed over the land, their mental energy sweeping across the battlefield. They had not yet struck. Yet their mere presence was enough to compel those beneath the realm of divine abilities to prostrate themselves. Li Hao's expression turned grave. The 7 supreme practitioners of the 4 systems, each one felt slightly more powerful than himself. He was not merely an ordinary 4 systems practitioner. The ancient demonic plants were merely fragments of primal power, yet they were so formidable. Could the small tree truly contend against 7? At this moment, even Li Hao felt a twinge of uncertainty, not from fear, but from hesitation about whether to attempt to condense his 5th system. He had no intention of relying solely on the small tree. The heir of the Sword Sovereign, so insignificant and yet worthy? Let us not be so dismissive. The Sword Sovereign has been absent for thousands of years, and the new martial arts have persisted for nearly 100 millennia. Soon enough, it had been passed down through countless generations, making any semblance of bloodline continuity a rare occurrence. The several demonic plants engaged in light-hearted conversation, entirely unconcerned about the unfolding events. Indeed, there is no cause for concern. In this contemporary era, they are an invincible presence. Even if this place may only represent a fraction of their full power, it is more than sufficient to eradicate Li Hao and his companions. Li Hao remained composed, preparing to test the capabilities of these monstrous plants when a voice reached his ears. It was the little tree, saying, "Allow me to take charge. But I have a small request. After we vanquish them, their essence is most beneficial for my nourishment. I no longer require the divine energy stone. Can you bestow upon me all of their primal power? 7 sources of monstrous plant essence." The little tree trembled with excitement. Indeed, its choice to accompany Li Hao and share the harvest was astutely made. This individual has a knack for attracting trouble, but he does so with remarkable effectiveness. If they were to venture into the territory of these beings, it would be impossible for the little tree to contend with even one of them in a duel. However, this location merely harbors a fraction of the 7 monstrous plants' essence. The amount to be harvested is minimal, yet I have managed to claim half. Truly, one must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao agreed, certainly. As soon as the words left his lips, a small tree emerged from the air, growing in the wind, reminiscent of both a willow and a poplar, and in the blink of an eye, it surged upward. The 7 monstrous plants, previously engaged in laughter, were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, countless branches pierced the void. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful aura ascended. "Who are you?" came a piercing cry. The little tree remained silent, its myriad branches intertwining with the emptiness. Boom! A resounding crash echoed throughout the heavens and earth. From all directions, the weaker beings who had entered to fill the numbers began to bleed from their orifices, emitting chilling screams as their heads exploded. Li Hao and his companions instinctively retreated, all visibly shaken. Qian Wanhao and the others were utterly incredulous. It was impossible for the plants of the Silver Moon domain to awaken. They were formidable. And the Silver Moon itself required energy for both the plants and the ruins, which resulted in the plants failing to absorb sufficient energy upon their initial awakening. Thus, they speculated that Li Hao was highly unlikely to possess any plant avatars. Even if he did, they would not be particularly powerful. However, at this moment, everything seemed drastically different. It was evident that the 7 plants in the air appeared somewhat ethereal, while the little tree possessed a sense of solidity. In the midst of his astonishment, a tremendous roar erupted. The little tree's myriad branches entwined around the rose, which quivered violently, infused with rage and unwillingness. Its mental energy oscillating intensely. You, a mere new martial plant, dare to slay my avatar? Wait until my true form awakens. It recognized that this was not a new martial plant. It was far too immature. This was a plant formed in a later era. Moreover, it demonstrated audacity, having likely severed a substantial amount of primal power. Should it be defeated, this plant would be left severely weakened. Li Hao, astonishingly, was accompanied by another equally frenzied plant. Were plants capable of such madness? The little tree remained silent, and with a resounding crash, its countless branches ensnared the opponent's illusory form, shattering it in an instant. In that moment, one of the 7 monstrous plants was lost. The thorny vine, a sight to behold, had severed nearly half of its origin, merely on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of its realm. You dare to extinguish the perception of my true form? You are surely doomed. The other demonic plants simultaneously unleashed an overwhelming force, as if the very essence of the universe entwined around them, a display of formidable might. At that moment, the young tree resonated with a mental wave. Mere fowls, you presume to underestimate me? In an instant, it seemed as if a spirit materialized, revealing a grand palace akin to that of a great feline. It was but an illusion. Yet, in that fleeting moment, several demonic plants were engulfed in sheer terror. An imperial palace? Boom. The spectral palace descended with a resounding crash, obliterating the thorny vine that had just spoken, reducing it to nothingness. The emissaries of the imperial palace could not possibly exist in the Silver Moon territory. Such a palace was unthinkable. How could it manifest? This was not an ordinary sovereign. It transcended all titles, unbound by names, simply known as the sovereign, the emperor, a singular entity, a being beyond description, rumored to possess a perception that surpassed even that of the ancient kings. Anyone who dared to utter its name would be sensed. A terrifying existence capable of snuffing out your soul across countless dimensions. No one dared to speak of its name. This being was more fearsome than the eternal sword sovereign. The imperial palace is eternal. I can safeguard the palace. The young tree's tone turned severe. Who do you think you are underestimating? What if I awaken? I may be outmatched, but you shall have your chance to inform me. Boom. The spectral palace exerted its dominion over heaven and earth. In that moment, the oppressive aura was suffocating, and the faintly revealed corner of the palace was merely a projection formed along the path of origin. Yet even so, it radiated an unparalleled might. Boom. Another spectral plant exploded into fragments, while the remaining few howled in fury, their countless branches piercing through the void, rushing toward the young tree. If this continued, they would surely be vanquished. The young tree had severed a great deal of its origin, its strength rivaling that of the pinnacle, and with the projection of the imperial palace, it was even more formidable. Yet, this young tree itself was not particularly strong, and controlling even a fragment of the powerful palace was somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, there remained a glimmer of hope. What are you doing, Qian Wanhao? Attack. Slay them to aid us. A searching wood roared in frenzy. Only then did Qian Wanhao and his companions awaken from their stupor, shaken from their astonishment. Turning to Li Hao, both parties were equally astounded, having momentarily forgotten to act. At this juncture, Qian Wanhao bellowed, "Fight with all we have. Otherwise, none shall escape alive." In that instant, within the crowd, Cheng Yu was equally astounded. So that's it. This is the source of Li Hao's confidence, a demonic plant avatar that has severed a significant amount of origin, possessing powers of the 6 or even 7 elemental systems. The 5 systems are already at the pinnacle of divine abilities. To reach 6 systems, in the era of ancient civilizations, signified entry into the path of origin, while 7 systems could certainly rival the peak. So that's how it is. Cheng Yu felt a sense of clarity wash over her, understanding Li Hao's hidden strength. Within the body, a crimson shadow gradually materialized. An aura shifted from feeble to formidable, as Orange Moon's complexion turned ghastly pale. Drops of the life-giving essence were desperately devoured, and a sinister shadow appeared upon her visage. There was a hint of madness, intermixed with an eerie calmness. This time, Li Hao, your demise has come. Just as Li Hao prepared to strike, he suddenly halted, turning his gaze towards Orange Moon. In the next moment, a frigid expression emerged upon his face, transforming slowly into frenzy and wrath. Is that Zhang Yuan? No, there are not just one, but multiple faces. At that moment, a shadow on Orange Moon's face was wildly morphing, revealing countless visages, even the likenesses of his parents. Li Hao closed his eyes, then reopened them, filled solely with madness. Inghonghua, I will surely slay you. Die. With a single sword thrust that pierced the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted as the aerial warrior blocking his path was obliterated into nothingness. He shouted vehemently, Uncle Hong, hold off the others. I shall deal with her. His aura surged violently. A character materialized, transforming into golden script, and an explosion of golden energy erupted. Boom. His internal organs resounded as Li Hao consumed dozens of drops of the life essence. Not enough, more. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of life essence surged into his abdomen. His body was still fracturing, yet he barely managed to sustain himself. The words water, fire, metal, annihilation appeared, and 5 forms of divine power manifested instantaneously. Li Hao, sword in hand, advanced toward Orange Moon, as her face gradually solidified into that of a familiar figure. A voice echoed, "How?" The recognition momentarily disoriented Li Hao, and in that instant, a thunderous blast erupted, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. It seemed as if divine will had exploded. In Orange Moon's grasp appeared a massive hammer, the Hong family's weapon. This hammer radiated an overwhelming power of mental slaughter. And with a single blow from afar, it felt as though Li Hao's mental fortitude was utterly shattered. Zhang Yuan revealed a smirk. How? The 8 great families must unite. Only in unity can the true essence of the 8 families be realized. Come, merge with me. Li Hao opened his eyes and met his adversary's gaze. You are not Xiao Yuan. He smiled faintly, shaking his head with a tinge of regret. But thank you for allowing me to see you once more. Such contradictory words. In the next heartbeat, a long sword shattered the void, striking forth as divine powers erupted. Characters vanished and reappeared with a resounding explosion. The clash between the Starry Sky sword and the Hong family hammer sent forth a powerful shockwave, reverberating through the surroundings. At that moment, even the battling demonic plants in the sky trembled from the impact. Li Hao, like a whisper of wind, vanished in an instant, his wind-chasing boots propelling him forward. He reappeared, and with a swift strike, declared, Inghonghua, how dare you conjure a crimson shadow puppet from the remnants of my friend's spirit? I will kill you, just wait. Li Hao roared, realizing the truth of what lay before him. The Crimson Shadow, a formidable and almost inconceivable entity. The Crimson Shadow has undoubtedly devoured countless lives, and it is certain that the Red Moon has summoned back these shadows, resulting in numerous deaths among its own. Anyone bearing the Crimson Shadow may have fallen victim to its relentless harvest. This Crimson Shadow possesses immense power. In Chapter 244, titled The Great Terror, the might of the Crimson Shadow is unveiled. When it merges with the Orange Moon, it further masters martial arts secrets, and as Li Hao advances with his sword, he delivers a strike that reverberates through the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of the creation of the world itself. This is the trump card of the Red Moon, the very reason why the Orange Moon is perceived as a threat. The combined strength of all the Crimson Shadows from the Red Moon organization, coupled with a divine weapon from the 8 great families, elevates their combat prowess to levels that can rival even the powers of 5 or 6 elemental realms. Such strength makes it nearly impossible for the small tree to subdue them easily. Moreover, the small tree is merely an avatar. Its essence is finite. As long as the Crimson Shadow can endure longer than the small tree, the latter may not prevail, especially with the onslaught of the 4 formidable demon plants looming. At that moment, Hong Yitong and his companions also sprang into action. With a thunderous roar, the earth-splitting sword swept through the air, causing the very fabric of reality to distort. Qian Wanhao and his comrades soon found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of 3 adversaries. Indeed, they were surrounded. In this instant, Ho Xiaoqing unleashed his aura, which, at times, even seemed to surpass that of the nearby heavenly sword. A surge of extraordinary energy enveloped him as he thrust his spear forward, tearing through the heavens and the earth. It felt as though one had been transported back to the fateful battle at the North Sea. The earth-splitting sword transformed into a shield, prioritizing defense. The terrain itself seemed to morph into a barrier, enveloping all within its grasp. The rending divine spear and the heavenly sword surged forth in a cacophony of destruction. The heavens and the earth were split asunder. Kill! Qian Wanhao roared, overwhelmed by a shock he still struggled to accept. Despite his mastery of 4 elemental realms, he found himself nearly invincible on the ground, yet all the demon plants surpassed him in strength. Li Hao was stronger, the orange moon was stronger, and even the earth-splitting sword eclipsed him. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing disregarded everything, and it seemed that the rending divine spear, infused with immense power, was his desperate attempt to break free from the restraints. For elemental realms, yet at this moment, he was suppressed by the enemy. Nearby, the master of Floating Tower also bellowed in fury, his golden aura shimmering as he unleashed a punch to intercept the heavenly sword. King Qingguang, akin to a messenger from the abyss, summoned forth countless vengeful spirits that surged towards the enemy, only to be swept away and obliterated by the earth-splitting sword. Though there were only 3 adversaries, they were as formidable as an army of thousands. The heavenly sword blazed with resplendent light, striking again and again, yet, reminiscent of the disdain Li Hao had once felt, the earth-splitting sword expressed its own contempt. Brother Heavenly Sword, your offensive power is lacking. The heavenly sword remained impassive, silent. The earth-splitting sword, with its unparalleled might, restrained and defended against the opponents. He and Hou Xiaoqing were the main attackers. Hou Xiaoqing faced Qian Wanhao, while he engaged others. Yet, at this moment, even the master of Floating Tower seemed capable of countering the heavenly sword's might. The proud heavenly sword could scarcely endure the situation. Li Hao spoke of obstruction, yet what the heavenly sword and his companions conceived was annihilation. Not only did they intend to eliminate their foes, but they also aimed to assist Xiao Shu and Li Hao. That was their true purpose for entering the fray, rather than merely impeding formidable adversaries, which would not align with their noble identity. At that moment, the heavenly sword was enraged. Casting a glance at the earth-shattering sword, he bellowed, "Defend? Nonsense." Indeed, his fury was palpable. When had the Silver Moon Martial Master ever resorted to defense? Hong Yitong seemed to grasp his sentiment, chuckling as he wielded his sword to sweep the void, causing the ground to tremble. The heavenly sword roared. Heavenly upsurge. Boom. The heavens and earth spun as. At this instant, it truly felt as though the world was turned upside down. Meanwhile, the rending divine spear tore through the firmament, and a cough echoed, reminiscent of that bettered inspector from years past. Each strike and each harvest of life was accompanied by that familiar cough. Thus, he was indeed the bettered inspector. Though the trio had rarely collaborated, this time, the upheaval was monumental, their spirits intertwining. A cry of anguish resounded. The powerful adversaries before them, particularly the weaker ones, felt their spirits being rent asunder before they could even register the moment. 2 strands of sword intent pierced through the heavens and the earth. The various deputy directors, astonished, gazed at the scene before them, only to witness their foes being reduced to fragments of flesh and blood moments later. They perished. Under the combined might of numerous formidable beings, they were slain by the heavenly upsurged sword. Qian Wanhao bore visible traces of blood upon his countenance. Shock etched across his features. In the next breath, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, forming a singular character, suppress. With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming force surged forth, seemingly intent on subduing the world. The other 3 directors also acted in concert, blood spilling forth not as individual characters, but merging into that singular character, suppress. This character, said to be a legacy from the apex of ancient civilization, was hailed as the most potent technique within the suppression of stars, capable of subjugating all adversaries. Yet, they were no longer the invincible titans of yore, nor were they in the era of primordial paths. As the character emerged, the earth-shattering sword let out a chilling reprimand. The character suspended in midair, erupting instantaneously with a dazzling brilliance. The original powers of thunder, fire, earth, and metal manifested in an instant. Furthermore, within Hong Yitong, it seemed as though countless springs of life erupted. In the next moment, an essence of wood fissured forth. 5 elements, Qian Wanhao's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. The sword text rent the firmament, and with a resounding crash, the character was torn asunder, instantly obliterated. The four directors were grievously wounded, and at that moment, the rending divine spear tore through the void, a blazing phoenix emerging from the ether, its speed unparalleled, as if it had instantaneously shredded something. King Qingguang was still invoking something, still scheming, but at this moment, his gaze dimmed, and he managed to raise his head, looking towards the silent figure whose lips parted slightly. Why me? The four directors are obstructing you. I have hidden behind them. Why choose me? Ho Xiaoqing coughed. The sound akin to a death knell. A faint smile graced his lips as he wielded the long spear. The intent of the rending divine spear burning with a fiery intensity, his body ablaze with energy, both fiery and golden, exuding an air of serenity. You have spilled too much blood, and the air is thick with the aura of death. The splitting god spear shall naturally seek out those who revel in slaughter. He provided an explanation. It is not my intention to kill you, but rather, my weapon harbors that intent. With a fierce shout, Qian Wanhao roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent the sword character divine text staggering back, his body drenched in blood. Accompanied by three directors, along with several individuals from the Super Energy City and the Lord of Floating Pagoda, they swiftly retreated, Qian bellowing, "Let us first escape into the building." Upon uttering these words, he turned and fled. Indeed, despite their considerable numbers, they found themselves utterly incapable of defeating Li Hao or even confronting the diminutive tree before them. The four elemental divine abilities he wielded, coupled with the presence of multiple three-element users, had resulted in the swift demise of several formidable opponents. Their strength was overwhelming. The combined might of the heavenly sword, earthly sword, and the phantom of the sickbed had driven them back, an astonishing feat that felt almost surreal. Yet it was all too real. At that very moment, a thunderous crash resonated from behind, a torrent of sword intent sweeping across the realm. Amidst the overwhelming killing intent, a muffled groan echoed, followed by a resounding boom. Cheng Yu stumbled backward, bloodied. The Hong family hammer in his grasp shimmered faintly, yet it seemed wounded, bearing numerous cracks inflicted by the starry sky sword, and was in the process of rapid regeneration, while a soft crimson glow enveloped the figure of Hong Ying, emanating from the bloodline power of the Hong clan, invigorating the hammer. Li Hao approached slowly, wielding the starry sky sword. Zhang Yuan's face reflected disbelief. The Li family's sword counters us? Indeed. The fiercely powerful Hong Ying found herself repeatedly suppressed in the face of the Li family's divine sword. Even the activated Hong family hammer appeared to cower before the starry sky sword, being shattered time and again. The formidable Hong family hammer had indeed been wielded by Ying Hongyu, proving to be immensely powerful, capable of inflicting tremendous damage even upon ancient demonic plants, a fact she had tested. Thus, with the combination of the Hong family hammer, it could be said that even a solitary confrontation with the tree would not guarantee defeat. The Hong family hammer and the splitting god spear shared a similar effectiveness, capable of tearing asunder both spirit and essence. Should the tree's avatar encounter such a force, it could face dire consequences. Yet, it was Li Hao who stood before her. Li Hao gazed coldly at his friend across the battlefield, and Ying Hongyu believed that this would cause him to hesitate? Not at all. When the red shadow transformed into Zhang Yuan's likeness, Li Hao recalled the moment when little Yuan was consumed by the red shadow, allowing his escape. At that moment, he had let himself flee, knowing that as a friend, the red shadow would not seek to take his life. It was only Ying Hongyu who harbored that intent. With a cry of kill, the essence of the no-life sword erupted, annihilating all in its path. One strike unleashed a torrent of divine abilities, as water and fire clashed, and the divine texts encircled them in a grand formation, booming with thunderous resonance. A barrage of sword techniques erupted forth. Li Hao moved like a specter, his speed unparalleled, striking again and again. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of the onlookers, multiple figures of Li Hao appeared, one ablaze, another drenched in water, one crackling like thunder, another swirling like a tempest, and one radiating golden light. All at once, it seemed as though several Li Haos were unleashing their might. The starry sky sword continued its relentless barrage, striking tirelessly. Zhang Yuan continuously retreated, a look of horror etched upon his crimson face, rendered powerless. The once formidable figure found himself unable to retaliate, as the bloodline of the Hong family within him began to wane. And the formidable Hong family hammer appeared to offer no solace. Do not approach. As he sensed the arrival of the celestial sword and its companions, Li Hao bellowed, "Go and annihilate the monstrous plant." Without uttering a word, the three vanished in an instant. Boom! A fierce battle erupted in the skies, more intense than before. The trio joined forces, not to confront all foes, but to contend with a singular avatar of the monstrous plant, while the small tree faced three adversaries, swiftly gaining the upper hand. In a corner of the imperial palace, another manifestation appeared. Boom! An avatar of the monstrous plant was instantaneously crushed, leaving the small tree somewhat dimmed. The corner of the imperial palace faded once more, but this time, the task felt considerably easier. The remaining three avatars of the monstrous plant were steeped in despair. Although not completely vanquished, the losses were catastrophic, and the crucial messages could not be relayed back. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, not from the heavens, but from the depths below. Li Hao thrust his sword into the body of the Crimson Shadow. It seemed as if something had torn apart, the small sword voraciously devouring the power of the Crimson Shadow, which began to writhe violently. "Ah how, it's me. Ah how. It's Xiao Yuan." The Crimson Shadow trembled violently, and within the starry sky soared. A formidable devouring force erupted. Li Hao silently observed the Crimson Shadow, watching as Xiao Yuan's visage transformed instantaneously into that of his father. "Xiao Hao." The kind face of his father bore a trace of ferocity. "Do you wish to slay your father? You wretched child." In the next moment, it morphed into his mother's likeness. "Ah how. How have you changed? How cruel of you. We are still alive. We have not perished. We are merely trapped within this monstrosity. Ah how. Do you intend to kill us?" A crimson light flickered in Li Hao's eyes. In that instant, his gaze became like a torch, his blood-red eyes piercing through all illusions and mental disturbances, which shattered instantaneously. At that moment, it seemed he finally comprehended the true function of these eyes. Let me see through all falsehoods. These were divine eyes, true celestial eyes. It was only today that Li Hao realized their true purpose. The ability to perceive strength was merely a secondary effect, while the primary function was to unveil the essence of all things. It may have appeared useless, yet Li Hao understood that this was perhaps his most essential attribute. For instance, at this very moment, all illusions were mere facades. The actual situation revealed that Orange Moon wore a mournful expression. She understood why the radiant red moon had summoned her. Because she was the Black Widow, the Black Spider, the being most adept at penetrating the human heart. The Crimson Shadow was merely a chaotic puppet consciousness. Astonishingly, everything was under Orange Moon's control. This figure from the Silver Moon's 36 heroes may not possess the greatest strength. Yet in this moment, Li Hao comprehended. "Ah how," Orange Moon lamented, and in the next heartbeat, a hand like a steel hoop grasped her throat, crushing down with a crack. Has the Black Widow finished speaking? Li Hao's grip around her neck seemed as if it would snap it. And with a single thrust of his sword into her heart, the Red Shadow struggled desperately, yet to no avail. Li Hao chuckled. "Do convey my gratitude to Yue. The power of the Red Shadow is truly remarkable, intoxicating." At that moment, a look of disbelief and horror, tinged with despair, crossed Qingyue's face. "How could this be? Do you realize? Among the 36 heroes, only you are unworthy." The term wretched rarely left Li Hao's lips, but in this instant, he uttered it with disdain. Truly despicable. With a crack, the sword's intent surged forth, exerting all his strength. Li Hao snapped her neck with a decisive motion, the sword's essence piercing through her heart, obliterating her internal organs in an instant. The Red Shadow emitted a mournful cry before dissolving into nothingness, entirely consumed by the blade. The ground trembled as a heavy hammer fell. Li Hao seized the hammer, confiscating the storage ring, and turned to Qingyue, who now bore no trace of her previous illusions. Only a face still enchanting, yet grotesquely twisted with resentment and unwillingness. She had come wielding the power of the Red Shadow and the hammer of the Hong family. Seemingly invincible, even when faced with the 5 elemental powers, she could vanquish her foes. Yet, she encountered Li Hao. Her cunning strategies, designed to read the hearts of others, were effortlessly seen through by Li Hao, who rendered her formidable strength utterly ineffective. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed, shaking the very heavens. Thunder rumbled as the imperial palace reappeared. The little tree unleashed its ultimate move, obliterating a manifestation of a demonic plant in an instant, leaving only two such entities remaining. Li Hao, with his sword drawn across the sky, unleashed a fierce roar as the 5 elemental powers erupted. Boom! A thunderclap resonated, and amidst the fierce battle against 3 formidable adversaries, the increasingly ethereal rose let out a sharp cry as the starry sky sword pierced through its illusion. Annihilate all. A scream reverberated, and then, boom, the illusion shattered. Observing this, the little tree, disregarding its exhaustion, seemed eager to conclude the battle before Li Hao and his companions arrived, eager to showcase its might. In an instant, the imperial palace materialized once more. The little tree appeared significantly more ethereal, but paid it no heed. Boom! The imperial palace descended with overwhelming force. Li Hao's expression shifted. In terms of sheer strength, the little tree surpassed them, though not to an extraordinary degree. Yet, when its imperial palace manifestation emerged, its power became unfathomably grand. Rumbling. The last demonic plant manifestation exploded. All 7 manifestations perished. A torrent of primal energy spilled into the void, and the little tree's myriad branches intertwined through the emptiness. Li Hao, this primal energy is beneficial to me. Feel free to absorb it. Li Hao nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. This had been their prior arrangement. Moreover, one must admit, the little tree had performed exceptionally well this time, directly subduing 7 demonic plants. Otherwise, Li Hao would not have managed such ease even with the 5, 6, or perhaps even 7 elemental powers. The earth-overturning sword and its companions also bore some injuries at this moment, especially Hou Xiaoqing, who at this moment exuded an extraordinary aura, seemed rather indifferent. Merely casting a glance at Li Hao and then at the earth-covering sword, he coughed a few times, successfully capturing Li Hao's attention. I'll tell you later, Ho. Satisfied? Hou Xiaoqing nodded, choosing silence. A wise person is always easy to deal with. Just a cough, and Li Hao understood. However, this was not a time for relaxation. Qian Wanhao had fled with the master of Floating Pagoda, and despite the small size of the area, which consisted of only 4 buildings, Li Hao remained vigilant. This place was far from peaceful. At that moment, from a distance, a black panther suddenly soared through the air, biting onto Li Hao's arm and attempting to drag him away. Li Hao was taken aback. In the next instant, without a word, he turned and ran. Run. The others, sensing no immediate danger, instinctively followed suit as Li Hao shouted. Even the small tree, which had been fervently absorbing primal energy, suddenly bristled its branches and clung to Li Hao. The 4 humans, 1 dog, and 1 tree swiftly made their escape towards the exit. Even if they could not leave, they needed to distance themselves from this place. At that very moment, beneath the lake where the divine energy stones were placed in the back campus, something seemed to awaken. The Black Panther would have spoken had it the ability, for it could only retrieve half of the billions of divine energy stones. The rest had vanished, leaving behind mere shells. In just a brief span, half of the divine energy stones were lost. Moreover, at that moment, cries of anguish echoed from the 4 teaching buildings. A wave of mental energy reverberated through the air. All students were summoned to the playground. 1 minute later, those who were late would face immediate execution. Li Hao, in the midst of fleeing, felt his expression shift. Turning back, he noticed a terrifying presence emerging on the playground. Just as he was about to escape, a tremendous crash resounded at the school gate. One of the seemingly adorable dolls, resembling a cat, suddenly lashed out with a claw. The immensely powerful Li Hao was struck back like a fragile sack, falling to the ground, yet sustaining only minor injuries. The cat-like doll emitted a voice. The academy is sealed. All students must gather on the playground. No one is allowed to leave. Coughing up blood, Li Hao felt shaken. The Black Panther gripped his arm, trembling as if witnessing something dreadful. The small tree instantly transmitted a message to Li Hao. Obey the command. Hurry to the playground. Otherwise, we may not be able to escape. Li Hao's complexion changed drastically. He dared not linger in conversation and quickly glanced at Tianjin and the others. Seeing Tianjin seemingly prepared to take action, he urgently urged, to the playground. Tianjin's expression shifted. Passively awaiting death was not their style. However, since Li Hao had spoken, he glanced back, feeling that returning might be suicidal, yet he nodded nonetheless. Hong Yitang's face was grave, and Hou Xiaoqing's expression fluctuated. Though reluctant, the 4 humans, 1 dog, and 1 tree were profoundly shaken. After all, a mere doll had sent Li Hao flying. It was crucial to note that there was not just one doll at the school gate, but many. If they could all take action, their demise would be inevitable, especially since they had just engaged in a fierce battle and the little tree had yet to recover. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the surroundings. 30 seconds remaining. The expressions of Li Hao and his companions shifted dramatically as they hastily made their way to the playground. In the blink of an eye, they arrived. On the playground, a dark, ominous armored warrior hovered in the air. Yet, upon closer inspection, the dark armor bore the imprint of a small cat's head, lending it an absurdly comical appearance, especially with its colorful design, which rendered it even more ludicrous. However, the little tree trembled slightly and swiftly transmitted a warning. Be cautious. This place may be associated with the Emperor. It recognized the significance. Could it really be that the Emperor's visage appeared here? How could that be? The Emperor despised being mentioned incessantly, causing it to lose sleep and peace. Those who brought it up frequently would incur its wrath. The presence of an emblem emblazoned with its likeness would inevitably lead to constant reminders of it. Once thought of, it would be disturbed, which was the most distressing scenario for it. It should be noted that even the Imperial Guards would never adorn themselves with such a ridiculous emblem. Yet here, a black-armored figure stood. Its strength was unknown, but astonishingly, the armor bore the Emperor's face. The little tree quaked with realization. This location was undoubtedly linked to the Emperor. It felt a surge of excitement, yet trepidation as well. 10. At this moment, a grand voice emanated from the black armor. 9. In an instant, figures appeared with terrifying speed, arriving in a heartbeat. Qian Wanhao felt a mix of shock and fear as he reached this place. He avoided Li Hao and his companions. Filled with apprehension, what was this place? They had initially intended to ignore it and continue hiding. However, within the teaching building, formidable puppets emerged, driving them away as if they were mere toys, just as they had pursued Li Hao and his group. This place seemed to offer them a chance. Qian Wanhao was sent flying by one of the puppets, frightened into fleeing here. He understood that certain ruins indeed enforced rules. Failure to comply could result in death. Upon Qian Wanhao's arrival, the master of the Pagoda Mountain also appeared, along with 3 directors who arrived in a state of utter disarray. The 3 from the super city were equally panicked, hastily retreating in this direction. 1. Time's up, the black armor announced. It's dark. Hollow eyes seemingly fixed on Li Hao and the others, causing their hearts to tremble. No grace for the tardy. The axe shall fall. The black armor's tone was cold and unyielding. Yuanping Military Science University does not tolerate deserters. As Li Hao and his companions pondered the implications of this statement, a chorus of anguished screams erupted. In that instant, whether at the school gate or within the teaching building, numerous puppet armors manifested in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, dozens appeared, regardless of strength, and under the shocked gazes of Li Hao and his companions, those puppets brandished blades. No. Crack. A series of sounds rang out, and in an instant, the heads of dozens fell to the ground. Qian Wanhao and the others felt their hearts shatter. Some of these individuals had previously hidden during the battle, while others had just attempted to flee alongside them, yet had not arrived in time. In this moment, they were all exposed and swiftly executed. Before Li Hao and his companions stood a figure clad in black armor, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the situation were of no concern. With eyes as dark as a void, it surveyed the assembly. Engaging in unprovoked brawls and damaging school property is unacceptable. Understand that every inch of this institution has been hard-earned. While there exists an arena for contests, willful destruction of the premises shall incur a penalty of 10-fold. The words lingered in the air, and Li Hao heard a voice echoing in his ear. You are fined 1 million energy stones for cultivation. A jolt ran through his heart. A fine? What nonsense! The voice of the black-armored figure resounded once more. According to the war regulations, if the fine remains unpaid, defeating a puppet will offset 100,000 of the fine. Should you fail to conquer any puppets, the penalty will double. If you lack the means to pay, you shall be conscripted into the Vanguard Corps. Li Hao and his companions were momentarily stunned, and soon they heard the voices of others, lamenting, I am fined 1 million. Me too. I am short by 50,000. I owe 200,000. At that moment, Xiao Shu, filled with trepidation, chimed in. Except for Ho Xiaoqing, who owed a lesser amount. The others faced fines of at least 1 million, a staggering total of 5 million. Energy stones for cultivation? Li Hao was struck with disbelief. for he understood that these were military-grade stones, amounting to 55 million divine energy stones. Puppets? What puppets? In the next instant, he comprehended as the very puppets he had slain earlier manifested behind the black-armored figure, 30 in total. Meanwhile, Qian Wanhao and his associates were visibly pale, suppressing his shock. Qian Wanhao ventured, "May I ask, esteemed one, that before speaking, one must report accordingly. There are rules, and for lack of adherence, an additional fine of 100,000 shall be imposed." Qian Wanhao's expression shifted, and he dared not speak further. At that moment, Li Hao and his companions turned their gazes towards Qian Wanhao and his group, whose faces reflected a spectrum of unease. What was happening? Suddenly, a black-armored figure had appeared. Was this the black-armored army? The guards of the military academy? Yet, the black-armored army was not known for such ferocity. Although none had yet gauged the true strength of their opponent, an overwhelming sense of dread permeated the air. What if they could not pay the fine? The Vanguard Corps? It had been years since such a unit had existed. Could they truly send individuals away? Everyone pondered, and the black-armored figure spoke again. Will you choose to pay the fine, or will you challenge the puppets? The penalty stands at 1 million, allowing you to challenge 10 puppets. If successful, not only will the fine be waived, but rewards shall also be granted. Rewards? The crowd stirred with curiosity. What rewards could there be? Yet, they recalled the earlier warning. Failure would result in a doubling of the fine. However, it seemed that as long as one puppet was defeated, success could be claimed, allowing for a deduction of 100,000. Li Hao quickly calculated his options. Pay the fine? Absurd. They were facing a total of 55 million stones. Who knew how much the black-armored figure would demand? Paying would mean financial ruin. But to forego payment and face the puppets? Xiao Shu had warned of the terrifying nature of this place. Li Hao glanced at the opposing side, realizing his own predicament mirrored that of his adversaries. Did they possess the means to pay their fines? At that moment, Qian Wanhao and his group indeed wore expressions of despair. Countless divine energy stones, with one family presenting several million, coupled with their frenzied enhancement of strength. The consumption is staggering. Who would still carry a substantial number of divine energy stones on their person? Report. As the seasoned chief, he called out with authority. Black Armor turned to him. Speak. My lord, if we lack the funds to pay the fine. Are you deaf? Off to the Vanguard camp with you. Report. Qian Wanhao interjected hurriedly. My lord, but the Vanguard camp no longer exists. Can we not seek our own path once we exit? If that is the case, why pay the fine at all? Perhaps being under the protection of this individual might even ensure our safety. With all the demon plants perished and Chungyue slain, fear now gripped them. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The Vanguard camp is gone. Black Armor seemed lost in thought. After a long silence, he softly declared, Then let us execute them. With the opportunity for redemption vanished, why not proceed with the execution? The faces of the crowd shifted. Was this truly going to happen? It felt almost surreal. The choice was stark. Pay the fine or challenge the puppet. On Li Hao's side, several gazes turned towards him, uncertain of what to do. Even the least among them, Ho Xiaoqing, faced a fine of 500,000, a considerable sum indeed. Would handing over such an amount merely serve to strengthen Black Armor? At that moment, someone in the city of superpowers spoke up. Report, I shall pay a fine of 100,000. Does this mean I only need to face one puppet? If I defeat it, not only will I avoid punishment, but I will also receive a reward? Indeed, 100,000. The declaration caused a stir, for such a proposition was rare. This was likely due to the extent of destruction caused. Li Hao and his companions had wreaked havoc in numerous places, while the Black Panther faced no fine, possibly because he had not participated in the battle. Little Tree, however, had caused the most destruction, incurring a fine of 2 million. The individual rejoiced. Then I shall challenge the puppet. If I succeed, can I choose to leave? Certainly. Black Armor suddenly became quite accommodating, though the school is sealed. If you succeed in the challenge, it signifies your capability to venture outside, and you may choose to do so. This announcement filled the crowd with elation. They had communicated and understood that Li Hao and his group would face at least 10 puppets, whereas he would only contend with one. Should he triumph, he could disseminate the news. Whether they entered or remained outside, the information would spread, causing countless to come and hunt Li Hao and his companions. In such a scenario, would they not find safety? Even if no one came, they could still exit early. With this thought, the individual was overwhelmed with joy. Then I choose to challenge. Good. In the next moment, a puppet materialized. The powers within the city of superpowers grew slightly vigilant. Suddenly, it struck, delivering a punch akin to that of a deity. Fiercely powerful. With a thunderous roar, the puppet's movements seemed slow, yet when struck, it remained unfazed. A resounding crash echoed as the puppet retaliated. Bang! The individual was sent flying, blood spewing forth as disbelief clouded his eyes. He was a practitioner of the divine realm. Yet, despite delivering a punch, the opponent remained unscathed. Not only that, with a single strike, I have sustained grave injuries. The fine has doubled, reaching a staggering 200,000. The man's expression shifted slightly. My lord, I. At this moment, he too was gripped by fear, hastily glancing at Li Hao and the others, who would venture out with millions of divine energy stones. The opposing party might truly resort to murder. What kind of cursed place is this? Isn't it merely a secondary relic? Can Shuguang even survive here? Why is it so terrifying? Such puppets, there are at least 30, with countless others lurking in the shadows, and coupled with this black-armored figure, it is utterly horrifying. Let alone Shuguang. Could even the legendary pinnacle hope to leave this place unscathed? Li Hao observed intently, assessing that these puppets did not seem to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, that previous strike might have proven fatal for that man, a truly formidable existence. Perhaps this time, the real threat does not stem from these monstrous plants or Li Hao and his companions, but rather from the relic itself. No wonder Little Tree previously remarked on how terrifying this place is. Li Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Could he truly defeat the puppets or this black armor? Not to mention the 55 million fine. Whether his side could even cover that amount was uncertain, and even if they could, would it not render this entire endeavor futile? Moreover, even if paid, would they be allowed to leave unscathed? A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. Chapter 245, The Assessment, Seeking Subscriptions and Monthly Votes. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? The black armor resonated with a voice that reverberated across the surroundings. Yet the crowd appeared pale and shaken. Challenge? What nonsense! A single puppet effortlessly crushed a formidable practitioner, leaving the opponent unscathed. Such strength must possess at least the power of 5 elemental divine abilities, right? Moreover, the crucial point is that the fines are not merely 100,000. Rather, they soar into the millions. Anyone previously engaged in battle would find themselves facing penalties in the hundreds of thousands. Ho Xiaoqing, with his spiritual firearm intent, caused minimal damage. Yet who among the others did not incur losses in the millions? Divine abilities inherently possess immense destructive power. As for Li Hao, he faced a fine of a full 1.5 million, owing to his 4 elemental divine abilities. Li Hao and the others, being practitioners of divine texts, managed to concentrate their destructive capacity primarily on the enemy, thus minimizing collateral damage, while Li Hao's abilities largely spread outwards. Little Tree, engaged in aerial combat, created significant but acceptable destruction, resulting in a fine of 2 million. Clearly, this black armor enforces fines fairly, based entirely on the extent of destruction cost. The thought of challenging 15 puppets, knowing that failing to defeat even one would mean a doubled fine, totaling a staggering 3 million in divine energy stones, filled Li Hao with despair. Clinging to his last shred of hope, he reported, "May I, if I lack divine energy stones, can I offset it with other items?" The black armor replied calmly, "That is permissible. At Wuku University, everything can be converted into divine energy stones." Li Hao fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Hao, his thoughts racing, interjected, "Report, we are not students. Non-students who intrude upon Yuanping Wuku University shall be executed without mercy." He had barely finished speaking when he was interrupted. "We are students. Do not jest." The proclamation of non-students shall be executed without mercy made him reconsider whether being a non-student might offer some advantage. Reality proved he had overthought it. At this moment, Ho Xiaoqing conveyed through thought, "This puppet is crafted entirely from extraordinarily powerful materials. Perhaps I should attempt a challenge to see if the splitting god spear can shatter it. The fine is set at 500,000, and if it doubles, that amounts to 1,000,000. Seemingly not a significant difference." Li Hao expressed his disbelief. "Is that feasible? 1 against 5? These puppets, purely from a defensive standpoint, are likely of the utmost caliber from ancient civilizations, incredibly formidable." Li Hao felt that even he might struggle to break through their defenses. Can we rely on the imperial palace? Perhaps. But little tree must contend with 20. Don't be ridiculous. If not a single one is defeated, that would result in a fine of 4,000,000. Li Hao felt his head might explode. At this moment, there were few living beings present. Li Hao had 4 companions, while across from them were Qian Wanhao and 3 directors from the super energy city, along with 8 powerful beings from floating Pagoda Mountain. A total of 12 living entities. A dog and a tree. The hundreds that had initially entered were now gone. This place was to remain sealed for 5 days, and only half an hour had passed. Indeed, merely 30 minutes. Since the onset of battle, it had been but a fleeting moment, yet nearly 5 days remained before the Martial Science University would commence. Little had changed. In such circumstances, how could they escape? Even stalling time was futile. The 12 individuals remained silent. Pay the fine. How? In Super Energy City. Even the weakest now faced a fine of at least 200,000, which totals 2,000,000. Now that everyone has entered a state of divine power, who hasn't he expended countless resources for cultivation? At this moment, an idea struck Li Hao, and he cautiously inquired, "Report. How much fine can be offset by a drop of the fountain of life?" The fountain of life? This. Li Hao revealed a drop, and the black-armored figure glanced at it. "Oh, that's worth about 50. The cultivation of demon plants is not easy, so it will be acquired at a premium." Everyone was taken aback. "How much? Did we hear incorrectly?" 50. That amounts to 5,000 energy stones. Does that even count as a premium? For those facing fines in the hundreds of thousands to millions, a single drop of the fountain of life could only offset a mere 50 in fines. What a joke. Even Qian Wanhao turned pale. This time, he was genuinely aghast. Previously, he had inquired whether other items could be used for offsets. They had confirmed it was possible, and he had also considered this before coming. To ensure his safety and stabilize his 4 elemental powers, he had sold everything he owned, ultimately bringing along 50 drops of the fountain of life as a life-saving treasure worth 3,000,000 energy stones. Yes, this time, the demon plants were exchanged for a substantial amount, hence the price was relatively reasonable, ultimately being accepted at 60,000 per drop, though it might still be on the higher side. However, 3,000,000 energy stones, when acquired back, amounted to merely 250,000 energy stones. Not even a tenth of the original value. Qian Wanhao's expression turned extremely grim. How much had the demon plants actually deducted? Meanwhile, Little Tree remained silent, not daring to utter a word. The repurchase price of 50 was still acceptable. It could condense a drop for merely 30, which was fairly reasonable. However, the truth was now laid bare by this figure clad in black armor. Previously, it had charged Li Hao a staggering 10,000 divine energy stones for a single drop. Li Hao, for his part, had not paid much heed, but at this moment, he was deep in thought, communicating with the Little Tree. "Senior Tree, how many are required to condense a drop?" "That's inconsequential. I was pondering that if a fine is indeed imposed, perhaps I could save a little." The Little Tree's heart stirred. Indeed, that entity required 40 units of cultivation energy stones. At this juncture, the Little Tree hesitated to mention 30. Aware of its own consumption and believing that a slight increase might offer Li Hao some relief, at least mitigating his losses. Li Hao was still mulling over his options when the black-armored figure grew impatient. "Make your choice swiftly. Prolonging time is akin to squandering life. Should you remain indecisive for a quarter of an hour, the penalty shall be doubled." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted once more. Li Hao suddenly recalled something and urgently inquired, "May I report that if I possess a special identity, could the fine be waived?" The other party regarded him with indifference and replied, "No identity can exempt you. Even the most powerful must adhere to the Academy's rules, unless you are a descendant of the human king." Very well, he thought, as if I never spoke. He considered that, after all, he was a scion of the Li family, a descendant of the Sword Sovereign, and a commander from Battle Heaven City. Surely, that might afford him some advantage, if only to alleviate the burden somewhat. Alas, the response was clear. Apart from the human king's progeny, no one could bypass the regulations. What a pity. 55 million divine energy stones, equivalent to 1,100 drops of the fountain of life, when converted by the Little Tree, amounted to 44 million stones. A sudden reduction of over 10 million seemed somewhat bearable to Li Hao. As for challenges, he felt they were futile. For instance, could he currently face 10 puppets at once? Yet, the little tree's conversion would also require time, and he pondered whether he could delay the inevitable. Choose quickly. The black armor's impatience resurfaced. Fail to choose, and all shall face execution. Li Hao, ever the honest soul, decided against bravado at this moment. I choose to pay the fine. The black-armored figure appeared satisfied, nodding. Excellent. A wise choice indeed. Li Hao then asked, may I have a brief extension? I could convert it into the fountain of life through the demon plant, potentially reducing my payment. Is that permissible? Yes, you have 3 days to do so. Li Hao exhaled in relief. Witnessing this, Qian Wanhao's eyes glinted slightly. I report, my lord, that you may not. Do you possess a demon plant? The black armor retorted with utter indifference. Do you believe that 3 days will grant you the ability to conjure a demon plant out of thin air? He was no fool. Li Hao had a demon plant, which indeed could be transformed into the fountain of life, a plan he supported. But as for this fellow, did he consider him a simpleton? Could he transform anything? Qian Wanhao's complexion shifted, and he dared not speak further. Stealing a glance at the puppets, he ultimately declared, I choose to pay the fine. With that, gritting his teeth, he retrieved a storage ring and began to extract a substantial amount of source divine weapons, the fountain of life, divine energy stones, along with various miscellaneous treasures. My lord, how much can these be exchanged for? The crimson light flickered in the eyes of the armored figure as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the abundance of worthless items. According to the exchange regulations, these could be traded for a substantial sum of 400,000 energy stones. That was quite a fortune. However, Qian Wanhao felt a wave of despair. Only 400,000? His penalty was a staggering one. 5 million. This was all he possessed, aside from a few treasured items. As the director of the business division, he was among the wealthiest individuals in the realm, yet now he found himself biting his lip, contemplating his limited options. There was no recourse left. After a moment of reflection, he hesitantly inquired, is it possible to incur a debt? Not permissible. The armored figure seemed to deliberately pressure them, urging everyone to hasten their decisions without delay. Sighing deeply, Qian Wanhao ceased his protests. At that moment, an object manifested before him, a small sword that, while modest in size, elicited a nod of approval from the armored figure. A commendable item. This is the levitating sword forged by Minister Lv Zhen himself. I did not anticipate it being in your possession, he remarked. Li Hao was stirred. Lv Zhen? This was indeed a treasure. Second only to those crafted by the Divine Emperor in the new martial era, valued at 1 million energy stones. Qian Wanhao, recognizing its worth, was astonished that it could be exchanged for such a sum. The sword bore a resemblance to the one Li Hao had previously encountered. Imbued with the essence of the stream's sword intent, a prized weapon of the 9 divisions. However, even Qian Wanhao was unable to fully wield its power. Realizing the potential loss he faced, he quickly gathered enough to reach 1 million stones. After a moment's contemplation, another divine weapon materialized before him, glimmering like gold. This was a weapon he had long utilized, unlike the previous sword, which was a hidden treasure. The armored figure nodded slightly, declaring, this is also commendable. It shall be valued at 100,000, perfectly covering your penalty. As soon as he uttered these words, before Qian Wanhao could respond, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. All his divine weapons and treasures vanished without a trace. Even the connection to his mystical abilities was severed, obliterating the marks he had left behind. In an instant, Qian Wanhao appeared aged and weary. He remained silent. At that moment, the onlookers sighed collectively, voicing in unison, we shall pay the penalty. In that instant, all semblance of treasures and life-saving items were laid bare. The master of Floating Pagoda even produced drops of essence akin to that of a great demon, alongside his divine weapons, yet it was still insufficient. Desperation etched across his features. The master of Floating Pagoda's gaze flickered as he fixated on the 3 individuals from the city of superpowers. Suddenly, he proposed, may I borrow items from others? As the words escaped his lips, he realized the impropriety of his request. For at that moment, Li Hao and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intent. A chill ran through the master of Floating Pagoda. In his fervor to save his own life, he had forgotten that those before him were far more formidable than he. The 3 champions from the city of superpowers wore ashen expressions. Fortunately, the figure in black armor spoke softly. Among the students, Mutual slaughter is strictly prohibited. Of course, sparring is permissible, but think carefully, should any destruction arise. And should it be deemed intentional, the fines will be doubled. Upon hearing this, the fire in everyone's eyes extinguished. If further destruction were to occur, it would spell disaster. The master of floating pagoda frowned. Despite his utmost efforts, he still fell short of the fine. What could he do? His fine was similar to that of Tianjin and the others, amounting to 1 million. Yet now, even with all his resources, he could only muster 500,000. With a sigh, he turned to the figure in black armor. I choose to challenge. Let the chips fall where they may. Otherwise, there is no recourse. Very well. In an instant, 10 puppets materialized. The master of floating pagoda wasted no time, arming himself and launching an immediate assault. A resounding boom echoed as he was simultaneously struck by the 10 puppets, sent flying with a deafening crash that left a massive dent in his chest. Yet, they did not kill him. Instead, they merely inflicted grievous injury. With a single maneuver, the puppets had severely wounded him. The master of floating pagoda fell to the ground, coughing blood, his face ashen with despair. Meanwhile, the others gradually managed to gather some treasures. Surprisingly, all 3 directors succeeded in amassing sufficient resources, albeit their expressions revealed that they had contributed even their golden tomes, clearly left with nothing. Among the powerful figures of the super energy city, 2 were unable to meet the required amount, while the one facing a fine of 200,000 barely scraped together the necessary funds. In that moment, the 2 who fell short cast a glance at the master of floating pagoda, then turned their attention to Li Hao, fully aware that he possessed a wealth of divine energy stones. At that moment, a young woman from the super energy city implored, Governor Li, might we borrow some divine energy stones? We assure you that once outside, we will speak of nothing and will obey your commands. The hope for a challenge had vanished. Borrowing money was their only option. Yet, Li Hao remained utterly indifferent, saying nothing and offering no acknowledgement. Governor, we harbor no deep-seated animosity. Should you choose to assist us, it would also benefit the super energy city. We hold a modest standing within the city, and there are many powerful families and super beings willing to aid you. Enough to pacify the realm. Still, Li Hao remained unresponsive. A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed the eyes of the 2, and the next moment, they gritted their teeth and charged at Li Hao, roaring, if you refuse to save us, we shall fight you to the bitter end, destroying everything here. Let us see how you will compensate for the damages. These individuals felt they had no choice. Perhaps this was the only way to compel Li Hao to aid them. Meanwhile, Qian Wanhao and his companions swiftly retreated. They wished to avoid entanglement in this conflict. Li Hao frowned slightly and glanced at the figure in black armor. If someone attacks me, may I retaliate? Yes, provided it does not result in destruction. The moment the reply was given, the characters for water, fire, metal, and extinction materialized instantaneously. A surge of sword intent manifested, piercing through the heavens and earth. As the 2 supernatural beings approached Li Hao, their gazes dulled and their spirits extinguished in an instant. Li Hao reached out and grasped, reclaiming the divine script, causing the starry sky sword to vanish. The essence of the sword was devoid of life. The black-armored figure seemed taken aback, observing the unexpected legacy of the sword's sovereign. It appeared to be a unique mastery of the Star Town, albeit with some differences. Despite his surprise, he remained silent, merely watching the 2 individuals perish. Indifferent to their fate, as they were not genuine students in his eyes. He was acutely aware of this, thus their lives held little significance for him. In the true martial science university, such acts of murder were absolutely forbidden. Li Hao, unreserved, pointed at their lifeless bodies. May I claim their belongings? Certainly. The black-armored figure replied calmly. The victor is entitled to seize the spoils of the vanquished. Your sword is commendable. At that moment, a hint of interest flickered within him. If you are willing to part with it, I can absolve you of all your fines. What a jest! Li Hao retorted, shaking his head. That is a relic from my ancestors. As long as the sword exists, so shall I. How absurd! The black-armored figure said dismissively. The sword's sovereign shattered countless blades in the past. Does that mean the demise of the wielder? A sword is merely an external possession. It is contingent upon the worth offered. Should you choose to relinquish it, I shall reward you handsomely. Absolutely not. Li Hao firmly rejected. The starry sky sword was his greatest support throughout his journey thus far. He would never part with it. The black-armored figure made no further objections, indifferent to the refusal. Fair trade, he stated. If you do not acquiesce, so be it. This is the protocol of the Yuanping Martial Science University, and I shall not resort to coercion. He turned his attention back to the master of the Stupa Mountain. Can you afford to pay the fines? The master of the Stupa Mountain's countenance turned ashen. I fear I cannot. That is most unfortunate. With the Vanguard camp's disappearance and your non-student status, you were granted a chance to atone for your sins, yet you have squandered it. With that, he waved his hand, and in an instant, the master of the Stupa Mountain looked down to see his chest crushed. He glanced back at Li Hao and the others, then at the black-armored figure. Filled with a sense of melancholy, he had never anticipated meeting his end here, nor envisioned such a demise, struck down by a presence within a relic. His lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, and all his previous treasures vanished, claimed by the black-armored figure as his spoils of war. Li Hao and his companions remained silent. The master of the Stupa Mountain's death was not particularly shocking. However, it evoked a bittersweet sentiment, for despite being adversaries, Li Hao felt the chilling indifference of the entities within these ruins. They were not of the same era. In the city of war, those who tended to Li Hao had shown him kindness, yet today, he witnessed the brutal reality. Failing to pay the fines meant death. There was no room for luck. The black-armored figure looked at Li Hao again. Will all of you pay your fines with your life essence? Indeed, Li Hao affirmed. Excellent. In 3 days, I expect to see all fines settled. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Li Hao, as if hesitating. Are you affiliated with the military? Li Hao's eyes flickered as he nodded, his golden armor manifesting. I am of the War Heaven Army. The War Heaven Army, indeed. The black-armored figure remarked with a sense of awe. The Sword Sovereign's legacy, the War Heaven City, is also connected to the imperial lineage, alongside another imperial descendant, and the great emperor's palace guard. He surveyed the group before finally settling his gaze on Hou Xiaocheng. And there is also the imperial legacy from the First Military Academy. This group, it seemed, possessed quite a formidable background. Indeed, no matter how grand one's background may be, it holds little significance here. This place is unlike any other, and the individuals involved span a wide network, particularly in relation to the Celestial Emperor, the sovereign of eternal life, the god of divisions, and even the Blood Emperor. It must be acknowledged that even he harbors some hesitation. However, upon reflection, it is inconsequential. These individuals have recently acquired a substantial amount of energy stones, sufficient to cover the imposed fines. Li Hao and the others remained silent. In the blink of an eye, 3 more lives were extinguished. In this realm, safety has become an illusion, with death lurking at every corner, leaving them in a state of helplessness regarding their survival. The question of whether they could emerge alive remained uncertain. Now, let us momentarily set aside the issue of fines. At this juncture, the figure clad in black armor spoke again. Having entered the Yuanping Martial Science University is both a stroke of fortune and a harbinger of calamity. Whether it be a blessing or a curse rests entirely upon your own choices. The crowd stood solemnly, listening intently. The Yuanping Martial Science University was established for numerous reasons, one of the key factors being the abundant energy resources in this region. However, as the world transformed, the celestial gates were sealed, and the land of the Silver Moon experienced a sudden depletion of energy. In the blink of an eye, this place had descended into an era of martial decline. He gazed at the gathered individuals. Yet, the Yuanping Martial Science University bears a significant responsibility. It was originally designed to cultivate top-tier warriors for the front lines. Now, with the world shrouded in dust, you do not yet qualify as true students. To become genuine scholars, you must undergo an assessment. Li Hao furrowed his brow. What if one fails or chooses not to participate in the assessment? The figure in black armor replied coolly. The previous fines were merely a minor reprimand. Only by successfully passing the assessment and becoming formal students can you leave this place. Otherwise, the academy shall remain sealed, and I will impose no further punishments upon you, but do not expect to depart. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The prospect of being unable to leave was a daunting reality for all newcomers. It was a necessary rite of passage for those entering the Martial Science University, not a targeted attack against you. He continued calmly. The Yuanping Martial Science University has high standards. In previous years, only those at the brink of the absolute pinnacle were granted admission. Although you may fall slightly short, the gap is not insurmountable, and it is not an unreasonable demand. You need only pass 3 challenges to gain admission. 3 challenges. Li Hao felt a wave of apprehension. What would these entail? There would be no room for negotiation. You are the inheritor of the sword's sovereign-s legacy. Yet you must understand that many who joined the martial science university in the past were descendants of sovereigns. You are but a distant descendant, and the bloodline has waned over countless years. Do you still wish to seek favor through backdoor means? In the past, even the emperor's own son would have to take the exam. He was disinclined to elaborate further. Those who refused to take the assessment would be deemed invaders and swiftly eradicated. Well then, there was no way to argue further. Li Hao and the others were filled with trepidation. What would the examination entail? A battle? Or a series of challenges? Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, the next moment, they found themselves transported from the playground and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in a classroom. At that moment, each individual found themselves at their own desk, including the Black Panther and Little Tree. In an instant, a test paper materialized before them. This was the entrance examination for the Martial Science University, the first challenge, a written test. The crowd was astounded. Li Hao was equally taken aback. A written test? Indeed. Before him lay an examination paper, and upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover it was a cultural subject test, an utter disbelief. As a student of a martial arts university, one who embodied both literary and martial prowess, the notion of a mere martial artist having no prospects was disheartening. Even the esteemed king of warriors had once gained entry into the prestigious martial arts university in the magical metropolis through rigorous examinations in martial sciences. Particularly, the Ministry of Education placed great emphasis on cultural examinations that one must pass. Li Hao felt an overwhelming headache at that moment. Hong Yitong glanced at the paper and furrowed his brow slightly. Report, the times have changed. Some of the questions here are beyond our comprehension. An examination should not strive for obscurity. As a means of education, it ought to prioritize the common over the esoteric. For contrived difficulties serve only as a form of formalism. Li Hao, too, picked up the paper, feeling dizzy. What on earth was this? Not only were the characters in ancient script, which he could decipher, but the others were at a complete loss. The crux was that many questions left him bewildered as well. Of course, having perused numerous ancient texts, he was familiar with some topics. For instance, matters involving calculations of vital energy and the three Jiao gates, even the source path, were somewhat within his ken. Yet could such topics truly yield marks? He had not anticipated that, having withdrawn from school, he would now find himself participating in an examination. The black armor glanced at Hong Yitong, contemplating before seemingly acquiescing. Nodding slightly, you raise a valid point. Education must progress with the times. Since the era has changed, let us simplify matters. Each of you may elucidate your understanding of martial arts. I shall be the judge. What constitutes martial arts? What is its essence? What are its aims? These can be articulated freely, reflecting the realities of life. In this modern age, I am not well versed, and thus cannot render a judgment. Therefore, we shall set these aside for this examination. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank goodness. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable hassle. Who among them could have written such papers? As for expounding on martial arts, each had their own perspective. The answers were not fixed. It all depended on whether the black armor would be capricious in grading. What score constitutes a pass? Was inquired. Only pass or fail, came the understanding response. At this moment, the 9 formidable beings, alongside a tree and a dog, sat obediently, resigned to their fate, and could only comply with the examination. Paper and pen materialized in their hands. The Black Panther appeared bewildered and innocent, glancing at the black armor, who, upon noticing his gaze, remarked mildly, the demon race also possesses martial arts. If one cannot write, one may articulate through spiritual energy. Reflecting a moment, he continued, however, as a descendant of the demon emperor, not knowing how to write is fortunate. Were this the new martial era, you might face dire consequences. As for the reason behind such unfortunate outcomes, the ancestral lineage of this individual had once experienced imprisonment in a small dark room, reading for countless epochs, a truly dismal period. The black armor then turned his attention to the small tree. As a demon plant, and the only practitioner of the source path present, you must have merely inherited the path of the previous generation of demon plants. You too should express your thoughts through spiritual energy. He assumed the role of a teacher. Seated at the podium, gazing down at the students as if genuinely eager to hear their explications of the great principles. This scene rendered everyone somewhat uncomfortable. Yet they had no choice but to comply. The Black Panther let out a cry, resembling a dog's bark, as if to say that it could not articulate its spiritual essence. The black-armored figure seemed somewhat disdainful. If you cannot articulate, then use the language of the demon tribe. I can comprehend your barking. This black-armored individual appeared to be quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, Li Hao and the others found themselves at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, they steeled their resolve and began to write. In a place fraught with peril, they resembled students, diligently scribbling away, an astonishing sight for many. The little tree emitted waves of spiritual energy, while the Black Panther continued its barking. The black armor occasionally nodded or shook its head, seemingly unsure whether it understood. At that moment, Ho Xiaoqing, while writing, suddenly chuckled. Fortunately, Nanquan is not here. No whispering. The black armor coldly retorted, silence. Ho Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed. His remark was merely a spontaneous expression, yet he was reprimanded. In that instant, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. How many years had it been? Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Yet, the group fell silent, bowing their heads to continue writing. After approximately half an hour, each individual finally set down their pens. The examination papers soared into the air, landing in the hands of the black-armored figure. He scrutinized them with great seriousness. After reviewing for a while, he glanced over the group and ultimately fixed his gaze on Li Hao. Why does your martial path differ from others? Li Hao replied in a deep voice. The great path leads to the same destination. The journey may vary. My approach is valid. As you have seen, my strength is formidable. The times have changed. One need not adhere strictly to the ancient martial path. The black armor pondered for a moment and replied, there is merit in your words. I shall deem you passable. He then turned to Hong Yitong. You remind me of someone. Despite the vast differences, possessing such a mindset is commendable. You may also be deemed passable. He next regarded Tianjian. You are quite pure. In my view, you resemble a true martial artist. Perhaps military school would suit you better. You too shall be considered passable. Tianjian let out a slight sigh of relief. He then shifted his gaze to Ho Xiaoqing, hesitating slightly. You are overly contemplative. Your thoughts are somewhat disordered and conservative. You must understand, the intention of the cracking divine spear is profoundly pure. If you were to exchange ideas with this swordsman, it might yield favorable results. Very well. I shall grant you a pass. Ho Xiaoqing felt a bit awkward, but said nothing. Lastly, he looked towards Qian Wanhao and the others, furrowing his brow slightly. He pointed at Qian Wanhao. Perhaps your intention was to align with my sentiments, yet what I perceive is somewhat askew. Nevertheless, an examination is merely an examination. As long as there is no cheating, you may be considered passable. Qian Wanhao exhaled deeply. Indeed, he had taken a shortcut. He understood the personalities of these ancient civilization powerhouses, so the martial philosophy he articulated was rooted in ideas from 80 years ago, ideas that had sought to overthrow the monarchy. Clearly, the other party found it acceptable, and he was aware of this. At that moment, the black armor pointed at Hu Mingfa from the Criminal Law Division. Appearing somewhat displeased, you claim to be an enforcer, that the law is foundational and paves the way, yet your words are fraught with contradictions regarding class law and hierarchy. Nonsense. You have failed. Hu Mingfa's expression changed drastically. The black-armored figure disregarded him and turned his gaze to the remaining individual from the city of superpowers. Furrowing his brow, to fully inherit the path of the new martial arts without any innovation or change is futile. The essence has dissipated, leaving no prospect for the future. A failure. The expression of the deity from the city of superpowers changed, unable to restrain himself. But this demon plant, Kiki, embodies the essence. It possesses the path of the essence and can continue to progress. You foolish creature. The black-armored figure snorted coldly. A failure. The deity from the city of superpowers also turned pale. Failing to meet the standards means they could never leave. Fortunately, being a failure does not equate to death. The two directors from the examination and ceremony departments watched with keen anticipation, looking toward the black-armored figure. After a moment of silence, he spoke. You two are conventional. Lacking any distinctive traits or significant flaws, you could pass, but many have already failed to meet the standards. You do not qualify. Both individuals' expressions changed drastically. What is this? Sir, if passing is optional, does that not imply a lack of fairness? The black-armored figure replied calmly. On the contrary, it is entirely fair. This is a prestigious academy, not a mere mediocre institution. You two are not yet worthy. He then turned to the small tree. You are a practitioner of the path of essence. You pass. He looked at the Black Panther. You are indolent and merely a shadow of your ancestors. Your forebear was one of the revered emperors. Do not think lightly of your failure. The Black Panther grew anxious. I failed? Does that mean I cannot leave? Be quiet. The Black Panther recoiled. Yet despair lingered in his eyes as he looked at Li Hao. I have failed. What shall I do? The small tree has passed. In this round, 5 individuals succeeded, including a tree. In the next moment, a whirlwind ensued, leaving everyone astonished. How is this possible? Students from the martial arts university must possess genuine skills. At that moment, 6 puppets manifested in the arena. I have adjusted my strength to match yours. In this new martial era, a normal martial artist defeating one opponent of the same rank is considered passing, defeating 2 is good, and defeating 3 is excellent. Those who pass will advance to the next stage. Good performers will receive rewards, while excellent performers will gain special accolades. Li Hao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue. Same rank. Who among them was not a paragon of their time? The ancient martial arts of the same rank should not pose a problem. Right? Li Hao proposed. Can we send one individual to test the waters first, and then add more if necessary? Certainly. The puppets are tireless and will not deplete resources. We can replenish them at any time without affecting combat capability. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. They could challenge one to assess the situation before increasing their numbers. Just then, Tianjin stepped forward. I will challenge first. Without hesitation, he made his intentions clear. In an instant, a puppet materialized, striking at Tianjin, who responded with a fierce shout, brandishing his great sword, resulting in a resounding crash. At that moment, Tianjin was undeterred, unleashing a flurry of strikes with unwavering fervor. The sword intent was grand and domineering. In the blink of an eye, the puppet was forced to retreat under his relentless assault. Bring on another. The second puppet swiftly appeared, and the 2 puppets joined forces, creating a thunderous sound. The black-armored figure observed silently, offering no reaction. After a brief moment, the heavenly sword struck and sent a puppet flying. With the defeat of the puppet, it ceased to engage. After a while, the heavenly sword unleashed another blow, sending a second puppet reeling. Although this appeared effortless, the heavenly sword had not called upon a third adversary. At this juncture, the onlookers discerned the true state of affairs. The heavenly sword was covered in sword marks, blood gushing forth, panting heavily, and frowning slightly, evidently embarrassed at having only vanquished 2 puppets. These were merely ordinary puppets from the ancient martial era, yet he had nearly faltered. Be cautious. They are formidable. Best to take them on one by one. The heavenly sword directly withdrew and conveyed a message to a few individuals, admitting that facing 2 adversaries was somewhat taxing. Li Hao and the others refrained from further discussion and stepped forth. Let us begin with one. In an instant, several puppets materialized, each targeting an individual. Li Hao did not waste words. He revealed his divine abilities and struck with his sword, yet the opponent vanished in an instant. Li Hao's expression shifted. How swift! At this moment, he realized his 5 elemental powers had been somewhat strained, yet the black-armored figure would not conjure a 4-elemental adversary. These puppets embodied 5 elemental prowess. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao and the opponent exchanged dozens of sword techniques. With a loud crash, Li Hao staggered back, incredulous. Am I unable to defeat even one? How can this be? I had hoped to take on 3 at once. His thoughts shifted, and as he furrowed his brow, a sudden surge of sword energy erupted. This time, it was not merely the intent of the sword, but a convergence of various forces. Could it be the force? Divine runes materialized, unleashing the elements of wind, thunder, water, and fire. Indeed, this shift greatly restricted the puppet's capabilities. With a thunderous roar, a fierce tiger emerged, swiping and sending the puppet flying. Again, in an instant, 2 puppets appeared, not just one, but both attacking simultaneously. The other directions also echoed with explosive clashes. The black-armored figure silently observed, noting their performance, and glanced at the small tree. Upon witnessing the small tree summon the imperial palace, he could not help but exclaim, "You have passed. You are indeed exceptional, but this feels somewhat like cheating." At this moment, who could withstand even a fragment of the imperial palace? However, he had not previously stated that such actions were prohibited, and moreover, the phantom of the imperial palace was inherited by the opponent, making it difficult to contest. The black-armored figure inwardly cursed, cheating scoundrel. Meanwhile, the The small tree obediently retreated, knowing it could not contend with the puppets in a true fight, and was left with no choice but to resort to its trump card. The unluckiest, perhaps, were two individuals, Hou Xiaoqing and Qian Wanhao. Qian Wanhao had just stepped into the realm of four elemental powers, while Hou Xiaoqing had recently broken through to extraordinary abilities. Both had become significantly stronger than before. Normally, this would be a boon, yet now they faced opponents that were even more formidable. In the blink of an eye, Qian Wanhao was directly overwhelmed. As Hou Xiaoqing watched, he too was on the verge of being repelled when he suddenly roared, and with a crack, divine energy surged forth, sending a puppet flying with a single shot. The black-armored figure expressed dissatisfaction. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Well, I suppose it counts. Hou Xiaoqing had also shattered another extraordinary lock. This too could be deemed cheating, yet there was no rule against temporary breakthroughs. Hou Xiaoqing said nothing, merely vanquishing a puppet before choosing to refrain from further combat. His countenance bore a hint of distress as he remained silent, fully capable of continuing to challenge two or even three opponents simultaneously. Yet in this moment, he felt a profound sense of humiliation, to think he had nearly faced defeat. Not far away, Qian Wanhao appeared despondent, having succumbed to defeat. Clearly, he was the sole individual incapable of overcoming this trial, leaving him in utter dismay as he glanced towards Li Hao and the others, feeling somewhat helpless. These individuals were undeniably formidable. Each possessed strength that likely surpassed his own. Yet, why did he feel such deep-seated resentment? With a sigh echoing in his heart, he pondered whether he was destined to be ensnared in this predicament for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Li Hao found himself becoming increasingly engrossed in the challenge. Symbols of divine writing continuously emerged before him. He discerned that these puppets seemed to lack any effective means of countering the divine inscriptions as they traversed through the air. The puppets appeared bewildered, much to his elation. At that moment, three puppets had already encircled him. The figure clad in black armor observed silently for a while, taking in the unique techniques of Jinxing City. However, there was a distinct difference. The techniques were infused with energy, blood essence, spirit, and even mental strength, coupled with a unique principle that was somewhat unexpected. Turning his gaze to Hong Yitong, he noted that this individual too possessed intriguing abilities. Unlike Li Hao, his approach involved a peculiar transformation of characters, which was rather strange. These two seemed to walk a similar path, yet not entirely aligned. It was indeed fascinating. After a while, Li Hao successfully sent the three puppets flying, while Hong Yitong, panting, managed to repel the same number of puppets. Albeit with a resigned shake of his head, he had resorted to clever tactics. Just like Li Hao, he ultimately relied on the puppets' unfamiliarity with the divine inscriptions, gradually wearing them down until he could defeat them. Not bad, the figure in black armor remarked, his tone measured. It has exceeded my expectations. You have managed to innovate upon the esteemed techniques of Jinxing City. Three individuals performed excellently, one moderately well, one average, and one below par. Tianjian triumphed over two puppets, earning a rating of good, while Hou Xiaoqing, having only defeated one, was deemed average. At this moment, anticipation brewed among the group. What would the third trial entail? Moreover, what was the nature of the special reward? The third trial is quite simple. In that moment, the figure in black armor seemed to smile. Should you succeed, you shall be recognized as official students of Yuanping Martial Science University. Should you fail, you may be eliminated. The next instant, he revealed the contents of the third trial assessment. Li Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 246, Official Students, Seeking Subscriptions and Monthly Votes. After 12 o'clock, double monthly votes. Remember to cast your vote after midnight. Don't let it go to waste. The first trial was a written examination, the second a martial arts test. Yet the words spoken by the figure in black armor left the group momentarily dazed. Enter. With a casual wave, a portal appeared before them. Upon entering, the four of you, along with one creature, shall emerge as students of the Martial Science University. You may leave at any time, but should you fail to exit, you shall all remain here. Li Hao gazed at the transparent portal, his brow slightly furrowed. Where does this portal lead? To the battlefield. The black-armored figure remained remarkably calm. Having emerged from the battlefield, you are now officially students. Proceed inside. A battlefield? So the third trial is indeed a battlefield? Where could such a place be? Li Hao pondered, perplexed. It's quite strange that this location could be associated with a battlefield. Is it perilous within? Of course. Li Hao glanced at Hou Xiaoqing and the others, who were now frowning slightly. Hou Xiaoqing spoke in a low voice. Who is the enemy? The enemy is merely the enemy. It suffices to know that they are adversaries. Furthermore, you must comprehend the implications of the war regulations currently in effect. Obedience is paramount. Understand? The black-armored figure seemed to smirk. Enter now, or you may remain here indefinitely. At this juncture, the group exchanged glances, a sense of resignation washing over them. There was no alternative. They had to step inside. As the four approached the entrance, the Black Panther suddenly voiced its apprehension. The black-armored figure replied nonchalantly. What is there to fear? Do you think they would dare to kill you for no reason? If they were to slay you, it would be a crime, and you would be justified in retaliating. Clearly, the Black Panther was frightened. What should I do now that Li Hao and the others have left? I mustn't forget that Qian Wanhao and the others are still here. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Hao. You've consumed the divine energy stones without bringing any with you. You possess no treasures besides your flesh. If they kill you, they gain nothing. Remaining here could be perilous. The Black Panther felt like cursing but recognized the truth in Li Hao's words. It had swallowed so many divine energy stones. What if the adversaries took the risk? Perhaps they would simply impose a fine. With some reluctance, it expelled several storage rings. It couldn't possibly retain all those divine energy stones within its belly, so it ultimately stored them in the rings for convenience. Li Hao accepted the rings, chuckling. You, greedy creature, do you wish to hoard them all for yourself? Why the reluctance? Every time we train, I haven't forgotten you. Meanwhile, Qian Wanhao and the others remained silent. Having been eliminated, they felt indifferent. However, they noted that even the Black Panther had been dismissed, and Li Hao and his companions might not succeed either. At least, remaining behind ensured they would not meet death. Perhaps there was still a chance, a way to escape this place. Such ruins could not remain sealed forever. The second revival might very well trigger an opening. Would they wish to remain then? With these thoughts, Li Hao and his companions ceased their musings. The four of them stepped through the portal simultaneously. The entrance vanished in an instant. The black-armored figure remained silent as everyone awaited the outcome. Qian Wanhao and the others were also curious about where Li Hao and his companions had ventured. At that moment, in the hazy expanse of the world, Li Hao and the others materialized. This realm appeared exceedingly dim, and they seemed to have emerged within a city. Surrounding them, the clamor of voices filled the air. They appeared to be encased within a barrier. After a brief moment, their vision cleared, revealing that they were situated in a chaotic military camp. Principal. At this very moment, several individuals stood momentarily dazed when suddenly, a robust man clad in armor approached, casting a serious glance at Hong Yitong. He spoke in a grave tone. Principal. Enemies surround us from all sides. It is my hope that we can no longer defend Hope City. General, you must retreat first. We will hold the rear. Another armored warrior stepped forward, directing his gaze at Tianjin, and solemnly remarked, General, you too should depart. We shall remain here to secure the area, destroy the teleportation portal, preventing them from entering our human territories. Both Tianjin and Hong Yitong were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Li Hao pondered the situation, and someone turned to him, urging, you should also leave. As an unparalleled talent of this generation, preserving your life ensures our future. At that moment, a burly figure entered through the door, bloodied and grinning. Esteemed seniors, you are advanced in years, your vitality waning. Remaining here would only lead to your demise. Take the students and depart. Even if our human race faces defeat in this battle, they shall not leave unscathed. After saying this, he bowed slightly and continued, Seniors, please lead the students to safety. It was only then that Hong Yitong furrowed his brow, wishing to speak, yet unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Was this a battlefield, an illusion, or something else entirely? He found it difficult to discern, feeling an unsettling realism. He yearned to comprehend the situation at hand. Li Hao, however, was less reserved and directly inquired, what is the situation here? You have been unconscious for several days, so it is understandable that you are unaware. The burly man replied sternly, the forces of Tianmen City are invading, with Dongkue City as a flanking position and dozens of high-ranking experts among them. Hope City cannot withstand this assault. You new students, in your first battle, are unaware of the enemy's might. Remaining here would only lead to your death. Return to safety. He chuckled lightly. Seniors, you should also retreat. With that, he struck his chest and bellowed. To remain behind is the greatest suffering. We shall ensure the annihilation of the enemy beyond our human territory. I implore you, esteemed elders, to retreat with our talented students and plant the seeds of hope for our people. Li Hao was momentarily dazed, but gradually grasped their intentions. The enemy was formidable and advancing. Currently, they were unable to match such strength. The older generation, like Hou Xiaoqing, were seasoned warriors whose vitality had diminished, while he, a talented martial artist, represented the hope of the future. At this moment, these middle-aged warriors were urging them to flee. Yet, they had entered to face the trial. Surely, they must confront the enemy. Whether in an illusion or on a true battlefield, they needed to engage. Otherwise, they would fail their mission. The only uncertainty was how many foes needed to be vanquished to fulfill their task. Having resolved this in his mind, Li Hao immediately declared, "That is unacceptable. We must participate in this battle." Just then, a voice from outside roared, "The enemy is attacking. Prepare for battle." Boom. Outside, chaos erupted, the very earth trembling. The middle-aged general's expressions shifted dramatically, and they abandoned any further conversation, rushing toward the exit. The leading burly man turned back, shouting furiously, "Return. This battle offers no chance of survival. We can only hope to return and rebuild Hope's city in the future." With those words, he was already far gone. Suddenly, the man dashed away, and Li Hao exchanged glances with his companions. Hong Yitong swiftly declared, "Let us go outside and take a look. Our mission is likely to repel the enemy. As long as we manage to push them back, we should pass this trial." The others nodded in agreement. As this aligned with their anticipations, they hurriedly made their way outside. It was at this moment that Li Hao noticed that even the small tree had transformed into a humanoid figure, clad in armor. It seemed this was merely an illusion and not a genuine battlefield. No wonder. Ancient civilizations have perished. Where could one possibly find an authentic battleground? Knowing it was an illusion made things significantly easier. The four of them, along with the tree, swiftly advanced outward. At this point, the city was nearly deserted, with everyone having rushed to the front lines. In the direction of the city gates, the sounds of battle roared in the distance. Beams of light flickered as formidable warriors tore through the air with tremendous might. The group quickly soared into the sky and soon reached the city walls. They could see a dense army approaching from afar, while their own forces were arrayed outside the city gates, ready for combat. "Charge!" Below, a general bellowed, leading his troops into the fray. The two armies clashed in a blood-soaked arena outside the city, the cacophony of battle reverberating through the air. Even knowing it was an illusion, the four felt a shift in their expressions. Thousands of martial artists unleashed their vigor as they engaged in combat with the opposing forces. The enemy outnumbered them nearly tenfold, resembling superhuman cultivators. "Is this a battle between superhumans and martial artists?" Li Hao murmured. It appeared that the opposing side was not composed of humans. Indeed, so many enemies. Li Hao gazed toward the heavens, where flashes of brilliance pierced the darkness. On the city walls, powerful figures soared into the air, roaring defiantly as they confronted their formidable foes, evading the troops to engage in battle further afield. The sound of conflict echoing thunderously. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The resounding shouts shook the very heavens and earth. Observing the scene, Hong Yitong urged, "Quickly, let's ascend and intercept the enemies. If many perish, our mission may be compromised." The others nodded urgently. In the next moment, they all burst into the air. The instant they broke through, a formidable adversary appeared. An immensely powerful superhuman cultivator charged at Li Hao. A punch came hurtling towards him, shimmering with golden radiance. Just as Li Hao was about to draw his sword, a curse escaped his lips. "Where is my starry sky sword? Damn it! Where has my sword gone?" He had failed to notice that his sword was missing. Was it possible that the illusion prevented its entry? With no other options, Li Hao resorted to using his hand in place of his sword and struck out. Boom! He felt an overwhelming force explode from his palm, instant agony coursing through him. His expression shifted, and at that moment, it seemed he heard the voice of the black-armored figure. "This is an illusion, but if you are slain by the enemy, you will truly perish." Li Hao instantly cursed, "Then where is my sword? Damn it, could that black armor have swallowed it?" Yet as he felt the searing pain, he understood that if he truly died, it could very well be the end. Boom! The presence before him, reminiscent of a wild beast, was astonishingly formidable. With each powerful punch, Li Hao found himself continually retreating, his robust physique akin to an indestructible golden body. When he struck with his palm, He failed to shatter his opponent, merely inflicting a minor wound that swiftly healed. Damn it! Li Hao cursed vehemently. What manner of healing ability is this? It was as if his adversary had become a reflection of his own sword energy, capable of instantaneous recovery from injuries, while he, devoid of his sword power, was bleeding profusely, unable to staunch the flow. Curiosity compelled him to glance at the others, and he gasped in shock. He was not alone. At this moment, everyone, himself included, was being suppressed by the enemy, unable to retreat. Were they intentionally denying them passage? In his ears, the voice of the black-armored figure resounded once more. Victory here offers the hope of joining the Yuanping Martial Science University. This is a true historical battle, one where humanity triumphed. Of course, you may withdraw, but that would signify failure in your assessment. A genuine historical conflict? Li Hao's heart stirred. Suddenly, his momentary distraction led to a punch from the wild man, shattering his bones and sending him spitting blood as he was hurled backward. Not far off, Tianjian was similarly struck and also coughed up blood. Ho Xiaoqing, Hong Yitong, and even the formidable Xiaoshu found themselves utterly defenseless. Its imperial palace projection seemed rendered ineffective, as it too was pressed by an unparalleled powerhouse, retreating step by step. Surveying the battlefield, it was a cacophony of fierce combat. Yet, they were overwhelmingly at a disadvantage. The middle-aged warriors he had previously seen were embroiled in desperate struggle, but were being subdued, some even facing 3 or 4 opponents, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. How could they possibly win? Was this a jest? Li Hao muttered darkly to himself, being comprehensively suppressed. Was that even a path to victory? The enemy's numbers outstripped their own by several folds, and the might of their opponents had rendered nearly everyone incapable of resistance. Was this a deliberate attempt to annihilate them? With a thunderous crash, Ho Xiaoqing was sent hurtling backward, a gaping hole in his chest, coughing violently in disbelief as his formidable strength faced yet another blow. He was being entirely suppressed. Li Hao and his companions shared the same sentiments of frustration. Could they truly achieve victory under such circumstances? Once more, the voice of the black-armored figure echoed in their ears. I forgot to mention, should our forces suffer losses exceeding half, you will all fail your mission and be eternally trapped here. Trust me, you cannot escape this place. So, if you wish to withdraw, do so promptly. The color drained from their faces. Below, the enemy's forces numbered 10 times their own, and should they sustain losses beyond half, retreat would no longer be an option. To abandon the fight now? To confess failure and be forever ensnared within this relic? The true strength of the black-armored figure was indeterminate. Yet they understood that a being capable of effortlessly ensnaring them, powerful enough to trap such strong warriors in an illusion, was beyond their comprehension. At this moment, the small tree was retreating steadily under the relentless assault, yet his voice resonated in the ears of those present. What he says is true. This individual is overwhelmingly powerful. I cannot ascertain whether he is dead or alive, but when alive, he was likely a being of great sanctity. A being of great sanctity? Such a formidable force surpasses the pinnacle, which was once referred to as the imperial level, later redefined as the immortal level, implying eternal life. Above that lies the realm of the sage. The hearts of Li Hao and the others were struck with profound shock. What? Such strength? The small tree was hardly at the pinnacle, while the opponent transcended several major realms. Was it not said that the powerful guardians left behind were few? To think that this modest martial science university harbored such a top-tier existence. How could they possibly escape? No wonder the small tree had been so unnervingly low-key in the presence of this individual. In that moment, all were overwhelmed with dread. The small tree, attempting to communicate, was being relentlessly pummeled by the opponent, his armor shattering under the blows, emitting sharp, piercing cries. Clearly, he was no match for his adversary. Li Hao and his companions fared no better, each of them battered and covered in dirt. Below, the armies clashed, helplessly witnessing the demise of powerful warriors. This was an impossible task. The enemy intended to keep them all here. The only option now was to retreat and remain with this dark-armored figure, living out their days in the Martial Science University. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed around them. Li Hao caught a glimpse of an individual emanating a crimson aura, instantaneously forming a blood dagger which, with a resonating hum, cleaved through an enemy, only for the wielder to explode moments later. The blood dagger technique. Li Hao recognized it. These individuals were employing the blood dagger technique. Just as this thought crossed his mind, A searing pain struck his ear. The formidable opponent launched a punch. A gale sweeping past him, leaving Li Hao drenched in blood. With a furious roar, he retaliated with a palm strike. Damn it! Here! He had neither the starry sky sword, nor the wind-chasing boots, nor even a storage ring. In this moment, he could only rely on his true strength to fight, devoid of any external aids. The surge of divine text still proved inadequate against his foe. What to do? The losses among their ranks were mounting swiftly. At this rate, they would be trapped here forever. Retreat. Li Hao communicated with the others, gritting his teeth. We must withdraw. As long as we preserve our lives, we can grow stronger within the ruins. There will be a day we can escape. They could not hope to rival that dark-armored figure. Their only choice was to accompany him and age within the ruins. Lost in thought, he heard Hong Yitang's voice, tinged with resignation. Do you understand the consequences of our inability to leave? Li Hao was taken aback. He nearly overlooked this critical point. At this moment, his expression shifted. If they could not exit, the outside world would assume they had perished together or were imprisoned within the ruins, never to emerge again. In such a case, those left behind would likely be eradicated. Without him, without Hou Xiaoqing, without Hong Yitang, including the Tianjin and the martial guards of the city, the recently allied night watchers would soon crumble. The 9 sects appeared to suffer great losses, yet apart from Qian Wanhao, there remained 7 powerful elder-level figures, who, at present, might have reached the realm of the 4 elements or even 5 elements. Director Zhou and Yao Si are powerless against them. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He had been so focused on the immediate situation that he had neglected the potential consequences. Before entering, he had felt an unwavering confidence, which was indeed warranted. The outcome had shown that, barring unforeseen complications, Qian Wanhao and his companions would have no chance of escape. A resounding victory. But what now? Boom. The explosion reverberated once more. The formidable adversary before Li Hao seemed to harbor some trepidation, abruptly retreating a step, affording Li Hao a moment to breathe. Not just him, but the others facing their opponents exhibited similar caution, casting wary glances toward all directions at the martial artists whose bodies had exploded. Blood blade technique. Mutual destruction with the enemy. Intimidation, terror, and the audacious promise of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses. In that moment, Hong Yitang surveyed his surroundings, as if he had grasped the essence of victory in ancient martial arts. A bittersweet smile crept upon his face. At that instant, he began to comprehend the true objective of this trial. Only through victory could one become a disciple, and only as a disciple could one escape the ruins. This place was teeming with powerful foes. In such a scenario, ancient martial arts had no hope of triumphing, unless vast numbers of strong opponents were slain to instill fear and demonstrate unwavering resolve, making the enemy aware that further bloodshed would only lead to their own demise. But how could they, who were outmatched, hope to slay their adversaries swiftly enough to create such dread? In that moment, he believed he understood the gravity of the situation. Not only him, it seemed Tianjin, Hou Xiaoqing, and even Li Hao had come to a similar realization. Li Hao's expression darkened, and he suddenly erupted in fury. Damn it. This isn't a trial. A trial wouldn't be like this. You are forcing us to our deaths. The enemy was compelling them to utilize the blood blade technique, to unleash their power instantaneously. If only a sword were at hand, Li Hao wouldn't mind. But without one, employing the blood blade technique meant certain death. The unity of essence, energy, and spirit converged in an explosive moment, even drawing upon their life force. This was a coercion towards their demise. The black-clad figure remained silent. If they withdrew, great trouble awaited them outside the ruins. Yet if they persisted, half of them would be dead or injured, leaving no chance for retreat. To achieve victory, some must wield the blood blade technique. Only by employing it to vanquish formidable foes and instill fear could they hope to save 1 or 2, allowing them to become disciples and exit the ruins unscathed. What kind of trial was this? Li Hao was consumed by rage. Was this truly a trial? It was nothing more than a forceful push towards their demise. Damn it! Did the enemy not lack the ability for resurrection? One must remember that in the Battle of Tiantian City, many had perished before a new batch had been revived. It had to be so. There were certainly rules in place preventing the enemy from killing them outright. Once those rules were triggered, the enemy could slay them, trap them, and siphon their life force, even from their storage rings, which contained numerous treasures, including a plethora of divine energy stones. He saw through it. Withdraw. Li Hao signaled to a few others, seething with anger. Let us confront this bastard. Damn it. He is deliberately scheming against us. In that moment, Li Hao was filled with unbridled fury. Yet, Hong Yitong and the others exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. Confronting a great saint in a battle to the death? Wasn't he that a jest? Even if the opponent revives to just 1/10 or even 1/100th of their current state, can they truly contend with him? Just as Li Hao speculated, they too surmised that the adversary was bound by certain rules. Victory would lead to becoming a disciple, and there was a high probability of genuinely departing from this place. Hong Yitong glanced at Ho Xiaoqing and transmitted his thoughts. You should understand my indifference. Tend to the sword sect while leaving the rest to fate. Ho Xiaoqing's expression darkened, yet he was powerless to respond, as the formidable presence before him had completely suppressed him. Hong Yitong let out a bitter smile. Is this what the Martial Science University resorted to for assessing its students? Or is this merely an exception, driven by the adversary's desire for their demise? No further words were exchanged. In the next moment, a surge of bloodlust welled up within. A tremendous sword intent manifested in the cosmos, and a sword symbol hovered in the air. Kill! With a fierce shout, blood surged forth, the essence, spirit, and energy united as one. The Bloodblade technique was known to many, including Yuan Shuo, who had a good rapport with him. Yet, who would dare to wield it in the past? Before the sword could materialize, Yuan Shuo knew he would refrain from using it. Was that not courting death? Li Hao? Hong Yitong's aura surged dramatically as he declared, You must survive and remember. If you do not escape, all will be for naught. Look after my daughter. Everything else is inconsequential. Whether you defeat the 9 divisions or the royal family, they are but mere clay figurines, easily shattered. Beware of ancient civilizations. With a thunderous shout, a sword pierced the heavens, instantly penetrating the skull of an opposing warrior. In a flash, Hong Yitong charged towards another formidable foe, his blood-red sword cleaving through the air. At this moment, his strength was astonishingly formidable. Li Hao's countenance turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly felt a surge of vitality. Roaring as he pierced through the heart of the adversary before him, coldly gazing at the heavens, snorting disdainfully, I am a knight-errant, not a monarch. If Ho returns, it matters not if I am more or less. At worst, I shall retreat to Silver Moon. Does the esteemed Tian Sword and Tian Sword villain not care for me? Do you underestimate me, Li Hao? With a single palm, he pierced through the opponent's heart, his blood surging forth, essence and spirit coalescing. A divine inscription erupting with a thunderous boom, instantly obliterating the adversary across from him. Senior Little Tree was brought forth by me, should you too wish to leave. Escort it back to Cathead Mountain, and you may continue trading for the Fountain of Life with Senior Little Tree. My only regret is that my master advised him to return home early and refrain from wandering. Li Hao's bloodlust erupted to its zenith, and in an instant, he charged towards Ho Xiaoqing. The latter's face turned grim. He had just gathered his blood energy, unaware that Li Hao was even swifter, reaching a peak in a heartbeat. Completing the Bloodblade technique's formation in the blink of an eye. You two need not continue fighting. There is no need to gather the Bloodblade technique to claim another life. Such an action is merely foolish. Li Hao's expression was cold. In this moment, he felt hatred for that black-armored figure. He understood he had been ensnared, yet he was powerless, lacking formidable strength. If only he had the chance to eliminate Ing Hongwei. Apart from that, Li Hao harbored no significant regrets. The world is shrouded in darkness. What can one do? I yearn to undertake something, guided solely by my heart. Should I fail, I shall harbor no regrets. As Ho Xiaoqing fell to the ground, gritting his teeth, he suddenly roared fiercely, unleashing a shot that carved through the chaos, obliterating countless approaching foes. He was consumed by the urge to kill. Conflicted, he found himself grappling with whom to direct his resentment. All he knew was that his venture into this place had culminated in profound failure. In the fleeting moment of condensing the Bloodblade technique, he hesitated, acknowledging the grim reality that the specter of death was indeed just a specter. The heavenly sword, gravely injured, lay on the ground, gazing vacantly at the sky. Under normal circumstances, they would have safeguarded Li Hao, yet in that critical instant, Hong Yitong unleashed the Bloodblade technique, faltering momentarily as he contemplated whether he alone could vanquish the adversary. The truth, however, proved otherwise. Not only was one person insufficient, even if Li Hao unleashed his full might, the two of them, now immensely formidable, still could not withstand the overwhelming tide of adversaries who continued to surge toward them. Their own auras began to wane. The Bloodblade technique, too, had its period of decline, especially against formidable foes like the little tree, who was significantly weakened as he did not possess the Bloodblade technique, rendering him thoroughly suppressed. Hong Yitong charged forth, yet found himself unable to contend with the opponent. Only when Li Hao joined the fray, turning the tide to 3 against 1, did they manage to subdue their foe. The Heavenly Sword, lost in thought, gazed at the ever-increasing number of adversaries converging upon them, feeling despondent. The Silver Moon Warrior cast a glance at Ho Xiaoqing and suddenly declared, "The Heavenly Sword Manor is merely a place for discourse. I never aspired to be a hegemon. As a swordsman, I should not be thus. I regret being a step behind you, Ho Xiaoqing. Once outside, assist me in disbanding the Heavenly Sword Manor. Inform everyone to forge their own paths." He chuckled softly. "I am the Heavenly Sword, the world's foremost swordsman. When did I become dependent on others for salvation?" Ho Xiaoqing's expression darkened, remaining silent. In the next moment, the Heavenly Sword bellowed like a bloodied blade, transforming into a sword that swiftly pierced through several foes at the periphery, their lifeless bodies cascading to the ground. In the air, Li Hao's laughter rang out, bright and carefree. "I was just fretting over a dilemma, and here you are, senior. Just in time, this should suffice. Ho, there's no need to dwell on anything further. Did you hear what those people said earlier? Remaining here would be the more arduous choice. Do not act impulsively. Such recklessness would render our efforts futile." Ho Xiaoqing stood on the ground, mechanically wielding his spear, sweeping it across to shatter countless enemies. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Hong Yitong's sword intent detonated, immediately eliminating the opponent of the little tree, while Hong Yitong, with a rueful smile, turned to Li Hao. "You've led us into a dire situation. I was confident we would prevail." Li Hao, equally resigned, replied, "But I won. Who could have anticipated the emergence of some wretched black armor? What was I to do?" Boom! Hong Yitong erupted into a violent explosion. A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Hao's eyes, swiftly transforming into a smile. "I hadn't foreseen this. My apologies, Uncle Hong." Grasping some flesh and blood, he seemed to reminisce about their first encounter, when the earth-shattering sword had imparted the wisdom that a sword was not to be wielded in such a manner. Kill! A resounding roar erupted, causing the divine inscriptions to shatter into fragments. From all directions, countless formidable foes disintegrated, while Li Hao's aura surged to an unparalleled zenith, manifesting a torrent of sword intent that transformed him into a blade, sweeping across the expanse. Boom! One powerful being after another perished. In the next moment, Li Hao charged into the enemy ranks, causing a cataclysmic explosion. In an instant, countless lives were extinguished. The Heavenly Sword, emulating its master, let out a furious roar, its massive blade cleaving through the air, reducing thousands of adversaries to mere ashes. The Heavenly Sword, too, bore cracks upon its form, radiating a sense of displeasure and arrogance. Turning to Ho Xiaoqing with a smile, "This is the true martial world." Boom! It shattered, dissipating completely from existence. A mournful whistle echoed as the enemy retreated like a receding tide, their morale shattered, paralyzed by fear. Though formidable opponents lingered in the sky, they dared not advance, opting instead for a hasty retreat. Below, Ho Xiaoqing said nothing, relentlessly pursuing his foes, unaware of the number he had slain. He understood that this was an illusion. No matter how many he killed, it was ultimately futile. Yet, his singular desire remained. He simply wished to slay. They are all dead. He could not comprehend why he lagged behind Li Hao. Was not Li Hao the beacon of hope for their generation? Why was he left behind? Was it due to his weakness, or because he was merely a bureaucrat in their eyes, not a chivalrous hero? Did they hold him in disdain? The intent of the shattering divine spear swept across the battlefield, tearing through countless enemy forces before his eyes, driven solely by the urge to kill. Meanwhile, the little tree stood dazed, rooted to the ground, its branches swaying. Li Hao has perished? It felt somewhat dazed, pondering its fate. Should it return with Ho Xiaoqing to the Silver Moon? Should it continue to guard the imperial palace? After an indeterminate time, the voice of the black armor resonated in Ho Xiaoqing and the little tree's ears. "The enemy has retreated, and our losses are less than half. Victory is ours. Congratulations to both of you for becoming official students of Yuanping Martial Science University." As one person and one tree blinked, They found themselves instantaneously transported to a classroom, where the black armor stood, gazing at them with a smile. "Congratulations to you both." Hou Xiaoqing silently regarded him, and after a moment, he spoke slowly. "What of Li Hao's sword, his wind-chasing boots, and the storage ring?" The black armor, taken aback, replied, "He has passed away. I am aware. But what of his belongings?" The black armor fell silent, contemplating before conjuring a storage ring, alongside a sword and a pair of boots that materialized before them. Hou Xiaoqing took them directly and turned to the Black Panther. "May I take them with me?" "That is not permissible." "Very well. I and the little tree shall depart from here." He turned to the little tree. "Elder, enter the storage ring. We must leave this place." The little tree quivered slightly. "Are we really just leaving like this?" Li Hao and the others perished here. Hou Xiaoqing's voice remained eerily calm. "What alternative do we have?" The little tree fell into silence, and after a moment, transformed into a sapling and vanished into the storage ring, leaving no further trace. Hou Xiaoqing looked towards the black armor. "If you would be so kind, please escort me out." The black armor replied slowly. "Shall we not linger for a while? You must understand that becoming a formal disciple will bring numerous benefits, and this is no deceit. In a matter of weeks, at most a month, you can officially step into the pinnacle, which you refer to as the 7 divine powers." Hou Xiaoqing revealed a faint smile and replied, "There is no need for that. I believe I know how to grow stronger. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed elder. Please let me depart." "Are you suggesting that I would go back on my word?" "Certainly not." The black armor gazed at him and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Are you seeking revenge against me?" "No, esteemed elder, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. Life and death are commonplace in the martial world, and besides, I am a government official while they are outlaws." The black armor appeared pensive and responded, "Understood. Yet, I hope you comprehend that even if you attain the so-called 7 divine powers, you will not be my match. Many have perished at my hands in the past, including formidable beings. That is only natural." Hou Xiaoqing maintained his composure, choosing not to elaborate further. After a period of waiting, he noticed the black armor's lack of action and furrowed his brow, asking, "What is your intent, esteemed elder?" The black armor remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "It bears no significant meaning. I was merely assessing certain matters. It is rather complex. In former times, it was said that one should not test the human heart. This time, however, I have acted on my own accord. The human heart is indeed difficult to gauge." In the next moment, Hou Xiaoqing felt as if he had entered a realm of reality, momentarily taken aback and lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Hao rubbed his head, wearing a gloomy expression and saying nothing. Hong Yitong gazed up at the sky, and the sword of heaven appeared uncharacteristically awkward, avoiding eye contact with Hou Xiaoqing. What he had previously deemed carefree in the martial world now felt exceedingly uncomfortable, leaving him speechless. Surrounding them were Qian Wanhao and others, including the Black Panther, all curiously observing the situation. "What is happening? Have we succeeded?" The black armor seemed to be lost in contemplation for quite some time before slowly speaking. "This battle was indeed a genuine one, and a resounding victory at that. My intention in leading you into this illusion was to discern whether you could emerge, whether as one or as a whole. One signifies sacrifice, while the entirety signifies failure and withdrawal. The notion of everyone surviving and successfully passing through is simply impossible and non-existent." He continued, "This battle occurred in the early days of the new martial arts era. Many participated or witnessed it, and your identities are, in fact, authentic. Many lives were lost in that conflict, including numerous elder martial artists and even the King of Men, who was merely an inconspicuous participant. Hong Yitong, serving as both the principal and the former headmaster of the Magic Martial Academy, faced a monumental loss for humanity upon his demise. He had nurtured countless powerful individuals and prodigies, and on that fateful day when their vitality waned, he chose to unleash the blood blade technique, perishing alongside the enemy. This was the decision made by all the elder martial artists of that time." The black armor sighed, reflecting, "My purpose in involving you in this battle was to observe how you would choose in such circumstances. Would you retreat to preserve your lives? Or would you consider the external implications and strive to save one or two? Without mutual understanding, a resolute spirit to face death, and trust in one another, it is impossible for you to vanquish formidable foes. Only through mutual trust, choosing to retain one or two individuals while others opt for confrontation, can there be hope for successfully repelling formidable foes? In my opinion, this epitomizes the essence of a true warrior. Li Hao rubbed his temples, letting out a cold chuckle. What a futile endeavor. Some matters, in my view, do not require verification or assessment. You yourself have stated that human hearts are the least worthy of testing. Is it truly necessary? After such trials, how awkward would it be for Minister Hou to survive? Hou Xiaoqing, remaining silent, acted as if he had not heard. In that moment, he was not merely embarrassed but felt a profound desire to vanish. And we, too, have spoken grandiloquently. What do you expect us to do now? Tianjin also found himself in an awkward position, remaining mute, as he had said nothing just moments ago. He Kai sighed. Indeed, it is disheartening to witness you humans embroiled in schemes and mutual slaughter over energy stones, treasures, and survival. It casts you in an unsightly light. I fear that perhaps the unity of the new martial era is a thing of the past. In the face of death, you may appear united. Yet when survival is at stake, you will resort to compromise and division. It seems I have acted in vain. This trial, while deemed successful, also bore failures. The adversary has triumphed. Yet, will Hou Xiaoqing develop any rifts with these few individuals left behind? Or will they find estrangement with him? He did not know. All he understood was that these individuals had exceeded his expectations. He had no intention of killing them, as it bore no significance. Merely wishing to test whether this was indeed the true essence of the third trial. At this moment, Hong Yitong, who had remained silent, also rubbed his temples and smiled. So, has it been deemed a pass? Is it a complete success? If so, we shall no longer pursue this matter. As for Hou Xiaoqing, rest assured, we believe that he may perform better alive than we could. At the very least, this fellow can endure. Did you not see how well he restrained himself just now? Fear not, we will not disdain him. He chuckled. Or do you think we should protect Li Hao? In truth, if Li Hao were to survive without our support, he would likely stir up trouble incessantly and may soon meet his demise. His choice was prudent. Let us not select him merely for his youth. Those who remain must demonstrate stability, and it is evident this fellow cannot maintain it. Li Hao sheepishly replied, such words. I rarely instigate trouble myself. Tianjin laughed heartily. This usually stoic swordsman was smiling at this moment. Not instigating trouble? In less than a month, how many troubles have emerged? Do you not feel the slightest embarrassment in saying that? Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing glanced at the others with a sigh. If I were to say that upon my return, I had no intention of seeking revenge, would you regret having said that? Li Hao grinned, baring his teeth. Even if Minister Hou harbors no desire for vengeance, Chief, you would undoubtedly encourage him to grow stronger and seek retribution. I have faith in Chief Yu. Hou Xiaoqing found himself both amused and exasperated. He shook his head. Let us not proceed in such a manner again. I have always believed in my own strength. Never have I felt so diminutive as to wound my pride. The group instantly erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Qian Wanhao and the others furrowed their brows slightly, uncertain of the recent events, yet they grasped the general situation. Have these individuals truly passed? At this moment, the figure clad in black armor spoke. All of you have passed. Your performance has been commendable. To be honest, I never anticipated your success in this battle. Even if you had chosen to withdraw entirely, I would have granted you an opportunity to partake in the true challenge of the third stage. However, you have exceeded my expectations. The group exchanged knowing smiles without uttering a word. In his heart, Li Hao was seething with anger, cursing silently 1,000 times. Just wait. I will grow stronger and turn you into a grotesque figure. You should pray that your physical form has long since perished, if it remains. I shall obliterate you 1,000 times over. Never entertain trivial thoughts in the presence of the powerful. At this moment, the black-clad figure calmly stated, as a strong one, you are pitifully weak, not even reaching the pinnacle. Everything you contemplate is laid bare before me. My physical form is long gone, and your ambitions are unlikely to come to fruition. Stunned, Li Hao and the others momentarily froze, their expressions stiffening. Yet the black armor figure chuckled. Do you not realize the vast chasm that separates us? Your thoughts are as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. The instant an idea is born, I can discern your intentions. You are correct. Minister Hou indeed harbors thoughts of returning to cultivate and ultimately eliminate me. However, such aspirations are simplistic and exceedingly difficult to realize. Hou Xiaoqing held his breath, clearing his mind of all distractions. Li Hao and the others followed suit, focusing intently. their disbelief palpable at the notion that their thoughts could be so easily penetrated. This was terrifying. What began as mere jest has turned serious. You are now officially recognized as students of the Yuanping Martial Science University. Congratulations on becoming new students. As he spoke, 5 tokens floated before the 4 individuals, while the small tree remained in seclusion, trapped within a storage ring. The group accepted the tokens in silence. Suddenly, Hong Yitong interjected, according to your esteemed words. If we had failed this challenge, but succeeded in the true 3rd stage, would you deny us our departure? Of course not, replied the black figure nonchalantly. However, at that time, certain matters would remain beyond your reach, and your authority would be limited. You would merely be passers-by. The implication of this statement stirred something within the group. Does this mean our authority is heightened now? Li Hao suddenly pointed at Qian Wanhao and the others. Shall we be permitted to deal with them? You, as passers-by, do not possess that privilege. As formal students, you may act freely. The moment those words were spoken, Qian Wanhao and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. Qian Wanhao hastily shouted, "This cannot be. Senior, I hold a position of great significance in the outside world and can assist you in your revival, providing you with countless divine energy stones." Boom. In an instant, Li Hao struck with his sword. The adversaries, having lost their treasures and divine weapons, were already weakened, and at that moment, the black figure paid them no mind, merely observing silently. Had they passed the 3rd stage in a conventional manner, he would not have permitted them to handle these outsiders. Yet now, he had decided to bestow upon them true student status. Thus, should these intruders be dispatched by the students, what of it? It was of little consequence. What identity? What revival? They have long been like the living dead, yet they still harbor hope? In this moment, it was not only Li Hao who acted. Ho Xiaoqing and the others also unleashed their fury, appearing utterly frenzied and merciless. Their teeth gritted as they treated these individuals as mere black armor, ruthlessly slaughtering them. With a thunderous roar, amidst a series of explosions, it was evident that not only the 4 elemental techniques, but even 5 would fall before their relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, Qian Wanhao let out a dreadful scream as Li Hao pierced his throat with a sword. The next instant, he was turned into a sieve by Hong Yitong. The other 3 directors, including the unwilling Hu Mingfa, were also completely slaughtered by these frenzied individuals on the spot. The remaining person from the super city, desperate to flee, was torn apart by Black Panther's jaws. Black Panther expelled the corpse and glanced at Black Armor with a somewhat peculiar expression. Yet Black Armor remained remarkably composed. As a student, raising a mount is trivial. There is no need for a student identity, but harming other students is strictly forbidden, or else execution will be the consequence. Black Panther sighed in relief. That dog had merely been testing the waters, and it seemed the outcome was quite satisfactory. However, Black Armor was indeed formidable, as he had discerned its intentions. The classroom fell into complete silence. After venting their frustrations, Li Hao and the others felt a sense of relief. At this moment, they no longer viewed Black Armor with such distaste, even though his recent assessment had been rather irksome. They all detested such evaluations. Black Armor remained calm. You few. Restrain your thoughts. Having survived this calamity, you now focus solely on extracting benefits from me and depleting resources from Yuanping Martial Science University. This is not a prudent notion. The 4 of them and the dog instantly suppressed all thoughts. Were we that transparent? At this moment, Black Armor seemed to be smiling. Chapter 247. A book, seeking subscription and monthly votes. Having opened the celestial aperture, age has rendered control elusive. The presence of this ancient being, who has been dead for countless years, instilled a sense of trepidation among them. From his words, it appeared that his physical form had long perished, suggesting a state akin to those from War Heaven City, leaving only his mental essence. Li Hao found it curious that this being, reputed to be of a great sage level, could experience the decay of his corporeal form. How many years has ancient civilization endured? 50,000 years? 100,000? Was it not said that they were immortal, unyielding to death? To claim such longevity, only to decay after several millennia, does that still qualify as immortality? Or could there be other reasons? Additionally, what advantages could possibly be gained at this moment? During the second round, it was stated that defeating 2 would yield rewards, and defeating 3 would confer special accolades. Since they could not hope to rival this being, their thoughts were simple. First, extract benefits, and once sufficient rewards were obtained, they would depart without further interaction with him. If all else fails, even a fine would suffice. This time, Black Panther had already taken half of the energy stones, originally worth over $1 billion. The remaining half was presumably taken by this being. However, Li Hao and the others found themselves powerless, as those resources had originally been discarded by various factions. These fools, had they stored them in a spatial ring, they might have been safer. Yet they chose to leave them on the playground, likely to be absorbed directly by this entity. Perhaps it is precisely due to this energy that this individual has been revived. Otherwise, the likelihood of their resurgence would have been exceedingly slim. After all, how did the personnel from the financial office fare so poorly during their prior foray? Contemplating these matters, the crowd suppressed their previous discontent. The figure clad in black armor, however, refrained from elaborating further. Rising to his feet, he regarded the others with his customary tranquility and stated, "Follow me." As they walked, he continued, Yuanping University of Martial Sciences is not extensive, comprising merely 4 office buildings: the teaching hall, the administrative block, the training facility, and the dormitories for faculty and students. This building here is the teaching hall. In years gone by, each structure was manned by 100 Yuanping puppets, tasked with overseeing daily affairs. Li Hao glanced at the accompanying puppets, pondering, did we not previously have 400 of these puppets? What level of power do they possess? The pinnacle. The figure in black armor replied matter-of-factly, though, in truth, they do not quite compare to genuine practitioners at the pinnacle level. While their defensive and offensive capabilities have reached that standard, a puppet remains just that, a puppet. Their adaptability is significantly inferior, rendering them unable to contend with true masters of that caliber. The crowd grasped the implications, their hearts still resonating with astonishment. The pinnacle. This was a formidable level of strength, one that no contemporary individual had achieved. Even Li Hao found himself notably distant from this realm. At the very least, one would need to possess mastery over the 7 divine arts to reach such heights. For those endowed with superhuman abilities, the development of the 5 internal arts and the tempestuous arts of wind and thunder was essential to barely attain this level. The same held true for martial masters. The requirements were largely analogous. Currently, the human body had revealed only so much potential, and the mysteries harbored within the cranial confines remained uncharted, thus setting the limit for contemporary martial artists and superhumans at the power of the 7 divine arts. Yet here, a single puppet was astonishingly strong, truly remarkable. Li Hao chose not to voice his thoughts, having long recognized the formidable nature of ancient beings and resolved to persevere in his efforts. The figure in black armor continued to lead the group downward. As they progressed, he remarked, as formal students, the Martial Sciences University has long been dormant, and I possess nothing of great value to bestow upon you as compensation for the 3rd challenge. However, I will escort you to a location where you may find something of worth, though the outcome rests entirely in your hands. Should you find something, it might very well be a significant treasure. Upon uttering this, he suddenly turned to Li Hao. Perhaps for you, it will be an immense gain. Li Hao was taken aback. For me? What kind of gain? But the figure in black armor remained silent. Li Hao pondered, could it be a precious artifact? A divine weapon? Or something else entirely? They walked on for quite some time, descending further underground until they arrived at a small pavilion. Li Hao was bemused by the existence of such a structure beneath the earth, yet it seemed to harbor untold mysteries. The figure in black armor led them onward, and outside the pavilion stood yet more puppets. Upon sighting their leader, they bowed slightly, almost as if they were living beings, indicating that the figure in black armor held a position of considerable stature. The grand entrance of the pavilion swung open, revealing a plethora of books that captivated the attention of the onlookers. Is this a library? Li Hao exclaimed, inhaling sharply as he caught sight of the titles. Void-breaking sword technique, indestructible golden body, all laws return to one, sacred text of returning to the origin, divine path of wind and cloud, feasting on all. Among them, Li Hao recognized several titles, not merely familiar but renowned names he had heard spoken of in reverence. The 8 Directions Divine Skill is purportedly one of the 3 most esteemed secret texts in the annals of the demon race. The sky-splitting sword art stands as a pinnacle martial technique within the celestial warfare army. Alas, Li Hao lacks the means to exchange for it. To his astonishment, these treasures are inexplicably present here. His heart swells with excitement. Could it be that he is destined to possess such tomes? At this moment, although the Black Panther is illiterate, it too is fixated on the jade tome, its eyes reddening as it seems to sense some ethereal essence, filling it with exhilaration. The likes of Hong Yitong and his companions, well-versed in the world, are also left gasping in awe. What kind of place is Yuanping Martial Science University? They recognize that some of these texts are mentioned in ancient writings, dating back to the era of ancient civilizations, where supreme beings cultivated their arts. While it is true that during the age of ancient civilizations, the Martial Science University embraced all, the powerful did not hoard their knowledge but rather shared it. However, their martial arts are not accessible to just anyone. They are typically enshrined within sacred grounds, reserved for those who have reached a certain level of mastery. Yet now, these treasures are abundant everywhere. Each manual, despite the passage of countless ages, still radiates the brilliance of the Grand Tao. They feel that mere practice within this space, without even perusing the texts, might yield tremendous rewards. The black-armored figure, however, appears unfazed and addresses the group. These battle techniques are legacies left by past top-tier warriors. Yuanping Martial Science University possesses an extraordinary lineage, having amassed the martial arts of nearly all contemporary powerhouses. A collective gasp escapes the crowd. Li Hao is equally astonished. What kind of institution is Yuanping Martial Science University that it can encompass all martial arts? Moreover, this is merely a fraction. Even your Li family's sword sovereign has left behind sword techniques here. The black-armored figure replies nonchalantly. Indeed, it is not specific sword moves, but rather some insights that may prove beneficial. However, as a novice, you cannot have all your wishes fulfilled at once. In this round, you may select one manual. Aside from Ho Xiaoqing, that tree, and Hong Yitong, each may choose one for themselves. As for the heavenly sword, it may select the lesser one. Ho Xiaoqing is left speechless. He has none. Very well. In the second round of evaluation, he indeed barely passed. As Li Hao's thoughts begin to take shape, the black-armored figure interjects. Do not entertain thoughts of disseminating this knowledge. It is not ordinary martial arts and is bound by certain limitations, intricately linked to the Grand Tao. Attempting to share it would be futile. Is it truly so exaggerated? Li Hao finds it hard to believe, yet remains silent. The rewards are indeed commendable. Insights from his ancestors' sword techniques? Those belong to an emperor-level powerhouse, a paragon of supremacy, truly a treasure for him. However, the figure casts him a glance and adds, "Of course, I do not recommend you pursue those sword insights. Each individual sword is unique. Your ancestor was not adept at teaching, making it less suitable for you." Li Hao is taken aback. What does that mean? I cannot have it. As compensation for the third trial, I suggest you study another battle technique. Li Hao furrows his brow but quickly smiles. May I inquire what battle technique that is? You shall see, the figure responds. He led Li Hao a few steps, then suddenly turned to Hong Yitong, saying, "If you wish to join us, you are welcome. That battle technique might prove beneficial for you as well." Hong Yitong appeared puzzled, but, after a moment of contemplation, decided to follow suit. The voice of black armor echoed from behind. "As for the books you can utilize, feel free to take those that are accessible. However, those that are not, remain out of your reach. Ho Xiaoqing, you may peruse some complimentary texts that require no payment. They are a privilege for students like you. Black Panther, cease your fixation on the demon clan's divine arts. Should you possess sufficient strength, mastery will come naturally. If not, your efforts would be in vain. Release that tree. Perhaps some of the demon clan's cultivation techniques may benefit it." Ho Xiaoqing, trailing behind, felt a sense of helplessness. How lamentable. It seemed that black armor intended to offer special privileges to Li Hao and Hong Yitong. The envy was palpable. Black armor continued to escort the two upwards, the staircase seemingly reaching into the heavens, and after an indeterminate duration, they entered a small, confined space. Here lay but a single book. Indeed, only one, the Chronicles of Yuanping. Li Hao cast a glance at the tome, momentarily taken aback. What is this? A storybook? Black armor examined the book, as if lost in reminiscence, before finally stating, "This book was personally penned by the principal in years gone by." Following its composition, it was authenticated by the monarch of humanity. Li Hao felt a surge of astonishment. The monarch himself had endorsed it. What significance does Yuanping Martial Science University hold? Black armor suddenly chuckled. Of course, this book is merely a borrowing of techniques from a formidable figure. Now that the principal is no longer with us, one might speak freely. Li Hao looked at him with curiosity, wondering if the elder implied that this book was a mere imitation. Ahem, one cannot quite say that. Black armor laughed. it isn't plagiarism. Rather, it encompasses techniques akin to those of a powerful ancient being who was indeed formidable. Regrettably, that individual ultimately fallen. Can one of such strength truly meet their demise? Li Hao expressed skepticism. Yet, black armor appeared reflective. Do not equate falling with weakness. Quite the opposite. Despite the countless ages since their demise, that being laid the groundwork for the new martial arts. The monarch of humanity owes much of his might to the techniques left behind by that ancient figure. Jiantian City is a branch lineage of the Blood Emperor, whose connection to that figure is exceedingly intricate. Strictly speaking, the name Jiantian within Jiantian City signifies that fallen supreme being, who has left indelible marks since the dawn of creation. Upon hearing black armor directly mention the emperor's title, Li Hao couldn't help but interject, but the elder tree warned that certain titles of powerful beings should not be uttered. Black armor chuckled. This is Yuanping Martial Science University. Such matters are not of great concern here. However, it is advisable to refrain from discussing them in the outside world. Yuanping Martial Science University possesses its own peculiarities. Although it has not yielded many treasures or supreme entities, the unique essence flowing here remains imperceptible to the outside world. These words held profound implications. At this moment, both men turned their attention back to the solitary book. It appeared rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary features. The black armor proclaimed that it would be beneficial to them, claiming to have drawn upon certain techniques left behind by the most formidable individuals. The esteemed figure of the Battle Heaven City, Li Hao, should have encountered the term Battle Heaven before. Was that formidable being, who bore a longbow and wielded a blood-red blade, none other than the Blood Emperor? The black armor further asserted that the two characters representing Battle Heaven actually symbolized the fallen one, leaving Li Hao somewhat perplexed. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that this book might indeed possess extraordinary power. The two of them were to make their own choice, to select this tome or to opt for another. This time, I have provided you with a special reward. Such an opportunity may not arise again. After some contemplation, Li Hao reached his decision. It shall be this book. So do I. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement, convinced that the black armor had no reason to deceive them. After all, they could freely choose from other immensely precious techniques. Why would there be a need for deceit? Moreover, the fact that this book occupied an entire separate floor suggested its significance. The black armor appeared to smile once more, saying, "Very well, take your time to peruse." With that, it vanished. Once the black armor had disappeared, Li Hao suddenly remarked, "That last statement of his carried a certain depth. What did he mean?" "I do not know," Hong Yitong replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Alas, in this place, we are but ants. Let us not overthink it and go with the flow. If they truly wished to eliminate us, we would stand no chance of resistance. Let us see what the future holds." Li Hao replied, undeterred, with a smile, "We have only just begun our cultivation journey." Hong Yitong chuckled, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, the two of them settled down. Li Hao gazed at the book resting on the table. It seemed that someone had previously occupied this seat. The title, Chronicles of Yuanping, gave off the impression of a diary or some form of recorded documentation. He wondered what secrets it might hold. As he opened the book, he was momentarily taken aback. In her childhood, the author recounted a time of poverty, yearning for better sustenance, but lacking the means until her brother became a martial artist, earning money that allowed her to indulge in small luxuries, a time she remembered fondly. Flipping through the pages, Li Hao found himself bewildered. This appeared to be a storybook. No, it was more akin to a memoir. It chronicled the life of a woman from her childhood to adulthood, detailing various trivialities. The narrative spoke of her brother, who adored her and frequently treated her to delightful meals. It mentioned her pet cat, charming yet lazy, with an insatiable appetite that often left her with little to eat. The tale also described the affection she received from many elders, aware that their fondness stemmed from her brother's genius. She understood this, but remained indifferent. Furthermore, it recounted a period when she parted ways with her brother to accompany teacher Li, during which she wept for a long time, deeply missing home. Eventually, she found herself in a place where she took many lives, yet she never confided this to her brother. And then, the narrative abruptly ended. This book was filled with such mundane details, and as Li Hao scrutinized it from every angle, up and down, left and right, front and back, he found himself utterly bewildered. He turned to Hong Yitong, who stroked his chin and after a long pause finally said, "It seems we have been played once again." Li Hao was bewildered. Is it really necessary? Is the black armor so idle? I could just as well want to eliminate him right now. You present this in such a mysterious manner that we genuinely believed you had made a mistake, perhaps to offer us some benefit. Is this some sort of memoir you are showing us? What is it? There are no profound insights or any martial arts information. Even the mention of killing is merely glossed over. There isn't even a single technique discussed. Most of it is just mundane narration, with even a simple meal stretched into a lengthy account, while a significant battle is reduced to just 2 words: victorious. What nonsense! Even a brief description of the battle process and techniques could have been beneficial to us, and yet this is all we receive? Li Hao was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. Hong Yitong, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, "There's really no need for him to keep provoking us." Is there? What is his aim? He too picked up the book, pondering, perhaps there's a hidden layer. Li Hao nodded eagerly, hastily inspecting the pages, but still found nothing of value. Can burning it reveal hidden secrets? Li Hao looked at him, and Hong Yitong frowned slightly. Is it even permissible to burn it? Perhaps. He never explicitly said we couldn't. With that, Li Hao summoned flames, only to find that as soon as the fire touched the book, it extinguished immediately. A light flickered in Li Hao's eyes. I understand now. This book itself is a treasure. At that moment, he grasped its true nature. This book was, in fact, a divine weapon. It turns out he was bestowing upon us a divine armament. Upon realizing this, Li Hao felt a pang of regret. Damn it, I was deceived. A mere book is just a divine weapon. Perhaps he made us choose in order to instigate a conflict, as this book might be of high rank, inciting us to turn against one another in a bid for possession. Just then, a sigh echoed, tinged with a sense of resignation. The book is indeed a divine weapon. However, it cannot be taken away. Examine it carefully. Calm your hearts. I believe it will prove beneficial to you. The voice of the black armor resonated. Li Hao's heart stirred. Was the issue not with the book's rank? What could be the reason? He scrutinized it endlessly, flipping through the pages, employing various methods such as acrostics and reverse reading, attempting to decipher the first and last characters, and examining every alternate word, yet yielded no results. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Is this truly a game being played with us? Meanwhile, Hong Yitong observed intently for a while before suggesting, let us calm our minds and focus on the text, without any distractions. Calm my mind. Truthfully, Li Hao found it hard to settle his thoughts. However, upon hearing Hong Yitong's words, sensing a potential meaning, he resolved to quiet his complaints. After all, this was an unexpected gain. Whether there was something of value or not mattered little. As he continued to read, Li Hao felt transported back to his days in the ancient academy, studying ancient texts alongside his teacher, not concerning himself with the story of this book or its script. At least it was written in ancient characters, simple and straightforward, making it suitable as a teaching material. There were no profound phrases, making it ideal for beginners learning ancient scripts. With a calm demeanor, Li Hao found himself significantly more at ease. As he delved deeper, he discovered a newfound patience. And after a while, his vision began to blur slightly. Had he truly been engrossed for too long? Surely not. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, Li Hao gradually felt something unusual. He fixed his gaze upon a single character, and slowly, it seemed to come alive, as if it could move. What a strange phenomenon. When he steadied his mind to observe it again, it became still. Surprised, he continued to gaze, immersing himself within that character. After a long while, the scene before his eyes suddenly transformed. The character seemed to morph into a person. At that moment, an individual was practicing martial arts, their vital energy gradually overflowing and separating, peeling away like layers of silk. Li Hao appeared to witness the vital energy being divided into countless parts. And in the next moment, it transformed into a great dragon. The dragon roared. Startled, Li Hao took a step back, abruptly falling out of that state. He felt a tremor of shock. What was happening? He looked back at the page, gradually immersing himself once more, and this time, he uncovered its differences and mysteries. Each character represented a form of martial art. No, perhaps it was the same martial art. He discerned it. Was this a combination? Indeed. The character that had taken on human form seemed to be continuously merging, with vital energy being segmented, one identical essence divided into countless parts, then arranged in various ways, ultimately manifesting different forms. Li Hao stood entranced. In that moment, he felt somewhat disoriented. Was this the essence of martial arts? The very nature of ancient combat techniques? So it was like this? To segment the same vital energy, or internal force and rearrange it, creating various combinations, which would then transform into distinct combat methods. What was this? A transformation of the microscopic world? He gazed, somewhat dazed, and suddenly understood why the black armor had shown him this. Was it his own mystical script? Could characters combine? Could they be divided again? Could the character for water be split into countless water characters? With water, could one reconstruct the character for ice? For snow? For frost? Could anything related to water give birth to mystical scripts? Li Hao seemed to unlock a new world. At that moment, he felt utterly bewildered. This book was truly extraordinary, as if it had opened a new realm for him, revealing the microscopic world. It elucidated the essence of combat techniques. This was not merely martial arts, but a direct exposition of ancient combat methods, enabling everyone to comprehend how these techniques originated and how various forms emerged. He was in disbelief at the sight of a single character capable of infinite transformations, morphing into different characters, with one combat method evolving into myriad forms. Was this not akin to the thoughts of Master Hong? Indeed, characters were composed of strokes. Were they not all formed in this manner? Thus, within the microscopic realm, could mystical scripts also undergo endless variations? Li Hao became engrossed, unable to extricate himself. He realized that he had truly encountered an opportunity. A monumental chance. What divine stones, what sacred weapons, what treasures, and whatever else could not compare to this book. In the darkness, the black armor stood silently, gazing up at the sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Record of Yuanping. This is the esoteric knowledge of Yuanping Wuka University, a true embodiment of ultimate wisdom, echoing the techniques once employed by the Emperor of Heaven in bygone days. The principal has elucidated it once more through his own methods. The King of Humanity once personally sanctioned it, and although he found the narrative lacking in excitement, he bestowed upon it high praise. Originally, these individuals were deemed unworthy of such learning. However, he discerned that Li Hao and Hong Yitong had made significant reforms in their techniques, particularly when compared to the ancient mastery of Jinqing City, yet both seemed to lack a clear path forward. This book, with its composite breathing and combat methods, might offer them some enlightenment, bridging the past and the future, forging ahead from what has been. Had it not been for the trials of the third gate, these two would not have first resorted to the blood blade technique. Thus, he would not have brought them here. It can only be said that by sheer chance, they have stumbled upon this opportunity. Be it the initial stages of martial arts, the intermediate, or the new, the essence of all martial combat techniques remains the same. There are countless strategies, yet it is only a matter of discovering which one best suits you. The myriad paths ultimately converge into one. He Kai murmured to himself, gazing at the heavens. Can I ever return? The upheaval of that year, when the celestial gates were sealed, marked the departure of teacher Li and others, while he remained behind, intending to stabilize the academy before hastily leaving. Little did he anticipate that chaos would ensue, energy would be instantly depleted, and the primal path would sever all ties with the outside world. He found himself ensnared in a deep slumber, missing the chance to escape. Now, could he still depart? Beyond the star gates, unforeseen changes must have occurred. Were formidable foes approaching? Who could dare to assassinate teacher Chongqing? Moreover, on that day, the principal departed alongside the lords of the 8 main cities and the commanders of the 8 legions, leading millions. How could they have fallen victim to an ambush? It is lamentable that my talents are insufficient, compelling me to tread the path of primal essence, unable to draw upon its power, resulting in my prolonged slumber. He Kai felt a sense of helplessness and sorrow. Were it not for the influx of some energy this time, he might have perished in that deep sleep. In the next moment, a realization struck him, and a crimson glimmer sparked in his eyes. The instant energy was siphoned away, severing the path to the Silver Moon realm. There must be a traitor. With an internal and external assault, it was undoubtedly aimed at assassinating the principal and teacher Chongqing. Who among them possessed such audacity? In the Silver Moon realm, energy was abruptly diminished. Someone must have meddled, orchestrating a dual threat against the formidable warriors who had ventured forth. He Kai's thoughts were tumultuous. He glanced again at Li Hao and Hong Yitong, feeling a profound sense of sorrow. The descent of the final martial arts era brought about a cataclysm, heralding a new age, yet the era that belonged to them had already passed. Were these individuals now the pinnacle of existence in this new epoch? How tragic it is. His ability to perceive the thoughts of others only deepened his sense of despair, helplessness, and futility. Would the star gates ever open again? Perhaps in this lifetime, he was destined to remain here, silently awaiting death. Could this individual, the heir of the Li family, wielding the starry sky sword, unlock the stargates? Li Hao, can you accomplish this? I do not know. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, tears threatened to spill, yet his physical form had long since withered, utterly shattered. Leaving no tears to shed, the era that belonged to us has already faded from this earth. Yet, I do not wish to become one of those from the ancient times. In bygone years, the 9 emperors lay in slumber, wreaking havoc upon the world, and ultimately, those who perished did so, while others descended into obscurity. A myriad of thoughts surged within my mind, leaving me with an inexplicable sense that perhaps remaining in this state of dormancy would be preferable. Within the confines of a secret chamber, Li Hao found himself utterly engrossed, unable to extricate himself from the experience. Hong Yitong was similarly entranced, a single character, imbued with the essence of a sword, transformed in myriad ways, shifting instantaneously as various divine energies manifested at will. In that moment, both realized they had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. As they contemplated the nuances of each character's evolution, the tome seemed to encapsulate an entire epic. This was infinitely more precious than the books acquired from the City of War, lacking specific secret techniques. It merely expounded upon the very essence of martial arts and combat strategies, simply astounding. Time became an abstract concept as Li Hao waved his hand, causing a character to materialize. The character for water appeared, which in an instant morphed into that of ice, unleashing a frigid power that encased the surroundings. The next moment, it transformed into the character for snow, delicate flakes cascading down, only to rapidly dissipate. Li Hao grimaced, murmuring to himself, insufficient control, inadequate comprehension. It seems I am still far from mastery. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a voice in black armor pierced the silence. It has been 4 days. You seem intent on departing after 5. Do not squander time. It's time to emerge. Li Hao was instantly jolted to awareness, his mind still foggy and aching, struggling to believe. For days, Hong Yitong, with reddened eyes, turned towards Li Hao, bewildered. For days? How could this be? It felt like merely a moment. You possess feeble mental fortitude, ensnared within the experience. For days pass in the blink of an eye. The figure in black armor materialized before them, nonchalantly closing the book with a wave of his hand. Both were reluctant to part with this newfound treasure. Here, I have no treasures to bestow upon you. This tome is your final reward for this endeavor. Depart now. This place must remain sealed, and I require a period of tranquility. Should you wish to return, await my recuperation. Li Hao, momentarily dazed, glanced at the figure clad in black. Do you also seek revival? Revival? The figure murmured with a chuckle. What significance does revival hold? Even if I were to awaken, what would change? Let me ponder this further. You must reconvene. As his words faded, the two were engulfed in a whirlwind and vanished from the chamber. The figure in black did not exit, but instead sat cross-legged, picking up the tome and studying it with a sense of nostalgia. In the campus square, for individuals, a dog and a tree awaited. Upon the appearance of Li Hao and Hong Yitong, Ho Xiaoqing expressed a hint of envy. Did you obtain something beneficial? How enviable. Indeed, over the past days, he had also observed numerous invaluable techniques, yielding considerable insights. Li Hao exhaled, poised to articulate something, yet suddenly found himself at a loss for words. A wave of astonishment washing over him as he glanced at Hong Yitong, who nodded in agreement, equally astounded, indescribable. Tianjin remarked calmly, this has been tested before. It is normal. The secret techniques inherited here are excessively advanced, seemingly safeguarded by formidable forces with special measures to prevent transmission unless permission is granted. No need to disclose your gains. It has been 4 days. Should you not be exiting? A flicker of concern stirred within Li Hao. He had yet to settle his fines. Had that figure in black forgotten this matter? Regardless, this time upon entering, although ultimately my experience with this book was immensely rewarding, rendering Li Hao indifferent to the fines, it would be preferable to avoid such penalties altogether. After all, some gains are better than none. Otherwise, paying the fines would leave one with nothing to show for it, and many now desperately seek the fountain of life, which has nearly been exhausted this time. Senior Black Armor, may we depart at any moment? With the token in hand, naturally, you may, came the indifferent voice of Black Armor. However, the fines must still be paid. This is a regulation set by the principal. I can only grant you a delay, Do not presume I have forgotten. Nearby lies a great mine of celestial stars. You might want to explore it, though it seems there are some monstrous plants there, and they might still be alive. However, if you attempt to retrieve anything under the guise of being a student of Yuanping Military Science University or as the commander of the Battle Heaven Army, it would be deemed rebellion, punishable by death. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. You remember, huh? As for the punishment, let us not joke about that. What strength do I possess? The opponent is at least of peak caliber. Am I to offer my head as tribute? That being said, the town of Celestial Stars is indeed in this vicinity. Yuanping Military Science University was likely established here for the sake of this grand mine. Is the vein substantial? If those worthless energy stones were considered a small mine, then this would be a comparison of the ocean to a stream. The true giant mine sustains an entire world. Countless powerful beings of your cannot be compared to such refuse. Li Hao inhaled deeply, comprehending the gravity of the situation. I suspected as much. With so many formidable individuals relying on a mine for energy, it clearly cannot be trivial. Indeed, this is a true giant mine. Yet, I wonder how much remains today? Then may we leave at any moment? Silence ensued, indicating a disdain for further conversation. There were no explanations or farewells. This black armor seemed somewhat extraordinary. Li Hao was uncertain who was stronger between him and Director Wang. Perhaps Director Wang was not his equal? Nonetheless, the demeanor of black armor was peculiar. Perhaps even more taciturn than Director Wang. Let us depart, stated Tian Jian solemnly. As for black armor, none could fathom his intentions. It was not prudent to linger here. Although he had provided assistance, his previous arbitrary execution of the floating pagoda mountain lord lingered in their minds. These ancient civilization warriors appeared indifferent to them, perhaps considering them too weak. Indeed, why would a great elephant concern itself with an ant? Just as they prepared to leave, Li Hao suddenly heard Black Armor's voice beside him. It seems they harbor great expectations for you. Even the city of Battle Heaven may hold a glimmer of hope. However, I must caution you, even if you gather all 8 divine weapons, do not recklessly activate the Stargate. That is all, now go. As his words fell, Li Hao and his companions felt the world once again spin around them. They were sent forth. It was not until they had disappeared entirely that Black Armor manifested. Behind him a series of puppets emerged. Black Armor gazed at the puppets, his silence profound. After a long pause, one puppet finally spoke. Teacher, why must you be so? We have no regrets. At least we are still alive. Even as mere vessels, we still exist, do we not? Black Armor remained silent for a time before softly responding. I am sorry I could not fulfill my duty to protect them as they did. Silence enveloped the space once more. At this moment, the puppets, without uttering a word, began to strike their chests. The human race endures. The black-armored figure remained silent. Is the new weapon still in existence? When shall we return home? I long for my homeland. As the world spun in chaos, when Li Hao and his companions regained their sight, they found themselves back in Tianqing City, at the western outskirts. The instant they appeared, it was as if the world had fallen silent. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. They have emerged. Indeed, it had not taken 5 days, but merely 4, thus many remained unaware. However, some nearby were still keeping watch. At this moment, the world was enveloped in tranquility. Outside the ruins, those who had remained behind gaped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Li Hao and his companions had returned. But what of the numerous powerful figures who had entered? What of the 4 directors? Where were the masters of Tianpeng Mountain, the master of Futuo Mountain, and Qingding Mountain? Where were these sovereigns? The crowd silently observed, their minds seemingly frozen. The world held its breath. At this moment, as Li Hao and his companions struggled to adjust, suddenly, the void appeared to tear open, and a stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forth from the rift. Li Hao felt a slight jolt within. Was he tearing through space? No, it seemed merely a matter of extraordinary speed. Yet, his power was undeniably formidable. Who was this man? Upon closer inspection, the middle-aged man was clad in military attire, and Li Hao instinctively deduced his identity. Indeed, the authoritative figure glanced at them and, after a prolonged silence, slowly remarked, "They are dead?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Ho Xiaoqing also regarded the man, responding calmly, "They should be dead. Did you kill them, or did they perish within the ruins? What do you think?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, casting a glance towards the ruins. Then back at Li Hao, his demeanor composed. "You may establish the Tianqing governor's office, but do not continue the bloodshed. Any issues can be resolved upon the second revival. Li Hao frowned. Do you have the authority to dictate that? I do. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Currently, both that individual and I have refrained from intervening regarding the royal family. Yet should your threat surpass that of the royal side, I will take action. Li Hao's aura began to rise. But I believe you may not be able to manage it. With a cold laugh, Li Hao added. The founder of the military law department has indeed made his mark in history. General Qi Pingjiang? Yes, the founder of the military law department. The former director of the military law department, as recounted by Yao Si, along with the head of the administrative department and the head of the inspection department. These three were the most formidable figures among the first-generation directors. One was scholarly, the other martial, and as for the inspector, he was somewhat of a veteran, proficient in both realms, yet overshadowed by the others. It was these three, 80 years ago, who, alongside 6 other elder directors, directly suppressed the royal family. This illustrates the immense strength they possessed. It is worth noting that Li Hao had encountered several elder directors and had even slain 2. Yet, they were merely ordinary. The royal family was formidable, but it was evident that their suppression relied heavily on these 3 individuals. The renowned military deity, Qi Pingjiang, is celebrated for his formidable prowess. In years past, he even led an army to quell the black armored troops, a testament to his exceptional strength. At this moment, Li Hao harbors suspicions that this individual possesses at least the capabilities of a 6-series divine power and may have indeed reached the pinnacle level, often referred to as the 7 series. However, the particulars remain elusive at this juncture. Li Hao scrutinizes him, noting a flicker of energy aura. Yet it bears a resemblance to the blinding brilliance of energy reverting to martial arts mastery. The exact nature of this transformation is difficult to ascertain without direct confrontation. The adversary arrives swiftly. As soon as Li Hao and his companions materialize, the other party appears, clearly aware of the impending trouble. Qian Wanhao and his associates have all fallen. Moreover, the demon plant avatars they brought in did not emerge alive. Presently, the relic remains isolated. And those demon plants have yet to sense the disturbance, but now that the relic has reopened, the energy is spilling forth and will soon be detected by the demon plants, realizing that their avatars are no more. This calamity has claimed far too many powerful figures, including the lords of the 2 divine mountains and a certain prince. The losses this time are even more devastating than before. With another elder director lost and 3 second-generation directors gone, in that moment, the void trembles and several more individuals materialize. Some cast their gazes towards the relic, their expressions tinged with sorrow. Among them are the elder directors of the Examination Bureau and the External Affairs Bureau. Presently, only 7 elder directors remain. In the blink of an eye, the elder from the Inspection Bureau arrives, glancing at the relic behind him and then at Li Hao and his companions, remaining silent. His son, too, is speechless, appearing somewhat dazed. Li Hao has emerged. His father had said that the moment Li Hao stepped out, he should lead the Inspection Bureau to join the Tianqing governor's office. This phrase is etched in his memory. Yet, even he believed that Li Hao would not emerge. Even if he did, it would likely be a mutual destruction. Yet now, Li Hao and his group have all surfaced, with only Hou Xiaoqing exhibiting a somewhat disordered aura, as if he had transcended into a higher realm, while the others appear largely unscathed. Even that dog has returned. But those who entered are gone, certainly perished. Otherwise, how could Li Hao and the others have emerged? At this moment, another figure pierces the void. It is the long-absent director of the Finance Bureau, Lu Yunqing, plump and looking towards the relic, then at Li Hao and his companions, revealing hints of confusion and trepidation deep within his gaze. He has visited the relic, traversed its teaching halls, where formidable puppets reside. Initially, he was unaware of their might until his cousin inadvertently stumbled into their territory, instantly triggering the appearance of numerous puppets. In a mere instant, one such puppet effortlessly dispatched his divine power cousin with a single strike, awakening him to the realization that this relic is a place of utter peril. The puppets are likely of the apex level, and there are many, at least 100. He cannot fathom the true terror that this modest martial science university harbors. This is merely the puppets, and they have yet to provoke the deeper forces within. The sheer fright is overwhelming, leading him to conclude that should these individuals engage, death will be their only outcome, for he knows that this time, the adversaries have scattered divine energy stones within, the very essence most likely to awaken the relic's formidable entities. However, the truth revealed that he was mistaken. There were indeed casualties, but it was not Li Hao and his companions who perished, rather it was Qian Wanhao and his group. Was there an element of murder within the ruins? Li Hao and his companions emerged a day earlier, likely triggering some changes within the relics. Otherwise, how could those demonic plant avatars have been vanquished? Such power belonged to the realms of the 5 or even 6 elemental systems. There were so many of them, not just 1 or 2. The notion that Li Hao single-handedly defeated all of them was one he found hard to believe. Yet here we are, faced with the undeniable reality. Li Hao has emerged, and that formidable elder from the military law department has also made his appearance. This individual, who had suppressed countless powerful beings 80 years ago, had maintained a low profile, collaborating with the head of the administrative department to establish the 9 departments and dismantle the royal family. It is worth noting that he did not appear during the rise of the 3 major organizations, nor during the dominance of the 7 divine mountains. And even when the city of superpowers was founded, he remained absent. But today he has surfaced. He has issued a warning to Li Hao. Merely a warning. Yet it is evident that even he senses a threat. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers gazed at Li Hao and Qi Pingjiang, unable to fathom this outcome. Qi Pingjiang remained stoic. Do you wish to test me? Li Hao chuckled. What of it if I do? Boom. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. An overwhelmingly fierce sword aura manifested, and with a swift stroke, he unleashed a blade of astonishing speed. Boom. Simultaneously, Qi Pingjiang launched a punch, shattering the very fabric of space, also as rapid as lightning. A thunderous roar resounded. The aftershock reverberated, causing the low hills beneath to collapse instantaneously. The small mountain that had stood in the western suburbs for years vanished, revealing a luminous gateway, the entrance to the ruins. Li Hao staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he laughed softly. Is that all there is? The power of the 6 elemental systems might still be unleashed, yet the space could not sustain it, without the onset of a second revival. The pinnacle of ancient martial prowess could not manifest in his presence. How audacious! As these words left his lips, the surroundings quaked. The power of the 6 elemental systems. Qi Pingjiang's might was indeed astonishing. Yet what was even more astonishing was Li Hao. Despite his retreat, there was no evident vast disparity. How could this be? Qi Pingjiang seemed to have anticipated this, recognizing that if Li Hao could subdue Qian Wanhao and his group, he must possess more than just the 5 elemental systems. He was not angered, merely observing Li Hao. You possess the right to be arrogant, just as you have the right to be audacious. Therefore, I declare that the Tianqing governor's office may resume its operations, and the old and new heads of the criminal law department shall be eradicated. You may assume the responsibilities of the criminal law department, but that does not imply you may continue to instigate slaughter. Li Hao retorted with a cold laugh. You speak as if I am a demon and you a saint. Cast your gaze upon this world. Who possesses the better reputation? Your military law department or my Tianqing governor's office? Qi Pingjiang, do you truly think you are worthy? Qi Pingjiang remained composed. What does it matter if I am worthy or not? Without the suppression of the royal family by the 9 departments 80 years ago, and without their continued dominance over the royal family these past 80 years, do you believe you could have reached this day? Li Hao scoffed. That is a realm crafted by the Silver Moon people themselves. Whether it be the royal family or the 9 departments, they hold no sway over Silver Moon. Qi Pingjiang did not engage in further debate. The Silver Moon people were indeed formidable, and the royal family had found it difficult to contend with them in the past. He was reluctant to engage in excessive conversation with Li Hao and reiterated, regardless of whether you are leveraging the existence within the ruins or harboring a top-tier doppelganger of a mythical plant during this period, they cannot emerge and assist you. Once that ancient royal specter is unleashed, do you comprehend the consequences you would face? Is he formidable? Certainly. Qi Pingjiang glanced back. Speaking nonchalantly, formidable? Can he truly ensnare me and the officials of the administrative department? Li Hao, you wield a divine weapon, indeed powerful. Yet have you forgotten those divine weapons that once obstructed you? They merely refrained from being utilized. You have attained what you desire, have you not? Li Hao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. If possible, he would prefer to eliminate these individuals directly. Yet, this individual possesses power across 6 elements, and may not be exerting his full strength. It appears he has been cautious of that royal figure. Regardless of how strong the royal might be, could he surpass the power of 7 elements? Why such trepidation? Contemplating these thoughts, Li Hao surveyed his surroundings. This time, aside from the aged director of the administrative department, nearly everyone else had gathered. Among the 18 directors of the 9 departments, Li Hao had already slain 5, 2 elders, and 3 newcomers. At this moment, over 10 directors had convened here, with only 2 or 3 absent. After a while, additional powerful figures emerged, some donned armor, entirely enveloped in black, indicating the presence of the black armored army. Royal reinforcements had arrived. Moments later, an individual floated gracefully towards them. It was the 7th princess of the 9 Dragons Pavilion. At this moment, the 7th princess beamed with delight as she addressed Li Hao softly. "Congratulations, Governor Li. It seems that Uncle Ding Shan has lost his senses, while Uncle Ping Yuan has betrayed us, colluding with external enemies. Uncle Ding Shan, unable to discern right from wrong. I wonder if we might recover Uncle's remains for a proper burial in the royal mausoleum." Li Hao regarded her with a smile. "If your faction rises up now and aids me in eliminating this fellow, I shall return the body to you. What do you say?" The 7th princess was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile. "Governor, you jest." "Why jest?" Li Hao replied. "At this juncture, if we unite our forces, I dare say, aside from Qi Pingjiang, I shall leave all others to you. Can your royal family not resolve even 2 6-element wielders? How can you aspire to dominate the realm or make a comeback? Are you jesting with me?" The 7th princess was caught off guard by Li Hao's assertiveness. Momentarily rendered speechless, her imposing presence diminished. After observing her for a moment, Li Hao suddenly scoffed. "A den of snakes and rats, utterly inept. Letting a golden opportunity slip away, unworthy of consideration." With that, he disregarded these individuals and soared away. Qi Pingjiang made no attempt to stop him. Others expressed anger or sorrow, yet no one intervened. Hong Yitong and a few others silently followed suit. At this moment, Li Hao traversed the sky, his laughter resounding. "On the day after tomorrow, at the establishment ceremony, I invite all of you to join in the grand event. I shall refrain from sending invitations." At this very moment, Li Hao exuded unparalleled audacity. As he soared through the air, his voice echoed far and wide. The city of Tianqing trembled, for they knew that Governor Li had returned. This formidable being seemed to have accomplished something monumental once again. At this moment, Li Hao spoke without reservation, his voice resonating throughout the city. Qian Wanhao of the business department, Hu Mingfa of the criminal law department, Zhang Zhen of the examination department, Yu Qing of the rights and external affairs department, and Jiang Chao, the king of Ding Mountain, have colluded with the city of superpowers, 3 malevolent organizations, allied with the demon clan of Tianpeng Mountain, and conspired with the rebel forces of Putuan Mountain to ambush the enforcers of the Tianqing governor's office. Today, they have all met their just deserts. I urge all to take heed. Let the examination, rights and external affairs, and business departments learn from this. Uphold justice over kinship. Do not let familial ties lead to mutual ruin. The Tianqing governor's office is always open to receive any traitors from these departments. Let there be no extrajudicial punishment. For the authority to enforce the law resides solely with the Tianqing governor's office." As his words reverberated, an eerie silence enveloped the city. The news was too overwhelming to digest. Who had perished? It seemed to be significant figures. Had they truly heard correctly? 4 department heads had been slain, one of whom was the long-standing head of the business department, and just days prior, Hu Xiao had met a similar fate. Was it truly possible that another historically notable figure had fallen? As for the leaders of Tianpeng Mountain and Puto Mountain, they were not well known, but the implications were clear. One of the royal family, a prince of Ding Mountain, had also perished. Had another royal fallen? The entire city grappled with the weight of this news. At the headquarters of the night patrol, Yao Xi's expression shifted, revealing his shock. Had they truly succeeded? Had they eradicated them all? Li Hao's ruthlessness was astonishing. Beside him, Xiao Yi gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "I knew it. The governor is indeed invincible. It is terrifying that the 9 departments and the royal family dared to provoke him." Was that not courting death? Yao Xi remained silent. Clearly, before Li Hao's entry, he had sensed the peril in confronting a being of 4 elemental powers. It felt like a gamble with one's life. "You know nothing, yet you dare to speak so boldly," he thought, stepping out of the office to gaze outward. At this moment, the entire night patrol headquarters was eerily quiet. Not far away, Dao Jian and his companions were equally silent. This individual was indeed invincible. In this moment, he audaciously revealed the deaths of those figures, And though it could be seen as slander, Li Hao spoke the truth. The victors write history, and now, whatever Li Hao proclaimed was deemed right. It was truly terrifying. Those who had previously held resentment now felt a twinge of fear and astonishment. Had so many truly been slain? Dao Jin silently gazed westward, witnessing beams of light soaring through the air. Those were Li Hao and his companions. He looked up, his thoughts complex. Was killing formidable beings as easy as slaughtering chickens for him? Had he truly reached such heights? It was said that the master ranking would soon be released. Did such a ranking hold any significance? If Li Hao were not first, who would dare claim superiority over him? It was not merely his strength that mattered. What was more critical was that he now wielded immense power, with formidable allies rallying to his side, and even sovereigns openly supporting him. Indeed, in recent days, the East had been tumultuous, as several sovereigns, under the banner of the Tianqing governor's office, sought to oust the Su family. Initially, it may have seemed merely opportunistic, but with Li Hao's suppression of the factions, those who sought to leverage his power might find themselves in peril, for who believed that Li Hao's influence was easily borrowed. In this moment, news swept across the world. In the magnificent palace of the city of superpowers, terrifying figures stood in every corner. Above them, a woman of extraordinary grace sat atop the hall. After a long pause, she softly remarked, "What a remarkable individual Li Hao is." She surveyed her surroundings and continued, "The establishment of the city of superpowers was intended to create a boundless sanctuary of extraordinary abilities, akin to the legendary star city of ancient civilizations, a place of transcendence. Yet it seems that someone is reluctant to witness such a scenario unfold. The 9 divisions and the royal family have chosen to retreat, while Li Hao has successively slain 4 formidable beings within our city." From below, a voice spoke coldly. "The royal Jiang family and the 9 divisions are nothing but useless. The 3 major organizations are equally unworthy. With so many powerful beings engaged, they have still failed." The woman replied nonchalantly, "Enough. Did you truly believe they would succeed? Even with the aid of the demon plant avatar, do you think Li Hao and his companions could emerge victorious? It's futile to speak after the fact." The understanding reached between Li Hao and the military law department is clear evidence of this. Henceforth, the greatest dilemma lies with the city of superpowers and the 3 major organizations. The 3 organizations are unpredictable in their movements. Yet, the city of superpowers stands resilient in the center, unyielding. At this moment, the female city lord recognized the lurking dangers and sighed. If Li Hao wishes to establish his authority, he will likely refrain from suppressing the 9 divisions again. The 3 major organizations and the 7 divine mountains remain elusive, while we alone possess over 1 million superpowers. Nearly half of the superpowers in the central region have joined my city of superpowers, the celestial star governor's office, in the pursuit of establishing regulations. Who among you deems most suitable for this task? Is there any doubt? It must be the city of superpowers." An elder below declared solemnly, "Li Hao is not a fool. After offending the 9 divisions and the 3 major organizations, do you think he would dare to antagonize us?" The woman laughed. "Do you find that realistic? Dare? That is a jest. Do you truly believe he would not dare?" The elder replied gravely, "Even if he dares, should he come here, he will learn why the city of superpowers can stand firm, why the 9 divisions retreat, and why the royal family yields." He scoffed. "The ancient aristocracy is beyond his comprehension." The woman chuckled. "Let us not speak of such matters in his presence, for it would only invite ridicule. Is there a lineage older than the Silver Moonly family?" Upon hearing this, the elder was left speechless, while the reasoning held. Could the Li family still be considered an aristocracy in this day and age? Yet when Li Hao emerged and subdued all, it became evident that sometimes a single individual suffices, and now, when the Silver Moonly family is mentioned, it is with the reverence befitting an ancient noble lineage. What does the city lord imply? The elder gazed at the young woman above, who had garnered support and tacit approval from various great families to ascend as the city lord, undoubtedly possessing exceptional skills. The woman looked into the distance and, after a long moment, slowly said, "Let us wait and see. Is it not Li Hao who wishes to establish the regulations for superpowers? Let us observe what his regulations entail and whether they will impact the city of superpowers. If the influence is minimal, then let him proceed." Upon hearing this, some in attendance turned pale. Does the city lord mean to allow Li Hao's laws to be enacted within the city of superpowers? This is unacceptable. Has he not become a mere vassal of Li Hao? The woman chuckled softly. Is it truly worth engaging in a relentless struggle over trivial matters? Where lies his audacity? His audacity rests within the 9 courts, the imperial family, and the 3 major organizations, which ultimately do not operate as a single entity nor belong to one faction. Each harbors its own clandestine ambitions, always observing from the sidelines, waiting for the spectacle of conflict. Presently, the losses incurred by superpowered city are not too significant. Should Li Hao brazenly advance upon us, even if we manage to repel him, what would be the toll on our forces? In that moment, they would merely be spectators. A silence fell upon the crowd. At times, one knows the outcome will be dire. Yet, even with this awareness, there is little that can be done. This time, the factions did unite. But what was the result? Complete annihilation. Would there be another chance for collaboration? Perhaps they are all waiting. Having failed to subdue Li Hao this time, when might they succeed? They might as well await the next resurgence, until the second awakening of powers. Will these individuals dare to risk further? Perhaps even the Crimson Moon would hesitate. At the same moment, within the headquarters of Crimson Moon, Hongyue reclined in her chair, gazing at the sky. Uncertain of how long had transpired, she softly remarked, "Qingyue is dead, the red shadow puppets are gone, and the hammer of the Hong family has been lost. How formidable! There was even hope of striking down the military law department and the administrative department. Yet despite the alliance of so many strong individuals, the outcome was still death. How absurd!" Hongyue chuckled bitterly, shaking her head with a sigh. Beside her stood only Qingyue and Ziyue. The July moon hung high, and the company had dwindled. Ziyue's eyes were tinged with red. Although the Black Widow bore a notorious reputation within the realm of Silver Moon, she was met with disdain, yet she had been sheltered by her mother for many years. Within Crimson Moon, her status was exalted, and thus she felt the weight of the loss deeply. However, today, her mother was gone. The father before her was but a cold-hearted man, seemingly tender, yet Ziyue understood all too well the true nature of this nominal parent. Recently, many had vanished from Crimson Moon. Where had they gone? Ziyue knew all too well. They had perished, transformed into the power of Red Shadow. They had entered the ruins alongside her mother, yet none had returned. So many formidable beings, including several members of the Elder Council, had met their demise. The once thriving Crimson Moon organization, brimming with strength, now found its powerful superhumans nearly extinguished, leaving only the ancient guardians and a handful of top martial artists. Leader. At this moment, Qingyue ceased her rivalry, consumed by an inexplicable sorrow. It seemed as though nothing had transpired, yet Chengyue, Huangyue, Liu, and Lanyue were all dead. The members of the Elder Council had also dwindled. Following the deaths of the 3 elders, there were scarcely any left. How had the formidable Crimson Moon collapsed so swiftly? She could not comprehend it. It had been less than half a year since Li Hao's rise, after dominating the world for 20 years. How could Crimson Moon have fallen to such depths? In the days of July, there remained only she and the leader. Hongyue turned to her and smiled. "Are you worried?" "No, it's just." Hongyue gently raised her hand. "It's nothing. Do not be concerned." He gazed at the sky, softly remarking, "Merely a few setbacks. It is not yet the time for despair and discouragement. In the past, I was vanquished by Yuan Shuo, subdued and forced to kneel in humiliation, pleading for survival. Yet, I ultimately triumphed. Today, it is merely a repetition of old events, and besides, Li Hao is still unable to overpower me." Ziyue remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Father, why not take action personally? Is the unification of the 7 bloodlines truly so crucial? With your years of accumulated strength and wisdom, even without the merging of the 7 families, you would still be among the most formidable in the world. Why cling so steadfastly to the power of the 8 families' bloodlines?" Hongyue smiled lightly. "You do not comprehend." Ziyue fell silent. "You would only say that," she retorted. "I may not understand, but at least I recognize that if you were not entangled in the unification of the 7 bloodlines and simply focused on your cultivation, this so-called father of mine would undoubtedly be an invincible entity in this world, rather than being constrained by the Li family bloodline and unable to confront Li Hao. Hongyue, endowed with extraordinary talent, had once been defeated by Yuan Shuo, not due to lack of ability, but because of his youth at the time. Subsequently, he rose to prominence, gaining an advantage and continuously ascending. The power of the Crimson Shadow had early on aided him in overcoming many limitations that hindered others. During that era, Ing Hongyue was undoubtedly one of the strongest in the world. Even with adversaries, they would not be individuals like Li Hao. But what of the present? Perhaps, to my father, the deceased are inconsequential. Ing Hongyue ceased speaking, merely continuing to gaze at the sky. The death of Cheng Yue was unexpected, yet all possibilities exist. Should it prove true, it is not entirely unacceptable. He was merely contemplating various matters. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the two to withdraw. Ziyue departed in silence, a sense of sorrow washing over her. Mother, did you witness this? Your demise has garnered nothing but a sigh from him. Perhaps not even one for you. How many of those who once followed him, like Master Yingyue, remain today? Looking around, only Qingyue remains. No wonder Master Yingyue remarked that the women who followed Ing Hongyue were mere infatuated fools, destined to regret their choices. Did you ever regret, mother? Once Ing Hongyue and the others had left, he suddenly spoke. All these years, you have remained silent about how to completely unify the 8 bloodlines. Now that Li Hao has risen, you have seen and heard. Are you not worried that I might become too powerful, surpassing your limits? Do you still harbor such thoughts? In the hall, a red shadow appeared silently. It seemed to wear a crimson cloak, as though existing in another realm, somewhat ethereal. Upon hearing these words, it chuckled softly. You misunderstand. I do not intend to restrict you. It is merely that the current instability of space means that if you truly achieve unity, you may instantaneously break through to another level, and in that moment of instability, you could be torn apart. Ing Hongyue replied calmly. Only you ancient beings would be torn apart. You are bound to the source path, and now that the source path is lost, will the people of this era also be shredded? Indeed, the red-cloaked figure whispered. Do not doubt the instability of space. It is not directed at individuals, but encompasses all. You must understand the terror of shattered space. Time and again it fractures, and no matter how powerful you are, you too will be utterly torn apart. Only through the second resurgence can hope for stability in this realm be secured. That moment shall present your opportunity for unity. Ing Hongyue chuckled lightly. Is that so? Do I truly have such a chance? Do you believe Li Hao will seek me out? Even if he were to come, he would not escape the constraints of this principle. No matter how formidable he may be, limitations will prevail. Moreover, would you not fear him? Why would I not? Ing Hongyue replied nonchalantly. His progress surpasses all expectations, reminiscent of the legendary kings chronicled in the ancient texts I have perused. How long until the second resurgence? Perhaps there is sufficient time for him to obliterate me. Rest assured, when that time arrives, you may seek me out. At worst, we can evade for a while. Ing Hongyue scoffed softly, choosing to say no more. Observing his silence, the figure in the red cloak continued. Preparations must be made on the Silver Moon's side. Many formidable warriors still hold their ground in the 8 cities of Silver Moon. I am indifferent to such matters. I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists a top-tier powerhouse at Yuanping Wuka University. Otherwise, how could so many perish so easily? The figure in the red cloak fell silent for a moment. Uncertain, it should be that all have evacuated from there long ago, even if some remained. There would be but a handful. Although Yuanping Wuka University is renowned, true powerhouses are scarce. The institution itself lacks many elite figures, and in the final moments, they would have marched into battle alongside these martial academies. Strong individuals do not linger behind. Then you are unable to make a judgment? Indeed. What then? Is the origin of this university? There exists a terrifying presence connected to the ancient kings you mentioned. I am convinced that when the principal departed years ago, had she remained, no turmoil would have arisen in Silver Moon. This statement held a wealth of information. Ing Hongyue's heart stirred with understanding. After a long while, she muttered a curse under her breath, insufficient to achieve success, yet ample to bring ruin. Her words were directed toward the financial secretary, but it was also an implicit reproach towards the figure in the red cloak. Knowing that Yuanping Wuka University has significant origins, why not disclose it sooner? Must you only reveal it after the fact, that this place is of great lineage? Had it been another location, perhaps the outcome would have differed. The figure in the red cloak remained silent, aware that Ing Hongyue might be speaking indirectly. Yet, this matter was indeed unexpected. Who could have foreseen that strong warriors still remained there? Furthermore, the current situation was unclear. Perhaps there was merely one peak powerhouse? There was no means to probe deeper. Everything remained uncertain. The figure in the red cloak vanished. Ing Hongyue observed in silence for a long while, then chuckled softly. Very well. You have consistently constrained me. Now, As I witness Li Hao's rise, I shall see how you respond. On this day, news reverberated across the land, shaking the world. In Baiwa City, Director Zhao smiled. He glanced at Huang Yu and Kong Jie, and after a long moment, he spoke. This is indeed beyond my expectations. It seems the turmoil in Silver Moon is not far off. Prepare accordingly, and invite the esteemed elders to emerge. Silver Moon must also ready itself to welcome guests. Kong Jie shot him a sidelong glance, and after a pause remarked, Do not speak to me of those old ghosts. They are a troublesome lot. A few of them, upon learning of Li Hao's news, have already fled. As you know, these veteran Silver Moon martial artists have long been unable to contain themselves. Can I possibly rein them in? You have dismissed Ho Xiaoqing, and I am not particularly acquainted with them. Director Zhao silently observed him for a long moment before slowly inquiring, What exactly is your value? Kong Jie retorted, What use am I? Had I known that there were so many opportunities in Tianqing City, I would have gone there much earlier. Look at the current situation. My abilities have diminished to nothing. While I remain here, grappling with the decision of whether to become a superhuman. Meanwhile, look at Hong Yitong, gallivanting around, nearly becoming a top-tier powerhouse of this era. While you continue to obstruct me, I no longer wish to pursue this. Director Zhao regarded him. Do you wish to leave? Why? Kong Jie snapped. Ho Xiaoqing has departed. Old Zhou has left. Am I not allowed to go? Not permitted. Director Zhao's frustration was palpable. Taking a moment to respond, Do not leave. I will provide you with treasures to saturate your superhuman locks completely. Discover as many as you can. You are not weak. Now that they have left, the resources saved will all be allocated to you. Please, do not leave. If you go as well, will I be left to handle everything alone? When it comes to fighting, it is certainly more suitable for martial artists. Kong Jie stroked his chin and after a pause remarked, But Li Hao has the sword skill. Is he familiar with you? Will he share it with you? Why not? Kong Jie expressed his dissatisfaction. I might as well join the Tianqing governor's office. What is the big deal? Director Zhao coughed lightly, attempting to soothe him. Do not be like this. Old friends are few. And here at least you are familiar with the surroundings. I will also provide you with some springs of life. How many? 10 drops. You must be joking. Do you think I am unaware? When old Zhou left, Li Hao spent 200 drops to recruit him. Do you think you are worth that much? Ask Li Hao. He wouldn't even want to expend 10 drops on you. Otherwise, why hasn't he sought you out? Such words were a severe blow to Kong Jie's pride. He rose, glared at Zhao, and gritted his teeth. You will regret this. No, little Kong, I was merely jesting. I will truly give you 20 drops if there is anything available. Kong Jie snorted, glancing back. Deliver all of it to me by afternoon. That is settled. I am not without options now. With that, he turned and departed. Once Kong Jie had left, Director Zhao slammed his hand on the table, visibly irked. Do they think Tianqing City is a paradise? Do they truly believe it is a benevolent place? Nearby, Huang Yu contemplated for a moment and softly stated, Old Zhao? My share should also be doubled. I need to engage in rigorous training. No, I mean, Old Huang. Huang Yu rose without looking back. Deliver my share by afternoon. Or I too am not without options. Once everyone had exited, Director Zhao could no longer contain his anger, venting his frustration. What is the matter? What of Silver Moon's poverty? Li Hao thrives in Tianqing City, but that has nothing to do with you. Are you attempting to leverage Li Hao against me? Bah. Not even a scrap to spare. Let us see if you will actually depart. If you do, it might save me some trouble. Are you unaware of Silver Moon's situation? Over here, there is a plethora of gluttons. Any treasures are long since consumed. Will they ever fall to us? A bunch of scoundrels. After a vigorous tirade, he felt somewhat relieved, and after a while, grumbled, doubling it. Is it? Very well, you shall see. Yet, despite his words, he remained deeply disheartened. What has happened? One after another, they are all changing jobs. That rascal Li Hao truly knows how to cause me trouble. Chapter 249. The Demon Hunting Army, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous support. I wish to express my appreciation and mention that I plan to update tomorrow. Thank you for your kindness. I feel quite embarrassed. So please refrain from further donations as it makes me shy. In Starry Sky City, turmoil reigns. Within the city, waves of unrest surge forth. These northern barbarians are indeed ruthless, fierce, and formidable. Initially, there were concerns about whether the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy would be accessible, but at this moment, countless hearts are stirred. What is there to fear? Fortune favors the bold. It is rare to find an academy with few restrictions, willing to open its doors to all. The nobility may hesitate, yet the commoners seize this unprecedented opportunity. Although it is rumored that the recruitment will be limited, this remains a chance for everyone. Will one truly resign oneself to a life of mediocrity? Must one continue to live under oppression? Despite Li Hao's considerable bloodshed, many have recognized the inevitability of chaos. In the current city, some nobles remain oblivious, while the common folk are the first to awaken to the reality. The price of rice has surged. Anyone with a modicum of understanding knows that this is a serious issue. For many years, the Starry Sky dynasty enjoyed bountiful harvests. But recent years have brought warfare in the central and northern regions, with strife erupting from various factions. Now, the price of rice has inexplicably risen. Furthermore, as we enter the winter flood season, maritime transport has become increasingly troublesome. Starry Sky City, being the capital, has limited agricultural production, exacerbating the difficulties in food transportation. Signs of grain shortages are already emerging in various other regions. Some astute individuals have discerned that great turmoil is imminent. The Starry Sky dynasty has not faced a food crisis in many years. Moreover, this winter has been exceptionally cold, as if the very heavens have changed, making life even more arduous for the ordinary citizens. Conflicts frequently erupt, and those with extraordinary abilities require even more sustenance. Additionally, once fertile lands have turned to wasteland, as these extraordinary beings drain the mysterious energies that permeate the affluent areas, seeping from the ground and sky. Currently, these energies are being voraciously consumed, leading to the desolation of once productive fields. In such dire circumstances, the moment Li Hao makes his appearance, the previously overlooked registration point for the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy is now crowded with eager applicants. At this moment, no one cares about settling scores later. Lives are at stake, winter is upon us, and without seeking a path to survival, it is uncertain whether one can endure until next year. This is still the prosperous Starry Sky City. One can only imagine the scenes in other regions. The registration point is overwhelmed with people. Meanwhile, Li Hao returns through the air. Without delay, he proclaims in a commanding voice, "To Jiu Street, seize the office of the Criminal Justice Department. What is the significance of the Starry Sky Governor's residence? Move out and take over the offices of the Jiu's department." Upon hearing this, the crowd is taken aback. They were unaware of Qi Pingjiang's agreement with Li Hao to replace the Criminal Justice Department. However, it is known that this is the Criminal Justice Department, one of the 9 offices of the Celestial Star Dynasty, which has stood for 80 years, an immensely powerful institution that is now destined to become the Duke's office of Celestial Star. A group of individuals, initially in disbelief, soon found themselves filled with exhilaration and excitement. The next moment, they erupted in a chorus of shouts. "The Duke is valiant. So imposing. What significance does the Duke's office courtyard hold?" They would directly seize the Criminal Justice Department, one of the 9 offices, where the former and current heads had been slain by Li Hao. Even if the Hu family still had members remaining, who would dare contest territory with Li Hao? March. At the command, a thunderous sound resounded. Thousands of soldiers, clad in black armor, wielding long spears and swords, stood in formidable formation. The drums of war resounded, the fierce tiger banner of Li fluttering in the air. Ahead, a soldier bellowed, "The demon hunters are on the move. All non-combatants, retreat." The booming of the drums reverberated. At this moment, all members of the demon hunters were filled with excitement, fervor, and an indescribable sense of pride, an emotion they had not experienced before, yet now surged within them. On the streets of the 9 offices, powerful figures hovered in the air, silently observing. They watched as the 1,000-strong army set forth, traversing the city and attracting the gaze of countless onlookers, as the Duke's office of Celestial Star officially established its presence in Celestial Star City. However, when they saw the army heading straight for the Criminal Justice Department, some felt their composure shatter. Some gazed with icy eyes, arrogance. The Criminal Justice Department was not devoid of personnel. Countless agencies operated along the criminal street. The Criminal Justice Department governed the laws of the realm. To say otherwise would be to ignore that the law still existed, albeit the extraordinary, the overlord, the malevolent energies, and the nobility were not subject to its jurisdiction. Today, did Li Hao truly intend to seize one of the 9 offices, the Criminal Justice Department? On Criminal Justice Street, various government buildings stood, some doors tightly shut, others wide open. The governing officials emerged expressionless, lost in thought, merely gazing silently toward the street ahead. The street was devoid of any figures. At the end of the road stood a grand edifice, its doors flung wide open, chaos reigning within. Numerous powerful figures were thrown into disarray. The former chief had perished, and the current chief was dead. The Hu family was no more. Originally, even with the chief's demise, there were still formidable individuals here. The deputy chiefs were numerous, at least in the realm of Dawnlight, with several in the metamorphosis stage. Yet, what use was that? The Criminal Justice Department possessed an independent extraordinary military force known as the Heavenly Punishment Army, tasked with executing divine justice. This extraordinary army comprised 3,000 members, all endowed with powers, predominantly above the moonshade level. This force was cultivated by the Criminal Justice Department specifically to combat the Night Watchers. The commander of the Heavenly Punishment Army was Hu Mingfa. Now, with the commander deceased, the deputy commander, an elderly man with graying hair, donned bronze armor and wielded a long spear. At this moment, 5,000 extraordinary troops of the Heavenly Punishment Army surrounded the Criminal Justice Department, preventing anyone from exiting. The old general stood at the entrance, his troops arrayed, blocking all pathways and forbidding any entry or exit, sealing off the entire Criminal Justice Department. What is your intent, General He? Someone bellowed in anger. What do you aim to achieve at this juncture? Another voice erupted in rage. Have you too betrayed the Criminal Justice Department, seeking to offer your allegiance to Li Hao? The actions of the old general seemed to echo a decree of confinement. No one is permitted to depart, nor to take away treasures, thereby conveying the complete intent of the Criminal Justice Department to Li Hao. The general stands resolutely at the entrance, his back turned to the crowd, exuding an unusual calmness. No one may enter or exit. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. Dare you? A deputy director shouted in anger. Are you attempting to rebel? The general remained silent, his aura intensifying, causing an immediate hush among the gathered, who felt a chill. When did he ascend to the realm of supernatural powers? Previously, he had been in the metamorphosis stage. The attainment of supernatural abilities seemed a recent development. The old general, once merely transforming, had unexpectedly crossed into the realm of the divine after just a few days. The crowd was filled with a mix of anger and urgency. Yet they understood the danger of provoking him, a formidable supernatural being. Furthermore, the Punishment Army, comprising 5,000 extraordinary operatives, had been nurtured at great expense by the Hu family, with no fewer than 10 among them being of superior caliber, dozens of others at the level of the sun, and nearly half being of the moonlit shadow. Such a force is, frankly, not to be trifled with. Had it not been for the deaths of 2 directors from the Hu family, this Punishment Army would have dared to contest the Night Watchers. At that moment, at the end of a long street, a legion clad in black marched forward with heavy steps, resonating with a thunderous sound. Surrounding officials bowed, signifying surrender and acknowledgement, while others closed their doors, indicating a desire to observe. On this day, some were willing to capitulate. They sought to subdue Li Hao, the northern overlord. Stop! The army came to a halt. Ahead, Lu Long furrowed his brow, glancing at the extraordinary forces opposite him, surprised by the sheer number of them. Is this the Punishment Army? He had gathered some intelligence, aware of the basic details regarding the 9 departments. He spoke in a deep voice. Is the Vice Commander He Liang present? Indeed, that is I. The old general stepped forward, rifle in hand, and addressed Lu Long. You are Lu Long of the Demon Hunting Army? The son of the Silver Moon and Silver Gun? Indeed, Lu Long replied, recognizing the old general, who had gained some renown as a gun-wielding martial artist, now elevated to the level of the supernatural, even achieving divine prowess. The gun could not escape the legacy of the Silver Moon's 3 guns. Although the Silver Gun had long since passed, its reputation endured, continuing to resonate through the annals of the Silver Moon's 36 heroic tales. Lu Long frowned slightly. Commander, he should remain stationed. Without orders, what brings you here? Orders? Whose orders? The 9 departments, the royal court, or perhaps the Star Governor's office. Lu Long regarded him, his brow knitted, uncertain of the general's intentions. Is Commander He awaiting the governor? One might say so. He Liang smiled, then turned his gaze back to Lu Long, and finally to the demon hunting army behind him. Sighing softly, no need for speculation. I am here to declare that I stand firm, and you shall not step into the Criminal Justice Department. Boom. In that moment, a tremor rippled through the surroundings. Are you mad? Lu Long was equally astonished, but began to comprehend the situation. He turned to the old general, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Why go to such lengths? The Hu family is not a righteous master. In a world of chaos, they cannot distance themselves from the turmoil. You were once a figure in the martial world." "Indeed." The elder chuckled. "You mentioned that I was once a figure in the martial world. However, it is not solely the Silver Moon's martial world that defines that realm. Regardless of right or wrong, let us speak of gratitude. The Hu family has assisted me in reaching the pinnacle of power. In these tumultuous times, one must uphold a sense of loyalty, mustn't one? Indeed, the Hu family may not be a beacon of righteousness. Yet, I was once a figure of the martial world. In this realm, we often boast of justice and virtue. But in truth, we are merely a band of reckless adventurers, dancing on the edge of danger. The Hu family has shown me kindness, and that is sufficient. I am no chivalrous hero. I am a wanderer of the rivers and lakes. Who dares to sever my head?" He Liang ascended into the air, laughing heartily. "If Governor Li grants me his favor, then my demise would be worth it." At that moment, strong warriors rose from behind. The radiant sword and the southern fist surged forth. Yang Shan and the Qin couple swiftly followed, eager to eliminate He Liang, thus establishing a merit for the Tianqing governor's office. Just then, a voice echoed, Li Hao's voice. "Captain Lu, you may proceed." The crowd was taken aback. "Who?" In the next instant, Lu Long stepped forward, leaving everyone in shock. What does this mean? Is he sending Lu Long to his doom? Surely this is a jest. Lu Long had just entered the realm of spiritual refinement and could perhaps, with great difficulty, defeat a peak of the three suns. The crowd was uncertain. Even if they let Hao Lianquan go, wouldn't Lu Long be slightly superior? After all, he had at least entered the realm of the rising sun. Although Lu Long served as the deputy commander of the demon hunting army, he was undeniably weak. At this moment, He Liang chuckled. "Does the governor hold me in such low regard that he seeks to humiliate me?" Lu Long's capabilities were well known to him. "No, I hold you in high esteem." Moments later, Li Hao descended gracefully, stating, "You are indeed a man of the martial world, a wanderer of the rivers and lakes. Regardless of right or wrong, you only regard gratitude, which is not a fault. With the Hu family gone, you must see your benefactor off and safeguard your heritage. I can understand this, so I shall accompany you. For the deputy commander of the demon hunting army to escort you is indeed an honor." He Liang smiled. "In that case, I am truly privileged." Li Hao turned to Lu Long. "Kill him. Should the Tianfa army dare to act, obliterate them." "Understood." A resounding command echoed. And in the next moment, Lu Long soared into the air, bellowing, "Form ranks." Boom. Thousands of soldiers swiftly formed a formation, their vitality surging, the earth itself trembling. The black armor gleaming with brilliance. Lu Long roared, wielding a short axe, and struck. Boom. He Liang felt a tremor within, as his long spear pierced the air, unleashing a divine force, golden flames illuminating the sky. In that instant, powerful warriors gathered from all directions, some astonished. The military formation. Yet Lu Long, merely at the threshold of spiritual refinement, was comparable to the peak of three suns. At this moment, his axe cleaved the heavens. Boom. Waves surged. 9 waves stacked upon one another. The 9 forged strength. Long spear and short axe intertwined in the air. Astonishingly, Lu Long did not fall behind, leaving all viewers agape. 2,000 ordinary soldiers arrayed, astonishingly allowing a peak of three suns to engage in a fierce battle. This was simply unbelievable. And Li Hao's voice resounded throughout the city. What of ordinary men? 2,000 mortals can likewise vanquish the divine. The will of the people is inexorable. The tide of destiny cannot be opposed by the likes of you. As his words fell, 2,000 soldiers erupted in a thunderous roar. Kill. The intent to slay surged like a tempest. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as an axe cleaved the heavens. Lu Long roared, and in an instant, his short axe surged with power, delivering a flurry of over 100 strikes. Another thunderous sound echoed, the long spear splintered in the void, and a crimson line appeared upon the head of the venerable general. Glancing at Lu Long, the general suddenly chuckled, remarking, "What a pity it is to not master the spear after wielding the silver lance." With a mighty explosion, the mysterious force detonated, sending the old general crashing to the ground, a streak of blood trailing from his crown. As Lu Long descended, his face, concealed beneath his armor, was smeared with blood. His body drenched in it, though outsiders could not perceive his struggles. Despite his formidable physique, honed through countless enhancements by Li Hao, he barely managed to withstand the vigor of 2,000 soldiers, teetering on the brink of rupture. Yet, in this moment, Lu Long was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. "I shall sever the divine," he declared. Behind him, thousands of superhumans trembled. The general is dead. This outcome had been anticipated, yet no one fathomed that Lu Long would be the one to deliver the fatal blow. They had speculated that it would be a formidable adversary, but never did they imagine the general's demise would come at Lu Long's hands. Lu Long did not spare a glance at He Liang. In the cycle of victory and defeat, had Li Hao faltered, he might have met the same fate today. There was nothing more to say. He turned to face the legion of superhumans, raising his voice. "Will you surrender or fight? Will you surrender or fight?" The 2,000 soldiers roared in unison, their spirits ignited, their emotions surging, an unparalleled fervor coursing through them. "Heavens! We have vanquished a divine force," they exclaimed. A being of the highest caliber had fallen, for even the weakest of divine beings are still formidable, yet they had collectively brought one down. Around them, onlookers were equally astounded. 2,000 soldiers, capable of slaying a divine force? What is this? They questioned. "Will you surrender or fight?" In that moment, the army wavered, and the next, a figure emerged from the ranks, bellowing, "Those who fear death, fall back. Those who are unafraid, charge with me and witness the might of the demon-hunting army. The Hu family has not treated us poorly. We have trained for 1,000 days for this moment. Today we shall fight. Kill." Lu Long brandished his short axe and shouted, "Kill." Boom. Opposing them, nearly 1,000 soldiers from the Heavenly Punishment Army surged forward. And in the next moment, the two armies clashed. The formation of the demon-hunting army was formidable, with 10 men forming a unit, 100 constituting a group, and 1,000 creating a line. In an instant, the broad expanse of Jiaoxi Avenue ran red with rivers of blood. The air was filled with screams, cries of despair, and the clashing of swords and blades. After a mere 10 minutes, the thousands of superhumans lay vanquished, their entire army obliterated. The black-armored soldiers stood tall, their dominance unmistakable. "Impossible," someone murmured in disbelief. How could this be? Over 1,000 superhumans, and with several of the Su Guang still present? Even with 2,000 demon hunters, a casualty ratio of 0 to 1,000 is unfathomable. The demon hunting army had emerged unscathed. It was utterly astonishing. At that moment, above the military law division, a divine figure descended, surveying the scene on Jiaoxi Avenue with a grave expression. "What a remarkable demon hunting army," he mused. Their battle armor, their vigor arrayed in formation, 10 men aligned, their energies interconnected, their defenses rivaling that of the sun's radiance, and their offensive capabilities exceeding it. Against these moonlit and sunlit realms, the result is undoubtedly a crushing victory. Yet, it remains incredible, so hard to believe. Below, Lu Long took another sip. "Surrender or fight? Surrender or fight?" The soldiers roared in unison, their fighting spirits surging, an aura of murderous intent that shook the heavens. A palpable momentum reverberated in all directions, causing some of the Sanyang strong to tremble, overwhelmed by the majestic divine presence that felt utterly blinding. Why, oh why, did such a group of weaklings possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Li Hao maintained an expression of indifference. This was precisely the effect he sought. Opportunities for military engagement were scarce, and this singular chance to allow the demon-hunting army to showcase their prowess proved exceedingly effective. With 2,000 soldiers, 100 could engage in combat, which was no small feat. 10 soldiers formed a unit, nearly ensuring that each team was capable of facing 100. A single unit could subdue one of the Sanyang. 2,000 soldiers, 200 units. Outsiders felt they were wasting their time. But today they would come to understand whether their efforts had been in vain. Across from them stood thousands of superhumans, several of whom were at the Su Guang realm. Yet at this moment, they quivered in fear. In the next instant, several Su Guang stepped forward, and a middle-aged general sighed. "The Tian Fa army wishes to surrender." Not everyone is as resolute as He Liang, nor is everyone like the robust general from earlier. The Hu family had indeed trained them well, but alas, the Hu family had fallen. He Liang was slain, and the 1,000 superhumans were swiftly annihilated, leaving the enemy unscathed. At that moment, their spirits shattered. The demon-hunting army was invincible. Not a single formidable opponent had emerged from the opposing side. The strongest among them was merely Lu Long. Yet now, They wish to surrender. The crowd murmured in response. Lu Long bellowed, "Kneel, and you shall not be harmed. Kneel, and you shall not be harmed." The expressions of several Su Guang shifted dramatically, and moments later, they all knelt. The thousands of Tian Fa soldiers followed suit, their faces pale and devoid of color. Defeated, utterly defeated. Behind them, within the Justice Department, someone trembled and fell to their knees. In the next instant, a cacophony of kneeling echoed throughout. Ninquan scoffed, muttering, "A bunch of spineless wretches, it would be best to eliminate them all." Beside him, Ho Shaoqian shot him a glare. The battle had only just begun. Was it truly feasible to eradicate all the dissenters? Killing a group of rebels, these superhumans, even if sent to mine, were not to be compared with ordinary folk. This brash Ninquan knew nothing. For 1,000 superhumans could construct a city in a day. What did he truly understand? Ho Shaoqian held him in contempt, cursing him silently a fool. Li Hao, that ruthless killer, chose to accept the surrender precisely for this reason. Otherwise, did he think Li Hao was more lenient than he? As expected, when he glanced at Li Hao, he found him nearly beaming with joy. 4,000 superhumans. As for these spineless individuals, Li Hao was indifferent. Such was the nature of war. When the commander fell, when the deputy commander fell, when the rebels fell, what remained were merely those who flowed with the tide. Throughout history, there has never been a shortage of such individuals. Strictly speaking, the armies of this era merely sought to earn their daily bread. What could one expect from them? If even 1/5 of them stood firm, it would be far beyond expectations. He had believed that this Tian Fa army would either surrender outright or disperse. To this day, maintaining the established order. He Liang has proven himself to be a competent commander, possessing both strategic acumen and the ability to win the hearts of his men. Under such circumstances, leading 5,000 extraordinary warriors to this location is indeed no small feat. With the commander deceased and morale shattered, it is remarkable that over 1,000 are still willing to fight. Li Hao must commend the strict military discipline. Enter the palace. Li Hao commanded softly, and Lu Long and the others parted the way, pushing aside the obstructing extraordinary beings. At that moment, within the court of justice, aside from a few individuals, many prostrated themselves on the ground, creating a sea of bodies. "Let the governor enter the palace. Let the governor enter the palace." The crowd roared in unison. On Jiuxi Avenue, silence reigned. Clad in golden armor, Li Hao drew attention, and some formidable figures felt a tremor within. The ancient civilization's golden armor. No wonder his troops numbered over 1,000. It is indeed astonishing that Li Hao holds the rank of a commander from the ancient civilization. Beside him, Qi Pingjiang was somewhat taken aback, but, after a fleeting glance, swiftly vanished from sight. There was no need to linger, for the court of justice had completely changed hands. All who obstructed were slain. At this moment, who could stand in Li Hao's way? From now on, the 9 courts would remain. But the court of justice would be absent, replaced by the Tianxing governor's office. As Li Hao stepped inside, the courtyard was filled with kneeling figures, yet some still stood. Among them was an elderly man, gazing at Li Hao. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "Governor Li, we are but ordinary old officials. The battle of the extraordinary has no bearing on us. May we take our leave, ordinary officials?" Li Hao chuckled. Appearances may suggest age, but their strength was not to be underestimated. He regarded these individuals, smiled, and nodded slightly. "You may. However, you must be free of guilt. We shall conduct an examination. Those who are innocent may come and go as they please, while the guilty shall face execution." Some stood resolute, while others trembled in fear. Li Hao did not elaborate, issuing a low command. "Bring them down for thorough examination. The rest, rise and continue your duties." "Yes." The crowd responded loudly and promptly. Some approached to escort the unwilling elders away. No one dared to resist or could afford to. At this moment, a newly transformed warrior, trembling, raised his gaze to Li Hao and said, "Governor Li, we are well versed in all matters of the court of justice and wish to serve you. We implore you to accept us." Sometimes, power cannot be relinquished easily. When Li Hao chose not to engage in indiscriminate slaughter, these formidable individuals began to contemplate their options. Could they remain? Surely, Li Hao needed capable hands to manage affairs. As for the 9 courts and the royal family, at this juncture, who would still harbor fears? Could they truly subdue Li Hao? Li Hao laughed heartily. "All right, rise and serve well. Of course, this is contingent upon your not harboring severe transgressions. Minor offenses may be acknowledged later. At worst, A heavy penalty will suffice, but your lives shall remain intact. Continue your work and redeem yourselves. However, should you bear grave sins as enforcers of the law, do not blame me, Li Hao, for being merciless. Some breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed favorable. It appeared that this individual was not as bloodthirsty as the rumors suggested. At this moment, not only they, but others outside also exhaled with relief. Even those not affiliated with the court of justice seemed to relax, pondering whether they too might be spared in the next incursion. Witnessing this scene, some faces changed color. In the palace, as everyone gazed at the screen, a prince furrowed his brow and remarked, "This Li Hao does not seem to be the indiscriminate killer as rumored. Were he to unleash chaos, it would be a different matter. Such brutality breeds fear, discouraging submission and allegiance." However, observing the reactions of others reveals that some have likely breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a promising sign. The Heavenly Star King silently observed, uttering no words. This time, Li Hao had eradicated formidable foes, an outcome beyond his expectations, seizing one of the 9 offices' strongholds, which was equally unforeseen. The performance of the demon hunting army was also unexpected. In the end, Li Hao spared those individuals, merely detaining them temporarily, which was even more surprising. This was no longer the behavior of a chivalrous hero. A true chivalrous figure would swiftly enact vengeance. Dispatching these adversaries with a single stroke of the sword, what a delight that would be. Yet, Li Hao refrained from such actions. The Heavenly Star King closed his eyes in contemplation. Li Hao, do you aspire to be a king? Only a true monarch would behave in this manner. A genuine hero would not act thus. If you merely wish to be a leader of the martial world, the royal family would welcome it. However, to aspire to kingship is unacceptable. In an instant, the Heavenly Star King vanished from his spot. In the rear garden, the Heavenly Star King gazed at a small tree and pondered aloud. How is it that Li Hao can progress so swiftly? He can even contend with Qi Pingjiang. Even if he is a descendant of the Li family and possesses the divine sword, it should not be possible for him to advance so rapidly. And yet, he is remarkably strong. What is the reasoning behind this? He felt a tumult of resentment, jealousy, and anger. The Heavenly Star King understood that perhaps the royal family had nurtured a tiger to its own peril. But who could have predicted Li Hao's rapid advancement to such a level? The small tree swayed gently, responding, "I am uncertain. Perhaps a powerful being has transformed his physique. Or perhaps a formidable magical plant has bestowed upon him an abundance of life essence. Or it could be that he possesses extraordinary talent. How can one ascertain this? It is inexplicable. Does he not face any bottlenecks?" The Heavenly Star King inquired with concern. "Fear not. In this era, until the second resurgence begins, no one can surpass the 6 realms. Anyone achieving the divine power of the 7th realm will inevitably shatter the space. What about breaking through within the ruins? Stabilizing one's realm, then retreating to gather strength before emerging? Are you referring to your father?" The small tree suddenly smiled. "Your father has indeed chosen this path. Currently, it is not discernible unless the 9 offices blockade is breached, but I fear it may still be futile. Although you are entities of this era, restraining your power may allow for emergence. The strong of your age possess a rather fragile control over their abilities. Martial masters must be considerably stronger, as there is little hope for extraordinary powers. Do you imply that if a martial master ascends to the divine power of the 7th realm, there is hope they will not be torn apart by the space?" Indeed, the Heavenly Star King furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, "Is it truly feasible for a martial master to attain the divine power of the 7th realm? Is it possible? Even if you have saturated 11 extraordinary locks, like the top-tier martial master Yao Si, you would only be comparable to the 2nd or 3rd realm. If you break your extraordinary locks, you cease to be a martial master. Thus, it is impossible." He exhaled deeply and nodded. "I understand. Consequently, before the second resurgence, the world will not witness beings comparable to the pinnacle warriors of ancient civilizations. This is indeed good news. This signifies that, regardless of Li Hao's rapid progression, as long as there is no second revival, the power of the 6 elemental abilities represents the pinnacle of his capabilities, which brings him a measure of solace. Might Father be able to emerge if he breaks free from the control of the 9 divisions? It remains uncertain." The young tree replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Is Father a superpower or a martial master? You inquire far too much." The Tianqing King furrowed his brow. The 9 divisions, so apprehensive, have been reluctant to relinquish their suppression. Whenever father exhibits even the slightest movement, they can inexplicably suppress him, even from a distance through the ruins. Could he truly be a martial master? Impossible. A martial master cannot be compared to the absolute pinnacle, unless father has pursued the path of ancient martial arts. But in this era of obliterated origins, how could he ascend to such heights? It eludes his comprehension. Perhaps there are some special means at play? The old geezers of the 9 divisions have remained unyielding, filled with trepidation, possibly knowing more than they let on. Yet, he himself knows very little. The old man seems determined to emerge, refusing to lose hope. It would be prudent to continue this mutual restraint with the 9 divisions. At that moment, outside, the shouts of thousands resounded. In the Tianqing governor's office, the place of governance, the former criminal justice office has now been dissolved. Henceforth, the Tianqing governor's office will assume control of all extraordinary and mundane laws, governing the laws of the realm. The Tianqing king cast a cold glance in that direction, recognizing the audacity and ambition behind such declarations. What was once merely extraordinary has now expanded to encompass mundane laws, devoured whole by Li Hao. What insatiable ambition! In this moment, the streets of the 9 divisions reacted in varied ways. Some sighed, others lamented, some felt helpless, others trembled in fear, and some were consumed by rage. In the courtyard of the inspection office, Chief Chun Yao pondered deeply, while the former chief read quietly nearby. After a long while, Chun Yao sighed. You previously mentioned that if he were to emerge, I should bow down before him. Were you serious? The former chief turned to look at him and smiled. That is for you to decide. Chun Yao fell silent. What decision can I make? The criminal justice office has vanished. The 9 divisions have instantly diminished by 1. And his feelings were complex. The rapid rise of Li Hao was almost too overwhelming to accept. He had previously been just one of the night watchmen under his command. In the blink of an eye, he was expected to bow in submission. The 9 divisions have governed for 80 years. The Qin family has been akin to local emperors. He too held a role akin to that of an emperor. Now, to subdue Li Hao, he felt unwilling, resentful, and utterly displeased. Today, Li Hao was a figure of immense stature, vanquishing fierce adversaries, seizing the 9 divisions criminal justice office, challenging Qi Pingjiang, instilling fear across the land. With his 2,000 soldiers uniting to vanquish the divine abilities and annihilate the heavenly punishment army. This time, Li Hao has truly risen. He turned to his father. What do Qi Pingjiang and the others intend? At this juncture, why do they allow Li Hao to grow unchecked? What is their purpose? The former chief chuckled. It is of no great significance. Even with your remarkable talents, you cannot break through the shackles. The 6 elemental abilities represent the limit. Only with the arrival of the second revival shall the true decisive moment present itself. At that time, it was a matter of who could accumulate more strength, who had more formidable backing, and who was better prepared. Although Li Hao was supported by Silver Moon War City, the second revival was unlikely to benefit Silver Moon. Rather, Silver Moon had become a target for various factions. Why, then, would they choose to confront Li Hao head-on now? Chun Yao furrowed his brow. Was he not afraid that Li Hao, with his extraordinary talent, might break through his limitations? Before the second revival, he could become a powerhouse of the 7 systems, or even stronger. The old director paused for a moment, looking at him. Why do you hold such a belief? What do you mean why? Chun Yao asked, puzzled. The old director chuckled. I mean to say, there exists a curse, a predetermined fact, a spatial dilemma, an insurmountable contradiction that no one can break. Why do you believe Li Hao can transcend it? Why? Chun Yao was taken aback. What do you mean why? I simply find Li Hao astonishing. His progress is remarkably swift. Everyone believes it to be impossible. Why can he not achieve it? The old director seemed to think he was quite problematic. What nonsense. Shouldn't one consider it this way? He frowned. Anything is possible, especially when it comes to Li Hao. The old director smiled. So you believe he can work wonders? If so, what are you hesitating for? You already think others can perform miracles. And having such thoughts indicates that you have already conceded defeat. You find Li Hao formidable. If you think he is terrifying, why do you still hesitate? Chun Yao was momentarily stunned. But what if he fails? When the second revival arrives, he indeed lacks strong support behind him. It remains uncertain whether he can obtain the divine energy stone, and without that, he cannot revive War City. If he fails to achieve anything after the second revival, he will instantly become the weakest party. The old director chuckled. Exactly. Therefore, there is no choice but to take a gamble. You can clarify these matters with Li Hao. That would be a timely assistance. By aligning with him now, You are betting on the future, betting that Li Hao can create miracles. Otherwise, you might as well sit back and continue mingling with the military law division. Chen Yao fell silent, lost in thought. To gamble on a miracle? The crux lies in whether Li Hao can break the constraints before the second revival. If he manages to do so and seizes the advantage, eliminating formidable enemies. Even if ancient beings revive, they could retreat to Silver Moon. However, if he fails, once the second revival commences, Li Hao would be rendered an inconsequential figure. At that time, the monstrous plants would dominate, and the likes of Qi Pingjiang would swiftly ascend to the seven systems, with a multitude of powerful beings emerging. In such a scenario, it would no longer be Li Hao's domain. Aligning with him would truly invite trouble. After a long while, he spoke. I find it curious that Li Hao can withstand Qi Pingjiang, which suggests he hasn't suddenly reached the 5 systems. Perhaps he has already attained the 3 or 4 systems outside. Do you think he can conceal his aura? If he can mask his presence, can he prevent the spatial distortion from shattering him? The old director chuckled. Can you refrain from asking me? I am not a deity. How would I know? Instead of inquiring of me, why not ask Li Hao directly? If he shares his insights, it would be a pleasant surprise. If he remains silent, then make your own judgment. If Yao Si could be subdued by him, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. Handle it as you see fit, but stop asking me. I have been retired for many years. Chen Yao let out a cold laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. Enough of this old fool, who seems perpetually lost in his thoughts. Very well, I shall inquire with Li Hao. Chen Yao had never engaged in formal discussions with Li Hao, and tonight, he resolved to pay him a visit. Rising from his seat, he strode towards the exit. This time, should he make a choice, the future of the Qin family would become exceedingly unpredictable. In the quiet of the night, the city felt eerily silent, as if engulfed in a profound stillness, with only the law enforcement bureau bustling with activity. In the back courtyard, a gathering of formidable individuals assembled. The offices of the 9 courts were located at the forefront, while residences lay behind, indicating that the law enforcement bureau harbored more than just the Hu father and son. It was a significant family. The sudden demise of Hu Mingfa left Li Hao seizing control of the law enforcement bureau without delay, while the Hu family, large and prosperous, had no time to retreat. Consequently, the courtyard was filled with members of the Hu family. At that moment, an elderly man, trembling and accompanied by hundreds of despondent souls, gazed at Li Hao and his companions. The elder spoke little. As Li Hao entered, he fell to his knees, quivering as he addressed him. We, the sinners of the Hu clan, pay our respects to the general. The Hu father and son are guilty beyond redemption, and it is only fitting that the general dispatches them. The Hu family is innocent. Li Hao surveyed the assembly, which comprised over 100 individuals of varying ages, including children, all rendered mute by fear. He turned his gaze towards the elder. Who are you? I am the brother of Hu Shao, and at this moment, the head of the Hu family. The elder sighed. In the past, my brother vanquished dragons, allowing the Hu family to rise. Alas, he was overpowered by his desires, and under the seduction of ancient demons, he succumbed to their temptations, yearning for immortality, and ultimately fell victim to their schemes, leading to chaos in the world. His demise was inevitable. He looked up at Li Hao. Now, both my brother and Mingfa are deceased. The general is benevolent. The innocent children of the Hu family, who have greatly benefited from my brother's legacy, number 17 under the age of 10. I implore the general to show mercy. With a thud, the elder prostrated himself on the ground, bowing his head in supplication. In the game of kings, the victor reaps the spoils. With the loss of 2 formidable members, the Hu family had begun its decline, and the 9 courts had abandoned them. Even the military law enforcement merely urged Li Hao to refrain from further bloodshed, signaling the Hu family's complete withdrawal from the stage of power struggle. Though this gathering of around 100 included many superhumans, and even a few at the Dawnlight realm, such strength was insufficient to continue contending against Li Hao. What use was the Dawnlight? Just moments ago, the venerable general outside was slain. It is widely acknowledged that he was the last formidable supporter of the Hu family, fully aware of his impending demise. Yet even a seasoned martial artist of the Silver Moon era could not be lured into the fray. The elderly figure kneeling was no feeble individual. He possessed the strength of the early dawn, yet age had rendered him frail. Outside, he remained a sovereign, but here he was treated like mere vermin. Li Hao observed these individuals, recognizing that despite the old man's current pitiable state, he was once quite domineering in his prime. Director Zhou, Li Hao called out softly. Director Zhou emerged from the rear, glanced at the kneeling throng, and spoke in a hushed tone. The Tianqing governor's office shall uphold the law. All actions must be executed in accordance with it. Whether the Hu family is guilty or innocent will be determined by the law. The current legal framework is lacking. The laws of Tianqing require reassessment and reestablishment. However, justice must not overlook humanity. The women and children of the Hu family shall be housed in a designated area, provided with sustenance, and their movements restricted. Furthermore, the able-bodied members of the Hu family shall be detained for review. Those found guilty will be punished accordingly, while the innocent shall be released forthwith. The Tianqing governor's office does not wrongfully accuse anyone, nor does it let any guilt escape unpunished. All assets of the Hu family shall be forfeited to the state, as they were acquired through corruption. Li Hao listened intently, nodding slightly in agreement. Let it be carried out as such. In the foreground, the old man released a sigh of relief, bowing once more. Thank you for your mercy, Governor. The defeat in the struggle for supremacy and the annihilation of 9 clans are commonplace occurrences. Now, with only the Hu father and son deceased, it is conceivable that a further group of those with incriminating evidence may perish. Yet this is a far cry from the anticipated total eradication of the Hu family. Take them away. Soon, the demon hunters entered to detain the individuals and escort them out. The elder of the Hu family was the last to leave. Approaching Li Hao hesitantly before speaking. Governor, there exists a passage in the back courtyard that leads from the Hu family to the ruins. Each of the 9 houses possesses such a passage. The ruins are exclusive to my brother and his son, and others cannot access them. I am uncertain whether a key remains. My brother and the others have all perished, leaving the Hu family unable to enter. Li Hao nodded slightly, refraining from further elaboration. He was aware that each of the 9 houses controlled a crucial ruin, perhaps more than one, although they might not be in close proximity. Typically, there exists an entrance to a ruin within each of the 9 houses, a design established for this very purpose in ancient times. In truth, these ruins were constructed during the reign of the Tianqing dynasty, with the 9 kings serving to protect the royal family. One might ponder why the 9 kings would design such a layout for the 9 kings' palace. Perhaps it is indeed related to the ruins. Li Hao speculated that the ruins near Tianqing City could represent a significant collective. This area likely once constituted a grand city, although referred to as Tianqing Town. It housed a garrison of over 100,000 troops, suggesting it was no ordinary town. Beneath Tianqing City, it is conceivable that the ruins lie hidden. The Yuanping Martial Science University, located on the outskirts, is relatively distant. As for the proximity, Li Hao surmised that it was not always this near. Subsequent changes in the world may have caused these ruins, at least those beneath the Battle Heaven City, to fluctuate in size. Over time, these ruins would gradually converge due to the ever-changing landscapes. All members of the Hu family were escorted away. The back courtyard gradually fell silent as the demon hunters commenced their search. Li Hao gazed towards the depths of the courtyard, where there are ruins. There are likely demonic plants. Whose family? He contemplated the demonic plants previously mentioned by Hu Mingfa, the 7 formidable demonic plants. Li Hao mused. Wasn't one of them a coconut tree? It certainly appeared to resemble a grand coconut tree. At that moment, Director Zhou approached silently and remarked softly. The relics of the 9 divisions are quite extraordinary. They should be considered amongst the more potent relics where demonic plants have revived early, possibly linked to the royal relics. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. If they revived early, does that not imply they are weaker? It is typically the feeble that revive more swiftly. Director Zhou chuckled softly, replying. That pertains to Yinyu. Here, in Tianqing, it is rather different. Why? In Yinyu, the formidable require immense energy, which is scarce. Thus the weaker can barely suffice, leading to their swifter revival. Conversely, in Tianqing, energy is abundant, allowing the stronger to draw upon it more easily. Hence their earlier revival. This is related to energy mines. Li Hao understood and nodded slightly. So, the demonic plants of the 9 divisions may have revived as early as 80 years ago. How potent could they be? Previously, when confronted with mere avatars, I failed to discern their true strength. According to the classifications of ancient civilizations, above the pinnacle lies the immortal, and above the immortal is the great sage. Could they rival the black armor? It seems that Director Wang and his associates are merely at the pinnacle. Is it possible that these demonic plants surpass Director Wang in strength? Li Hao felt a twinge of doubt. However, without having witnessed them, it was difficult to assert anything. Moreover, at this moment, it was unwise to recklessly venture into the relics. If there were still formidable members of the Hu family within, compounded by the presence of the true form of the demonic plants, it would spell trouble. He suspected that the Hu family possessed more than just a handful of powerful individuals. After suppressing the world for 80 years, was it just the father-son duo of the Hu family? Just the Heavenly Punishment Army? Typically, such factions have an elite force dedicated to exploring relics, primarily consisting of martial artists. Even the Shujia, the Duke of the Nation, reportedly has one, with claims that their relic is a sacred site of the ancient civilization of Jinqing City, though its authenticity remains uncertain. Before Su Qing's demise, he had invited Li Hao to explore alongside him. Li Hao gazed toward the backyard and pondered. In the 9 divisions, every family possesses a divine weapon. The might of such weapons is formidable. Yet, the several directors we have slain were devoid of such, save for the one from the business division, who utilized a floating sword as collateral. The others wielded only ordinary divine weapons, lacking those capable of autonomous combat. The Hu family, too, did not possess any. Hu Mingfa did not bring one either. The sole exception was the venerable director Qian Wanhao, who carried a floating sword, purportedly crafted by Lu Zhen. As for whether it is the treasured weapon of the 9 divisions, Li Hao was not entirely certain. On that day, after he had slain Hu Shao, the 9 divisions had deployed several formidable divine weapons, one of which, the Starry Sky Sword, had even been activated. Yet this time, in the confrontation with Hu Mingfa, no such divine weapons were in sight. Regarding the 9 divisions, there were critical pieces of information he was not privy to. Although the royal family had provided Li Hao with documentation about the 9 divisions, it contained no mention of such details, offering only basic information. Now, they would certainly not divulge any classified intelligence to Li Hao. As he spoke, Director Zhou was preparing to respond when Li Hao suddenly glanced towards the rear, where the government office area was situated. In an instant, a figure appeared, somewhat furtive, not far away. Before long, several figures surrounded the individual. Hong Yitong wore a broad smile, Ho Xiaoqing crossed his arms, and Tian Jian arrived fashionably late, while Nan Quan and Guangming Jian hastily made their entrance shortly thereafter. The figures possessed an eerie quality, tinged with gravity. Their perception was remarkably acute. Li Hao remarked calmly, "Now that you are here, as one of the current hegemons, why must Director Chen approach so stealthily?" "Impressive." Chen Yao chuckled lightly. "Indeed, this place is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. I merely sought to gauge the defenses of the Tianqing governor's office, and it appears quite formidable." Internally, he inhaled sharply. He was not weak. In fact, he was quite formidable. After Li Hao and his companions had engaged in a fierce battle, various factions had exerted themselves to elevate their standing. And he too had ascended to the 3rd tier of divine abilities. This level of power, allowing him to infiltrate unnoticed, was astonishingly detected in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it was not even Li Hao who had sensed him. That was indeed alarming. Had the members of Tianjian all transcended into the 3rd tier? Chen Yao felt a sense of incredulity. Were they truly so affluent? Even he, upon reaching the 3rd tier, felt a pang of heartache. Having expended several million divine energy stones to acquire some life springs and solidify his realm, for them to have advanced to such a degree was unexpected. After all, even if Li Hao had seized numerous treasures, it would not have been so swift a conversion into strength, would it? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he maintained his composure. "Li Hao, as you are about to establish your office, I fear there may be matters you do not comprehend. Shall we converse?" Li Hao smiled. The Chen father and son were quite intriguing, a quintessential example of being fence-sitters. While the inspectorate had its share of corruption, it had not descended into utter depravity and remained passably functional. They had aided him previously, and now the inspectorate was indeed the one managing mundane affairs, capable of holding its ground. However, it exuded a sense of mediocrity, operating under the impression that doing even slightly more would lead to their downfall. A succinct assessment of the inspectorate would be mediocre, much like Chen Yao's father, who also embodied this mediocrity, neither ascending nor descending, neither leading nor following. There were 2 former directors ahead, and others trailing behind. Their power was neither the greatest nor the least. Their strength was neither the strongest nor the weakest. Such individuals often appeared somewhat awkward and unlikable, never excelling nor lagging, evoking a sense of disdain. Director Chen was indeed courteous, yet his stealthy approach left much to be desired. Nonetheless, Li Hao was unperturbed by the prospect of dialogue. He had yet to engage in formal communication with this individual, and he was curious to discover the intentions behind this visit. Let us find a place to sit. This is my first visit here, and I am not very familiar with the surroundings. Li Hao strolled towards a lakeside pavilion. The backyard is quite spacious, featuring an artificial lake and a pavilion at its center. At this moment, the cold wind howled. If only there were a barbecue grill, some grilled delicacies, and a bit of wine, it would surely be delightful. Chen Yao glanced at the individuals surrounding him. Could you please make some space? What are you still gathered here for? A few chuckles echoed, and they vanished without a trace. Each one possessed formidable strength, leaving Chen Yao feeling considerable pressure. The members of Silver Moon had progressed remarkably swiftly. Inside the pavilion, there were no warm conversations around a fire, no steaming tea, and certainly no barbecue. Only the chilling wind that whistled around Li Hao, gradually extinguishing the atmosphere. It was as if the progenitor of winds, the cold breeze, began to veer away from Li Hao. He took a seat, and opposite him, Chen Yao settled down as well. It was only at this moment that Li Hao truly observed the chief of the inspection division for the first time. He appeared to be around 40 years of age. His appearance not particularly significant, somewhat slight in stature, and lacking in height, bearing a somewhat carefree demeanor reminiscent of a street rogue. Chen Yao felt a bit uncomfortable and uneasy. The two of them sat face to face without sipping tea or wine, creating an undeniably awkward silence. Do you drink, Governor Li? A little would be nice. That sounds great. Chen Yao smiled, waving his hand, and a jar of wine appeared before him. Upon opening it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. 2 white jade cups were produced, one of which was placed before Li Hao. Seeing Chen Yao about to pour the wine, Li Hao smiled and conjured a mist of water in his hand, which swiftly swept over the cup for a cleansing. Chen Yao's expression grew slightly rigid. Was this truly acceptable? Did he harbor disdain? Without further ado, the wine flowed like a river into Li Hao's cup. Chen Yao lifted his own cup, taking a small sip, and felt the atmosphere become less tense. He then spoke. Are you aware, Governor Li, of how the 9 divisions were established many years ago? Not in great detail. There are some records and books, though. Over 80 years ago, during a time of great hardship, 9 revered sages emerged. Among them were individuals from the court, the martial realm, and military leaders who were discontent with the royal family's tyranny. They overthrew the previous celestial king, forcing the royal family into the shadows, and established the 9 divisions, ushering in the era of the 9 divisions. Chen Yao nodded slightly, a hint of derision flickering at the mention of sages, yet he remained unfazed and chuckled. To be frank, if you were to ask those centenarians, they would likely have an answer regarding whether life was better 80 years ago or now. Li Hao acknowledged, I have never denied the contributions of the 9 divisions. Even during the Silver City era, I had heard whispers of their deeds. Upon arriving in White Moon City, when the 9 divisions were mentioned, I too remarked that they had done well. However, I later realized I had been overly optimistic. It is much the same. While it appears improved, in truth, it is even darker. After a moment of silence, Chen Yao continued. In fact, the 9 divisions initially sought to dismantle feudalism and establish a prosperous dynasty, ensuring the people's happiness and the nation's flourishing. But eventually, we discovered it was impossible. Impossible? Chen Yao nodded. Indeed, especially after the rise of superpowers, it has become even more unfeasible. In the ancient civilizations, existence also stirred turbulence, with local tyrants causing upheaval. The 3 great organizations, the 7 divine mountains, various demon clans, and local overlords, as well as the notorious sea bandits, all posed insurmountable challenges. With a sigh, one might ponder, if it were merely this, it would not be so dire. The 9 divisions still possess strength. However, the crux lies in the fact that the royal family, back in the day, was only barely subdued and has continued to create disturbances. What could the 9 divisions do in such circumstances? Ultimately, it became a matter of surrendering to the chaos, living day by day, and if necessary, shattering the status quo to start anew. Indeed, at times, destruction and reconstruction can be far more manageable than mere repairs. This dynasty, at its core, has encountered fundamental issues. The 9 divisions cannot fully suppress the turmoil and are relegated to mere patchwork solutions. In the end, a tacit agreement emerged among all parties. Let this dilapidated structure collapse entirely, for perhaps rebuilding from the ruins would be less burdensome. Li Hao took a sip of wine, remaining silent. Perhaps this rationale holds some truth, Yet if the 9 divisions harbor such thoughts, why maintain the current state? Would it not be wiser to disperse sooner? Occupying a position without fulfilling its responsibilities, merely holding on to power without purpose, is far worse than even the notorious Yao Si. Chen Yao chuckled softly. All right. Judging by your demeanor, you seem disinclined to hear this. Let me share something more to your liking. Up to this point, the greatest adversary of the 9 divisions remains the royal family. He continued, the elder Tianqing king, in fact, did not perish as believed. The ruins were not a recent discovery, but had existed long before. In those times, most demon plants and beasts had not yet awakened. You should be somewhat familiar with the Tianqing army, which consisted of armors found within the ruins. Later, the royal family formed the Black Armored Army. 80 years ago, the 9 venerable leaders of the 9 divisions suppressed the Tianqing king and the then 9 princes, killing some and vanquishing others, while also defeating several commanders of the Black Armored Army. Yet, the elder Tianqing king managed to escape into the ruins with some remnants of his faction. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a protracted tug-of-war. We once aspired to eradicate them completely, but it proved unattainable due to the ruins' treacherous nature and the strength of the opposition. Not to mention the involvement of ancient demons. Though the ancient demons had not fully awakened 80 years ago, some vestiges of their essence remained, rendering them formidable adversaries beyond our capabilities. He gazed at Li Hao. Thus, both parties could only reach a compromise. The elder Tianqing king abdicated, bequeathing the title to the current Tianqing king. However, the royal family has persistently resisted remaining dormant. Along the way, significant upheavals occurred, the most notable being 20 years ago. When superpowers revived, the elder Tianqing king gained substantial advantages within the ruins and made a formidable return. On that occasion, the director of the 9 divisions, at great cost, managed to defeat him, suppressing him with 9 divine weapons in conjunction with the star suppression techniques. Yet, they could not eliminate him, as the demonic plants behind him had awakened significantly 20 years prior. At a critical moment, they utilized their primordial powers to draw him back. That particular demon plant likely aimed to leverage the royal family's identity to gain greater benefits, seeking to restore the royal family swiftly as its spokesperson, unwilling to allow the royal family to perish. Chen Yao had shared much, and Li Hao listened intently. After a while, Li Hao inquired with curiosity, "What is the current situation?" At present, the Celestial Star King remains concealed within the ruins, sealed away. The only means to shatter this confinement is to exit the ruins. Remaining within will not suffice. Chen Yao elucidated that the seal placed upon him was a unique technique from the stellar suppression mastery, known as the 9-character suppression method, which contains the essence of blood from the 9 elder directors, as well as the might of divine weapons. Therefore, during the last confrontation, when several elder directors attempted to subdue him, the adversary discerned an opportunity to break through the ruins and lift the seal, ultimately resulting in his re-imprisonment. However, after your slaying of Hu Xiao and Qian Wanhao, it is possible that this seal has become somewhat weakened. Li Hao nodded and inquired why there was such trepidation regarding the possibility of his escape. Was it truly necessary to maintain such vigilance? What harm would it bring to allow him to emerge? Why create such a situation where the 2 paramount forces of the military law division and the administrative division dared not act rashly, constantly surveilling the royal family, prepared to swiftly suppress him should he attempt to escape? Chen Yao chuckled softly, stating that their adversary was exceedingly formidable. Formidable? Li Hao echoed. Indeed. More powerful than the demonic flora? Chen Yao replied, not quite. He continued, strength is one aspect. Furthermore, it is to prevent him from reaping greater benefits upon his escape. The previous Celestial Star King was extraordinary, possessing significant authority within the ruins. You must understand the vast advantages that accompany high-level access within such ancient sites. This individual donned the golden armor 2 decades ago. Li Hao's expression shifted as he pondered the implications of the golden armor from 20 years prior. Does that not imply he was at the rank of a commander back then? Understanding dawned upon him. Chen Yao sighed. The royal family's ruins have not been extensively explored. Even so, the royal family has amassed considerable strength. Do you think we dare to permit this old fellow to act freely? He is currently subdued, and despite his identity, status, and power, once he steps beyond the protection of the demonic flora, we can easily detect him and suppress him. Thus, a stalemate ensued between both parties, as we could not allow him to continue gaining authority. Should he truly command the Celestial Star Army, it would be catastrophic. The entire ruins would belong to his royal family, and all benefits would accrue to them, leaving the 9 divisions to merely endure. Li Hao remained somewhat astonished. 20 years ago, when superpowers had just awakened and martial artists were paramount, the strongest among them was merely at the level of Doqian. How could he have attained the rank of commander at that time? It seems utterly implausible. Chen Yao chuckled softly. You seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. Indeed, 20 years ago, superpowers had just begun to emerge, and strong individuals were scarce. However, you must recognize that during that era, the armored warriors within the ruins, along with others, were in a dormant phase. Ironically, this made it easier to acquire certain privileges, provided one possessed sufficient strength and luck. While strong individuals were few, ancient civilizations had not fully revived. Both sides were in a similar predicament. Just as you have attained the rank of commander now, so too could someone at Doqian have achieved it 2 decades ago. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Yet my master began exploring the ruins years ago and did not seem to gain remarkable advantages. That is different, Chen Yao clarified. Silver Moon had only just awakened 20 years ago, remaining sealed away, while Celestial Star City had exhibited signs of revival as far back as 200 years ago, likely due to its recognition as the core energy mine of the entire Silver Moon territory, according to ancient records. Li Hao understood at last. Chen Yao took a sip of wine and continued. This is the reason for the tug-of-war between the 9 divisions and the royal family. I share this with you to convey a point. Should you eliminate a few more of the old division leaders, it would make it significantly easier for the old Tianqing king to break free from his seal. At that point, the troubles would be considerable. Hence, Qi Pingjiang does not wish for you to continue your killings. Moreover, you are exceedingly powerful, and he understands that should the 9 divisions aim to eliminate you, they must mobilize all their forces. When the old Tianqing king emerges, having been suppressed by the 9 divisions for so many years, will he not retaliate? It would be troublesome on both fronts. It is better to ease one side first. Li Hao nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing this, Chen Yao had no choice but to continue. Thus, everyone is currently awaiting the second resurgence. Once the second resurgence occurs and the space stabilizes, everyone will have the opportunity to break through. Even if the old Tianqing king was once formidable, after the second unsealing, everyone will have the hope of stepping into the realm of the 7 systems, reaching a pinnacle comparable to ancient civilizations. That moment will serve as a starting line. He paused. At that point, the strength and number of the ancient civilization powerhouses supporting us will be crucial in determining victory or defeat. Li Hao nodded again. After pondering, he asked, then why venture to the Silver Moon? Why not simply wait quietly for the second resurgence? What is the purpose of going to the Silver Moon? He had never quite grasped what benefits the journey to the Silver Moon held for these individuals and ancient beings. The reason for going to the Silver Moon lies in its ancient existence. If it has not perished, it remains largely unrecovered. You must understand that for the current ancient beings, they were not the strongest cohort in their heyday. The truly powerful ones reside in the Silver Moon. For instance, devouring some of the guardian demon plants from Zhantian City can significantly enhance one's capabilities, breaking through the limitations of yesteryears. For us, the ancient beings of the Silver Moon, including its cities, once shattered, signify a rebirth of the entire Tianqing dynasty. These ancient cities and mighty beings have long sealed many things, rendering this world increasingly barren. Moreover, the Silver Moon was once the center of heaven and earth, brimming with benefits, legacies of strong ones, martial arts secrets, the remains of ancient beings, and places of enlightenment for the powerful. Only there can we shatter our current shackles and progress step by step. It is imperative to seize the moment of resurgence. While the ancient existence of the Silver Moon remains in slumber, to secure victory and pave the way to greater heights. He then looked at Li Hao and added, moreover, it is said that one can traverse from the Silver Moon to enter even mightier realms. That is the pathway to ancient civilizations. And the 8 great families are said to guard this passage. Are you aware of this? Stargate? Li Hao had heard this before. The 8 great families guarding the Stargate, protecting the passage, might allow one to follow the Stargate to find the ancient kings. Of course, in the eyes of many, the ancient kings had long perished and ancient civilization was utterly destroyed. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, that remains the path to a higher level of existence. Therefore, the Silver Moon has always been a coveted battleground for these individuals. Li Hao nodded slightly. And then? Chun Yao found himself at a loss for words. Thus he elucidated his point further. Therefore, when the secondary revival commences, the first entities to emerge will not be the ancient powerful beings of Silver Moon, but rather the royal family and certain plant monsters lurking behind the 9 divisions. They will swiftly invade Silver Moon to seize the remains of the powerful and consume their essence, breaching the star gates. Hence, it is at that moment that your troubles will officially begin, and the predicament of Silver Moon will truly arrive. At this stage, you have revealed your strength. So everyone is biding their time, believing that it is unnecessary to confront you head-on and that waiting a little longer would suffice. He ventured, thus, the reason you can withstand the forces from all sides is precisely due to this, but the duration will not be prolonged. The second revival should occur soon. In fact, Tianqing City holds the key, for both the 9 divisions and the royal family are aware that the secondary revival may be connected to the vast mines in that area. Li Hao comprehended. The director implies that at that time, it would be my demise? That is not quite the sentiment, but during that period, your best outcome would be to retreat back to Silver Moon. I understand that Silver Moon is formidable with many martial artists, and a considerable number of the older generations still survive, some of whom once invaded Tianqing City in search of relics, resulting in many deaths, while a portion managed to survive. However, can they withstand the existence that has endured for countless ages? Li Hao chuckled. I understand now. The director is inquiring whether I have any backing. To be frank, I do not. You have mentioned that reviving the powerful of Silver Moon is exceedingly difficult. When the time comes, how could I contend with the plant monsters behind you? Chun Yao felt somewhat fatigued. Do you truly grasp my meaning? You are capable of swiftly transcending to the 5 elements. Yet I sense this is a formidable challenge for you. I ponder, if before the second revival, you could ascend to the 7 elements, then you would possess the qualification to eradicate a number of foes beforehand. At that time, perhaps you could seek cooperation with certain plant entities, such as those from the Hu family. In this manner, the plant monsters would also require our assistance, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Wait, hold on. Li Hao interrupted. After the revival of the plant monsters, they would be immensely powerful. Are you not afraid that they might annihilate you? Why do you believe the plant monsters would assist you? What gives you such confidence? Chun Yao chuckled. Our willingness to collaborate with the plant monsters naturally stems from our own assurance. The land of Silver Moon is no longer suited to the original path. Hence, even if the plant monsters revive and consume the essence of those powerful beings, ultimately, to depart from this realm or to continue existing, they will still need to rely on the contemporary strong. Thus, under normal circumstances, we would establish a symbiotic agreement. What does that imply? It signifies coexistence. Chun Yao elaborated once more. Akin to the agreements of ancient civilizations, there exists such a pact, sharing of life, sharing of energy, sharing of the great path. Thus, neither party would be able to harm the other. A symbiotic agreement? Li Hao felt a stir within him, his consciousness probing into his storage ring. Elder little tree. Are you aware of the symbiotic agreement? The small tree trembled slightly, and after a moment, responded with a mental wave. Do you wish to sign a symbiotic agreement with me? Not at all. I was merely inquiring. Li Hao felt exasperated. What are you afraid of? I have no intention of signing anything with you. The small tree appeared to be genuinely frightened, indicating that such agreements indeed exist. The symbiotic agreement, a pact established in ancient times between the human race and the plant spirits to prevent betrayal, is a unique form of magical law. Both parties entered into this agreement to coexist symbiotically, allowing humans to attain prolonged lifespans while the plant spirits benefited from certain advantages bestowed by humans, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, over time, this agreement has gradually fallen into disuse. Li Hao, intrigued, pondered the reasons behind its obsolescence. The symbiotic agreement indeed harbors certain drawbacks. For instance, should one party desire to perish, the other may easily be ensnared in that demise. If one party proves too weak, it can also inadvertently jeopardize the other, leading to the death of a powerful being if a weaker one is slain. This is indeed a valid point. Furthermore, the signing of the symbiotic agreement tends to create disturbances between the paths of humans and plant spirits, which limits the potential of both parties. Is that so? Li Hao inquired. So the symbiotic agreement genuinely exists and is effective, correct? Indeed, the little tree replied, but then cautioned. However, should you wish to enter into a symbiotic agreement with a plant spirit, exercise caution. In order to mitigate potential complications, a secondary level of the agreement has emerged, allowing for the sharing of a portion of one's essence and life. For instance, my avatar could sign such an agreement with you, but should complications arise, only my avatar would perish, not my true self. Li Hao felt a jolt of realization. This was clearly confidential information that the little tree had divulged. It seemed the little tree could sense his thoughts. I share this merely to caution you against placing blind trust in the symbiotic agreement. If the other party harbors intentions of sacrificing a part of their essence, they could easily lead you to your demise. Yet, typically, they would not resort to such extreme measures unless absolutely necessary, as the loss of essence, especially in this era, brings significant troubles. Li Hao understood. This was indeed the case. The little tree continued. Moreover, as you are the heir of the sword's sovereign, should you wish to sign with me, I would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. The implication was clear. If Li Hao truly desired to proceed, the little tree would likely acquiesce. Recognizing his esteemed status and commendable talent, Li Hao, taken aback, thought to himself, I have no such intentions. Across from him, Chen Yao noticed Li Hao's contemplative demeanor and furrowed his brow. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly spoke up. Director Chen, you have not yet signed this agreement, correct? Indeed. Chen Yao affirmed with a nod. Currently, we are at a disadvantage, and the plant spirits are reluctant. Furthermore, their resurgence has not yet reached its peak. Signing the agreement at this juncture would impose a burden on them. Should any external parties perish, they would be adversely affected. However, prior to the commencement of the second resurgence, we intend to finalize the agreement to preclude the plant spirits from fully awakening and subsequently turning against us once they emerge from the ruins. I see. Li Hao comprehended. No wonder these individuals did not seem overly concerned about being betrayed by the plant spirits. However, if what the little tree stated was true, and only a fraction of their essence was severed for the agreement, the plant spirits could afford to lose a part of their essence, whereas the humans would face death. Were these individuals aware of this? Perhaps they were, or perhaps they were not. In any event, it was likely that the other party would refrain from sacrificing their essence to eliminate them unless absolutely necessary. Li Hao began to grasp Chen Yao's intent, a faint smile gracing his lips. So Director Chen has come today merely to impart this information? To caution me to be wary, as I shall be doomed following the second resurgence? Chen Yao furrowed his brows as he gazed at him. Did Governor Li truly fail to comprehend? Li Hao chuckled. What would you have me say? That I can certainly find a formidable ally before the second resurgence? Or that I could become a top-tier powerhouse capable of resisting the malevolent flora? Or perhaps something else? Chen Yao silently cursed. Indeed, those were exactly his thoughts. If you swiftly ascend to the realm of the 5 elemental divine arts, surely you possess a means to evade certain troubles and reach the 7 elements, no? He became forthright, directly posing the question. How would I know? Li Hao laughed. If I truly achieve that, I shall inform Director Chen. Otherwise, would that not be mere empty promises? Indeed, are you so averse to even making empty promises? Li Hao smiled, recalling that Director Zhou had once mentioned that sometimes offering grand visions could instill hope in others. However, why should I extend such visions to you? I seek companions of shared aspirations, not merely to bolster my own power. This Director Chen, indecisive and hesitant, he has thoroughly grasped my intentions. He merely wishes to inquire if I can resolve some troubles before the second resurgence and subsequently secure a powerful ally. If so, he would be inclined to join me. Yet, Li Hao resolutely refrained from painting any grand visions for him. Come if you wish. I have divulged numerous secrets, the origins of the 9 divisions, the royal family's trump cards, merely to convey to Li Hao that both the 9 divisions and the royal family will experience a surge in strength post-resurgence. The adversaries are formidable. Do you possess any hidden cards? I cannot discern if you are good or bad. Why would I share this with you? Chen Yao felt a tinge of frustration. Li Hao understood his intent, and he too revealed a willingness to collaborate. Yet Li Hao refused to engage with that. Did this imply disdain for me? Chen Yao's irritation grew. Governor Li, let us not speak of the future, even in the present. The 3 major organizations in superpowered city pose challenges for you. I believe you still require some assistance. The warriors of Silver Moon cannot perpetually fight for you, for they too need strong guardians at home. Li Hao took a sip of his drink and replied with a smile. And what of it? The inspection division ranks among the top 3, and the Chun family wields considerable power. Why should you rely on me, a sinking ship that could capsize at any moment? Chun Yao felt a surge of anger. Does Governor Li possess no inclination to honor and respect those beneath him? I have come with sincerity. Why must you keep me at arm's length? Li Hao straightened his posture and regarded him. It is indeed rare that the 3rd division of the 9 divisions seeks to align with me. I did not anticipate it. However, should I wish for allies, I seek those with clear purpose and steadfast resolve, not those who waver. Individuals who quickly turn against others at the first sign of conflict or weakness are far more perilous than enemies. Are you implying that the Chun family embodies such traits? Precisely. Li Hao replied bluntly. In my view, the Chun family exemplifies such behavior. If Director Chen genuinely wishes to form an alliance, then approach me directly. Sneaking around, probing here and there serves no purpose. I must also be accountable for the Chun family and the inspection division. Chen Yao frowned. I am not alone in this. Do you think I am like Nan Quan and his ilk, where one person's satisfaction guarantees the well-being of the entire family? You must understand. The Chun family encompasses 176 members. I have 37 siblings alone. Li Hao's mouth fell agape. What nonsense is this? You have so many siblings? Are you jesting? Is this lightning kick still viable? Can your father produce such offspring? Chen Yao expressed his irritation. Do not regard me so, for they are not my children, merely my younger siblings. The reason I share this with you is to illustrate that collaboration among powers differs significantly from solitary endeavors. While Nan Quan and his ilk can manage alone, I must contemplate the future. Otherwise, I may meet the same fate as the Hu family, easily obliterated. If you genuinely seek the support of the Qin family, you must at least provide a glimmer of hope. Take Yao Si, for instance. He is willing to ally with you because you have granted him some semblance of hope. Otherwise, given his nature, would he easily entice the Night Watch to join your Tianqing Duda mansion? Li Hao paused, reflecting on this notion, and found it somewhat reasonable. The Silver Moon martial artists, known for their uncompromising nature, were not particularly to his liking. However, Chen Yao's argument held merit. A family stands to lose everything if they align with the wrong side. After some contemplation, Li Hao shook his head. I cannot offer you any assurances. I am uncertain about the forthcoming circumstances myself. How can I make promises? Would it be meaningful to deceive you? I can only say that if you are willing to join, we shall strive together toward this common goal. As for the other matters, let Director Chen deliberate on them. Chen Yao sighed. Li Hao, you may call him honest, but he is truly straightforward at this juncture. He remains reticent. Yet, your approach leaves me in a quandary. After much deliberation, Chen Yao proposed, then let me make a request, if you agree. The inspection department will extend its full support to you. Speak your mind, Li Hao replied. Chen Yao glanced toward the Hu family's rear courtyard and after a moment said, as long as you can secure the Hu family's relics, regardless of the means, the inspection department will provide unwavering assistance, and the Chen family will not go back on its word. Li Hao smiled, contemplating this proposition, and nodded. That sounds reasonable. This serves as a testament to your capabilities. If you can seize the Hu family relics, it signifies your potential to conquer other families as well. Any hidden cards or underlying strength will inevitably be revealed. Presently, the treasures within the relics possess at least peak power. If we can neutralize our adversaries, then no issues remain. I indeed harbor this intention. If so, let us proceed with the flow. Whether they will fully assist is of little consequence. Agreed. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Chen Yao's demeanor shifted slightly, and he added, well, since that is the case, the Chen family will not be entirely unyielding. I can initially arrange for 2 powerful practitioners to assist you. Their identities will remain low-key, reflecting the Chun family's sincerity. Li Hao chuckled. So generous? This will prevent Governor Li from underestimating the Chen family. Indeed, Li Hao continued with a smile. I appreciate it, but let me clarify. I do not pay wages. And when it comes to matters, my word is law. Should there be any disruption, I will not hesitate to eliminate the troublemaker. What do you think? Of course. Chen Yao replied, no longer elaborating further. He rose and said, then we shall await good news. With that, he turned and departed. Li Hao stood, escorting him a few steps before retreating, wearing a smile that hinted at intrigue. As for the 2 powerful practitioners, should they perish, it was highly probable that the Chun family would not suffer significant losses. Were they testing whether his side could resolve the Hu family relics? Lost in thought, Director Zhou appeared, softly remarking, why not extend a bit more hope? It seems the 9 offices are not quite to your liking. Very well, Li Hao replied. Director Zhou was at a loss for words, yet he sensed that Li Hao still possessed a hint of the vagabond spirit. Nevertheless, it was commendable that he had achieved so much in such a short span. There was no need for undue criticism. If the Chun family could indeed secure the relics of the Hu family, whether through collaboration or annihilation, they would surely make the right choice. The relics of the Hu family would be deliberated upon later. Li Hao was also contemplating. The relics must be obtained for several reasons. First, to prevent any hidden formidable foes from the Hu family. Second, if the relics exist, why not seize them, as they might harbor treasures? Third, he needed to assess whether he had the capability to eradicate a demonic plant. Cooperation was never in his thoughts. He was eager to test the waters of annihilation. Fourth, he pondered whether the Hu family relics were intertwined with Tianqing Town. If they were, it could be intriguing, as Josie could suppress the old Tianqing Wang through the relics. Li Hao harbored serious doubts that these relics might indeed be part of a singular interface, which was crucial. He yearned to uproot the royal family's influence. What was this royal family nonsense? The great Tianqing mine is mine. I've already laid claim to it. Can you resurrect it a second time? I wish to revive it on my own terms. The Hu family presented a breakthrough point, without Chun Yao's interference. Li Hao would not let it slip away. Chapter 251. A surge of power as Chun Yao departed, others began to arrive in succession. Nan Quan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What did that little rascal want with you?" Li Hao paused, puzzled. "Who are you referring to?" "Chun Yao." Nan Quan chuckled at his bewilderment. "You didn't know?" Despite his age, Chun Yao was the biggest ruffian in Tianqing City before he took over from his father. He used to roam around, causing mischief. When he first stepped into his role, he continued in that vein. His father was cut from the same cloth. I'm not too familiar with them. But I've heard that his father was also a notorious scoundrel in his time. He then added with a laugh, 80 years ago. His father was even more infamous than I am in the martial world. The crowd turned their attention to him. Nan Quan, slightly irked, retorted, "What are you all staring at? Isn't this what you've been promoting?" "I can't be bothered to argue." The others remained silent. It turned out he was aware of his notorious reputation. They had presumed he was oblivious. Li Hao chuckled. "So the inspector was once a ruffian?" "Absolutely," Nan Quan replied. "Don't be fooled by his current facade. He later pretended to be a scholar and a gentleman, but in reality, he barely recognized a few characters and could only read illustrated comic books." The group pondered this, beginning to understand. Nan Quan rolled his eyes again. "That wasn't my intention. I meant to say, a genuine comic book. Do you all comprehend?" Why the accusatory looks? What Nan Quan implied was that this family, despite their origins as small-time ruffians, displayed a remarkable acumen for adapting to circumstances. However, when it came to crucial moments, they were unreliable. Nan Quan continued candidly. "That fellow sneaked in. He is likely attempting to take advantage." The others looked at him again, realizing they were encountering kindred spirits. "You should be well acquainted with the inspector." Then, they mused. Nan Quan felt drained. "My reputation is tarnished. I have a good reputation. I, Nan Quan, am loyal and brotherly, ready to stand by my friends. Why do you all keep scrutinizing me? Be cautious, members of the Chun family. When in power, they appear dependable, but in times of adversity, they flee faster than anyone else." The crowd turned their gaze towards him once more. Nan Quan was incensed. "What are you staring at?" he exclaimed in fury. "If you keep looking, I shall lose my temper." The crowd quickly regained their composure, averting their eyes. After all, even in a fit of rage, he remained the weakest among them. Who would fear him? They simply found it beneath their dignity to engage in a scuffle with such a ruffian. Li Hao chuckled, beckoning everyone to take their seats in the quaint pavilion, now brimming with people. Among those present were Nan Quan, host Xiaoqing, Director Zhou, the Radiant Sword, Hong Yitong, and Tian Jian, who surprisingly had not departed this time, appearing less arrogant than before. Li Hao suspected this was likely related to his own transformation. It was highly probable that Tian Jian was waiting to see if Li Hao would divulge any information. Yao Si had yet to return from his nocturnal patrol. Steward Yu was assisting Lu Long and his team in organizing the Heavenly Punishment Army. Aside from the Yang couple, nearly all the formidable figures were present. This time, few from the Silver Moon martial artists had arrived, primarily because they had not yet reached the location. Li Hao had entered quietly, and upon emerging, the adversaries had already been vanquished. Whether they had turned back midway, were leisurely making their way here, or had simply chosen not to come at all, Li Hao paid it no mind. There was no need for them to rush every time. His prior call for assistance had already been a gesture of goodwill. He would not find fault if they failed to arrive within 3 days on a subsequent occasion. Let us sit and converse, Li Hao suggested, turning to Hong Yitong. Uncle Hong, targets must be eliminated and affairs must be attended to, while slaying is secondary, the latter is paramount. The chill of winter approaches. And though it is already cold, the harshest days are yet to come. Hong Yitong replied softly, what do you imply? December is nearly upon us, ushering in the new year, and the academy is set to commence operations before then, Li Hao pondered aloud. In truth, the initial focus should be on attracting those unafraid of peril, but that is not the crux of the matter. My primary aim is to establish the academy's reputation and draw in talent. For instance, some of the former instructors from the Tianqing Ancient Academy, who are said to be in dire straits, could be specifically courted for recruitment and reform. Hong Yitong nodded slightly. Li Hao continued, a school, no matter how numerous its students, has its limitations. The key is to ensure a broad appeal, although that is currently unattainable. Nevertheless, we must strive towards this dual approach without delay. I know how to proceed, Hong Yitong affirmed with a slight nod. Li Hao then addressed Director Zhou regarding the Eastern continent. It has come to my attention that the East Extreme Marquis and Yu Qiao have been using my name to besiege the Su family. This must be your doing, Director? Director Zhou chuckled lightly. I merely shared a few casual remarks. They believe that, given the vastness of the heavens and the distance from authority, it is advantageous to have a name associated with their actions. In truth, they do not regard the Tianqing governor's office with much seriousness. That is inconsequential. If they choose to invoke my name under the pretense of seeking vengeance for me, I shall indulge them. When I next journey to the east, I shall seek them out directly. This way, we need not concern ourselves with the Su family for now. Those two families will be more than enough trouble for them. Li Hao continued to discuss various trivial matters, recounting recent occurrences he had encountered. Regardless of size, even if Li Hao did not participate, he would still inquire, lest he be accused of neglecting his responsibilities. In truth, he was reluctant to take charge. Li Hao's current objective was straightforward, to establish this operation and eliminate those he found distasteful. As for what would transpire afterward, whether he would continue to oversee matters or delegate to another, that was a concern for the future. This winter, if nothing else, Li Hao hoped that those with extraordinary abilities would maintain a low profile. The bitter cold was already harsh enough, and should a conflict among the supernaturals erupt, it could devastate the entire dynasty, leaving millions of civilians displaced and potentially leading to half of them perishing from the cold by winter's end. Having succinctly addressed these matters, Li Hao cleared his throat, capturing the attention of the crowd. It was time to discuss serious business. Chen Yao had come primarily to inform me that the 9 divisions, the royal family, and other organizations were all awaiting the second resurgence to confront us. Presently, the Chun family sought to capitalize on this situation while also wishing to gauge our strength and performance. Li Hao chuckled, remarking, in truth, I am indifferent to the Chun family's choices. The crux of the matter is that they are correct about one thing. The second resurgence indeed poses a significant challenge for us. The others nodded in agreement. Ho Xiaoqing added, Silver Moon has been on guard precisely against the second resurgence. After the first resurgence, Silver Moon suffered greatly. The ancient relics there were voracious, consuming all the resurgence energy in an instant, rendering Silver Moon a barren wasteland. It is quite lamentable, he sighed, revealing a rare moment of reflection. Otherwise, with Silver Moon's tenacity, how could we not have produced some top-tier superhumans? Yet, Silver Moon has not afforded us that opportunity. Li Hao continued, regardless, trouble is inevitable. We cannot afford to wait passively. Such an action is not a viable option. We must seize the initiative while others are hesitant to provoke us. At this, Director Zhou and Ho Xiaoqing fell silent. The others turned their gazes towards the two, implying that they were indeed the ones being referenced. The powerful figures of Silver Moon had been biding their time, anticipating the second resurgence, hoping for the adversary to strike first before retaliating. Of course, this was a strategy born of necessity, as Silver Moon's overall strength was undoubtedly inferior to theirs. In the aftermath of the first resurgence, many seasoned martial artists from Silver Moon fell, leading to a significant decline in their counterattacks in subsequent years. However, today was not the crux of our concerns. The key issue lay in the present. Figures such as Nan Quan, the Light Sword, and including Director Zhou, might all be martial artists. Might? The crowd turned their eyes to Director Zhou. Director Zhou, feeling somewhat despondent, remarked, Your words are disheartening. Li Hao smiled. What is your true strength, Director Zhou? After a moment of silence, Director Zhou, feeling helpless, responded, "It is not as complex as you might think. Let me put it this way. I am a special martial artist. Do you understand? I have entirely pursued the ancient martial path, with no deviation. The reason I have been able to continue is due to some fortunate advantages I encountered in my youth, which altered my physique to resemble that of the ancient martial artists. Therefore, the reality is not as you imagined. There is no intention of concealment. Ancient martial artists." Li Hao looked at him with surprise. Authentic ancient martial arts? Indeed, Director Zhou candidly revealed, in a certain relic, I unexpectedly gained some advantages. A top-tier ancient martial arts master, on the verge of enlightenment, bequeathed to me various teachings. At that moment, he still had a breath of life left. And with his final divine power, he transformed my constitution. Thus, I am a pure practitioner of ancient martial arts, and by such standards, I have achieved a modest level of success. However, with the downfall of the original path, I find it difficult to pursue other avenues. In truth, my achievements pale in comparison to yours. Ho Xiaoqing chuckled. Now I understand a bit more. So, Director, your physical form is indeed formidable. Ancient martial arts speak of a golden body. You must possess one as well? Director Zhou smiled. Indeed, I do. Although it is a fragile golden body due to the current scarcity of energy, it is challenging to maintain. Fortunately, Governor Li provided some life essence to nourish it. Otherwise, I could not dare to use it recklessly. Everyone's interest was piqued. Pure practitioners of ancient martial arts differ significantly from those who have cultivated its secret techniques. The former's path, realm, and principles align with ancient martial arts, while the latter typically requires modification to adapt to the current era of humanity, resulting in a generally weaker physical form. Martial artists primarily focus on cultivating their power, whereas ancient martial arts fundamentally revolve around the cultivation of the original path. Li Hao felt enlightened. It was no wonder he had never perceived any weakness in this individual, who had previously coughed or appeared pale. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. It turned out to be the case. Ancient martial arts do not exhibit the frailty of internal organs. Director Zhou's candidness likely stemmed from a desire to shed the persona of a cunning individual. A group of people gazed at him, and he felt a sense of helplessness. Li Hao smiled, setting aside Director Zhou for now. Both Masters Nanquan and Guangming Jian are martial artists. The others, including Minister Ho, have also severed their superpower locks and are now considered superpowered individuals. At this juncture, the path of superpowers is fraught with challenges. Regardless, the road ahead remains uncertain, and I see no need to worry on your behalf. Everyone looked at him, urging him to continue. Hong Yitong, knowing the situation, remained leisurely silent, waiting for Li Hao to speak. Li Hao smiled. As you have observed, my strength has progressed rapidly. Typically, my aura does not manifest prominently, and I have not made a concerted effort to conceal it. The greatest challenge of superpowers lies in their essence being an external force. One cannot wield it effectively and can only rely on superpowers to confront formidable foes. Nanquan, a bit impatient, urged, "Get to the point." The crux of the matter is that I have wandered down a path that may or may not be considered legitimate, and I am currently uncertain about the future, the outcomes, or the prospects. However, at this stage, I can incorporate mysterious energy into my being. Upon hearing this, Nanquan understood. Teach us. We are intrigued by this unknown. Your directness is both refreshing and somewhat intimidating. Nanquan was not foolish. He thought, what does the future matter? At this stage, with the emergence of numerous divine powers, if I do not advance, I will be suppressed by them. Let us not concern ourselves with the path. As long as we can continue onward, that is sufficient. Whatever the outcome may be, if we can empower ourselves, that is the right path. As more people tread it, it will naturally evolve into a grand avenue. Beside him, the radiant sword furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, I have a question. Does traversing this path imply that we must sever the super abilities lock? Are there any constraints in this regard? For instance, if I have saturated 8 locks, am I limited to severing only those 8? Or is it possible to sever any number discovered, regardless of saturation? Li Hao, possessing experience, responded, even unsaturated locks can be severed. However, the resulting divine abilities will be considerably weaker. Furthermore, without saturation, one's physical constitution and vital energy will be significantly diminished. Nanquan, feeling disheartened, remarked, so, even if we tread the same path, The one who has saturated more super ability locks will inherently be more formidable? Li Hao nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Otherwise, how could you surpass others so effortlessly? It is impossible. The degree of saturation of super ability locks correlates directly with one's vitality, physical strength, divine intent, and the robustness of the internal organs. Although one can sever unsaturated locks, the physical body may struggle to endure such actions. Moreover, the formation of divine text requires a harmonious unity of essence, energy, and spirit. If your essence is too feeble, the manifestation of divine text becomes unattainable. Severing the super ability lock does not instantaneously grant you access to divine abilities. Allow me to demonstrate, Li Hao declared, conjuring a fiery character that materialized into a fierce tiger suspended in the air. Once dull and lifeless, it suddenly radiated flames of immense grandeur. In the next moment, the tiger vanished, reappearing directly above Nanquan's head. Startled, Nanquan raised his fist and struck. Boom! The tiger dissipated, and as Nanquan withdrew his fist, he glanced at his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. What a scorching energy of the fire element! At that moment, his fist felt singed and charred. Such potent fire energy. At this juncture, Ho Xiaoqing extended his hand, summoning a fire phoenix that soared toward the tiger. Having severed his super ability lock as well, the fire phoenix, a manifestation of fire element divine ability, collided with the tiger. In an instant, the fire phoenix shattered, torn apart by the tiger's might. Ho Xiaoqing pondered. It is not merely a visual spectacle. The crux lies in the more refined power, the ease of manipulation, and its superiority over equivalent divine abilities. It embodies a fusion of mysterious energy and momentum, even incorporating internal force, vitality, and divine intent into a single entity. In terms of quality, it far surpasses mere mysterious energy. In just one engagement, he gleaned much insight. Tianjian, not one to hold back, released a surge of sword energy. Though lacking in momentum, the sword intent remained potent, clashing directly with the tiger. He too quietly absorbed the experience. This is intriguing. Last time, your teacher spoke of the fusion of the 5 meridians, yet this seems not to be the case. Instead, you have achieved a fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, alongside the amalgamation of internal force, divine intent, and divine energy. He nodded thoughtfully, a commendable concept. It must be related to the profound techniques utilized by those in the Star Suppression City, correct? Indeed, Li Hao affirmed. It is somewhat akin. And it also connects to my master's 5 animals breathing technique and bloodblade technique. It is a veritable mélange, and currently, I am still in the process of deriving more insights. Previously hesitant to voice such thoughts, Li Hao found himself inspired after perusing the chronicles of Yuan Ping. He chose not to elaborate further. Instead, in the next moment, a water character emerged. This time, it was not merely the force of water, but rather a harmonious fusion of water and fire, a true amalgamation that, though slightly resistant, was forcefully subdued by Li Hao. In the next instant, a unique power of water and fire coalesced explosively, hurling forth towards Nanquan, who was instantaneously transformed into charred blackwood. Despite his eyes still blinking and his fists still extending, he wore a dazed expression, taking a moment to exclaim, "What on earth is happening? This is at least more than double the potency of before." Li Hao chuckled. "I had a modest gain in the ruins and thought to give it a try. This is my first attempt. Please do not hold it against me, Uncle Nanquan." Nanquan fell silent. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong's eyes flickered with intrigue as he smiled. "Interesting. Let us see how my skills measure up." In the next moment, the character for sword materialized. The essence of the sword surged, transforming instantaneously into thunder. Before anyone could process it, the thunder morphed into flames, which then rapidly evolved into a colossal mountain. The transformation occurred with breathtaking speed. Unlike Li Hao's fusion, he employed various divine abilities with effortless grace, rapidly shifting forms, leaving the onlookers bewildered, and astonishingly, there were no conflicts among the diverse powers. This scene prompted gasps from the other spectators. Li Hao and Hong Yitong appeared to be quite distinct in their approaches. Regardless, they revealed some remarkable differences. Was this mastery of martial arts? Or perhaps something superhuman? Li Hao shook his head. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a form of integration. As I mentioned, it is a medley. It diverges from traditional martial arts and does not entirely align with superhuman abilities. If you were to call it a new path, it hardly qualifies. Yet, it certainly addresses the issues posed by external mysterious energies. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, there is still a crucial aspect that remains unresolved." Li Hao furrowed his brow, the issue of the physical body. Indeed, he believed that for any path to be successfully traversed, this matter must be addressed. Otherwise, what constitutes a new path? Though this route may be more suitable for many, a weak physical body remains a weakness. Each advancement necessitates the protection of one's vital organs with the fountain of life. If this issue persists, what will happen when the sword energy fades? Or when the magical plants are no longer available? There is an excessive reliance on magical plants. Ancient martial arts do not suffer from such a dilemma. Hence their path is a direct avenue to greatness. However, it is ill-suited for modern practitioners unless each individual is forcibly transformed like Director Zhou, becoming something beyond the contemporary human. One cannot alter the bodies of billions across the globe, can one? Is there a need to forge a new path then? This conundrum is the greatest challenge Li Hao currently faces, and he is at a loss for a solution. Hong Yitong suggested that condensing divine texts could provide an answer. But what of these divine texts? Divine texts are related to superhuman locks. Li Hao's wind and thunder abilities enhance physical strength and vitality, yet they still fall short. Is it possible that there exist other superhuman locks within the body that specifically enhance the entire physical form? Nan Quan, however, was unconcerned. What do these problems signify? Everyone faces them. At this stage, any resolution, no matter how minor, is commendable. At the very least, addressing the issues of external mysterious energies is already quite remarkable. This, indeed, is the truth. To his surprise, Li Hao was still unsatisfied, even seeking to resolve the issue of his physical form. With a smile, Li Hao remarked, "It's merely a matter of the corporeal body, and perhaps there exists a solution. My master's 5 animals breathing technique may hold the key, though it remains incomplete at present." He believed that this technique harbored the potential to address his predicament, yet the results were painfully slow and not readily apparent. The human body is a treasure trove. Inadequately explored, the 5 animals breathing technique has only developed the 5 vital organs, which is insufficient. Li Hao felt his master's vision was limited, and if he could integrate several dozen other secret techniques, it might empower all aspects of the body. He mused that his master should focus on merging 70 or 80 techniques, targeting the enhancement of limbs, the brain, bones, and the vitality of blood, if all were amalgamated. Wouldn't the 5 animals breathing technique then directly strengthen the entire corporeal form? His master ought to strive in this direction. The others pondered this, nodding in agreement. Tianjin spoke up. "Your master mentioned previously that merging the 5 superpower locks to feedback into oneself is a commendable approach. Now that you have isolated the superpower locks, transforming each into a character, according to your master's theory, if we connect these characters, would that not equate to the complete fusion of all superpower locks within the body? Could this resolve the corporeal issue?" Li Hao's heart stirred. Indeed, Tianjin's reasoning held merit, and it was worth exploring. However, even he had yet to integrate several superpower locks, which would require time. He added, "Even if success is achievable, it poses challenges, as one must endure the initial stages of this process." "Stop fretting," Nan Quan exclaimed in frustration. "Just tell us what to do. Teach us directly. As for the methods, there are many practitioners, each with their own ideas. I believe that only with many minds can we swiftly discover solutions to our problems." There was truth in this statement. Li Hao smiled. "Uncle Nan Quan speaks wisely. But have you considered that you wish to break the superpower locks without contemplation?" Nan Quan scoffed. "What is there to consider? At this juncture, if I do not keep pace, I fear I shall soon become the next victim, pitifully fleeing and perhaps even perishing in some desolate place, leaving no trace behind." The Silver Moon martial artist focused on the heart, not merely on inner strength. One must be bold. Action is paramount. Upon hearing these words, Li Hao expressed his agreement. He refrained from further comments and swiftly recounted the entire process. The others listened intently. It was not overly complex. The path of cultivation should indeed be thus. If it were excessively difficult, it would not suit everyone. What then would it mean to call it the path of cultivation? It must be accessible to all. That is the essence of a new path. However, we would require a considerable amount of life springs. Tianjin remarked with a slight furrow of his brow. "I do have a small quantity, but it may not suffice. According to your assertion, even if one progresses to divine abilities with fewer resources than others, it still amounts to a significant consumption. Indeed, the expenditure is quite substantial." Certainly. He has long since mastered the dual system of supernatural abilities and has now even ventured into the third system. His physical form has been sufficiently strengthened. However, this time, it entails a process of consuming vitality, necessitating replenishment from the fountain of life. Now, he comprehends why Li Hao previously remarked upon the significance of both the physical form and vitality. Li Hao smiled, assuring him, "No worries, I have it." Little Tree has been converting resources for him these past days. Initially, it was merely to pay a fine, but now that the fine is no longer required, there is certainly no shortage of the fountain of life. In this instance, having slain numerous adversaries, aside from the hammer from the Hong family, his greatest acquisition was the divine energy stones. The Black Panther had approximately gathered around 55 million, while most of the others were rather impoverished. However, the first victim, the master of Tianpeng Mountain, was not among the destitute. It appeared that none of the factions had compelled him to contribute. Astonishingly, he carried a substantial 5 million divine energy stones, which ultimately benefited Li Hao, including the scattered remnants. He amassed a total of 65 million stones this time, slightly less than anticipated, yet he deemed it worthwhile, considering the expenditure of 50 million for the study of the round and flat chronicles. As for Little Tree, Li Hao has now realized that its successful conversion might only require around 3,000, as Little Tree later quoted a price of 4,000. Of course, it too requires recuperation and cultivation. Li Hao had no intention of withholding from it. Even at a rate of 10,000 per drop, this harvest could yield 6,500 drops, a truly astronomical figure. However, it was clear that Little Tree could not assist indefinitely. It too needed to recover and cultivate. Tianjian seemed poised to speak, but Li Hao interjected with a smile. During this expedition into the ruins, the elder has contributed significantly. Do not feign ignorance. Nanquan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, retorted, "Why are you looking at me? Shall I offer 20 drops? That's all my wealth." And it was Li Hao who provided it. Li Hao, with a knowing smile, replied, "I recall that Uncle Nanquan possesses at least 25 drops." Nanquan nearly choked on his own indignation. "You still remember that?" "Yes, you did give me some previously. But did I not forget? Must you extract every last drop?" He felt somewhat vexed. "I have remained in Tianqing City. That too is a contribution." As for the bright sword, maintaining a stern demeanor, she truly had nothing left. If there were any funds, she would have utilized them long ago. Could she have waited until now? That insufferable Nanquan. "Why must you insist on questioning me?" Li Hao chuckled. "All right. It was merely a jest. Moving forward, we shall require the efforts of everyone. Having reaped the benefits, it is only fair to contribute in return." This principle of equal exchange is often emphasized by the Hobu and is a fundamental tenet of martial arts. One must strive for what belongs to oneself, for without effort, there can be no reward. A grand battle is certainly on the horizon, 100 guaranteed. Let us not speak of other matters. First, let us complete the refinement of the supernatural script. Li Hao spoke in a low voice. After completing the task, it will depend on the circumstances and on how much divine power each of you can endure. Do not fear exhaustion. It is best to cultivate to the utmost. Next, I intend to take action against the demonic plants within the ruins. I want to test my strength. Should I succeed in defeating the demonic plants, the rewards will be immense, and I will gain the confidence needed to confront the various factions. Director Zhou could not help but interject. "You plan to deal with the demonic plants first? Why choose the strongest opponent right away?" Li Hao nodded. "The reason is simple. The demonic plants have yet to recover to their peak strength. The longer we wait, the stronger they become. At this stage, they are actually easier to handle. Humans are alive and wary of me, but the demonic plants are oblivious to communication. They perceive humans as weak and will likely assume we are here to seek cooperation. Given the precedent set by the 9 offices." Director Zhou continued, "Are you certain you want to confront these ancient civilizations' demonic plants? I thought you might opt for cooperation." "That will depend on the circumstances." Li Hao replied with a cold smile. "Let us be clear. This time, with 7 demonic plants, there is no possibility of a cooperative relationship. If you seek to kill me for a mere divine energy stone, I will certainly retaliate." Li Hao held no animosity towards the ancient civilization, even though his teacher had cautioned him several times that ancient civilizations differ from the present and require caution. He still harbored goodwill towards the Battle Heaven City. However, this time, his intentions against the 7 demonic plants were filled with hostility. If you seek to slay me, then I shall slay you. Director Zhou, what about you? Director Zhou chuckled and shook his head. Do not concern yourself with me. I do not possess a superpower lock, so I cannot cultivate in the same manner as you. I am managing well enough. However, slaying the demonic plants could allow me to absorb some source power, which would be beneficial for me. Indeed, he continued, pursuing the path of ancient martial arts and absorbing some source power. Although I cannot embark on the path of the source, it should still be of assistance. His lack of a superpower lock was surprising to everyone. Yet they soon realized it was reasonable. After all, those who had become ancient martial artists no longer had superpower locks. Director Zhou added, while you cultivate, I will step out to handle some trivial matters. If you are preparing to take action against the demonic plants, I can indeed assist. Additionally, I need to draft some official documents. And do not forget, the day after tomorrow marks the opening of the government. It is imperative not to miss it. Although it may seem inconsequential now, we must demonstrate that we are public servants, not a private martial arts school. Everyone nodded in agreement, almost forgetting this important detail. Should we summon Yao Si? At this moment, Ho Xiaoqing inquired. His strength is formidable. If he succeeds in refining, he would undoubtedly be a powerful practitioner of the 4th or 5th tier of divine powers. Yao Si's martial prowess even surpasses that of Ho Xiaoqing and Hong Yitang. If he is willing to break through the superpower lock, he would undoubtedly be top tier. Li Hao chuckled. He probably would not be inclined. I have previously revealed my abilities, and he has never expressed a desire to transform. Ho Xiaoqing laughed softly, as did the others. Director Zhou, bemused, remarked, you are too young. Someone like Yao Si does not possess the thickness of skin that Nanquan has. However, since he has chosen to align with you, it signifies his belief in this path. Given that he has faith in you, do you truly think he would be unwilling? It's simply that Yao Si is not familiar with you. If you do not initiate the conversation, does he have the audacity to request it like Nanquan? Thus, a stalemate ensues. You refrain from mentioning it to him until the day he decides to bring it up himself, or until you become more acquainted. Is that so? Li Hao was somewhat taken aback, contemplating the notion, which did seem to carry some weight. He genuinely believed that Yao Si was unwilling to discuss it. After a moment's reflection, he chuckled softly. I shall take my leave for a brief moment to inquire about the situation. Furthermore, with so many individuals engaged in cultivation, it would be prudent for us to seek a tranquil location to consolidate our spiritual powers. Otherwise, the commotion may become excessive. We must find an appropriate venue. This place is rather unsuitable. Venturing too far might not be ideal either. Li Hao pondered for a moment and stated, I will head to the western suburbs shortly and see if I can gain entry once more. If possible, practicing within the ruins may prove advantageous. Ho Xiaoqing and the others stared at him in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? You know how formidable those black-armored warriors are over there. Why would you want to go? Are you seeking trouble? Li Hao replied with a smile. As of now, we are considered official disciples. He mentioned that official disciples are permitted to bring a few friends along as long as we do not cause any damage. Surely, they wouldn't resort to harming us, would they? It is nearby and secure, with only a horde of puppets and that black-armored figure present. At this stage, I believe no one can breach those ruins. All present could only remark on his audacity. Nanquan, who had not ventured inside and remained curious, asked, Are there strong adversaries within? Indeed. Li Hao grinned. 400 puppets and a black-armored general or instructor, quite formidable, I assure you. Why, any one of those puppets could easily dispatch you. Nanquan's mouth fell agape. You must be joking. Is it truly that perilous, and yet you still intend to go? You're truly a reckless lad. As the night watchman, when Li Hao arrived, Yao Si was occupied with official duties. Recently, he had been inundated with work, as the night watchman prepared to join the Tianqing governor's office, leading to a plethora of complications. Various local factions were causing him trouble, with some even opting to align themselves with the local tyrants, which was quite vexing. Upon seeing Li Hao, Yao Si cast him a sidelong glance, somewhat displeased. You seem to be rather idle. All you do is engage in brawls and violence, while neglecting everything else. Do you have something to discuss? Are you interested in cultivating a new path? Yao Si replied nonchalantly. You mean the kind that is transcribed into written form? Precisely. Yao Si stroked his little mustache. If I were to cultivate, what level could I possibly attain? At least the 4th tier. Let us go. Li Hao was speechless as he regarded him. Yao Si frowned. What is the matter? Let us go. We need to find a quieter place to cultivate. As a martial master, one must be resolute, and as a local overlord. You ought to exhibit a bit of decisiveness too. Li Hao chuckled softly. It appeared that, as others had suggested, Yao Si was indeed waiting for him to take the initiative. So, if I don't speak up, you want to mention it? The transition and consumption are considerable. Yao Si, growing impatient, retorted, I've already sold my life to you. Have you provided any benefits? Have you offered an entry fee or a relocation subsidy? If I don't mention it, will you simply disregard it? As a top-tier martial master choosing to join your ranks and bringing along a substantial force, have you shown any merit? None whatsoever. How can you, in good conscience, claim that the costs are substantial? If I am to offer my life to you, you certainly owe me a recompense. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering the thought. Indeed, even death row inmates are afforded a hearty meal before their execution. With this realization, he slapped his forehead. Did I forget to offer a farewell feast to those nobles I executed last time? Yao Si was at a loss for words. What do you mean? Do you regard me as a condemned prisoner? Such words are rather unpalatable. Li Hao chuckled. Let us go? With that, the two exited. Xiao Yi hurriedly inquired, has the governor departed? Yes. Xiao Yi expressed a hint of regret. I brewed some tea. Seeing Li Hao was about to leave, he added, when the governor returns, I shall brew tea for him again. Li Hao nodded with a smile. Yao Si followed closely behind, while Xiao Yi escorted them down the stairs. Upon witnessing Li Hao's departure, a sense of regret washed over him, but when he noticed Yao Si trailing along, he grew anxious. Minister, where are you headed? To attend to affairs. Yao Si replied impassively. So, you only just realized I was leaving? Are you my secretary? You're Li Hao as secretary, aren't you? This secretary is no longer needed. Oh, minister, take care. Xiao Yi snapped back to reality, not overly concerned, and walked alongside Governor Li, deeming it inconsequential. Yao Si felt nearly exasperated, glancing at Li Hao, who wore an innocent expression. Why are you looking at me? Besides, at your age, why are you feeling jealous over this? It's rather absurd. When they finally reunited with host Xiaoqing and others, yet another figure joined them, Manager Yu. Old Ho had not forgotten his own secretary. However, Manager Yu indeed possessed the qualifications for transformation. At this stage, Li Hao chose only those martial artists who had reached their limits and entered the saturation phase of superpower locks. Those who achieved transformation would become extraordinary. As for Lu Long and the others, there was no rush. Even if they succeeded in transformation, they would not attain the extraordinary status, perhaps merely comparable to the three Yang rising light. Whether they transformed or not was inconsequential. The group set off together, heading straight for the western suburbs. This, once again, attracted considerable attention from numerous powerful individuals. Upon seeing their direction towards the western suburbs, they furrowed their brows slightly. Were they to re-enter the Yuanping Martial Science University? Were they there to collect benefits, or for some other purpose? Previously, they had attempted to send individuals in to investigate, but only those willing to risk their lives had ventured forth, only to discover they could not enter. Had Li Hao secured this relic? In the finance department, Lu Yinxing continuously frowned. He has returned to that extremely dangerous place. Has he formed an agreement with the powerful beings within this martial science university? Apart from those formidable puppets, could there be sentient demon plants or other powerful entities revived? If so, Li Hao would be increasingly difficult to contend with. After some contemplation, he chose to remain silent. At present, the losses to the finance department were relatively minor, as no extraordinary beings had fallen, and Li Hao and his companions had made their escape openly. Everyone was currently hesitant regarding the fate of those left behind. At Yuanping Martial Science University, in the center of the playground, within a vast underground pit, a black armored figure lay in slumber. Suddenly, its eyes opened, gazing into the distance. Student Li Hao has returned to the school to cultivate, bringing several friends to practice and comprehend martial arts. Is that permissible? The black armor remained silent. This fellow possesses considerable audacity. He thought that Li Hao would never dare to return in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, within a day, he has come back. Such boldness is truly remarkable. The black-armored figure remained silent for a moment before coldly stating, "Do as you wish, but remember that non-students are forbidden from entering the campus. You must remain at the entrance. Also, should anything be damaged, do not forget the fines. It is advisable to pay any previous fines promptly, otherwise, interest will accrue." Li Hao was taken aback. Interest? Is it high? The annual rate is 36, which is not excessive. Li Hao was stunned. Is that not considered high? This seemed akin to usury. The last fine amounted to 55 million, and if this continued for a year. The thought of nearly 20 million in interest made Li Hao shudder. Truly merciless. However, a year, delaying might not be so bad. Perhaps after a year, 20 million would lose its value. Quite agreeable. Li Hao mused, a smile forming on his lips. Thank you, Senior. With that, he vanished in an instant, exiting the premises. After a while, a group of individuals entered. They did not enter the campus, but lingered near the main gate. The black-armored figure floated in the air, observing silently. Soon, he sensed various distinct auras erupting, and after a brief observation, he grasped their intentions. Meanwhile, several puppets in the teaching buildings peered out of the windows, curious. Though Li Hao remained oblivious to their presence. Gradually, some puppets began to patrol the entrance as if on guard. And the statues at the gate opened their eyes one by one. At this moment, Li Hao faintly felt as though numerous eyes were upon him. When he turned to look, he found nothing amiss and silently muttered, "The black armor's gaze is indeed piercing." It felt as though hundreds were fixated on him. A multitude of puppets and toys, including the black-armored figure, observed quietly. The black-armored figure felt the sensation more acutely at this moment. He distinctly sensed a shift, not within this realm, but in the external world, as if the very fabric of reality had loosened, a relaxation of the pressure upon them. The external space seemed more stable. Was this connected to the words he had encountered? It bore a resemblance to the profound arts of Jinxing City, yet infused with vitality and spirit, thus forging a new path suitable for them. Had this realm begun to awaken? He pondered, somewhat shaken. If so, it was likely that this realm could soon return to the scale of his era, with more practitioners on this path. Perhaps a unique cultivation method akin to the source path would soon emerge, or a new path of inner worlds. In the ancient civilization era, the source path was the great path of the early new martial period, while the later path was the inner world path established by the monarch of humanity, which was exceedingly difficult. Many of the older generation of new martial practitioners still cultivated the source path. Now, these individuals seemed to be pursuing another avenue. Quite intriguing. Yet, he also discerned its imperfections. It required external assistance, which was not a favorable sign. It would be even better if it could be paired with the golden body. The black-armored figure silently contemplated the potential for developing independent physical cultivation techniques. Otherwise, this method would not be suitable for widespread adoption. Meanwhile, Li Hao and the others remained oblivious, fervently channeling mysterious energies, depleting vast quantities of the fountain of life. Their auras surged dramatically. Characters floated in the air. At this moment, the collective prowess of the individuals surged remarkably. Even Li Hao himself was endeavoring to sketch the next divine script. With the elements of gold, water, and fire already manifested, he was eager to resolve the remaining aspects of earth and wood. Should he succeed, he might just be considered proficient in the 7 elemental powers, albeit with the wind and thunder lacking strength. Li Hao persistently experimented, hoping for success. Even achieving a single script could potentially enable him to contend against Qi Pingjiang, as he still felt slightly inferior, and he was not fond of being threatened. Chapter 252. Let us do it at Yuanping Martial Science University. A throng of puppets peered curiously, resembling a group of inquisitive children, as they gazed at the individuals outside the school gates. One by one, the practitioners ceased their training. Some furrowed their brows, others concentrated, while a few simmered with indignation, like Nan Quan. At this moment, Nan Quan wore an expression of dissatisfaction, his brows knitted together, as he perceived Li Hao's divine script as still somewhat incomplete, particularly problematic from his perspective. For instance, a single force could only consolidate one divine script. Consequently, they were mostly restricted to singular scripts. Unlike Hong Yitong, who exhibited an astonishing versatility, they struggled to achieve such transformations. Although Nan Quan had forged a script inscribed with the character for fist, integrating 3 elemental powers, fire, gold, and earth, into one script, he felt it should rival those of the 3 elemental powers. Yet, he could not replicate Hong Yitong's remarkable adaptability. Thus, when he unleashed a punch, it was merely a fusion of 3 elemental powers rather than the distinct manifestations of fire and gold that Hong Yitong could produce. This left him feeling akin to a martial artist, with his inner strength merely replaced by the power of the fused divine scripts. While this was indeed commendable, witnessing Li Hao's ability to independently consolidate scripts and observing Hong Yitong's fluid transformations left Nan Quan feeling frustrated. especially as he had only managed to blend 3 elemental powers. He believed he had made significant progress recently, asserting that he was not inferior to anyone, including Hou Xiaoqing and Yao Si. However, reality was a harsh teacher, as he had only successfully fused 3 elemental powers. Beside him, the bright sword was also commendable, having fused 3 elemental powers. Yet Nan Quan was disinclined to compare himself with her. The bright sword was somewhat unique, having managed to amalgamate light and dark powers alongside a wood element. This indicated that the bright sword had only manifested one of the 5 elemental powers, suggesting her potential for advancement could surpass his own. At the very least, he had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the light and dark super abilities. Thus, despite her apparent limitation to 3 elemental powers, she might soon cultivate 4 or 5. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing, silent and observant, had noted that the character the bright sword had condensed incorporated at least 4 elemental powers, and astonishingly, he had not formed a character. Instead, he had conjured a gun. Yes, not merely a character, but a full-fledged gun. This was rather bewildering. At that moment, Li Hao and the others were all fixated on Hou Xiaoqing, who had a miniature gun suspended before him, resembling a script-like firearm. As he noticed the crowd's gaze upon him, Hou Xiaoqing smiled and remarked, "It is merely a whimsical thought. Written language is not monolithic. Classical texts differ from modern script, suggesting that written communication is not fixed. I envision a time far in the future when humanity may forego written language altogether, opting instead for simple symbols to convey meaning. In that case, what I propose could indeed be considered a form of writing. The essence of writing is not paramount. Rather, it lies in the meaning it encapsulates. The script shaped like a spear is also a form of writing, is it not? The crux of the matter is the integration of meaning within it." At that moment, Li Hao nodded continuously, feeling a surge of inspiration. Indeed, these prodigies possess their own thoughts. Hou Xiaoqing is correct. Ultimately, written language is merely superficial. The true measure lies in whether the power has transformed. Without uttering a word, Hou Xiaoqing thrust forth with a spear. He did not wield the Fire Phoenix spear. Rather, he simply grasped the spear of written language and struck forth. In that instant, the onlookers felt an overwhelming sensation, an indescribable force that caused the visages of several weaker warriors to shift in alarm. As Hou Xiaoqing retracted the spear, the script-like weapon vanished. Li Hao inhaled sharply, sensing that the essence of divine rupture seemed even more potent. Could it be that Hou had integrated the supernormal lock, which symbolizes divine will, present within the cranium? It is said that this lock signifies the strength of divine intention, akin to the mental fortitude spoken of by ancient sages. The essence of Hou Xiaoqing's divine rupture spear has always been formidable. Could it be that this time it has merged with the supernormal lock? Hou Xiaoqing chuckled and shook his head. It's too perilous. I am not yet prepared for such integration. The spear's essence is merely stabilized through divine energy, and the written language is contained, exerting minimal pressure on the body, thus facilitating the easier manifestation of the spear's intent. He pondered momentarily. This consolidation of divine textual energy also bears significant advantages. Turning to Li Hao, he deliberated before stating, "If you wish to pursue multiple forms of intent, be wary of external influences that may disturb your merging of intent with the written language. Once you fully internalize the 5 forms of intent within your organs, you may then attempt to grasp other forms of intent with greater ease. For a talent like you, comprehending a single form of intent is indeed not difficult." Li Hao, having recently embarked on his martial journey, had already grasped the earthly intent. How long had it been since he delved into martial arts? The challenge lies in the interference arising from the comprehension of multiple intents. However, what if such interference were eliminated? Not only Li Hao, for he continued, "This applies to all of us." He addressed the others. By merging intent with the written language and thoroughly internalizing it, if we are determined, we can effortlessly grasp another form of intent, merge it with the written language, and comprehend without interference, thus easily acquiring additional insights. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with intrigue. Nan Quan raised his eyebrows in contemplation. Yet, Tian Jian interjected calmly, "Not everyone is suited for the pursuit of multiple intents. A singular intent suffices. My intent is the sword, and the sword's intent is singular. Simplicity and complexity may ultimately lead to the same destination." Hong Yitong nodded slightly. "This depends on individual choice. Minister Ho speaks truthfully. This is indeed an opportune moment to comprehend intent. The divine script, when internalized, removes external disturbances, making understanding somewhat simpler. For instance, if Li Hao were to cultivate certain secret techniques, he might swiftly grasp another form of intent. He then added, however, I do not recommend that others delve into multiple intents. Rather, Guangming Jian, he gazed at Guangming Jian, you might consider exploring an additional form, shadow intent. He offered some advice. You possess a radiant disposition. The interplay of light and darkness unfolds before us. Among those present, coordinating with others may not yield significant assistance. Yet I believe you and I could achieve remarkable results. The radiant sword, contemplative, turned to him and remarked, do you think I have become more appealing of late? Prompting some ulterior motive? The atmosphere grew hushed in an instant, as a group of individuals gazed skyward in silence. The radiant sword seemed to exude newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Yao Si, observing their animated conversation, chuckled softly. He had interacted with these Silver Moon warriors before. Although they appeared fiery and aloof on the surface, they possessed a certain whimsicality beneath. At that moment, Yao Si interjected, in truth, these are not the crux of the matter. Don't you all agree that, at this stage, the most critical aspect is the superpower locks? The crowd turned their attention to him. Presently, the quantity of superpower locks determines the number of divine abilities that can be assimilated thereafter. Whether as warriors or superpowered individuals, at this juncture, we find our limbs devoid of attributes, our organs aligned with the 5 elements, the spine linked to the thunder attribute, the purple mansion to the wind attribute, and an unknown light-dark attribute. Yet, we currently possess only 14 superpower locks. Among these, 4 locks pertain to the limbs, serving as a foundational element. In essence, whether we are warriors or superpowered beings, the pinnacle remains at a mere 10 systems of divine power, does it not? He surveyed the group. It may seem distant, yet it need not be so far-fetched. Thus, at this current phase, I believe it is paramount to discover more superpower locks and engage in mutual exchange. For instance, I have yet to uncover the light-dark attribute superpower lock. He felt that their differing focuses and cultivation might allow for fruitful discussions, potentially leading to the discovery of more locks. Nan Quan could not help but interject. Are you in such a hurry that you have already exhausted all your findings? Yao Si chuckled. It's not quite that exaggerated. Previously, I saturated 11 meridians. Aside from the limbs, I still have 7 remaining. So far, I have only completed the convergence of the organ abilities, while the wind and thunder aspects are not yet under consideration. The fusion of the organ abilities into the 5 elemental powers seems more feasible. The crowd gazed at him, taken aback. The organs have completed their cycle? This old fellow is truly formidable. The organs, being inherently more fragile than the physical body and bones, led some to prioritize other attributes, primarily due to the immense strain of enduring 5 bursts. Although the divine texts are restrained, one must still unleash their power when engaging in combat. Can one ensure that the organs remain unscathed during such exertion? It appears he harbors no fears. Yao Si smiled. Do not regard me so. I have been cultivating my organs for many more years than you. I am the eldest among you, surpassing Yuan Shuo by a decade. Consider me a predecessor of your generation. His age indeed exceeded that of the others significantly. Upon hearing this, Li Hao realized he must be over 80, which is quite considerable. Minister Yao, have you observed any remarkable changes with the convergence of the 5 organ elemental powers? Yao Si pondered for a moment before nodding. There are indeed some changes. However, something is still lacking. He turned to Li Hao. If you were to persuade your teacher to make the 5 animals breathing technique public, we could explore whether the organ abilities could fully integrate. If they could, I believe we would witness even greater transformations. After speaking, he smiled and inquired, and what about you? Have you yet to complete the fusion of the 5 organs' divine powers? Li Hao shook his head, expressing his regret. Had I known, I would not have shattered the wind and thunder divine powers. Not only did it weaken me, but it also left me without the momentum to coordinate effectively, ultimately increasing my burden. This time, I have only managed to fuse the Earth-type supersensory lock, which is rather disappointing. In truth, he yearned to attempt breaking the chains of the 5 organs' divine powers. However, the burden imposed by the wind and thunder had already become substantial. When he endeavored to break through the wood-type supersensory lock, he was instantly met with an overwhelming pressure that nearly crushed him. Li Hao pondered for a moment before asserting, We cannot recklessly venture into the 7 divine powers. He turned to the others and elaborated. According to ancient martial classifications, the 7 divine powers represent the pinnacle, capable of tearing through space. However, given the instability of the external space and the inadequacy of our physical forms and 5 organs, we are ill-equipped to swiftly ascend to the realm of the 7. Tianjian, surprised, inquired, "Even you cannot manage it?" With countless swords at his disposal and the life spring, how could he falter? Li Hao contemplated. The crux of the matter lies within our physical forms. He spoke solemnly. Only by resolving this issue can we overcome our limitations. Upon returning, let us all reflect on this. One person's thoughts are limited. He was not a deity. He merely possessed greater access to ancient texts and esoteric arts than others. Yet it would be presumptuous to claim his intellect was superior. He indeed aspired to condense the 7th divine power, but he sensed myriad complications ahead. A hint of helplessness washed over him. Nevertheless, there were still pathways for enhancement. The understanding of wind and thunder was essential. Although the wood energy had yet to be fully contained, it had merged into the supersensory lock, plunging into silence, which was, in a way, similar. At this juncture, all mysterious energies within his body had been retracted, making it a fortuitous moment to comprehend the energy dynamics. Through the insights gained from the wind and thunder, he envisioned sketching the respective divine powers. Ultimately, could the essence of the sword transform into annihilation, commanding all divine power symbols in a harmonious combination, capable of unleashing formidable strength that could vanquish even the 7th divine power? Perhaps there was hope. As for the wind and thunder, Li Hao recalled a tale. The 7 swordsmen once included a wind and thunder swordsman. It seemed that the wind and thunder sword, along with the Luo Sheng sword and the shadowless sword, were all slain by his master. Did the secret techniques of the wind and thunder swords still exist? Currently, the simplest way to grasp the energy dynamics was to cultivate techniques that directly lead to it. At that time, with even a modicum of talent, comprehension would come easily. The wind and thunder sword was reputed to excel in the wind and thunder energy dynamics. This was undeniably a perfect match. Once again, it was a sword, intertwined with wind and thunder, an unequivocal choice. Yet, his master had not imparted this knowledge to him, suggesting that perhaps the master lacked the techniques of the wind and thunder sword. At that moment, Tianjian fell into silence before speaking. The wind and thunder sword does have an heir, residing in my Tianjian mountain manor. However, your master killed his master back in the day. He may not be inclined to teach you the wind and thunder sword techniques. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Old Yuan Shua seemed to have reaped the consequences of his past deeds upon his disciple. Tianjian continued, "I will return and see what I can do." "You are correct. If I can cultivate the wind and thunder sword techniques, even if the wood energy cannot break through in the short term, the unification of the 6 energies and the 6 deities would make it exceedingly difficult for any ordinary 7th divine power to contend with you. Then I shall trouble you, Senior Tianjian." Li Hao chuckled, expressing that there is no need for undue insistence. The forces of wind and thunder encompass numerous esoteric techniques. The wind and thunder sword may indeed be one such technique, embodying 2 forces that are simpler and more convenient. He is not entirely fixated on this particular method. Nonetheless, even with Li Hao's extraordinary talent, reaching the stage of comprehending a force through the mastery of a single technique typically requires at least a month. Mastering 2 would necessitate a minimum of 2 to 3 months. This statement cannot be uttered aloud, as it would surely provoke ire. However, should he practice the wind and thunder sword, it might save him a month or 2. This is crucial, for in this phase, even a month or 2 could herald significant upheaval. At this juncture, the radiant sword spoke. "You possess the shadowless sword. Allow me to impart the radiant sword to prepare you for the impending challenges of light and darkness. One force between us suffices." Li Hao smiled, responding, "Let us exchange. You, Radiant Senior, wield the radiant sword, while I master the shadowless sword, a perfect match, for you also require a compatible dark technique." The radiant sword said little more, acknowledging her own need for such an exchange. The two engaged in this transaction, and soon, Li Hao acquired a tome of esoteric techniques. As for the breathing method, it was discreetly conveyed by the radiant sword, reflecting the limitations of the older generation of martial artists who are often reluctant to share their unique breathing techniques. This reluctance is entirely understandable. Centuries-old customs are not easily altered. Having obtained the Radiant Sword Manual, Li Hao now possessed the Shadowless Sword, effectively resolving the issue of light and darkness. Although he was not yet capable of navigating the intricacies of light and darkness, he could still begin his training and comprehend the Force without needing to wait for complete mastery. This time, everyone made considerable gains. Li Hao surveyed the surroundings. The Radiant Sword and Nan Quan had both entered the realm of 3 system techniques, while Tianjin and Ho Xiaoqing had ascended to 4 systems. As for Hong Yitong, Li Hao could not discern his capabilities clearly. His sword transformed into myriad forces, leaving one perplexed, and it was difficult to glean anything from his divine script. But he was at least proficient in 4 systems. Yao Si, unsurprisingly, demonstrated the depth of his experience, merging 5 systems of techniques. Meanwhile, Steward Yu had remained silent, prompting Li Hao to scrutinize him with some regret. It appeared he was at the level of 2 systems. How could this be? Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Steward Yu's strength was not weak, having previously matched Nan Quan. Why had Nan Quan advanced to 3 systems, while Steward Yu only possessed the power of 2 systems? This was merely the most fundamental realm of divine techniques, with the first system comparable to the dawn's light. Noticing Li Hao's gaze, Steward Yu maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have traversed the path of supernormal abilities for many years, only recently returning to martial arts. My force is not strong, and I have swiftly transitioned to divine techniques. While other aspects remain intact, my weakened force has hindered my entry into the 3rd system. My strength lies in slaying. Upon hearing this, Li Hao was struck with realization. Over the years, Steward Yu had accompanied Ho Xiaoqing, and the frequency of conflict had diminished. Although he would still engage in battle, much of his time had been spent assisting Ho Xiaoqing with various trivial matters, resulting in a noticeable decline in his force and a lessened killing intent compared to before. Now, with a feeble force, he could only solidify the foundational power of 2 systems. Ho Xiaoqing was unconcerned, smiling as he spoke. It matters not. You are a master of slaughter. The more you kill, the stronger you become, and your progress will be swift. There will be ample opportunities ahead, especially with a certain someone present. Why should we fear a lack of chances? The Steward Yu held his tongue. This certain someone was undoubtedly referring to Li Hao. Ho Xiaoqing's words rang true. As long as the impending battles were plentiful and the bloodshed abundant, she would undoubtedly experience rapid advancement. Reminiscent of the days when she left her home seeking vengeance, progressing swiftly through a path of carnage. At this moment, Nan Quan finally found some solace. Revealing a smile, the 2nd-tier divine abilities are commendable. At least they can overpower those martial artists who have yet to break through the superpower lock. Finally, there is someone weaker than me. My spirits are lifted. The group had all made significant progress in their abilities. Compared to their previous selves, their strengths were no longer comparable. However, the consumption had been considerable. In recent days, Little Tree had accumulated over 300 drops of the Fountain of Life, all of which had been entirely expended. After all, the number of individuals consuming it was too great. Furthermore, Li Hao had provided a substantial amount of sword energy. Li Hao was not stingy. He had given Little Tree over 3 million divine energy stones in exchange for more than 300 drops of the Fountain of Life, while he had used over 1 million in sword energy, leaving him with 60 million divine energy stones. If he were to send this vast sum back to Battle Heaven City, even if it could not resurrect General Huai, Li Hao believed the gap would not be insurmountable. However, at this moment, he was not prepared to dispatch it to Battle Heaven City. Both he and the others were in urgent need of these resources to elevate themselves. If he sent them away, what would remain for their advancement? The principle of generating wealth from wealth was paramount. Everyone was to keep their divine abilities contained. Those who were martial artists need not exert any effort to display their prowess. Yet the venerable Tianjin, Uncle Hong, and Minister Ho were still expected to release some mysterious energy for all to observe, to confirm their ascension in divine abilities. Otherwise, if everyone's mysterious energy was entirely suppressed, it would surely raise concerns. There was no need for Li Hao to remind them. They all understood what was required. Shall we make our exit then? It has been over a day since we entered, and it is likely approaching evening outside. Tomorrow marks the official opening of the governor's mansion. Although we have dealt with the roadblocks, we must remain cautious of unforeseen events. Li Hao stood, glancing back, noting some unusual activity. There were numerous puppets patrolling at the school gate. What purpose did all these puppets serve in their patrol? Was there suspicion of our potential destruction of property, leading to fines? He looked down and saw nothing amiss. Dismissing the thought, he called out cheerfully, "Elders, we shall take our leave now. I shall visit again when time allows." Of course, when that time might be was uncertain. The figure in black armor said little, responding coolly, "As you wish." He continued, speaking in a detached manner. "The world is changing. There are too many individuals cultivating divine abilities in this era, which can stabilize the space. Your so-called second resurrection may also contribute to the stabilization of space. Under such stability, it is possible for peaks or the seven systems to emerge prematurely." Li Hao's heart trembled at these words. At this moment, Hong Yitong could not restrain himself and remarked solemnly, "Do you mean to say that whether it be demon plants, demon beasts, or even others, they can all perceive certain changes? Your limitations also dictate the extent of power some individuals can unleash. For instance, Li Hao, upon entering the sixth system, would find that the demon plants, when severed from their essence, could wield the power of the sixth system in the external world." Upon hearing these words, Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Does this have anything to do with my mystical script? Perhaps. Understanding dawned upon him. He furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly found solace and smiled, saying, "Well, it matters not. The implication is that one's limitations determine the power one can wield. Everything is within my control, so what is there to fear?" The black-armored figure ceased to elaborate further. In the next instant, a group of individuals was once again swept away, vanishing from Yuanping Martial Science University. Meanwhile, a multitude of puppets swiftly approached the black-armored figure, with one puppet curiously inquiring, "Teacher, is this individual the pathfinder of this generation?" "Not quite," the black-armored figure replied indifferently. "His so-called path is merely the beginning. It is only at the pinnacle that one truly embarks on the path. Should he continue onward and perfect his journey, he may yet have the potential to ascend to the genuine celestial pathway. Otherwise, it is merely the trifling play of a child." For Li Hao and his companions, perhaps this moment represented the beginning of their journey. Yet for the black-armored figure, the true path only commenced upon reaching the seventh system. Even ancient civilizations could only grasp the power of the great path at this stage. Without attaining such a realm, discussions of embarking on the path are futile. The puppets paid little heed. They found their teacher's lofty perspective rather intriguing. As night fell, when Li Hao and his companions emerged from the ruins, they once again drew the attention of all formidable beings. Having spent more than a day inside, what had they been doing? It seemed there had not been any significant changes. Did they go there merely for amusement? Their intentions remained unclear. However, many speculated that some changes must have occurred. Otherwise, why would they have re-entered? Li Hao disregarded the onlookers. Upon returning, everyone dispersed to their respective homes without lingering together. Ho Xiaoqing, accompanied by Chief Steward Yu and Yao Si, headed directly back to the night patrol. The heavenly sword had acquired what it sought and wasted no time in plunging into the celestial star sea, intending to return to the heavenly sword manor. As for the opening of the mansion tomorrow, he harbored no concerns. Who would dare to trouble Li Hao? They wouldn't even know how they met their demise. However, he did state that should Li Hao wish to delve into the ruins, he could inform him, and he would see if he could procure the Wind Thunder Sword for Li Hao. Nan Quan, on the other hand, planned to return to the royal palace, which surprised Li Hao. "Are you not afraid for your life by going back at this moment? The royal family must be exceedingly wary now, and yet you choose to return? It's nothing." Nan Quan replied nonchalantly, sending a thought transmission, "I intend to investigate some records. The palace possesses abundant information and intelligence. Perhaps I can acquire data on Tianqing Town. Let us not forget, we undertook a mission in Zhantian City last time. Maybe we can complete it." Li Hao recalled the task of uncovering why the supply to Tianqing Town had ceased. However, he had yet to visit the true ruins of Tianqing Town, so he could only set it aside for the time being. Upon hearing that Nan Quan intended to investigate further, Li Hao contemplated for a moment, nodded, and refrained from saying more. The task stated that as long as the reason was uncovered to restore the connection between Tianqing Town and Zhantian City, a reward of 10,000 military merits would be granted. In reality, 10,000 military merits could be exchanged for a mere handful of divine energy stones, specifically 10,000 cultivation energy stones, equivalent to only 100,000 divine energy stones. However, opting for this exchange was evidently the least desirable choice, a realization that Li Hao had come to. With 10,000 military merits, Wouldn't it be far more enticing to secure a genuine commanding officer position? Or perhaps to acquire some powerful ancient martial arts secrets for reference? Why settle for energy stones, which were clearly intended for ordinary soldiers who could not attain high military merits? It was apparent that he had previously made a poor decision. If he could successfully establish the connection between the 8 cities, a reward of 100,000 military merits would be possible. Li Hao speculated that this could lead to a commanding general position, allowing him to directly oversee an army of 100,000. The entire reserve guard might even fall under his command. In the future, the commander of the 9th Division would have to address him as Sir. As he contemplated these delightful prospects, Li Hao nodded cautiously. Nan Quan said little more and swiftly made his way to the imperial palace, attracting considerable attention. Some members of the royal family even cursed him under their breath, recalling how he had identified himself as a member of the Silver Moon during times of need, yet now seemed to forget his role as the royal tutor. Did he consider the palace a mere hotel? In the blink of an eye, only the bright sword and the earth-shattering sword remained with Li Hao. Soon, the 3 returned to the Department of Punishments. Upon their return, the earth-shattering sword and the bright sword busied themselves with their respective tasks. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued forward, delving deeper into the rear courtyard. There, he discovered a small palace-like structure. Clearly, this was the entrance to the ruins controlled by the Hu family. Following his investigation, Li Hao pressed onward until he reached the end, where he beheld a portal, newly constructed, yet it appeared to lead to the ruins. He did not enter, but stood outside, waiting. After a while, a faint ripple emanated from beyond the door. "Are you Li Hao, the successor of the Sword Master?" Li Hao smiled, replying, "I thought you would ignore me." Although the demon plant could not emerge, it was capable of releasing some spiritual energy to probe the surroundings. Even the small tree could accomplish this. Previously, when Li Hao and his companions ventured into Cathead Mountain, the small tree had sensed danger in advance. Hu Shao and Hu Mingfa are dead. Indeed. Did you kill my avatar? Li Hao chuckled. That has nothing to do with me. I lack the capability. It was a powerful individual from Yuanping Martial Science University who did it. You truly have audacity to create chaos there. Are you ignorant of the danger or simply oblivious? Within the ruins, the demon plant remained silent for a moment before responding with a ripple of its spirit. That Martial Science University is quite mysterious. However, it seems that people have long since departed. Yet, evidently, some powerful beings remain. Li Hao smiled. Of course, and they are formidable. At that time, your avatars were instantaneously shattered, and it seemed another demon plant even cried out, "Great Sage." Behind the door, a large tree trembled slightly. Great Sage. The Yuanping Martial Science University actually has a sage presiding over it. Unbelievable. It appears that Hu Mingfa and his associate scheme has encountered significant issues. Those energy stones have provided the opportunity for revival, truly a case of weaving their own shroud. The large tree lamented, realizing it had inadvertently led to its own demise. They had previously underestimated the situation, genuinely believing that no one remained. At Yuanping Wuka University, the absence of demonic flora suggests that, logically, even if any were present, they should have transformed into mere remnants or spiritual energies. There is no need for excessive fear, as the condition of Director Wang and his colleagues speaks volumes. Throughout the passage of time, humanity has not enjoyed the longevity of other demon clans. Yet, the preserved strength of a saint is formidable enough to obliterate their avatars in an instant. The disparity is immense. Moreover, their avatars are inherently weak, possessing only the power of the 5 or 6 elements, barely reaching the 7th. How could they possibly contend with a resurrected saint? In the new martial era, the Heavenly Emperor era, and the 3 eras preceding them, saints were regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Li Hao swiftly assessed the situation. The demonic flora within should not be a being of the great saint level. With a smile, he inquired, now that the Hu family has been extinguished, would this esteemed demonic flora be interested in collaborating with me? You? Li Hao chuckled. Is that not feasible? After all, as the successor of the Sword Sovereign, I hold certain qualifications, do I not? Even though that great saint did not offer me much benefit, he dared not act against me. You, at most, are a mere shadow of immortality, yet to fully awaken. Can you truly unleash your utmost strength? During the era of ancient civilizations, you were unworthy to collaborate with the Li family. The demonic flora was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, yet the statement held a kernel of truth. Indeed, Back then, it was merely a guardian of demonic plants and had no standing to negotiate with the Li family. You mentioned the past. Back then, the sword's sovereign was still present. What of now? Li Hao laughed. Now, I too have eradicated the Hu family. If you could collaborate with them, how is it that I am inferior to the Hu family? After a moment of silence, the demonic flora replied, it is not impossible. As long as you can accomplish the tasks of the Hu family, collaboration poses no issue. State plainly, what can I gain, and what must I offer? The demonic flora was direct. I require a substantial amount of energy stones. As for what you can obtain, the fountain of life is something you desire most. Beyond that, as long as you can meet the price, akin to the Hu family before, I can also sever my essence to assist you in vanquishing formidable foes. What is the exchange? Previously, I charged the Hu family 60,000 per drop. However, as the successor of the Sword Sovereign, your name is known far and wide. So I will offer it to you for 50,000. Li Hao chuckled inwardly, cursing them for their audacity. They spoke as if I were the one profiting. Naturally, any talk of collaboration was mere pretense. It was but a probe into the situation. Daring to ask, between you and General Huai of Zhantian City, who is the stronger? The great tree fell silent. One was a guardian general of one of the 8 major cities, while the other safeguarded a mere corner of Tianqing. Who do you think is stronger? Li Hao laughed. Do not blame me for my inquiries. I must ascertain your capabilities to determine if you are worth my investment. After all, I have many options, including formidable beings from Silver Moon who merit my attention. The great tree silently cursed as well. Such words could not be uttered by others, yet this individual indeed had the standing to say so. After a moment of contemplation, it responded, perhaps I am not as strong as some entities from Silver Moon, yet they have all fallen into silence. Reviving them is exceedingly difficult, with costs that exceed imagination, and the rewards are scant. I am different. In the land of celestial stars, since the 9 divisions and the royal family have chosen us, it signifies that we are the strongest. We have also revived significantly, not merely at the initial stage. Do you comprehend my meaning? Li Hao nodded. Understood. Therefore, you are now prepared to engage in battle at any moment. As for General Huai of Warheaven City, even if I expend 100 million divine energy stones, the opponent may only have recently revived, rendering them extremely weak and inferior to you, correct? Certainly. Now, what is your strength compared to that of the royal family? The great tree fell silent for a moment, then continued to convey its thoughts. The royal figure is a guardian plant from the former celestial star main city. We are slightly weaker than it, while the others are on par with me. Is it immortal or at the pinnacle? Li Hao inquired again. It should not be at the saint level, right? Correct. The great tree did not deny this. Indeed, if one were to delve into ancient texts, they might uncover the truth. It continued, you possess much knowledge, yet you should understand our might even more. Of course. Li Hao smiled. By the way, is that royal figure at the saint level? Only a hair's breadth away. Li Hao grasped the implication. So, it is indeed formidable at the pinnacle of immortality? Thus, you are also immortal? Yes. Li Hao chuckled. Now I propose, if I were to bring a pinnacle being here, could you vanquish him? The pinnacle? Such beings do not exist today, nor could they emerge. Li Hao laughed. That is difficult to assert. I see that the military law division's Qi Pingjiang has reached the pinnacle of the 6 systems, just a step away. That is a vast chasm. The great tree exuded confidence. If he dares to come, I can naturally dispatch him with ease. Understood. This fellow possesses at least the power of the pinnacle, which is indeed terrifying. I wonder if the small tree's avatar, employing the Imperial Palace projection, could match him? Most likely, it would fall short. Numerous plants have revived. Previously, the small tree merely dealt with them, severing countless avatars. I comprehend. Li Hao nodded. Wait a few days. I shall confer with you in person. Tomorrow, I have matters to attend to, and I will first eliminate the remnants outside. I hope you understand that collaborating with me offers you only advantages, not disadvantages. I am well aware of that. Otherwise, I would not have come to meet you. For the great tree, collaborating with anyone is inconsequential. The key lies in whether this individual can provide sufficient divine energy stones for its revival. Does it matter whether it is the Hu family or Li Hao? It does not. It also aimed to make Li Hao understand that reviving itself is far more beneficial than reviving that figure from Warheaven City. Even if you invest 100 million divine energy stones, what advantage will it bring you? But I am different. Li Hao turned to leave. contemplating that this great tree must possess at least the pinnacle strength, incomparable to the six systems. It is immensely powerful. Can our side, united alongside the small tree's avatar, truly contend with it? My six systems, Yao's 4 or 5 systems, and the small tree's strength is likely slightly above 6 systems, yet below 7. However, if we could eliminate it, the benefits would be unimaginable. Moreover, has the small tree made any progress? Having previously consumed a considerable amount of primordial energy, it cannot be said that there would be no reward at all. If we can procure this tree, allowing it to absorb some primordial energy, and letting Director Zhou partake as well, seizing a relic would yield numerous advantages. Ultimately, Li Hao made up his mind resolutely. Let us proceed. If you propose 5,000 divine energy stones for a single drop of the spring of life, I might reconsider, but at 50,000, I shall not entertain you further. What purpose would you serve then?